Kane's tied up. There was a real, a feeling in the pit of my stomach is the way I'd put it. Early in that game, you're looking again at this situation where this team, this Vegas Golden Knights, somehow, some way, whatever type team, jumps out to an early lead. They get another one of those sort of bomb passes to start the game out, go up 1-0, then 2-0. 3 straight coming back for Carolina in the third period with 5 minutes left. You're like, all right, fine, they're gone. Mark Stone scores to tie things up with 1:20 left in the third, and it just felt like every time Vegas looks like they're dead, they just come back. The amount of things that Carolina did yesterday, shots were pretty even, but they out-physicaled Vegas for a huge portion of that game. And were able to come out on top in OT with the winner from Seth Jarvis on the power play. So, thank God. I can't have Vegas winning. I can't. And for some people, they get this, and I don't know what sort of gene this is that people have. It does not reside in me at all. It means nothing to me. But have you ever heard the people or seen the people that are like, hey, I know this team eliminated us. We should root for them to win it all now. And I go, why? Why would there be anyone who wants the team that eliminated you to move on and win the title? I take no solace in the idea of, well, at least the team that beat us won everything. It's so what?
Yeah, that's what people say. Hey, at least we lost to the best. If you're going to get knocked out in the first round, you may as well see the team that knocked you out go all the way so then you don't feel so bad.
But I don't have that thing that makes me feel better because of that. It's not some sort of like, well, if they weren't there, then we definitely would have won. I mean, I guess maybe. But regardless, I'm not rooting for the team that beat me to do anything nice or anything fun, and especially not a team like Vegas that was, sort of born on third base as a franchise. Made good decisions since then, all of that. I mean, not taking everything away from it, but still, when the league decides we have to change the rules because we set you guys up way too good, there's something to it. So Carolina goes on to tie it. I need Carolina to win this. Carolina's just got a whole bunch of guys that whatever you think of a lot of the dudes on Vegas, whether it's Torts or Eichel or Stone or Marner or you choose, there's a lot of hateable people on that team. Carolina is one of those teams that is just highly inoffensive to me. Don't have a strong feeling one way or the other, and that's the way that I like my teams that aren't mine. Teams that are around your respective leagues, whether it's the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, completely inoffensive. I want teams that I don't want to root for and I don't want to root against. And I think Carolina's like a perfect example of that. Think about it. If we were to go through like sort of every sport and who's a team like that team in the NFL for me would be probably, God, you know what's funny? It's probably Carolina again. You know what? If you have a team in Carolina, I think it's the perfect state for the inoffensive sports team. Let me ask you guys a question. We can make it a straw poll if you'd like.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Does the state of Carolina hold the most inoffensive sports teams in the country?
Until you go to college. Then
College different.
Then you get Duke, and they can get bent.
And
North Carolina,
UNC, yeah.
Tar Heels, you get bent. So if we're just talking pro, yeah, you can't have a problem with the Hurricanes.
Do you really feel anything about the Hurricanes? Not really.
No, Hurricanes country. Let's spin.
Do you feel anything about the Panthers? I mean, maybe you would have if you didn't lose to them in the Super Bowl, but you beat them. And you kind of ended their run with Cam Newton. Completely inoffensive. Go to the NBA. Charlotte. The Bobcats. Charlotte. I know they're not the Bobcats anymore. But
might give me a plane and fly to Spain, except I
the
don't even
Hornets.
know how to fly a plane. Scratch that, I'ma get me a big old
Completely
bus.
inoffensive.
All of us the double Dutch, getting chased by turkeys as we cruise around, windows down.
Am I missing anything? I don't think I am. I think that Carolina, you know what? Here's a backup state that we all need. If our teams aren't in anything, let's just root for Carolina teams because who cares? Remember when the Panthers were in the playoffs last year? An 8-9 football team was in the playoffs, and they played against the Rams. You remember that wild card weekend game? They damn near beat the Rams. All right, it's been decided. Carolina is the most inoffensive sports state in this country. Texture says, I finally emerged from my sports depression following the Avs and just wanted to say it's good to hear your voice again, Brett. And I agree. Screw Vegas. Good. Good to have you back. That's one of those things. I get it. Look, I want you guys to listen every day. Because I feel like at least on this show, we can have a little bit of fun mixed in with the bad. We can have some fun. We can have some laughs. That's a real thing, though. I was just talking to a buddy about this. Like, if you, especially in football, because it's a game every week, and then you wait for a while, and it gives everybody, 5 days, all the talking heads to break down your game from over the weekend. If your team wins on a Sunday, Nelly, I am on that Monday. I am consuming every bit of sports content that I have at my disposal about my team. Every single one. If my team loses, I'm not watching a single show. Don't you dare talk about the loss my team suffered and how bad they are, because I know how bad they are. I don't need to hear it.
And I love all the broadcasts that we do locally here, whether it's Connor McGahee or Cause on the radio or the whole cast of characters at Altitude TV. But if the team that I'm rooting for loses, if the Avs lose or the Nuggets lose, the second that clock hits triple zeros, gone.
Yeah.
I am not sticking around for the post-game show. I don't need to hear you break down how the Nuggets lost that game. I'm going to bed.
I will consume all of the post-game show if they win. I need to hear about it.
Oh yeah, show me the highlight package. Let's dance on their grave.
Texture says, what about Wisconsin? Oh, he acknowledges, he goes, whoops. I forgot. Kane hates Green Bay. Yeah, I've said this multiple times. I want all the people of Wisconsin. I think the people of Wisconsin are fine and dandy and nice. I would take all of the people in Green Bay and I would say, guys, I'm going to give you all a week-long vacation in wherever you want to vacation at. And I want them all to leave their homes so it's an empty city. Nobody there, zero population for a week. And I would drop a nuke straight on Lambeau Field. Immediately. I would make sure everybody's safe. All the dogs are out. All your pets are out. Nobody gets hurt except for a few ants, cockroaches, and that stadium is crumbled to the ground. See, I'm not totally evil. I just want the building down. That's all I want. Oh, but the lore and history of Lambeau Field, it's a dump. 303-504-0925. That's how my sports fandom works, though. Like, if you beat me, I'm not rooting for you to do anything afterwards, okay? And especially, like, this is what makes it easy. If, I don't know, if it was Vegas playing against Detroit, maybe it's a different story. Vegas playing against Boston, maybe a different story. But Carolina's just like, hey, you guys are fine. Nobody really hates you. I still am blown away when you bring up the league records and you bring up wins in the NHL. There really is no other sport that can do what the NHL did this year, which is have a team that, well, let's just go through it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. 21st in the league in wins. 21st. That competing for a title is entirely unheard of. 21st in wins. They had 39. 20 other teams had at least 40 or more. And that's the team that came out of the hard side of the bracket, the Western Conference. So, again, 303-504-0925. Ooh, a texter says we need Bane to take care of Lambeau Field. Maybe that's better. I don't want to nuke. We don't need the radiation surrounding that place. Again, the people there are nice. So let's just do that underground explosion thing that Bane did. And that's
Once Lambeau is ashes, you have my permission to die.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, we need something like that. What else would he say?
Your cheese curds will not save you. New Glarus cannot stop your inevitable destruction.
You know what's funny, Nelly, is that one day we're going to be old men, okay? And maybe we'll be, popping a grandkid on the knee as we're sitting at the house. And we're going to want to do that Bane impression because it's just fun to do, and I don't care how old or young you are. Doing a Bane is fun. The amount of times that I said, you think the darkness is your ally. Like, it's so fun to do. And I'm going to be doing that to little children who have no idea what I'm referencing.
Yeah, one of your two grandkids is going to get in trouble with their parents, and they're going, "It wasn't my fault." You're going to go,
They expect one of us in the wreckage, brother.
Exactly. And they're going to be like, Grandpa, that movie's so old. And I was like, you don't know films. What, is Mr. Beast doing another show? And Mr. Beast will be our age by then. I bet you he will be, actually. Mr. Beast is like, $1 million for who gets to the moon first or something like that.
He's going to go, "I got rid of all my denture glue."
Look, there's something about that guy I don't trust. I know he's done a whole bunch of nice things. I don't need the Mr. Beast people coming after me. It's his smile. It looks like what do you call a puppet? A ventriloquist doll.
Yeah.
He looks like that. I don't trust that smile. There's something dark behind there. I know these things. Like my wife, I walked through the living room the other day, and yeah, we're bouncing around. It's the off season. Deal with it. I was walking through the living room the other day, and my wife had that documentary of, I don't know what it was. It's the girl who wrecked her car, right? That whole thing. And I didn't know anything about this story. I heard 2 minutes of it while she's watching this documentary, TV show, whatever it was. And they just put a picture of this woman on the screen. I was like, boys, you got to recognize crazy. It took one picture for me to you should not be around a person like that. Just look at them. That's not somebody you hang with. It's my number one thing that I'm focused on with baby Jamal Kale and baby Boval. When they get old enough to get friends that they're going to hang out with, and they're like, hey, I'm going to go to so-and-so's house. I'll be back later. I'm like, just show me a picture of this person first. I need to see if your judgment's good or not.
Hey, this boy wants to take me to the prom. Show me his socials right now.
And if that person looks like they have Adderall dust on their nose and cigarette breath, I'm going to be like, let's rethink our choices here for who you want to hang with. I didn't describe that well. The girl who wrecked her car, it's the one who, it's a really dark story. She wrecked her car going 100 with, her friends and boyfriend in it, and it's on purpose. It's terrible.
Hey, allegedly.
I think she pretty much copped to it. I don't know.
Yeah, she slammed into a building going 1 billion miles per hour and killed a couple people in her car.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things. I'm not up on the true crime world, but I don't know how this happens, but I feel like every year Netflix publishes a documentary about a crime that no one's ever heard of,
Oh.
and then everybody becomes obsessed with it for 2 weeks.
Bro.
Do you remember the staircase? This is like the next staircase.
Hang on, Nelly. You're talking to a guy who has watched The Staircase multiple times, and that's an investment. I was obsessed with that show. I was like, was it an owl that did? I was obsessed. And here's the thing. True crime is always just going to hit. Like my wife, that's all she watches. She watches like the first 48 and all those different shows. I mean, the reason you do it, it's an immediate moneymaker. It's like making a comic book movie. It's like, people are going to go watch this. Anyway, 303-504-0925. There's a quote from Broncos camp yesterday that is, I'll let you decide, very important or a teammate defending his teammates. We'll get to it next. All right, so one thing here before we get to this quote, because I got people asking about the... Nelly, first of all, does pretty good Bane voice. It's something I got to say about that Batman stuff, because I just watched this thing yesterday. People were talking about the different Batman movies, and I'm not a comic book guy. I'm really not. The thing I like about the Batman movies is they don't feel comic booky. They feel kind of real life, except there's a dude in a cape. I mean, there's no way around that, really. But it's this new one, the Robert Pattinson movie. And I've long had this take. Did Pattinson feel like doing a single push-up before he was supposed to be Batman? Can we just try that for a second? Do a couple of push-ups. Make it look like if you need to beat somebody up, you can beat somebody up, and then do that. It was my only beef. He's like, can we please just a couple of them? Bam, bam. Make the pecs pop and make me believe that if you're some super boxer dude that needs to pin people to the ground and knock them out, that you could actually do it. Anyway, Nelly, can you give me, or do we have the audio? If not, I can just read it, but if we got it, okay. Cortland Sutton yesterday, he was not asked about this. He was asked about something else. He was asked about Jalen Waddle. And unprompted and out of nowhere, he sort of pivoted his answer. Listen.
I think that we're all been able to do our thing, and then, can't leave out this group. The tight ends look really good. Trout looks really good. I don't like the bashing of our tight end room. I'm going to say that publicly. I think we have great tight ends. I think that they do their job really, really well. I think that they do what's asked of them to a high level, and I think that they have looked really, really good so far through OTAs. Trout, Ev, Lucas, getting those guys going is really big. And I think that when every piece of our offense is able to contribute to the game, that's where our offense is going to grow and going to be able to contribute to our games. And I think that everyone looks really, really good so far rolling into offseason.
Okay, so two things here, or two options, I suppose. You choose the path. Is this a guy defending his teammates because of things that he's seen in the media and he doesn't like the way that they're talking about his teammates? Or is this a guy who truly believes the room is really good? And maybe a little column A, maybe a little column B. If you remember, there was a time where Von Miller was here and Drew Lock was the quarterback, and he said Drew Lock threw the best incompletion I've ever seen. And you're like, I don't know what that means. Sounds pretty silly. That was around the same time that... Who was the offensive coordinator? Was it Shermer at the time that said, we're practicing throwing incompletions? And I was like, I feel like you should do the opposite of that. Let's practice the moving the football down the field part of this. But that's a teammate defending a teammate. In the case of Cortland Sutton, does he have a higher value on tight ends than I or most likely you do? Yes. I still have very little faith that this tight end room will not be considered one of the lower ones in the league. If you were to just pinpoint something of where this team is really lacking, I don't think it's any question it's tight end. And they've thrown numbers at it. Like they've thrown a quantity of players at the position to try and get it fixed. But I don't know if there's quality there. And you look around the best teams in the NFL and the best offenses in the NFL. In most cases, you find teams that have really good tight ends. It's just typically how it goes. Best offenses in the league have a guy that you can trust throwing the football to. And the reason why is because tight ends are absolute nightmares to deal with. They're nightmares. All of them are like huge 6'4", 240-pound, whatever. And it's too big for a corner to be physical with, and it's too small. Or, I'm sorry, too big for a corner to be physical with and too fast for a guy like a linebacker to be on. But in the case of what the Broncos have at tight end, Evan Ingram's not all that big. He's fast, but not that big. Adam Troutman is big, but not fast. But he did say something interesting in the middle of that. He said, they're really good at what they're asked to do. And the only thing I can think is, does that mean that Sean Payton did not have them as a focal part of the game plan? And in that case, is that why the numbers from a receiving perspective weren't there? Like, Nelly, if you could go back, just run this clip back again, because I want you guys to hear this middle part, and I'll tell you when to stop. Go ahead.
I don't like the bashing of our tight end room. I'm going to say that publicly. I think we have great tight ends. I think that they do their job really, really well. I think that they do what's asked of them to a high level. And
so right there, they do what they're asked to do at a high level. They do what's asked of them. Well, in the case of Adam Troutman, we all were wondering this. I was as confused as any in the offseason when Adam Troutman got not just an extension. You know, everybody on this team got an extension this offseason. But it was, oh, yeah, we'll bring back Lucas Kroll on this deal here. We'll bring back this guy on this deal here. We'll do this with this guy. We'll bring back Nate Atkins here. But it all felt like sort of like, hey, these are tryouts. You're invited back to camp, and if you don't make the team, it's not going to be a whole bunch of money that we're just tossing out the window. In the case of Troutman signed a 3-year, $17 million contract. That is not a small investment. That is one that you are saying, I have seen the work that you've done, and I like it. You know, it's right in that category of like first-round tight end type money, what those guys are making. You know, some guys surrounding him, I suppose. Dallas Goedert's making 7. Dawson Knox is making 6.6. Colby Parkinson's at 7.5. Those are the guys that you're talking about in that sort of price range. About $1 million more to $1.5 million more than what Adam Troutman's making. And when I hear they do what they're asked to do really well, my thought is, well, maybe they have a giant emphasis with Adam Troutman on blocking, and they think he's really good at it. I'd be lying to you if I said I was some sort of expert in breaking down blocking for a tight end. It didn't seem like, you know, with George Kittle, I know he's the best in the league at this, so it's hard to use this as an example. But George Kittle, when he blocks, he looks like an extra tackle's out there. Like he moves people and pancakes them. But actually, Nelly, can you go back? Didn't Troutman have a quote after he signed his contract that was pretty braggadocio? I feel like there was. Because I'm sure he heard the sort of the chatter surrounding, surrounding the, well, God, they gave him how much money? Like everybody kind of had that sort of reaction. And you have to remember, I guess to Troutman's credit a little bit, he was the, how do I put this? He was just sort of the first domino to fall when we're all going into an offseason hoping that they improve at the tight end spot. and the first thing that they do is bring him back for that price, and you're like, really? When you're expecting an upgrade and they go with the guy who's, your number 2 tight end, it would typically tell you we're happy with the position in their production. And I was sitting there going, what production are we speaking of here? Because even with Evan Ingram had, I think it was the most catches for any Broncos tight end in a while. Maybe Noah Fant had the same amount, but it wasn't a ton. But they were all, it was a pretty unnoticeable statistical number. Like, yeah, you had 50-some catches, but how many of those do you remember in games being like huge plays being made? And that's kind of how you base off of your evaluation of players. There's some guys, when they make a play, it's loud. Like, it feels like Marvin Mims, who gets limited opportunities, makes loud plays that you remember. Because it's speed and explosion and big plays and all this stuff. I just don't remember a lot of those for Evan Ingram. And I don't remember those for Adam Troutman or Kroll or Adkins or anybody else that's in that room. And when you kind of look at it and say, well, where's the improvement? And they draft a guy in the 5th round and the 7th round, you're like, okay, you're taking flyers on dudes. Maybe they become something. George Payton's got a decent track record of late in drafts finding some way to get production out of it. I mean, Jonathan Cooper was a 7th round pick. But it's just not, it's not reliable when you're looking for impact. You can have guys that stick on a roster, special teams, do things for you, but as far as like big time players, it's rare. And if you do hit on those, then good on you. Like it's huge. But again, with Sutton, just to unprompted say that, I hope it's the case. I hope it's true. It's just hard for us to see it. And perhaps this is one of the changes that can be made when he talks about what they are asked to do, they do at a high level. Maybe if tight end's just not a focal point in a Sean Payton offense, and it could be more of a focal point in a Davis Webb offense. Everybody's got a different feel for that. And maybe that's the case. I hope it is. Because I feel like if you want an offense that is up to the standard of a team that should be competing for a Super Bowl, having tight end production at a high level is a key ingredient to that. If you do that, it opens up so many other things for Courtland Sutton, for Jalen Waddle, for the running game, for everything. So I hope that's the case. Texter says, loudest play for Ingram came from a preseason game. I still remember that. It's one of the few I remember from Evan Ingram. Because your thought was that I think it was the second preseason game. He makes the catch, turns upfield, makes a couple of guys miss, goes for a huge, I don't know what it was, 40, 50-yard play. And you're like, all right, that's what you're looking for from your tight ends this year. And then you got kind of none of it. And this is another one of those, it's a really difficult question, and there's been a few of these with Sean Payton. For a long time, we asked the question is the running game bad, or is it a lack of commitment to the running game? And the answer to that got, I think, a little bit more clear last year with the healthy J.K. Dobbins, because they like J.K. Dobbins as a running back, and I do too. And when he was healthy, your running game was great. When he wasn't, it was terrible. And I think that's because he just didn't have somebody he trusted beyond J.K. Dobbins. But maybe this will be another one of those answered questions in the case of guys like Evan Ingram or whoever. Was it Sean Payton not making tight end a focal point of the offense and Davis Webb changes that? Or if you get the same old this year, does that give you the proper answer to personnel or commitment? By the way, the longest play of the season last year for Evan Ingram, he did have a 41-yard play. But as far as, with tight ends, I think a big number to look at is first downs. That's where you kind of make your money, 3rd and 6. Can you move the chains, sit down in a spot, make a catch, get the first? He only had 19 on 50 catches, which just tells you a lot of those catches went for short yardage. Only a single touchdown last year. That sort of thing. So 303-504-0925. A lot more to get to. We have tonight, the Colorado Eagles will be on 92.5 as their series is tied 2-2. It's the Western Conference Final, Game 5 for them against the Chicago Wolves. So if you still want to watch some Colorado-based hockey with a team that's still in it, listen to the Eagles tonight at 6 o'clock for Game 5 of that 2-2 tied series. Back after this. I'll tell you what scares the hell out of me. I mean, will shake me to my core. There's two things. And I'm not saying there's scarier things in sports that can happen. You know, when you watch somebody in the NFL take a helmet-to-helmet hit and they get the locked up arms and stuff like that, that's legitimately freaky. But just as far as a pain, oh my God sort of thing, Braden McNabb taking that puck off the face last night, and they showed there's this, it's sort of grainy footage, but people on Twitter, they have this zoomed in slow motion. Puck is screaming directly towards the middle of his face. And he has the most terrified horror movie look on his face because there's nothing you can do. You're just going to get wrecked. And that thing maybe barely clips the visor, but hits him square in the schnoz. Starts bleeding like a stuffed pig. But in the slow motion video, you can see that his nose is just, it was straight, and then the puck hits it, and then it's entirely crooked, like 90-degree turn. And it's got to be like top 5 nightmare fuel in sports. I think between that and maybe catching like a, what's the Miz's name over in Pittsburgh, Mizorowski or whatever his name is, the dude who pumps like 103 50 times a game, taking one of those off the teeth, 103-mile-an-hour fastballs in the same category. But it is, I mean, think about this for a second. Hockey players are willing to sit in front of pretty much anything. Slappers, wear them off the chest, the shins, the whatever. The looks on their face when they take one upstairs is just terrifying. And the fact that that thing went straight off the beak. Oh, I can't imagine. What'd I say? What pig did I say?
I didn't hear. I must have missed that. We'll have to go pull the tape.
I thought it was stuck pig. Oh, no, I think I said stuffed pig. Stuck pig. Whatever.
Yeah, you're bleeding like one of those pigs at a luau with an apple in the mouth. The stuffed pig, Brett.
I thought it was, hang on.
Stuck. Yes, stuck pig.
What would be a stuffed pig? What would you stuff a pig with?
A stuffed pig is me after Thanksgiving dinner.
Stuck. So, see, here's the thing. Everybody assumes because I grew up in Nebraska that I grew up on a farm. I don't know the terms. I don't know them. I've never milked a cow. Never done it. No, again, Omaha is not what you think it is. It's funny. Around this time of year, the College World Series is about to start, which I will remind everybody every year. If you've never gone, you have to go. It's one of the greatest things ever. And it's not even for the baseball. You don't need to be a baseball fan. You just want to be around the party. It's just a party. That's all. But every year, Nelly, during the College World Series, they're like, welcome to Omaha. And they do like what they do when they come back from commercials, like for a Nuggets or an Avs game, they'll show Ball Arena with downtown in the background, or they'll show the Rocky Mountains, or they'll do something like that. Like, welcome back to Omaha, and it's cornfields. I'm like, those aren't here. They exist in the state somewhere, like they do in every state in this country, but those aren't here.
This girl
It's a very big misrepresentation.
It is, but going back to you mixing up phrases, when I was in high school, I dated this girl whose mom was from Chile, and she used to do that all the time where she would mix up English phrases, but a lot of the times what she said would make more sense. Like, instead of saying eavesdropping, like, sorry, I was eavesdropping on you, she said, I'm sorry, I was ears-dropping.
I like that
actually
better.
makes more sense, because she's like, you're dropping an ear on someone's conversation. What the hell is an eave? Eavesdropping?
Well,
No.
an eave is the thing that hangs over your house. Hang on, where does
It's an old, like,
eaves-
medieval term, because you're hanging in the eaves of a castle. Like, I know, but ears-dropping makes way more sense.
Hang on. What do I always say for these? Eavesdropping origin is what I'll say. Eavesdropping phrase origin. See, we do this about 3 times a week on this show, and it's because on top of sports, we want to educate people as much as we can. So it comes from a time of modern plumbing where the projecting overhang of a roof was used to shed rainwater. Well, I know what an eave is. Well, whatever. What were we talking about?
We were talking about how you enjoy milking cows and how Omaha isn't cornfields.
Yeah, sure. We can move on from that stuff. That's fine. Few other things here as we move along.
Oh, by the way, it was Braden McNabb taking a puck to the face. You said
Yeah.
he was bleeding like a
yeah.
stuffed pig, not stuck.
Taking a puck to the face and taking a 100+ mile an hour fastball to the face have to be the most terrifying things from a straight up pain and panic perspective. You know, you've seen guys that have had like the compound fractures in legs, and those are freaky too. But that's different. That's like shock. You don't know what's really happening until it happens. When you have that split second, because I had it one time, was facing a kid who threw about 92. I was down in the count. I was down 0-2. I was expecting off speed. He's got one that's starting at my eyeballs. I'm waiting for some sort of spin or some sort of, curveball to drop. And it just stayed there. And I go, uh-oh. And I drop my head. And Nelly, it hits the tip of the bill of my helmet. My helmet flies off, hits the backstop. Everybody thought I was dead. I thought I might have been because I was like, adrenaline's running. Maybe I just got smashed in the face and I don't know it. I didn't. It somehow missed me. But I can recount, it took forever for the ball to get there, for a ball going 92, because life literally goes in slow motion when that happens. Because there's a million thoughts in your head at once. How bad is this going to hurt? Is my face going to be okay? Do I have to go to the hospital? How long before I can play again? Am I going to look the same after this? Like, all of those things are running through you. And I think that's how you can conquer time travel. You need to just make a panic inside your head, and then you can manipulate time, like that stupid idiot that we play on this show every once in a while. My first day's from midnight to 6. Bam. That's day 1. My next day's from 6 to 12. Yeah, day 2. I'm not stupid. You're stupid for thinking like a caveman 400 years ago. Oh, I wish. I want that guy in studio for an hour, and I just want to say how stupid he is.
My day is 6 a.m. to noon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours, just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago. My second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m. That's day 2. And then the next day is 6 p.m. to midnight. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 21 days a week. Stack that up over a month, I'm going to kick your butt.
I'm sure
Stack it up over a year, you're toast.
Yeah.
Stack it up over 5 years, my entire life is different than it would have been otherwise.
I know, bro.
And I think part of it is you have to see the video because he looks like a burnt Thanksgiving turkey that is on military-grade cocaine. He is the most... He was on the same stuff that they gave Jalen Brunson to put him back in the game.
We just live in this dumbest era that everybody thinks they're an expert on anything. And I'm the first one to tell you guys, I know this is an opinion show and I tell you what I think. I've never told you that I am correct about everything that I say. I tell you what I think. I will never act like I'm the perfect person to give you advice or that I have all the answers to stuff. Because you know what? If you want one of those, talk to one of 3 people and they will have all the answers to life. Oh, you know how you lose weight? You do this, 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 and this, and this. Oh, what's the new politic thing that we're talking about? It's weird. I've never been in politics, but I have all of the answers to this. Can I tell you them? It's ridiculous. My first day's from 6 to noon. Bam.
And I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours.
Oh, no, continue that. Finish that.
Just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago.
Yeah. The guy who's giving you advice on how right he is about everything thinks cavemen existed 300 years ago. That guy. Yuck. Anyway. I'll tell you what. I'm a borderline expert on one thing. You want to know where to get good beer in this town? I got you. Okay, that's the one thing that I know for sure. 303 504 0925. I'm going to start my day 2 right now, 7 to 8. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane coming up in just a second. Stay around. So the Canes tied up yesterday with a Seth Jarvis power play goal in OT. But the one thing I can't stop thinking of is Braden McNabb's nose being crooked for the rest of his life now because that looked terrible. We were just talking about this. Whether it's a puck like that right off the beak or taking like a 102-mile-an-hour fastball to the teeth, it's got to be a top, I don't know, whatever, most terrifying moment in sports. When you see how tough hockey players are, Moser, did you see the zoomed-in slow-motion footage of that hit McNabb right in the mouth, or nose, I should say?
I did.
The horror on his face when he knows what's going to happen. There's only a puck to the face that can do that to a hockey player. That's it. It's the only thing that makes a face do what his face did last night.
Can't get out of the way. You have to take it. I don't know. It'd be like being on the front stretch of the Indy 500 as the cars are coming down the front stretch. You got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Blam. You're gonna eat it.
It's a Mike Tyson right without a glove. That's what it is. It's a Mike Tyson haymaker. A Mike Tyson right to the nose without a glove.
I had one 92 miles an hour that I took off the helmet. The bill of the helmet, my helmet flew back and hit the backstop. Missed me entirely, thank God. But I can tell you, it's one of the moments in life you can recount the milliseconds of it because it moves in slow motion. Because you have a million thoughts in your head about how bad is this going to hurt? Is my face going to look the same? Like all of those things are going through your head.
Can I ask you a serious question? So you took 92 miles an hour off the head, but it didn't hurt you because the helmet took the brunt of it, right?
Correct. Took all of it.
How do you get back in the box?
I got a base hit up the middle of my next at bat, and I'll tell you, Vic, I was shaking in the batter's box, and I think I swung with my eyes closed. I swung first pitch. I was like, I just want to be out of here.
I would have been done. I don't know how you climb back in there without thinking about that.
I'm not some macho guy. I got back in the box. I was horrified. And I swung first pitch. I was like, I want out of here as soon as possible. And I just got lucky. But it is crazy. Now, I thought Vegas was going to do the Vegas thing last night. Everything was set up again for them to late score, tie the game up, team of God, like that sort of thing. Thank God that Carolina won because I couldn't stomach another one of those. The game started, Moj, with another Hail Mary pass that Howden finishes on, and I couldn't help but just think, is this destiny? Is this just what's happening? The team that was 21st in the league and wins this year is going to be doing this?
That's how hockey goes. Yeah, the Vegas Golden Knights won 39 games. They were 21st in the National Hockey League. Teams with more wins or equal wins with them did not even make the postseason. But sometimes you just catch lightning in a bottle. Sometimes you just... When I saw Marner...
Moser's on F-word control today, again.
Vic,
Come on. No.
I literally, I openly shouted F in my house. One of the dogs went cowering, like, "Ugh."
Yeah.
I can't believe Marner with his back turned up the ice throws a backhanded Hail Mary that there's. Don't get me wrong. There's some skill to it. I mean, you got to be able to lift the puck with your backhand.
Good play. Yeah.
And, lift it 75 feet in the air and have it drop right inside the blue line while your guy is onside. The timing of it is pretty amazing. But, dude, those are home run Hail Marys once in a lifetime. And now we've seen two.
Twice in a week and a half.
And Marner did it with the backhand. Listen, Marner is an incredibly gifted player. He's a star. But even the best guys on the planet, how do you flip that out of your own zone like that? Backhanded. It butterflies end over end, and it doesn't bounce on edge and go into the corner. It lands flat so Howden can skate right into. I mean, come on.
You know what, though, Mose?
I mean, Vic, come on, bro.
Give the Canes credit.
Bro.
They ate all that mysticism and witchcraft that Vegas employed to take a 2-0 lead, and they rallied late like a feverish team that was hungry to stay alive.
Yeah,
they did.
And they made it happen. And my goodness, was that third period magic.
Well, you know what's crazy? I just had this argument yesterday with somebody, and I don't understand people that are wired like this. It makes no sense to me. The people that seem to take some sort of solace in the idea, because this happened to the Nuggets repeatedly, not this year, but in years prior.
You want the team that beats you?
The team that beats you win the title. I have no identification with those people. I want the team that beat me to suffer the most miserable, awful, terrible loss that they've ever suffered in the history of their lives. That's what I want. And I take nothing away from, well, the best team, the team that won the title was the one that beat you. Who cares? Why do I care who wins at the end of it if my team's eliminated? If you beat me, I want you to suffer an immense amount of emotional distress.
I would call Lee Blair right now, Vic. I would call Lee for emotional support, but I don't think we need it. I think my word should be sufficient. Have whoever said that. Who said that to you? Do I know them?
No.
All right, well, whoever this dillbag is.
You've seen this, so you've seen people who've said it.
A million times. But you tell them to go and sit in the stands in Vegas one time.
Yeah.
And see if they have the same sentiments. Because I don't.
By the way, I caught wind of some other stuff that the Vegas franchise pulled during the Avs series. I am not at liberty to say what they did, but it's downright, what's the word? Greedy, selfish, crosses the line.
Can you hint at something? I
don't like this.
Are you talking about the ice? What's financially related?
No, It's financially. What they did in that series, borderline, I don't know, the reputation they have in the league, that Moser, you told us before the series, the reputation of being, the rebel of the league. The Raiders. Remember how the Raiders had that rep for so many years in the National Football League?
Yeah.
They have the same rep. It's totally warranted after I heard this. After the stunt they pulled.
I don't like when you say stuff like this, and I don't know what it is.
I know, but I promised I wouldn't say. I can't.
I'll tell you one thing.
We can't even code it somehow?
I can't. I can just tell you they did something that in the sport, it's just not common practice. It's like, wait, what? You did what?
The Avs have the ice at a certain time.
And Vegas pushes that time?
Well, no, they would skate their team at the practice facility. But for their time at the big rink, they'd send their black aces over with their backup goalies. And there'd be like 4 guys on the ice. All the way up until...
I don't get it. So what, they couldn't clean the ice, or what are you trying to say?
Well, yeah, the rest of the team is someplace else, and the guys who aren't playing and...
Just to occupy the ice.
They're just out there.
Well, Texas says you sound bitter about Vegas. You're damn right I am.
You're damn right I am.
So what? Yeah. I can't be bitter about things? About the way my team's season ended? I can be bitter. It's a human emotion. Like, all I'm saying is I can't identify with anyone who has the mindset of, I need to root for the team that just beat me. And you know what's funny? Me and Nelly were talking about this in the appetizer. It would be different, Moj, maybe if they were playing the Wings in the finals, right? Or they were playing against Boston or somebody like that, you'd maybe have some conflicting idea of who you'd want to win. Carolina feels like the most inoffensive team in the league. I don't like them. I don't hate them. There's nobody that I super dislike on their team. Brindamore seems fine. And then I realized every professional team that resides in the Carolinas is like that. I don't feel anything towards the Panthers. I don't feel anything towards the Hornets. Like, it's the most inoffensive state in the country.
I'm going to be honest with you. The Charlotte Hornets outside ball may be the most anonymous team in pro
I
sports.
know.
Well, their announcer's pretty popular. He's that guy that goes crazy.
Yeah. But
Eric,
they are
I
that
forgot his
team.
name.
That team. Think of all the pro sports. Is there a more anonymous team? More anonymous team than the Charlotte Hornets?
But most think about all.
I mean,
of them. All of them. College is different because they got Duke and North Carolina, and that can spur some emotion. As far as professional sports franchises, the Carolinas, do they have a single team professionally that you're like, I feel strongly one way or the other about?
Well, they only have 3.
I know. Well, that's
So I don't know.
name another state or region of the country with 3 teams that you have no feelings towards.
Yeah, hard to.
Maybe the
Most.
Panthers would be different if, like, the Broncos lost to them in the Super Bowl, but
Right,
you almost
right.
kind of pity them because of what happened to their franchise after that Super Bowl and what Von Miller did, like all of that stuff.
He ruined Cam Newton is what he did. He ruined him. Yes, Vic. I'm sorry.
Power play that led to the go-ahead goal. I need to walk through it because it's one of those weird plays where it's a judgment call by the referee, and when he blows the whistle, intent to blow the whistle.
Correct.
Puck in the crease. I have to be honest with you. If I'm an Avs fan and I get that called against me, no goal, I'd be mad.
Well, you have to go back, Vic. This is where the precedent is set. You have to go back to what the original call on the ice was.
Explain what happened for those who may not have watched.
Hurdle comes in. There's a save by Anderson, grabs the puck, a wraparound try. Anderson makes one save.
It's a 2-2 game, by the way.
That's correct. Then he makes another save. Hurdle sort of fans on the puck after the paddle is out there. Anderson, with his glove hand, scoops the puck underneath his tummy, and he's laying on top of it, and there's bodies around, and Dorofeyev comes in and jams it out from underneath him, and it crosses the line. So the puck is underneath his tummy, right?
Yeah.
Secured. I mean, the puck disappeared. The referee has no sight of the puck, right? 1,002. Then comes the stick in underneath his tummy, and he pool cues it out from underneath the tummy, and it squirts across the line off
And
the
the
skate.
whistle's blown after it squirts across the line.
Correct. I mean, I guess it is. But the referee right there is like, I have this as no goal all day, all night.
Okay.
He's on top of the mother trucking puck all day, all night. No. Now, whether he physically blew the whistle after the puck was on the line across the, he in his brain, Vic. I mean, from the get go, he's like, no. What's that song? No. So
why did Tortorella challenge it then?
Well, because the only thing they can really use is goalie interference or intent to blow. I mean, they used goalie interference.
For what?
For he's on top of the puck and you pull cued it out from underneath him, right? You move to whatever. Vic, this is where you get to a gray area. Even Dave Jackson yesterday explained this is a bit of intent and gray area. But the referee is like, no.
So this is sort of the opposite
So
of what
why did they challenge? First of all, I'm like, I can't believe they're doing this. Second of all, it seemed incredibly, yeah. Is that puck? Is that a good goal?
It's a very risky challenge with less than 5 minutes to play in the game.
Yeah. Now,
you know what I thought though, Vic? What I thought, I couldn't believe he was doing it, but I thought in my head, I'm like, damn, that's cocky. That's cocky.
Sure.
5 minutes to go in a cup final game and a tie game, and you're going to challenge that?
Yeah.
When your team has been playing pretty damn well all game long?
So you're saying the timing of this, though, it's almost like the opposite of refs with delay of game calls? Like you're saying he didn't blow the whistle yet, but he called it off right away.
Correct.
And in the NFL, how many times do you see the clock, the play clock hit 0 and they snap it like a half second later? But it's like, oh, well, the ref's got to look at the ball and then look at the clock and look back at the ball, and that's a half second worth of blah, blah, blah.
The fact of the matter is, Vic, this is one of those ones where whatever the call on the ice is probably 90% of the time, it's going to stand up. It's going to stand tall, and that's exactly what happened.
Carolina ties it up. It's a 1-1 series now. If you guys want to hear another series, guess what?
What?
The Eagles and Chicago Wolves, Game 5, and their 2-2 tied series is going to be right here on 92.5 tonight at 6 o'clock.
That's a hell of a battle going on right now. The Wolves are playing well. Eagles are playing well. It's a hell of a battle.
So both have that and Game 6 on Sunday at 6 o'clock as well. There was a quote yesterday, unprompted, by the way. Cortland Sutton was asked a question about Jalen Waddle, and he turned that into, stop bashing my tight ends. We'll get to it next.
Gentlemen, did you realize that low testosterone can cause a host of problems, including, and not limited to, low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more? I had low testosterone. It's Moser. Had a yearly physical a couple years ago. Doc says, yeah, you're getting up there a little bit. I said, I'm going to do something about it. So I talked to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I started getting treatment, and I feel way, way, way better, like I haven't in years. And you can do the same thing. And right now, they've got their advanced medical strategies to go along with it, with GH peptides, TRT, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. You see, you treat the low T, other hormonal issues, and it also helps you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance body composition, improve sleep, all that stuff. So what are you waiting for? The summer is upon us, and now is the time to look and feel your best. Be active this summer. Be good this summer. Be free this summer. Most guys wait a year or longer. There's no need to wait. And don't ignore the signs. Call today. Here's the number, 720-440-7900. That number again, 720-440-7900. Or go online. It's very simple. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so I'm trying to figure out, if you guys remember years ago, do you remember when Von Miller said about Drew Lock that he threw one of the best incompletions he's ever seen in training camp? You remember that?
I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And whenever Von said something like that, it's just, you know what? Von's always going to defend his guys. He's always going to say
I
something.
thought Trevor Siemian was the second coming of Peyton Manning. I mean, he basically propped up, Vic, every guy around him, which I think is a team leader, a team captain should be positive about his guys. But I thought, I'm seeing through this a little bit, Vaughn.
So
what Tim Tebow do right now?
I'm trying to figure out this quote from Cortland Sutton yesterday, if this is a guy defending his teammates, or is this something that he truly believes is fans and media are evaluating this incorrectly. And so he was asked a question about playing with Jalen Waddle, because they're on the field together and doing all the drills, wide receiver room revamped with Jalen Waddle in it. And unprompted, he turns that to this.
I think that we're all been able to do our thing, and then can't leave out this group. The tight ends look really good. Trout looks really good. I don't like the bashing of our tight end room. I'm gonna say that publicly. I think we have great tight ends. I think that they do their job really, really well. I think that they do what's asked of them to a high level, and I think that they have looked really, really good so far through OTAs. Trout, Ev, Lucas, getting those guys going is really big, and I think that when every piece of our offense is able to contribute to the game, that's where our offense is going to grow and going to be able to contribute to our games. And I think that everyone looks really, really good so far.
So first question I have, is that a guy defending his guys, or is that a guy who believes the evaluation is wrong of that position group?
I think the way he defined it was, hey, they're doing what they're asked to do, is exactly what he said. And maybe they're not asked to do enough. I was at practice yesterday, and I watched exactly how they operated the offense. I noticed a couple things that were different. They were a little more higher paced. The pacing was different than normal. They're like, go, go, go. And, man, did they feature Evan Ingram. They spread Evan Ingram all over that field. He was split wide on several occasions outside of that normal tight end role, and they made sure that we all saw Evan Ingram get a lot of play. So maybe it's a different deal this year with Davis Webb calling the shots.
Nelly, can you play that one more time? Because I want to address what Vic pointed out there from Cortland Sutton. Go ahead.
I think that we're all been able to do our thing, and then can't leave out this group. The tight ends look really good. Trout looks really good. I don't like the bashing of our tight end room. I'm gonna say that publicly. I think we have great tight ends. I think that they do their job really, really well. I think that they do what's asked of them to a high level.
Okay, right there. Stop.
I think that
they do what's asked of them at a high level. Maybe that's just it, Vic, because we asked the question. There's been a couple of these with Sean Payton and his offenses before about, hey, is the running game not working because there's a lack of commitment, or is it because the guys that are running backs aren't good enough? Like, we asked that for years.
Yeah.
Maybe Sean Payton just didn't have an interest in featuring a tight end, and that was part of it. And look, I'll tell you one stat that's pretty glaring that I just looked up from last year in regards to Evan Ingram. Tight ends are typically reserved for two different kind of roles. You're supposed to be really big in the red zone because you're a big body, you can handle some physicality, all that stuff. And you're big on third down because you can park yourself in the middle of the field, grab a 3rd and 6 catch, move the chains and pick up a first down. On 50 catches last year, do you know how many first downs Evan Ingram had? It was only 19. Mm-hmm. That seems like a weird number to me. And perhaps going to Davis Webb and what you mentioned yesterday, Vic, of him being sort of split out everywhere and featured everywhere within that portion of the offense that you watched, maybe Davis Webb is going to make a bigger commitment to getting the tight end involved.
Yeah. Now, make note, I need to say this. It's not real football, what we witnessed yesterday.
Yeah.
It's staged. They're just going over plays. Nobody's rushing the quarterback. There are no pads, but the tempo was increased. It looked different. It felt different. I think they went out of their way to make sure it looked different to us. So I'm eager to see exactly how they use these guys. I really am. By the way, Jalen Waddle is smaller height-wise than Marvin Mims. He's smaller. But my God, he moves in places I haven't seen people move.
Yeah.
He has some wiggle to him. When he sets a defensive back up, good night.
Explosion.
He's just different. He's just different the way he operates, the way he sets up the DB to get open. So they went from only big receivers, right? Only big guys, that's all they ever wanted, to, wow, this guy's tiny.
Yeah.
But you get him in the open field, good night. Goodbye. Have a good one.
I think, Moj, here's what didn't help things from a tight end perspective and to calm people's nerves about it. The tight ends just weren't great last year for whatever reason. Maybe they weren't good enough. Maybe they weren't featured enough. I don't know. You choose your own story.
There's probably a medium in there somewhere, a happy medium as to why they were not as effective as perhaps you want them to be or they could be.
I just think that for top-tier offenses in this league, almost all of them have a tight end that is featured in their offense that they make into a weapon somehow, some way. And the Broncos didn't have that last year. And, you know, the typical sort of thing about tight ends is that if you have a really good one, well, he's too big for a corner to cover and he's too fast for a linebacker to cover. That's sort of the story. In the case of what the Broncos have, they have Evan Ingram, who is not big. He's kind of the size of a wideout, but he is fast. And then you have Troutman, who is big, but is not fast at all. And you don't really have a guy that can do both. But what I think is interesting about this is, for all the teams that need tight end production for their offense to go, I think the Broncos can find some of that. The issue is you were so disappointed last year, and the first move they made from a tight end perspective this offseason was what?
They drafted two of them.
No, first they gave Troutman 3 years and $17 million, and you're like, $17 million?
Well, then what?
Then they drafted a guy in the 5th and 7th round. But do you guys remember the quote from Troutman, by the way, after he signed that extension?
Yeah, basically, screw you.
Yeah.
I'm an all-around tight end, and this contract shows it. I'm one of the best blockers in the entire league, regardless of what Pro Football Focus thinks.
He's basically,
I don't care what they say, and no other player does either.
He's like, I got the bag that I wanted, so up yours is basically what it is, and I like that. I have absolutely no problem with Adam Troutman defending his abilities. I like the confidence.
Hey, guys.
I guess, but Vic, my thought real quick is this, is that you don't have the all-around guy. You know, I mean, listen, the Brock Bowers of the world and the George Kittles of the world, those are hard to find. Very hard to find. And one thing I do know, if you're satisfied with your tight end room, you don't have 7 of them in there right now.
That's true.
I mean, listen, no offense to any of the guys, because I think Cortland Sutton is probably right with what they're asked to do. They do a good job. But you don't – why would you have – it's like –
If the Nuggets had 8 centers in camp,
it's exactly right. Okay, it means clearly you're hoping to shake them up in the Yahtzee Cup and that God sorts them out. I mean, no offense, and maybe they just like this guy and they like that guy, but they're clearly looking for something, and that's all. That's all.
So it's hard to ascertain anything from, again, an OTA. It's not real football. All you could do is make observation about who's there, maybe how they look physically. But real football doesn't take place until hitting takes place. Okay, I will live and die by that. So you're not going to get me to sit here and tell you how a certain player looked. Outside of Jalen Waddle's wiggle, I'm not going to give you anything about how they looked.
Jonah Coleman's legs, how'd those look?
You know what? Every running back looks the same. All small, all my size.
Yeah.
With much more girth. But all my height. Short kings unite. The Broncos running back group is all short kings. Every single one of them.
Sean Payton likes his running back short and his wide receivers 6'5".
But beyond that, I'm not going to tell you they're good or bad because we don't know. Are you kidding me? If anybody goes on the radio today to evaluate a running back in OTAs, they're spewing crap.
Right.
You can't.
And by the way, Vic, with the tight ends, the running backs, everything right now as we sit here on June 5th. It's such speculation. Look, I don't want to be this guy. I don't want to be the guy that says, well, I'll tell you what, everybody. Monday, September 14th at Arrowhead in Kansas City, we're going to find out. But that's the God's honest truth. Now, I'm going to talk Broncos football with you all summer long. I'm going to be at training camp with both you guys all summer long. I'm going to be there looking, sniffing, watching, tasting, touching. I'm going to be doing all of that.
Getting stung by insects.
That was Bert and Ole.
Eating donuts.
Hammering
and
20 donut holes.
That I will be doing, perhaps, although look at me now. Come on now.
One of my observations.
But Vic, that being said, though, Vic, that's the God's honest truth. You really don't know until you get there, bro. You don't.
One of my observations from watching practice yesterday is this. And I'm just going to make observations that I have answers to because a lot of them are unanswerable. The Broncos wore undershirts that had the inscription, the initials, GTD. What do you think GTD stands for?
Get the
division?
GTD. Anyone?
Grab
the
Give me your guess.
Grip the
GTD. What is it?
Well, do you know? I don't know. Do you know the answer?
Yes, I know the answer. I'm asking you if you know what it is.
I threw out a couple of how would I know?
Go the distance.
Oh, for Christ.
Because they fell short last year. They fell short. Go the distance. And I couldn't help but watch.
He will come.
Every time there was a run play.
Go the distance.
And there's a run play that went for more than 3 yards. I kept looking over to people saying, God, they could have used that in the fourth quarter, the AFC Championship. Yeah. A run play that gained yardage. Positive yardage. I can't help but think, I sat there watching practice, and I found myself right at the 34-yard line, 33-yard line. And I said, you know what? This is where they were positioned last year on New England's side of the field with a fresh set of downs and a chance to take the lead down by 3.
Yeah.
All right, I got it. There are three things that the voice in the corn said. What are the three things the voice in the corn said, Vic?
I'm talking about Broncos football right now.
I understand that. I'm just saying you're the one who brought up GTD.
But I'm talking about Broncos football.
Understood. I honestly think the second thing the voice in the corn said might be better than GTD.
Which is?
Ease his pain.
Ease his pain?
Yeah. I'm talking about Bo Nix's ankle. Ease his pain.
Mm-hmm. He was on the sideline watching.
I bet.
Do you guys think the monikers... Go
the distance, ease his pain?
The monikers and mottos that teams have before the season?
Do they matter?
Well, it's not do they matter, I suppose. Do you think that guys actually take it seriously, or is this just we're back at camp, so I'm going to have a little thing that I do? It's like, are they going to be in week 9 still saying go the distance? Does that stuff motivate people?
I don't know, but I wear an undershirt with the inscription MSU for our show. I wear it every day. I wear it on my hat. I wear it everywhere. I have like a little tattoo on my wrist. I walk around with it. MSU, MSU, MSU.
I have one that says GFY.
MSU. Moser, shut up. MSU. Moser,
I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
Moser, shut up.
GFY.
No, Moser, your shirt probably says LID, right? LID.
Lay it down. Yeah.
That is true. GTD, that's game time decision.
Yeah, well, it's go the distance for the Broncos.
Okay.
But you know what? You could say whatever you want. If you had to replay the AFC title game, it really doesn't matter because you don't have your starting quarterback out there.
Correct.
And it felt like that game was lost when he lost. He was lost in the previous game. So go the distance can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. But at the end of the day, stay healthy.
Yeah. 303-504-0925.
Hey, Brett.
Shop Mazda text line, yes.
GFY.
MSU.
Rhinoceros.
MSU.
There's a couple of rumors going around the NHL already. The season hasn't ended yet. Still Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, and you can hear every game of the Stanley Cup Final right here on 92.5. But somebody requested a trade yesterday in the NHL. Big name. Big name. Do you think, Moj, and we'll get to this in more detail in a second, do you have any Dylan Larkin interest at all?
Do I?
Do you?
Well, I think if you were a team in the National Hockey League and you didn't have interest in Dylan Larkin, then you're probably dead.
Okay. Get to this in just a couple of minutes because there is something. Look, you can make some one-to-ones on some deals, and I want to see if you can put the puzzle pieces together next. Hey, this is Brett Kane. Fanatic Sportsbook is turning up the heat and introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets, and it's available in the NBA, the MLB, and the NHL. And here's what you do. Go to your Fanatic Sportsbook app. You build the squad from the sport that you want. Then pick your market, whether it's points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals. Then finally, set your target. So if you like hoops, pick 4 players to combine for 100 points. Or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18 batters. Then kick back like a GM and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. But here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, you get one guy who's just didn't have it that night, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack so your bet stays alive all the way to the end. You can track it live, cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets. It's only on Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
The Broncos wore undershirts that had the inscription, the initials, GTD. What do you think GTD stands for?
Get the
division.
GTD. Give me your
grip,
guess.
grip the
GTD. What is it? Go the distance.
Oh, for Christ.
I will find my way. I can go the distance.
You know, I want to have a happy hot
What
girl
is this?
summer.
What is this?
What do you mean, what is this? This is Hercules. He's
Oh.
going to go the distance.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
I knew it. Look, I'm having to watch all these kids movies again. I was just trying to prepare myself for which one this is. I don't think Hercules is in Baby Jamal Kale's future, though.
So I've seen Field of Dreams, Vic, probably 20 times. I
Great
love
movie.
that movie. Love that movie. James Earl Jones, I love his character in that movie. That being said, go the distance. Did he mean drive to Fenway Park and eat the dog with James Earl Jones? Is that going the distance? Or just take it all the way, dude? Like, just build the friggin' field. You know, the farm is almost in foreclosure. Go the distance, bro. What was he really referring to, the voice?
I would assume building the field.
Yeah, finish the job. You know
Okay.
what you want to do in your brain.
But he
Finish the
also
job.
left Iowa, bro, in his little Volkswagen van, in his bus, and he drove all the way to Boston to meet up with James Earl Jones.
Speaking of going the distance,
Terrence Mann. The Boat Rocker by Terrence Mann.
Dylan Larkin wants out of Detroit. He's been there. You know what's crazy, Moj? His first year, and he was seen as somebody who might be some sort of phenom coming into the league. Now, good player. I don't think he's lived up to that sort of status.
He's a very good player.
His first year, though, in the league was when I was doing radio in Grand Rapids. So I was like pumped about this new prospect in Detroit and all these different things. Very good player. That was 2016. He's been in the league for 10 years.
Well, it's 2015.
Correct. 15, you're right. He's been in the league for a decade. And Detroit looked like maybe a couple years ago they were building something, and then they kind of just completely pittered out at the end of the year. So he has now requested a trade reportedly. He wants to win. Another name that people have thrown out there as far as an Avs guy that maybe hasn't lived up to his side of the bargain, especially in the postseason, is who?
Talking about Brock?
Yeah.
Well, then say it.
Well, I'm just seeing if you're going to be on the same wavelength as me. That's all. When we talk about changes that could come this offseason, I think there's going to be some. I don't think it's going to be drastic, but at this point, Moj, is the priority for a team like the Avalanche. You don't need another regular season smasher. You need somebody in the postseason that's going to produce. And Dylan Larkin's unproven, but would this be something where you're like, maybe you try and do some sort of swap like that to get some new blood in here? See
We're
how
at
somebody
that
reacts.
point in the offseason where every time there's a name that comes up, hey, would this person look good? And
Well, think
hey,
about
would
but,
this
but
person
Vic,
look good?
you're in a position where this guy is leaving because he wants to win.
I get it.
So it's like if he wants to leave and go somewhere, it would be a team like the Avs, wouldn't it?
He's got a full no trade, so he can decide where he wants to go.
That's what I'm saying.
His skating ability certainly fits in with what the Avs do. He's a good skater. He's the problem with, and I say a problem, the issue with Dylan Larkin and the Red Wings is he's never really been, in today's grand scheme of things, can you win without a true number one center? Well, I mean, I think right now the Carolina Hurricanes are showing that you can, at least so far, right? They're 1-1. Vegas has one in who? Jack Eichel.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at McKinnon, McDavid, Eichel. I mean, you look at all the top, Austin Matthews, all the big-time number ones in the league. Well, no, I mean, those don't just grow on trees, so you got to try to put a guy as a number one. When it comes right down to it, is Dylan Larkin a number one? Well, for the Red Wings, he has been. But if you throw him on the Avs, that ain't the case, right? You throw him on a number of teams, he's not the number one center.
Yeah.
So you're alluding to right now, you're looking at a 2.
Correct.
That's what you're looking at. And he's never really performed like a true big one. He's never had an 80-point season in his career.
Yep.
But he can score goals. He's relatively thick. He's got great wheels still, and he's still in his 20s at this point. Late, end of his 20s. But he's still there. And he's a guy that if he becomes available, if he wants to trade, and seemingly now he's going to waive his no trade to go someplace, then a lot of teams will be inquiring about his availability. Now,
is
again,
8.7 per too steep, you think?
How big is he?
6'1", 205-ish, probably right around there somewhere. I mean, he's not a skinny guy. He's not like Nugent Hopkins or a guy like that. He's a relatively thickish dude.
Yeah.
No, I mean 220 would be thick. 6'1", 220 would be thick.
I mean, in his contract of 8.7, maybe that's not.
In today's day and age, Brett, with the cap going up, for many, many teams, that is palatable.
What I wanted to say was it's only 1.7 above what Brock's making off his extension.
Correct.
So that's not even that much of, a huge jump that you would make. Because we all know that the Avs are pretty limited cap space-wise. They don't have a lot of room to work with, but that's one that you could make work.
He's a guy that I'm sure every team in the league will call about in some capacity. Now, some teams, like let's say you're Chris McFarland now on the Nashville Predators. He would be their 1C.
Yeah.
Okay? Here he wouldn't be. In a number of teams, he would not be the 1C. He'd be the 2C. And so therefore, do you say he becomes a luxury to have a Dylan Larkin as a 2C?
Well, if his priority is to be a 1C somewhere, he's not doing that on a team that's competing for a cup.
Well, he already is one. I'm just saying. Well, I mean, the Carolina Hurricanes are doing it.
Most likely.
Essentially.
Most likely it's not
Right.
going to be a team that's contending for a cup. So is he at a point in his career, like you said it, Moshe, he got in the league in 2015. Guess how many playoff games he's played in his career?
I don't know. Couple.
5.
Yeah, a couple. I was going to say
They
handful.
played one
yeah.
series. One series in over 10 years. I mean, I think he's looking to have a shot to win something somewhere. So I'm just saying, look, Vic's right. This is the point in the offseason, but when you talk about changes that the Avs are going to make, I wouldn't assume it's going to be anything small if they do it.
And by the way, I don't want people to get on my bacon and bury me because I'm not calling Sebastian Aho a 1C. He is a 1C. But centers in the National Hockey League are like quarterbacks in the National Football League. You have your elites, and Aho's a very, very good player, don't get me wrong, but he ain't a Matthews, he ain't a McKinnon, he ain't a McPickles, he ain't that.
Right.
He's not at that level.
Right.
But Anze Kopitar, 1C in LA forever, 2-time Stanley Cup champion, excellent defensively, all around terrific center. Was never a 100-point guy. That's not, I mean, that, but they won with him.
Yep.
They won with that. So
I think the lesson learned here is I don't care how many great players you have. I care how great they play in key situations.
Well, that's the thing. Well, and the reason I ask it, Vic, is the reason people want to move off from Brock Nelson is because Brock Nelson hasn't performed in the postseason. He's given you regular season stuff. He's been good in the regular season. The thing with Dylan Larkin is good player. I bring up the fact that in over a decade, he's played 5 playoff games. You have no idea what he's like in that department.
Is he a playoff riser?
Yeah.
What is he? I can tell you, I know the playoff risers I've seen on this team. Logan O'Connor's a playoff riser.
Yep.
Would you
Certainly
agree,
is.
Moshe?
I would agree.
I want playoff risers.
What would you put?
I don't care. Hey, I don't care how great you are. How great are you in key situations?
You know what's funny is that I've heard.
Moser, you're looking at me quizzically. when I say
No,
that.
but when you say that, I can think of just one guy right now. I mean, Mark Stone is a playoff riser.
100%.
I mean, my buddy Gideon.
Well, Mark Stone only plays in the playoffs.
He sends me a text last night, 9:12 p.m. This is after the game tying goal, before the game-winning goal.
Yeah.
He goes, Mark Stone spends 11 months of the year walking around like the effing Tin Man, and then we get this every effing year.
I know.
And I'm like, yeah, well, he's a playoff riser. That's why, I mean,
He's actually a playoffs only type of guy.
Kinda. I mean, he is now in his 30s. But, look, I don't know what Larkin brings. I can understand, though, when a guy.
You know who else is like that? Alex Caruso.
Yeah, he is.
Alex
Him and his
Caruso's
hip,
a playoff riser.
No, not this time.
I know you don't like him.
He was garbage in that game 7.
He was junk.
For the most part, he's a
Vic,
playoff riser.
Yes, I agree.
It's the Marissa Tomei, my cousin Vinny biological clock, right? It starts.
My biological clock is
it's ticking like this.
this.
So these guys get to the almost the age of 30, and all of a sudden their hockey mortality really starts to come to play.
And he's a local kid too. He's from Michigan. Like this, he probably dreamed of playing for the Wings growing up.
I'm sure he did, but it's one of those. You get to the age of 30. When's his birthday? Somebody find out Dylan Larkin's birthday. I don't know when it is, but you get to the age of 30, and all of a sudden you're like, "Damn, I'm running out of time."
July
My
30th.
life's running out of lifespan.
July 30th, so he'll be 30 years old on July 30th. There you go. So he's going to be 30 years old when this season begins. And
I'm running out of time. My life is running out of
there you go.
lifespan.
Thanks, Coach. But you start to feel that a little bit for guys who have not won. And it's a
Forget
it's a
not
difficult
winning,
thing,
though.
which is why so many people are talking about Matthews. So many people are talking about McPickles and what their future holds, because you start to hit that age and your mortality comes into play.
Yeah, and to me, it's not even about like haven't won. It's like haven't even had the opportunity,
Correct.
really, in your career.
Correct.
And I think if you're at this stage, you're probably like, I will take a step down in role if it means I get the chance.
Well, right now the Avs are pretty good shape still. I mean, you can never have too much depth up the middle, ever.
Right.
And they've got still tremendous depth up the middle. And again, we talk about Brock, those breakaway opportunities and off the iron and a couple of great saves by Hart and so on. Man, I don't know that you're right. I want to see more out of him. You're right. I do. I want to see Brock Nelson in a non-Olympic year, just have a regular human season in an Avs sweater, and then let's go. That's me personally, Brett.
It's tough, Moj, because let's be honest here. He really had 1 point the entire postseason. You want to eliminate a couple empty netters? It's
Agreed.
1 point in 13 games. That's not acceptable for a second line guy.
That is correct. But if you start like grasping at Dylan Larkins at 8.7s, I mean, does it make a difference? I mean, can he help? He can help any team in the National Hockey League big time. He's that guy. He's that kind of guy.
How do you think he played in the Olympics, Dylan?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. I have no problems with that whatsoever. I mean, he's a very good player.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a 30-goal guy. He's honestly though, where is he? He's probably a mid on this team though, on the Avs. He's going to be like Kadri did that. He's going to break 80 points.
Yeah.
On this team, he's more than 80 points. I can promise you that. Because he hasn't really had the supporting cast around him his entire career either, because the Wings have been mostly in rebuild mode since he was a rookie.
Right. So, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person,
Listen
1
to
hour.
me.
Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9 o'clock today. Get a little off-season NFL love. So stay tuned for that at 9 o'clock. Back after this.
Vic Lombardi here for Flatirons Fire and Design. Summer has arrived. You've been thinking about upgrading your home, your porch, patio area, outdoor kitchen, maybe fire feature for those Colorado summer nights, a sauna, or a remodeled fireplace. Flatirons Fire and Design is the place to shop right off of 53rd and Bannock, North I-25. More than a showroom, they can handle everything from the design of the product, the selection of the product, and the installation. They make it easy. Don't have to do a thing. All you have to do is visit their showroom, either in person or online. Flatironsfire.com. That's flatironsfire.com.
Mom, your mom, your mom.
All right. So I know that there was a thing that we discussed yesterday, and it sounds prejudice is too far, but it sounds elitist maybe. And it's that when Chris McFarland was introduced as the GM of the president of hockey operations of the Nashville Predators. Vic made a statement yesterday, which I agree with, but it does sound elitist of us, that when the owner of the Nashville Predators introduced him and had a southern drawl for that sport, it sounded odd, right? Didn't seem to match. You think hockey, you think Canadian accents. You don't think Jerry Jones sort of accent. Well, what do you guys think about this? This is what the overtime winner sounded like on ESPN Deportes.
Sebastianaco vuelve al punto. Cross-field, de derecha izquierda sobre la línea azul. Ahora para que venga el bastonazo. Lo ganó Carolina. Lo ganó Carolina y lo hizo Jarvis. ¡Gol! De los Huracanes de Carolina que lo ganan en tiempo extra. Partido inolvidable. Bastonazo de Jarvis. Este estadio se quiere caer. Los Huracanes lo ganan. Se empató la serie y vivimos, coach, para llevarles partidos como este. Ganó Carolina.
Two things I love from that. Carolina.
Yep.
And Jarvis.
I think it's awesome.
It always sounds perfect with the Spanish announcers.
It
Any
does.
sport.
Los
It just sounds
Huracanes lo
perfect.
ganan. Se empató la serie.
You feel the joy and you feel the...
They make it bigger and better.
Yes, they do. Like, if you heard that, do we have the Finnish call of that? Nelly, look for different...
I have McDonough.
Okay.
De los Huracanes de Carolina que...
Okay, that's Spanish. Let's hear the English.
Carolina! From now on, I'm calling them the Carolina Hurricanes. That's what they are.
Let's hear McDonough.
Here's Svechnikov and Aho. These gentlemen would quiet all the critics wondering where they've been if they score the game winner in overtime. Goss to spare. They score! Seth Jarvis quiets the critics and ignites the crowd.
That's a great call. That's a great call.
That's very good.
I think McDonough's awesome because he did Monday Night Football for a couple of years, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought he was great. Let me ask you something.
That is a very good call.
So, do you think that there's a station in Mexico City that ever takes Moser's "Butter My Butt and Call Me a Biscuit" calls and plays that? But
they go,
butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
Oh, these Americans, man. They call anything good, man. No, they don't do that.
Do you know anybody, Moj? Because you're in this business. It feels like whatever sport has a goal, the call is goal. Does any American broadcaster do that?
Goal, 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 goal.
Yeah, does anybody do that?
Nothing on.
Or is that just a purely Mexican announcer thing?
I think
don't know.
it's a Spanish thing.
Spanish thing.
I mean, clearly we get it for soccer, which is flipping awesome.
Yeah.
And no offense to anybody out there who's Finnish. But if you heard the same goal in, like, Finnish.
Or German. German's a hard language.
Yeah, I was telling my wife.
We play Russian calls. They sound kind of scary when they're calling it.
I want to hear that in German. The Germans would make that somehow depressing.
Nelly, could you please...
You Germans, you're depressing.
Yeah. Could you please try to find that Jarvis goal in other languages? Because it's all over the globe. Believe me when I tell you, the National Hockey League broadcasts all over the globe. The Finns have their own... They've got their own broadcasters and so on. I did game one of the Avs and the Lightning. I did game one international with Kevin Weeks. EJ had something going on, so they asked me to fill in, so I did. But this is basically the broadcast that goes everywhere on the planet that's not the U.S. or Canada or Finland or Sweden.
Okay.
So it goes to every other country, me and Kevin Weeks, fine. But these other countries, they have their own people, onside or not, that call the games.
Sure.
In their language.
Right.
Because, I mean, you look at the Carolina Hurricanes, they've got Finns on that team, right?
Yeah.
There's Swedes in the Stanley Cup final. People care about that over in Sweden and Finland. And maybe some in Germany, and maybe some in Switzerland. I mean, maybe Italia. I mean, Italy's got a hockey team, for crying out loud. Maybe they care about the Cup final. Maybe they don't.
Mm-hmm.
France.
Yeah.
All right, here you go, Moj. Here's finish.
Tanskalaisella joukkuekaverillaan kiekko viivaan. Kostisberg liikkuu keskemmälle. Sebastian Aholle kantaa Ivan Jarvisille, joka tykittää vasemmalta kiekon maaliin. Ja finaalisarja on tasan 1-1. Jarvis maalin tekijänä. Ja sieltä tulee tärkeä onnistuminen.
That's a good call, too.
Yeah. What language is that?
Finish.
That's Finnish.
See if we can find a bad call in a language. Well, let's just evaluate all the languages.
But it needs Hurricanes de Carolina.
Yeah, there's no Carolina.
The Spanish is good, man.
I mean,
Let me hear
really
the Italian. I know you have Italian. I know it's in there. I want to see how my countrymen do it.
Yeah. Here it is right here. Hey, he's got the puck. He's going towards the net.
Hey,
forgot about it. That's the ball game. There's no balls. It's a puck game.
Oh!
What sport do Italians care about the least, Vic?
The least?
Don't you tell me baseball.
Well, I mean,
Jeff Smith, Milan.
I know what sport. Pickleball.
Yeah.
All right.
Mike Jones, Rome.
Maybe volleyball because we're short. I
was talking about like sort of the major sports that are out
Swimming
there.
because our hair.
Again, I was talking about the major sports kind of that are out there. You know, like they love soccer. Yeah.
You know what the Italians do? What they hate? Elephant polo. Just absolutely hate elephant polo. Don't have time of the day for it. No, not at all.
How many languages do you have that call in, Nally?
I'll keep looking. The internet probably has some secrets stashed away.
Yeah.
So, Moser, how does it work? Do all these broadcasters come from all over the world, or they just get a feed?
I
And
think
they do
the
it from their
Finns.
own
I think the
studio?
Finns do it from their own studio at home. I think there's not enough broadcast booths to accommodate every country that wants to call the game. You only have so much room. So you've got the international feed, you've got the Canadian feed, you've got the American feed, and you probably have a French feed. So there's probably 4 televisions going on in any cup final.
Again,
Quickly, if I can color outside the lines a little bit, one of my favorite international goal calls is from the 2016 Stanley Cup Finals. It was the Sharks and the Penguins. Avalanche legend Jonas Donskoi wraps around the net, squirts the puck in behind. I don't even remember who the goalie was in that series. And the finish,
probably Fleury. It
may have been who was the guy that looked like a tiny Disney villain? Murray. It may have been Matt Murray.
Oh, Matt Murray, maybe, yeah.
And the Finnish language call of that goal, Finnish being Jonas Donskoi's native tongue, is just incredible.
Pudottaa mailan tässä hytäkässä. Donskoi. Kiinni. Donskoi tulee läpi kiekon kanssa. Donskoi laukaa ensin tekee Jonas Donskoi! Sharks voittaa! Suomalainen tekee ratkaisua!
That's really
I
good.
like that, yeah.
Look, anybody who screams a call at me, I really do. That's why I always like Gus Johnson. I like the dude that's over there we mentioned earlier, the Charlotte Hornets play-by-play guy, whatever his name is. I like people who yell at me when cool things happen.
Got a classic Brett Kane on the text line.
What happened?
From the 3596. McDonough's not as good as Eddie Albert.
Why is that a classic me? What do you mean? I just said I love McDonough.
Because I think the texter is talking about Kenny Albert. Eddie, do you know who Eddie Albert is? Just off the top of your head, you know who Eddie Albert is?
Yeah, you don't know who Al Albert is. He used to call Nuggets games in the 80s.
Eddie Albert is the guy who played the lead in Green Acres.
All right. I'll give you...
He was also in The Longest Day and was also in World War II.
I'll give you
Eddie
right
Albert.
now 250 pesos, which I have in my hand. 250, if you could tell me who called Nuggets games with Al Albert in the 80s.
I got it. I'll tell you right now. It was...
Scott Hastings.
No.
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
The late, great Irv Brown.
Yep.
The late, great
That should have been my
Irv
first guess.
Brown
Well,
called
you're
the
out of
games
250 pesos
with
my
Al
friend.
Albert. Yep. Sorry. Hey, where's my pesos, yo?
I'll bring it to you.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay. Okay.
That's your answer to everything. Alex English.
I was
yes.
I was
Alex English. Yes.
neither here nor alive when you guys were asking me what that was. But yeah, sure.
Read a history book, dude.
God, you got to read a history book.
Read a book
bro.
once in a while. Crack open a book. Enrich your brain, your mind.
Hey, Vic.
Learn things.
I'll give you 250 pesos if you can tell me who called my UNO baseball games. How's that sound?
Your mom did from a tape recorder.
Your mother.
Well, you guys are out 250 pesos because she did not call the games. Anyway.
Jarvis!
Carolina does tie this series up, thank God, because I couldn't stand just the way that game was going. Again, when Mark Stone scores late in the third to tie things up, send it in OT, I couldn't help but just have this feeling of...
Do you know how he scored?
What do you mean, how he
It
scored?
went off his friggin' leg. He didn't get a stick on the puck. It went off his leg, off the blocker and off his leg.
This is what
First
I'm
of
getting
all,
at, Moj.
it looked like it was an own goal. It looked
Yeah,
like
he
the
did.
defenseman
Yeah.
stuck something in there.
It hit his leg.
But this is what I'm getting at. That's where, when that happens, it feels like just, what did this team do to curry such favor with the hockey gods? What have they done? And
They're
thank
just
God
tenacious,
Carolina won.
bro, and resilient. They just keep coming.
What?
I've got such a bad taste in my mouth right now.
Of? I mean, is it Copenhagen and coffee?
Dr.
That's
Pepper.
that's
and a
the
burrito
literal
and
taste.
donut holes.
But the figurative taste is. Did you see the friggin' Marner pass?
Yeah.
Did you see it?
So Moser,
Bro, he's
Moser
against
calls
the
it.
half boards on the near side, and he throws it backwards over his head.
Moser,
And it lays perfectly for friggin' Howden. These guys fly the zone more than geese fly in the winter. These guys fly the zone all the time. They're flying the zone, and Carolina read it, and they were on him, and that puck lays flat and scoots. Come on, dude.
So, Moj, Braden McNabb was taken straight to the hospital. Never returned to the game after taking that puck off the face.
Right.
He probably couldn't breathe.
Yeah,
his nose was smashed.
Yeah, so we saw
brutal.
McKinnon.
It's absolutely brutal.
Take one off the schnoz, right?
Yeah.
That was a much shorter pass. It wasn't a.
It wasn't like
7-mile-an-hour shot.
Yeah, this was an absolute blast from up top. They got him right in the nose, man.
So
It's just,
when you're sent to the hospital, you're worried about fracturing your orbital bone. You're worried about different things like that.
Well, yeah, you're worried about your the front of your
Sinus
face
cavity.
caving in. Absolutely. Vic, it becomes more than just broken nose. It becomes dangerous for the skull.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys watched it, that close up slow mo version. So he's waiting. The puck goes in, hits him right square in the nose. His nose was like this before it hit, and then it was like this. And I'm like, I wonder if he just couldn't breathe. That's got to be scary as hell.
I'm sure it is.
Moj, is that a play that's more? I mean, what I'm saying, it's playoff time. You're playing for a cup. Are these dudes even in that position during the regular season?
Absolutely, he is.
Yes.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes. He's a dump truck back there. He's big, strong, heavy, physical. That's who Braden McNabb is. He's the kind of the guy that walks the line, and he will be in front of the net battling at all times. At all times.
So Adam Schefter, is he 920 now, Nelly? 920, correct?
He's going to shoot for 9 if he can, but he might have to push to 920. He's a busy man. He'll keep us posted.
Okay, so sometime in the 9 o'clock hour, we will get an update on the NFL offseason from Adam Schefter of ESPN. Stick around. Hey, Vic, I got to ask you something because you were there yesterday. I've only seen the pictures of that brand new building over at Dove Valley.
Yeah.
That looks incredible. I can't believe it's done this fast.
You know, when you're driving down Broncos Parkway and you're approaching the facility, from the outside, the stone they used stone. This it's almost like something out of the Amalfi Coast. It's a European villa to build a practice facility. It looks absolutely beautiful. It looks like it belongs somewhere in Cherry Hills. I can't even imagine how much it costs.
Yeah.
And it's ready to go. In 3 weeks, it should be ready to go. And the crazy thing about it is they'll move into this new place, and the old place, we were standing right in front of it, goes down immediately. Bam. Tractors come in.
I'm waiting for that thing to be leveled, bro.
I want to do the demo.
I do too.
You ever done demo work?
No, but I want to have the charges. I want it to go. But it's not going to be an implosion, right? They're just going to knock it down.
Yeah, it's going to knock it down and
I
build
want to be the guy that turns the thing and the whole building goes and then falls down.
No, I don't. See, I want to do like those home renovation shows where they're knocking down a wall in a kitchen. I want to take the sledgehammer to a wall.
I want the
just
small sledgehammer, take 2 shots, and then have anybody else finish the job. But it's fun to demo. Have you ever driven? My brother was doing some work.
Vic, you know what I want too?
Yeah.
I want a sledgehammer.
Harmer Shark.
I want Harmer Shark.
Have you ever driven one of those mini tractors that
No,
you can rent at Home Depot?
Like a Bobcat?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Whatever
but
those
I'd love to have a Bobcat, yeah.
Dude, those are fun.
I bet.
All right, so that whole area where the Broncos facility is located has turned into an events area. It's all like sports. You got the Broncos on one side. Across the street, you have a public park, with baseball and all that. Caddy corner to that is where the Denver Summit in their new practice facility is up. They have their temporary stadium about a block away from the Broncos up, ready to go. Somebody told me yesterday that stadium, which they're going to play until their new stadium is ready near downtown Denver, that stadium was built in pieces overseas and shipped here to expedite the process.
Well, it makes you wonder a little bit, doesn't it, though? How long has it taken them from the time they started pushing dirt to where it is now, talking about the Broncos' new facility? How long has that been?
I don't know. A year?
A year?
No, not well, yeah, because they were building it during camp last year.
I drive sometimes, and I'm thinking to myself, why can't they widen this road quickly?
Because this is a private situation.
Okay, exactly.
Because you don't have to ask a guy who has to ask a guy who has to sign off, and then ask a guy, then sign off, then ask a guy and sign off.
I drive by these guys pushing dirt around, trying to widen a road for like 9 months.
Yeah.
And then they lay some asphalt, and you're like, wow, dude, wow. So, but Vic, the Empire State Building, the whole building, from start to finish, moving in, took 1 year and 45 days.
Unreal. You would never get that today.
And today,
the amount of time
putting
it
in a
takes to do
stoplight
anything.
takes 4 weeks.
Which is why, and I probably shouldn't be admitting this, but I don't care anymore, which is why the world should be run by North Denver Italians. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why North Denver Italians should run the world, should take over the government.
All right.
Should take over the government. We don't pull permits. Your little permits, your little pieces of paper. Yeah, we don't do that. We just build. We're not waiting for you to say, yeah, go ahead and build. Go ahead and, no. When I'm told, hey, you got to pull, no, we don't do that.
You just
we don't do extortion.
But can I say one?
Moser, we don't do extortion for the government.
Agreed. Where you got to have 80
that
people.
That is organized extortion, is what that is. Oh, you got to pull a permit. What for? What for? So you want your piece? No, you're not getting your piece.
The Broncos facility went up quickly. I dig what Vic is saying. Now, Vic, we all know I loved your dad. Everybody loved your father. It might have helped him the one time on the new level with the it might have helped him that one time, right? I'm just saying.
You live and learn.
In hindsight,
that's now where the golf simulator is.
So
you know what? You're absolutely right. So that's really good. I'm just saying that one time. Other than that, I completely agree with you.
So hang on, where are the people sitting now? Because that's all on the hill. So where are the seats now for training camp and stuff like that?
Well, this year it's all temporary. They're going to put some risers up, same as last year. Remember when they had the risers up on the south side?
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do this year. As soon as they get that hill finished, everybody's going to be on that burn, which will be now on the east side of the facility.
Which is good because the sun will be at your back as opposed to in your face.
Right.
I wonder if the Broncos pulled permits because they got that fast. Can you imagine pulling a permit for everything you do in life?
Dude, the golden, I don't even know how to describe it. People just, back in the day, people just did stuff. Now, a lot of people died. Don't get me wrong.
But that's you live and learn.
I mean.
Or you die and then the other people learn.
Okay, so it took 1 year and 45 days. How many people
Do you think they had to pull permits to build the pyramids?
Okay, so building.
Do you think they had to go to the local, what do they call those leaders back in the
pharaohs?
Do you think they had to go to the pharaoh and pull a permit? No, they just built it.
Sorry, this pyramid isn't handicap accessible. It's a violation.
I still, there's that famous photo. Maybe it is of the Empire State Building. I don't know. That famous photo of the construction workers sitting on the crane with their lunch or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Famous photo, yeah. Well, no, they're sitting on a beam, just a
beam. Yeah, but their feet are
stories.
Yeah.
So here's what I got.
With smiles on their faces.
Now I mean, you didn't care back in the day. 5 people, exactly 5 workers died during the construction of the Empire State Building. Lack of harnesses, hard hats, safety nets, all that thing, right? But they say it's a relatively low fatality rate among the 3,400-person workforce. Now, building the Golden Gate Bridge, 11 people died. 11.
Hey, again, you live and learn. I ain't pulling a permit for a sprinkler head. It ain't happening. The city of Denver now requires you. Listen to this. Moshe, you know that little piece when you have your sprinklers? What's the piece that always freezes up over the winter?
It's the
main piece.
Yeah, it's this the valve. The
valve.
No,
whatever that is.
Yeah,
you know that if you own
a
home,
the vacuum,
whatever it is,
yeah.
You own a home. Before you can work your sprinklers, you have to have an inspector come out and approve your little valve.
You're kidding.
Yes, you have to have it approved by the city, by an inspector who has to write something to the city.
No.
Every single one.
Why does that matter?
No.
The city of Denver does this. And I'm looking at this going, are you, to operate my sprinklers, I have to do No.
No. Dude,
I ain't doing it.
I mean, I've had even if you do it right, those things can break the you know
sure.
The return,
Yep.
I've had to replace those on numerous occasions. You know what I do?
The backflow is what it's called.
Yeah, you know what I do?
I call that extortion.
I cut off the copper, right? I get my flux, I get my torch, and I go to Home Depot and I buy, and they're getting more expensive nowadays. You buy a new one, and it takes you about 2 hours, and you put a new one on, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Moshe, how do you genuinely feel
Wait. You're saying in the city of Denver...
In the city of Denver...
To put a new vacuum...
every single year, you have to get your backflow valve inspected. It has to pass inspection.
No, you're lying.
Yes,
that can't be,
I'm not lying.
That cannot be true.
I could not believe it.
That can't be true.
I could not believe it.
There's absolutely no way that's true. Because that is so... I mean, the minutia of that is so ridiculous. That has to be a lie.
All right, so somebody says the backflow is a safety device, you geniuses. It prevents contaminated water from poisoning you. So let me get this straight. We've lived all this time. But in 2026, suddenly it needs to be examined. So until 2026, we didn't have this problem, but now we do, and now we have to have it examined? Why haven't I died of contaminated water?
Yeah, Vic, there's no way that's true. It can't be. If my vacuum, if I spring a leak and I go to the depot and I buy a new one and I put it on, hey, you know what, by the way, you know what a good alternative is for those out there? Just use the shark bite. If you don't want to go through the flux and you don't want to, you just use the shark bite.
Yeah.
Dude, you're talking, he doesn't even know what the hell we're talking about.
No,
I don't even know what this is.
No, I know the shark bite because my last house, a pipe burst when we were out of town and flooded our house, and somebody had to come shark bite it.
Just use the shark bites and put a new one on. Hell, it'll allow you to remove it you can just take it off during the wintertime and stuff it in the house. Anyway, that can't be true.
Can I ask you guys another question, by the way? Because I think Yesterday was also that day that the Broncos go to Coors Field for the home run derby, wasn't it? Is that the videos that I saw from yesterday? Is Cortland Sutton hitting a couple homers, whatever?
Really?
I don't know. Vic,
Dude, that dude could bang.
he can.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
That dude can
an
bang.
athlete. I mean, that
Yeah.
guy, basketball, football, whatever. I mean, let your kids play multiple
I
sports.
think Cortland Sutton, by the way, we had this conversation yesterday while watching Broncos practice. I think Cortland Sutton is one of the most underappreciated Denver Broncos in recent history.
Probably true.
I really believe that. Underappreciated. If you think about his career in Denver, he's one of the original, one of the OGs on this roster. Think about all of the quarterbacks he's lived through, all of the OCs, all of the coaches, all the change. And all he's done is survive and produce. And I know he gets attacked certain games. Oh, where is he? Where is it? You're only as good as the ball thrown to you. You're only as good as how many chances you get to catch the ball. I think Cortland Sutton is vastly underappreciated in this town. I really believe that.
I think you're right. I have been guilty of it, and here's why I want to correct things that I've said in the past. Just for context, I have criticized Cortland Sutton for things that I don't think are his fault. I think Cortland Sutton, and I'll maintain this, I think he's a really good wide receiver, but I think if you're looking for a premier offense, you need a receiver that's a better number one than him, I'll say. But he's very, very good. When you have a team that doesn't have a lot of weapons, and he is not Justin Jefferson, which is not the fault of him, not many people are, you're allowed to be taken out of a game that way. They will key on you if they aren't worried about other people. And it feels like for the last few years, the Broncos have had a stable of wideouts that are all in that okay category that doesn't really put fear in a defense. And that's one of the things that I think is the reason why the Jalen Waddle trade was so necessary. You need to have somebody who scares in opposing defense, and I think that he's one of them. You know, what's funny is, and I want to know what kind of expectations you have, because at this home run derby deal that they had yesterday at Coors Field, R.J. Harvey was there. And I saw a quote from him, from Luke Evans. He says, "Year 2 in the system, I feel way more comfortable, and it's only going to get better from where I left off." I don't know what expectations are for R.J. Harvey, because now they have sort of a crowded backfield of guys. One of them who's your true number one in J.K. Dobbins, but you don't know how healthy he's going to be over the course of a year. And then you have this R.J. Harvey and Jonah Coleman thing where if I had to guess, because you look back at past Sean Payton offenses, he's had sort of a 3 wideout stable where one of them is the I catch the ball out of the backfield guy. That feels a lot like R.J. Harvey to me. Where they drafted Jonah Coleman to be the backup running back, and R.J. Harvey sort of, let me get the ball out of the backfield.
He did that a couple times yesterday, where they would take R.J. Harvey, and I'm watching these practices. Again, only glean what you want out of this. But play would come up, and then all of a sudden, instead of going deep, R.J. out of the backfield up the sideline. That's sort of his role.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
I think that's what it's going to be. And he could be a guy that gets, I don't know, like maybe 60, 70 catches this year just out of the backfield.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see what Webb does with him, though. I mean, it's going to look different, I'm sure.
I don't think it's going to be massively different.
But it's going to, okay. I guess my curiosity to pull a Brett Kane would be, how much does he utilize him? Where does he utilize him? All of these things as opposed to what Sean Payton would do. Because I think that once we get into week number 3, we're probably going to see a different pattern. And maybe you're right. I mean, the playbook is the playbook. But what does he emphasize? What does he look to?
Yeah.
In terms of the wideouts? We're going to get a pretty damn good idea on what Payton's philosophy was versus what Webb's is, I believe, if Webb is truly allowed to be his independent self and call the plays.
Here's what I would say. Like, this would not surprise me at all if your leading rusher was obviously J.K. Dobbins, and the guy with the second most carries on the team is Jonah Coleman, but R.J. Harvey gets more usage in the offense than him.
I can see that.
Through catching the ball out of the backfield sort of thing.
I wanted to ask you, Vic, you were there. What do you make of Sean Payton saying there will be no joint practices at all this year? Are you cool with that? I mean,
it doesn't bother me. I mean, I always enjoy when another team comes in.
I do
'cause
too.
That's when things heat up a little bit,
Right.
and you get a chance to see these players that you see every day go up against somebody else. So I always like the value of a joint practice. Now, why they're not doing them this year? Who's on the preseason schedule? I don't even remember. Who are they playing in where?
It
Could have something to
is
do with scheduling.
Atlanta, Green Bay, and Minnesota.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. There's no Arizona.
Remember when preseason games were always the same type of teams? It was always Arizona,
San Francisco.
Yeah. Wow, that's changed.
Well, they had the Packers last year, right? Because I think the Packers were in town for a joint practice. The year before that, I think they had the Vikings where they went to Minnesota and had a joint practice against them.
Correct, they did. So it's on the road at the Falcons and then 2 home games in the NFC North.
Did the Viking stuff start when George Payton came over here?
Not that I recall. No, I mean it wasn't like they and the Vikings went toe to toe right away. Is it? I don't recall that at all.
My recollection of who the teams have played in the regular season is already murky. Now you're asking for preseason games, and I have no idea. I remember, though, the Packers were here last year because you were infatuated with Jordan Love throwing deep balls.
Why do you think I am, Brett? This is such a benign, silly thing, but I'm going to ask you again. Why do you think I'm infatuated with the way Jordan Love throws the football?
Because it looks pretty?
Yes, because it looks gorgeous. That is correct.
It does.
Boy, you are really on the ball on this.
Thank you.
Friday, June 5th at 8:37 a.m. because it looks good. And you know what else it is? It's effective. It works. Jordan Love going over the top not only looks pretty, it's like, hey, man, that steak. Not only does it look good, but it tastes good. Same thing with him throwing the deep ball.
He is, sometimes. Jordan Love looks good sometimes, and then sometimes he doesn't look very good.
You don't always get a great steak, but you eat it anyway.
303-504-0925. Adam Schefter will join us sometime in the 9 o'clock hour. Oh, by the way, next. Oh, by the way, stories around sports and the world we feel like you should be aware of. Just your best guess. World Cup's right around the corner. By the way, the U.S. and Germany are doing a World Cup send-off match, and we'll have that tomorrow at 12:30 right here on 92.5. So they have that World Cup trophy. You know what it looks like.
Well, it looks pretty cool. It's big and gold.
Do you know what the estimated worth of a World Cup trophy is?
$100,000.
What would you guess, Vic? World Cup trophy.
I have no idea what that thing's worth.
Estimated $20 million.
Jesus God almighty, you're kidding me. Is it solid gold?
Well, it's $20 million, whereas the second most expensive trophy, the Copa Libertadores, the South American Champions League trophy, is an estimated $8.5 million. Why? Why is this $20 million?
It's got to be solid gold. It's not huge. It's not gigantic.
No, you aren't. You're answering the wrong question. I'm not saying why is it $20 million? What is it made out of? Why would you make a trophy for this $20 million is my question.
Oh.
Why not just make it, like you said, $100,000? Like, that's a great price. What? Like, I can't imagine. Actually, I want to look this up. I want to look up all the major sports leagues here in the U.S. Major U.S. sports trophies.
What's the value of the Stanley Cup, bro?
Value.
It's in value. It's priceless.
Major U.S. sports trophies have raw material values ranging from $2,000 to $50,000. That sounds about right. That's what a trophy should be. $20 million? I know that FIFA is like one of the most corrupt organizations that's like ever existed in sports before, and nobody just cares about
like
it.
a blood
just like,
diamond.
it's whatever. But to flaunt it in that kind of way, think about $20 million and then just holding it in your hand like we won a tournament.
You've got my curiosity up now. Okay, the World Cup trophy is primarily made up of 18-karat gold. That's 75% pure gold. Features a base with 2 layers of green semi-precious mineral called malachite. Iconic trophy depicts 2 human figures holding up the earth. Includes several specific details. It's about 11 pounds of gold.
Moser, I don't know if you heard that pregnant pause, but that was both me and Brett trying to think of a way we could make a joke on malachite.
Yep.
And then couldn't come up with anything.
Cycling it through my head.
We were both going, oh, that's what you're full of, Moser. Yeah.
By the way, if you want to know the most expensive American trophies, would you like to hear it?
Mm-hmm.
I think you'll be shocked by the number one. It is the Borg-Warner Trophy.
That is the Indy 500 trophy.
Valued at $1.3 million, made of sterling silver. The next is
Stanley Cup.
The Stanley Cup, valued at $650,000. Now, the melt value is about $23,000, they said. That's what... But
What's
the
a
insured
Lombardi?
value. Lombardi Trophy is estimated
50 cents.
at $50,000. Commissioner's Trophy in the MLB is $18,615.
That is a junk trophy.
And Larry O'Brien is last at $13,500.
Yeah.
What about the Clarence Jug?
Oh, yeah. What's the claret jug worth?
Value of the...
Claret jug.
I typed in Clarence. Damn you, Vic. Let's see. Claret jug. Gary Player's 1974. So, again, this isn't like raw value here, but 1974 Gary Player's claret jug fetched $481,000. So it's like that, along with sort of keepsake memorabilia thing too.
Copy.
Yeah, that sort of deal.
Okay.
Anyway, crazy. Oh, by the way, did you guys happen to see as the Spurs are battling? De'Aaron Fox had a really bad game.
He was terrible.
Dylan Harper reposted a TikTok about De'Aaron Fox not playing well.
Oh, that's not
and
good.
compared him to playoff James Harden, this TikTok
Wow.
did.
That's not good. Are you sure he did? He That's not good.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
How could you be
There's
so sure?
video evidence of it. All I'm saying is you can't do that to a
Can't do
teammate
that.
in the
No.
middle of the finals, dude.
Nah.
What? That can't be real.
childish.
It can't be.
We've seen people do stuff like that before, calling out teammates or coaches or whatever. Weird.
That's childish. All right, I got to know, by the way. Speaking of the NBA Finals, we saw that fool, that idiot, run onto the court, and we all called for a bigger punishment. Well, Buffalo Wild Wings went out yesterday on the X machine and typed out these words. Internet, help us find the banned fan. He can watch the rest of the finals at B-Dubs on us. I will never enter another Buffalo Wild Wings.
I don't think I will either. First of all, they're trying to capitalize on this idiot. Second of all, they're offering something to this idiot. No.
Yes.
No,
to
no,
make
no,
him
no, no,
some
no,
sort
no.
of what?
No.
To make him what? Make him... Well, he's the courageous one now?
Yeah,
No.
that's ridiculous.
Here's the thing. Buffalo Wild Wings is the same victim of many places that were around. When I was, a teenager, early 20s, Buffalo Wild Wings was an amazing place to go. Good food, great service, all of that. Then they got bought out by the private equity firms.
You're dead to me.
And then they just became terrible. It really
dead.
did.
You're dead to me.
I've got one for you.
Go ahead.
Shohei Ohtani. Vic, I remember when you were at Coors Field trying to catch one of his home run derby balls. That one guy took a real bad header, didn't he? Didn't some guy buy you take a bad header?
Yeah.
I think Jesse caught him.
Did Jesse catch
Partially
him? Yeah.
caught him, but he hit his
caught
head
him.
on the railing.
Oh, my God. Well, we know he can bomb. Do you know what his ERA is right now?
I know he's the best pitcher in baseball right now.
Is it sub 1 or a little over 1?
0.74.
Yeah.
Dude, what would happen? I can't even imagine this. What would happen if Shohei won the Cy Young?
Well, I mean, he
What would he go down? If Shohei wins the Cy Young Award, what would he go down as?
I mean, one of the greatest players to ever live.
Now, again, the Dodgers have a 6-man rotation. So it's not like he's going every 5th day, right? It's not a 5-man rotation. It's a 6-man rotation. But my God.
So is he still not eligible for the overall stats and stuff like that? Because he's not listed on here as pitchers.
Well, I think he's. I don't know. I don't know how it works. What I do know is he's gone at least 6 innings in all but one of his 10 starts.
Well, I was going to ask
He's
you guys.
He's holding opponents to an MLB low batting average of 142. This guy is unbelievable.
If you guys had to start your team with an ace right now, would you take Shohei? Would you take the Miz out of Milwaukee, that Mizorowski guy who throws, 103 50 times a start?
Skeens.
His ERA is 1.65. Skeens. There's the dude in Philly, that Christopher Sanchez guy who didn't give up a run for like 50-some straight innings.
Yeah.
And then have you guys seen, we just talked about Malachite. Have you guys seen what Schlittler's doing in New York? He's crushing it.
Careful.
He's got a 1.89.
Guys,
Careful.
That's his name.
I'm advising you to be careful.
Guys, I think this establishes something we brought up last year when we watched Shohei do his thing, and now it just reinforces it. We're watching the greatest baseball player ever, right? Ever.
Yeah, you know what's amazing, Vic, is that when he had the arm troubles and he couldn't pitch for, that year and a half or whatever, and then he just hit 60 bombs
Yeah,
instead.
he just lit up.
And now it's like, well, my hitting's not as great this year. I'll just shove. Yeah. What?
I don't know how to categorize this, Vic. I don't know how to.
No,
I don't know what I'm watching.
He's
because
in a
I've never
category.
seen it.
Think about it. This sport dates back to the 1800s when guys actually did pitch and hit. Nobody has done it as effectively as this guy ever.
Brett, and he can run.
I know. He's got everything.
What can he not do? What can he not do? Juggle? Can he juggle?
It is.
Can he fix my backflow valve?
I see.
The only bummer. Oh, this is so funny. Because I was looking up how old he was. He's 31. He will be 32 on July 5th. And that's the only bummer about guys who come over from Japan is like Ichiro got here really late in his career. You know what I mean? Like if he was here when he was 22, what sort of records could he have set? Do you know what his salary is? What they have listed as his salary is $2 million.
Yeah, that's
because he's
stupid.
getting 700 later.
Nah, that's not his salary.
Vic,
Give me a break.
I've got a last thing for me. Oh, by the way, at Holy Family, did the nuns come to any of your games?
I don't know. They were always there somewhere. Why? They were always at San Antonio Spurs games.
Right. So
they're big basketball fans.
So do you realize who they are? The nuns at the Spurs games. They got
Sister
nuns.
Jean was a big Loyola Chicago
Yeah,
fan.
I
Nuns
know.
love basketball.
What? Yeah, nuns love the hoops, man. I wonder if the convent, like they got a hoop set up and they just.
I've seen nuns shooting hoops.
You're kidding.
Not in person, but on videos. Yeah, they set up like a basketball court.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
One of the greatest
I'm gonna
basketball
post up
players.
Sister Bernadette.
One of the greatest female basketball players in the history of Colorado high school sports played for Match Buff High School. Upon graduation, she played little college ball. She then entered the convent and joined a nunnery where she took a vow of silence for the rest of her life.
What?
Look it up.
Why? Why would you take a vow of silence?
One of those vows, some vow. She took a vow.
But, okay, so you don't know if it was of silence.
No, I'm serious. It's one of those vows.
But you said of silence. Is it that or no?
It's some sort of vow. Look it up. Google it.
So
Match
anyway,
Buff.
the point is that they're the Salesian Sisters of St. John Bosco, also called the Spurs Nuns.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up for you because I'm gonna get
Is
this
it Shelley
right.
Pennyfather?
Shelley Pennyfather, an amazing basketball player, set all kinds of records. She came from a great basketball family. Yes, keep reading.
Now known as Sister Rosemarie of the Queen of Angels, she lives a secluded, contemplative life of prayer. I don't see anything about a vow.
That sounds like a vow to me, man.
I mean, sure, it's a vow to enter the nunnery for sure.
I mean, she could hoop though. If that convent needed a hooper,
like if you needed somebody to post up Satan, she's got it.
I tell you what, when I was in Notre Dame,
No, you're right. As a cloistered nun, she lives a life of poverty, silence, and continuous prayer.
Okay.
She communicates with the outside world primarily through letters and is allowed 2 family visits per year through a see-through screen.
There you go.
Jesus.
Vic ain't lying, is he?
That's nuts.
But she can ball. She can ball.
Obviously, yeah.
When I was at Notre Dame, my dorm was also the residence of Monk Malloy, who was the president of Notre Dame at the time. Priest. That dude could ball. He played monk hoops on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
So she was...
monk hoops, dunk hoops.
I mean, she was back late 80s, early 90s is when she played. She had offered at that time a lucrative $200,000 contract to play in Japan, and she walked away.
What did I tell you, dude? What did I tell you?
That's unbelievable.
She's one of the greatest high school players in Colorado history, and she said, I'm out.
That's your best dough, by the way, yet. By the way, brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical. Your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. We got to get to Adam Schefter next. This is Brett Kane from my friends over at Surfside. What, you didn't hear that crack of the bat? You know what? Surfsides are great for baseball games, too, and the golf course and everywhere else. Why? Because it's the perfect drink for really any situation. No carbonation, easy to drink, 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles. They are incredible with a ton of different flavors, whether it's the lemonade vodkas, the iced tea vodkas, the half and halves, all of them available. And I mean this. I've tried plenty, hasn't been a single one I haven't enjoyed. So try it for yourself. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. All right, looking to connect with Adam Schefter here in just a few minutes, get an update on the offseason in the NFL, especially with two gigantic trades going down, including Myles Garrett, who, if you guys missed it, he has reworked a deal to be a little bit more friendly towards the Rams after this trade. I still think, when you make moves like the Rams have, it is so interesting when you're talking about, I don't know, would you call Myles Garrett the most dominant player of his generation?
The numbers prove it. He played for a bad franchise, so that probably hurts his cause. But first team All-Pro. First team 5 times.
Yeah, it's nuts. I root for a franchise that I consider had 2 of the best to ever do it at their position in Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson, and I know what this is like, but if you think about the Browns, Myles Garrett, and shortly before that was who? Joe Thomas, who was like an all-time left tackle that just nothing would ever happen for him. It's one of those situations, he gets traded to a team that's already a contender, and you don't want to play the who's winning the offseason sort of game, but there's no doubt if you had to pick somebody, it's them, right? It's the Rams. And they have pushed all of their chips to the middle of the table because it's so funny. They had no first-round picks for years. And then they took a first-round pick, used it on Jared Verse, who's a really good player, just to trade that and more picks. I guess they still have one. What, Ty Simpson's their only one now that they use this year?
But if you were a Rams fan, though, would you not appreciate that your team is trying?
Wouldn't want it any other way.
I mean, I don't think that I would either. I think that I would want my team to keep going for it. I know Les Snead said, blank them picks and all that kind of thing, but you've got the quarterback. I mean, Stafford, when he throws the football, Vic, it's still incredibly effective.
Who's the MVP?
Well, exactly. That's my point. And you were this close. I mean, how they didn't beat Seattle is beyond me, but those two teams battled it out 3 times during the course of the season. Twice in the regular season and then the postseason. And it was, every single time it was just a smidgen. So they're right there. This is a huge, huge move.
What's amazing is that the Broncos they had their own version of a blockbuster trade in the offseason. And when you do the comparison shopping of the compensation and trade, it was virtually the same for A.J. Brown and for Jalen Waddle. The question is, who do you think you'd rather have? Because A.J. Brown is your prototypical size, huge body, all that different stuff, but then there's the brain damage aspect that comes with it. You said it yesterday, Vic. You were there. Jalen Waddle, you said, was shorter than Marvin Mims?
Yeah, I think he's the smallest receiver on the team. He's like more Michael Bandy size, but he's thicker. He's thicker than Marvin Mims. But I tell you what, you can't predict much by watching OTAs. But the way Waddle moves out of breaks, the way he gets into his routes, wow. You could see it.
Yeah.
Special.
He is someone that, I'm telling you, it's something the team hasn't had in forever.
I don't think you can cover him, Brett.
I don't think there's any question about that. I have now what I've realized
by you, do you mean Brett specifically, or do you mean DBs in this league?
If you stacked the 4 of us on one side of the field and said, okay, all 4 of you have to cover Jalen Waddle.
Oh, there's no way.
No, but I mean, if you play bracket coverage, and let's say, all right, here's what we'll do. Here's how we do it. We'll bracket cover. We'll put you at the line of scrimmage, Brett, so you give him a little shove to slow him down.
Yeah, you're a big guy.
And then Nelly after that. The second layer will be Nelly. Just sort of fall down, Nelly, get in the way, throw your flute at him, whatever. Then Moser in the intermediate section. Moser, you could start talking. Maybe he'll lose focus because you talk so much.
Maybe I'll blow my other Achilles and
just
distract
start
him,
talking,
screaming.
And then as soon as the ball snapped, will start running the other way as fast as possible in case he runs the go route.
Yeah, just start running toward the goal line.
Yes.
Oh, wait. This is a legitimate question, though. Hang on a second. Hang on. Just wait. I've never heard it asked this way, but I love this question. I'm telling you with full confidence, there is 0 chance that he doesn't catch every single ball if we do that 10 times.
If all 4 of us are playing bracket zone coverage against him on one side of the field.
There's no way.
I would
All
love
right,
to
hang on,
test
hang on.
that theory.
Hang on, Vic. How much time do they have to throw the ball? Like, this is obviously not a... This isn't 11 on 11 here. So let's just say, what's the average? Like 2.5, 3 seconds to get rid of the football?
Yeah.
We are getting so burnt. All he's got to do is run a slant, and nobody's catching him. When you say bracket coverage, are we shaped like a diamond almost?
However we want to play it. I mean, you're going to chuck him off the line of scrimmage and reroute him a little bit.
Yeah,
no, I won't. He will shake me out of my shoes.
Yeah,
any you got to figure it out. You got to get your hands on him.
Yeah, we're dead. Any pro quarterback.
Nelly,
with
you
credit,
just
no
start
problem.
playing your sacks and I don't know, do what you do.
You'd have to hit him in the leg with your sacks, Nelly.
Okay, have you guys ever
I
done
can do
this?
that. I could do. I could go full ninja with my sacks.
Have you guys ever thought that?
Did you say I want to have sacks?
Have you guys ever thought that there was like a screen door or something ahead of you and you go to push it and there's nothing and you fall forward? That would be me trying to press cover Jalen Waddle. They would say, hike, and I'd go like this, and my arms would touch nothing.
Correct.
Zero.
You would have to be before the ball is snapped.
I would be.
You would have to be offside. You would have to be
so
offside.
quick, dude.
Yeah,
He's
you'd
so
have to be
quick.
offside
Listen.
to even touch him.
I would have to say, out of all of us on this show, I'm probably at this point the most athletic still. Probably.
Well, you're the youngest.
Correct. Vic, you're athletic, but I'm just younger, that sort of thing. No shot. Absolutely no
You
shot.
ought to see the buckets. Yesterday
Get in the
at
back
the
of the
gym,
line,
you
son.
ought to see the buckets I was
Moj,
getting
get in
yesterday.
the back
at the
of
gym.
the line.
And hang on a second. Vic, you said we need to use your size to press cover. I think I would be in that situation the most useless person on our squad because I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't touch him off the
What
line
if
of
we had
scrimmage,
Moser
and then I
just
get
lay
burnt.
down and you had to step over him?
Look, you can't get a PI call for your feet getting tangled up.
Down.
So, Mose, what we're going to need you to do is I was going to say fake it, but it might actually happen. Pull a hamstring, pop your Achilles, and fall down right in front of him as he's going to make a cut, and flail your legs
I
up.
could do that.
Yeah.
But don't pretend. Okay, I could. You're right in that regard. It's probably my only hope. Like tackling Derrick Henry, Brett, you would have to pick me up by the belt buckle and by the hair, and then throw me at Henry.
Yeah.
That's what you'd have to do. That being said,
But he would still run through you like that drill that the running backs do with those giant little cylinder
let me
things.
tell you the one thing.
Well, that
though.
looks like the things that look like the things.
Yeah.
So I'm watching all the OTAs yesterday. The one thing I was most impressed with, it wasn't Jalen Waddle's quickness and his amazing dexterity. It wasn't that. It wasn't Jonah Coleman. And man, does that guy run with power. It wasn't that. It wasn't any offensive lineman's size, girth. It wasn't that. To me, I walked away from that OTA. I could not believe some of the punts I saw from the Broncos. Was he a Pro Bowl punt? Did he make the Pro Bowl? I can't remember.
Crawshaw?
Yeah, did he make the Pro Bowl?
I don't think he did.
Some of the punts that came off his foot, Moser, I know you got your hand to your nose and to your brain. I'm going to tell you something right now. I couldn't believe how high the ball was getting, the hang time, and how far he was kicking the ball. I've never in my life seen anything like it. I've been in this game for close to 40 years. I've never seen a punt or a series of punts like that. And I'm sitting there talking to other media members, and I said, are you watching this? Is anybody else watching what I'm seeing? Is anybody else noticing what I'm seeing? Right? It was unreal.
So 2 things here. He was a Pro Football Writers Association all-rookie team member. That's one accolade he did get. Second of all, you could have given me 100 guesses. Vic's big takeaway from day one of OTAs. Mm-hmm. And if you said the height of the punts was the number one thing that stuck out the most,
call everybody else that was there.
I don't care.
Get on the phone list right now. Call every other media member in attendance and ask them what they thought. Because what I saw yesterday, and I am leaning on my years of watching football, I've never seen anything like it. A display of kicking I've never seen. You guys don't appreciate it because you don't appreciate the job. You don't appreciate what it takes. You can't discern it. I can. See, somebody said DMac was saying the same thing. He's exactly right. I've never seen a kicker kick it like that. I think I am. I am.
You've never accused DMac of being a nerd.
It was just outrageous. The height and distance he was getting on the football was outrageous. The length of the field.
You should hear the things that I can hear Moser muttering to himself over there.
See, but this is what happens, guys, just behind the scenes. This is what happens when only one of us attends Broncos OTAs or Broncos practices. I'm the only one who sees this.
I swear,
these other idiots, they can only imagine it.
I promise you, shut him off. I promise you, Brett, if I'd gone to the Broncos yesterday and I came in here and spent more than 1 second talking about the height of a practice punt, I would not only would I expect you to, I would beg you to kick me in the junk as hard as you possibly can. I'm begging you.
I respect punters. I think punters can win you football
agreed,
games.
But I ain't here to talk about punting. I ain't here to talk about foot on ball right now, bro. We've got a lot more heavy lifting to do with this football team.
If I told my wife I can't make it to baby Jamal Kale's birthday today, I need to watch Jeremy Crawshaw, we'd have a discussion. And I wouldn't win. I would lose that discussion. Hopefully, Adam Schefter's ready to go when we come back in just a few minutes.
I'm sure it was really high. I'm sure it floated in the air molecules like a one of these UFOs I'm hearing about nowadays.
Yep.
I'm sure.
DMac, Tyler, and Nate all said the same thing. But they say it and it's okay. I say it and it's just outlandish.
It may be the most beautiful punt of all time. Who gives a rat's ass?
That's all.
Who cares?
Wait a minute. You guys are asking me. So let me get this straight. Hey, Vic, you're the only one who attended practice. What was your main takeaway? Vic answers the question. And suddenly I'm mocked for answering the question?
Yes.
Hold on a second. I did ask you. You gave me the answer. All I said was if I was given 100 guesses, I wouldn't have guessed you said that.
But the way Moser reacted to it really bothers me. Like he's
of all the things
like
that
he's too good for punter talk.
I swear to God, dude, getting in a punter and field goal talk at this time of the year, I can't.
But you know what?
You know what? I will admit it. You're a better human than me.
I can evaluate punting and field goal a lot better than I can evaluate blocking, tackling, or anything else. It's OTAs. None of that other crap matters. I don't care what you look like against air, but I can evaluate how far the punt goes.
Yes.
I can evaluate how many kicks.
Yes.
I have a question. You know how in basketball games like Final Fours that are in football arenas, there's data on this. They shoot worse because it's a different view of the eye. Did the ball look like it went higher because of the new background?
No.
Is that possible?
No, I've never seen a kicker kick it as high and as far as I saw yesterday. I've never seen it. I've seen a lot of punting in my life. The consistency on the distance of the punts, I've never seen anything like it. My eyes. I'm 57. I've been to nearly 40 of these things in my life. I've never seen anything like it.
Hopefully, Adam Schefter joins us in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Hey, this is Brett Kane from Fanatic Sportsbook, and they've introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets, and it's available in the NBA, the MLB, and the NHL. And here's what you do. You go to your Fanatic Sportsbook app. You build your squad from the sport that you want. Then you pick your market, whether it's points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, whatever you want. Then set your target. So here's how it works. If you like hoops, pick 4 guys to combine for 100 points, or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18 batters. Then sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. But here's the difference. if one player doesn't perform, if you got some dude out there, you got 4 guys for 100 points in hoops and he finishes with 5, well, the rest of your guys can pick up the slack. That's the beauty of how squad bets work. Your bet stays alive all the way to the very end. You can track it live. You can cash out whenever you want. It's squad bets. It's only on Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by, once again, Adam Schefter of ESPN. Adam, how you doing?
What's going on, gentlemen? Long time no speak.
Yeah, especially for how crazy the offseason just got over the past week or so. Now, the Myles Garrett trade, obviously, huge. When do you think Cleveland decided, after repeatedly saying he's not available, when do you think that changed? How did it change?
Well, I'll say this to you, that when he restructured his contract in late March, there was a team that called me, an executive from another team. I remember exactly where I was. I was on a street near my house. The phone rang. It was this gentleman, and he said, "Are you aware that Myles Garrett redid his contract and the Browns are going to trade him?" I go, "Trade him?" He said, "That's the only reason you redo the contract like this." I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." I called the Browns, spoke to 2 people there. They could not have been more adamant. We are not trading him. That's not why we did it. I had another team call me. They're trading him. That's why they did the contract. So now we've got 2 teams telling me they're trading him, Browns saying they're not. I think the truth is probably closer to the 2 teams. I think the Browns did it knowing that it would be easier to trade him, but with the idea that they were not interested at that time in trading him. That if it ever came to be, that they would have the flexibility to trade him. And I think that again, they didn't plan to, they didn't intend to, but they didn't completely dismiss the idea. And I can tell you this, that the Rams noticed that they reworked that contract. And right after that, that's when they got on the phone with the Browns to start having conversations that ultimately led with them eventually including Jared Verse in the deal, which in the end got the deal done.
Jared Verse didn't seem too happy about it, but whatever. How difficult is it for teams to keep this information so tight-lipped, even though they knew about it for a couple months? I mean, does everybody know about it on the outside and nobody just speaks of it? Or did you have any knowledge?
Well, I'll say this. Did I think he was going to be traded? No, I did not, because I'm taking them at their word. Okay. But I also was aware of what was going on. And if you go back to my podcast a week before, I had a section on there talking about Myles Garrett. And I'm like, something is weird here, because Todd Monken is saying that he has not met Myles Garrett face-to-face since becoming the Browns head coach. So now I've got those teams telling me they're trading him, and I've got a head coach who hasn't met his star player face-to-face, and a team that keeps telling me they're not trading him. Like, again, I'm giving the team the benefit of the doubt. I'm believing them. But I'm also saying this is odd. Something doesn't add up here. Okay? That's exactly where I was coming from. And then I found out about it, and I was like, in fact, when I got the first text about it, I knew right away what it was. I knew right away. Like, someone's like, I got to talk to you. I'm like Myles Garrett's trade.
Yeah. It's a huge deal, and the Rams are going forward again. And Adam, I respect that an awful lot. Teams that just want to get there, and they were so close. Obviously, I believe they would have won if they had beaten Seattle. I think they would have won the whole thing. But the other team, the other team in the Super Bowl, also did a deal. And this A.J. Brown thing, we've bandied this about, because you get an outstanding player, but you get everything that comes with it. You get all that kind of drama. Take us through and break down that particular deal and the worth for the New England Patriots.
I don't think you're going to get drama with A.J. Brown. I really don't. Like, I know people are thinking of him that way, but having met him on a few occasions and having spent a little bit of time with him, he was a very impressive individual. And I just think that obviously what happened in Philadelphia. You can't deny that. But think about it like this. He's not Terrell Owens when Terrell Owens was playing, and I mean just all the drama.
Sure.
But when Terrell Owens got traded to a new team, he was usually on his best behavior. And you got a great year or two before things went the other way.
Sure.
And I just think with A.J. Brown, I don't think he has that much diva in him. I really don't, despite what happened. I think he's a very smart guy. I think he's very in touch. I think he learned last year. Even he himself said this week, sometimes it's better to tell a lie than the truth when you're a player. I think he's learned from it, grown from it, and I think he'll be better off from it moving forward.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, with us. The Pat Surtain raise, I think, is interesting for a number of different reasons, but it's very rare that a player just gets a raise with no sort of strings attached, no extra years on a contract out of nowhere. Just the way my brain works. Was this ownership of the Broncos trying to get out of ahead of a potential holdout or something like that? Or was this truly like, hey, you're a good player, we want to reward you for it?
What was he scheduled to make this year?
24.
The top cornerbacks in the league are all making above 30.
Yeah, I think the leader's 31, and I think, is it Stingley or somebody else? It's one of those.
Yeah. I believe it's Stingley. I think what they're doing here is at some point this summer, I would expect that we're going to get deals for Devin Witherspoon in Seattle and Christian Gonzalez in New England. And when those deals come in, I would expect those deals to make those cornerbacks or very close to the highest paid cornerbacks in the game. I think those deals will be $32, $33, $34 million a year. I'm going to guess 33. We'll use that number.
Sure.
Between 32 and 33. How about that?
Mhm.
Let's settle in right there. 32 to 33.
And
Okay.
it's
And when these deals get done, you can go play this. So if you're the Denver Broncos and you're waiting for deals to get done with Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez, and I think there'll be deals with both this summer, and those salaries go to a minimum of $32 million a year, and Patrick Surtain is at 24, and you're going to be getting these new cornerback deals, why not give him a raise now, prevent any animosity or bitterness, prevent any issues or drama, give him the raise, put him within range. He's not going to be the highest paid corner when these deals get done, but he can complain about nothing at that point in time because they just gave him a raise when he is one of the best defensive players in the game.
Adam, I just spent the last segment praising the punting of Jeremy Crawshaw for the Broncos, and my co-host, Mark Moser, laughed at me, mocked me, said it was unimportant, this and that, trivial.
That is not what I said.
He didn't like what I had to say. And my question, I've never seen, I've been watching football practices at the professional level for nearly 40 years, and I've never seen a display of punting like I saw yesterday. And the question I have for you is, how is Australia producing these ridiculous legs that have now invaded and occupied the National Football League?
Well, I think that we have rugby and soccer that's very popular there, and I think that they're trained a different way. And probably they've seen some Australian punters have some success. I'm trying to think of the first one that infiltrated it. Was that Darren Bennett from Australia? I believe he might have been.
Yeah, I remember that.
Wasn't he a Chargers guy? Was he with Chargers?
Former Chargers punter. Yeah. And so, Vic, if you look it up, that was probably 20 years ago, right? Guessing? I don't know. I like literally off the top of my head, I was not expecting to talk about former Chargers punter Darren
It's a
Bennett.
big deal, Adam.
Adam,
It's a big deal.
You and me both, man. Listen, I'm not saying it's not important. I said to Vic, I'm not wasting 10, 15 minutes of valuable time on Friday, June 5th, talking about a guy's leg right now. I'm not doing that. I got more important things to plow. That's me.
Plow them. Go ahead. What's your question, Adam? Plow away.
Okay.
Cultivate that farmland.
So I just think that there were probably some people back in time. I got to look now. When was Darren Bennett the Chargers punter? Can you Google that for me, please?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so I'm going to guess that there were some young kids that probably saw this guy in the NFL. This is my guess. Let's see the timeline here. That probably saw that, and probably just like there are people that see certain athletes in certain sports and they grow up wanting to be like that guy.
94 to 2005.
Thank you.
That's 32. Yeah, it's 32 years ago is when he came in. Wow.
But he finished in 2005. So he finished 21 years ago.
Right.
So if there's a 21-year-old kid who is 7, 8 years old and starting to play sports at that time in Australia, he's hearing about Darren Bennett.
No doubt. Hey, so the more important things, I mean, we're still very bullish on the Broncos. Yeah, the Jalen Waddle thing, Vic went to practice yesterday, OTA started, and this guy is a special player. Now, how much of a difference can he make? I'm not really sure, but we haven't talked to you since then. What's been the scuttlebutt around the league about the Broncos making that move to an offense that could use a kick in the pants a little bit to go along with an outstanding defense?
Well, I think I was on shortly after the trade. I think
maybe you were, yeah, but right away, yeah, right.
And I said then, and I would say now that the Broncos looked at it and said that Jalen Waddle is better than the player that they were going to pick at whatever number they were going to be, 28, 29, 30.
Yep.
And if you look at it, I still maintain that that is true. And I know that Sean Payton spoke to Nick Saban about it. And I know he spoke to there was another player. Hold on, let me think. There was a player that he coached that played with Jalen Waddle in Miami and raved about him. And they studied the tape. They called around, and what they heard convinced them that this guy was going to make a huge impact. Look, last year, Denver and Buffalo were hot after him. They made offers of multiple draft picks that included a first-round pick. So Denver's just getting him a year later. And oftentimes when new regimes come in, they make changes. And this was one of those changes that they made. And, you know, Jalen Waddle's a great football player. And he should fit in pretty well in Denver, I would think.
Adam Schefter, ESPN with us. I got to ask, what do your people know? because the schedule release comes out. The first Monday night game on ESPN is going to be the Broncos and the Chiefs. But Mahomes tore his knee up last year. I know he's already participating in OTAs. I can't imagine that your company would want to put that game on if Justin Fields is playing. Is Mahomes playing?
We thought all along he would play. And I don't think that's the question. I think how effective will he be is the question. I think he's playing. But is he going to be 70%, 80%, 90% of Patrick Mahomes? He's not going to be 100% in that opening game. It takes a while to recover from an ACL and an LCL. That guy's a warrior. And one of his superpowers is his scrambling and elusiveness. I don't know how well that's going to be that night. I just don't know. Nobody does right now. Do I think he's going to be out there? I do. Do I think he's going to be 100%? No, I don't. So you're going to get a slightly lesser version of Patrick Mahomes, which is still better than most every quarterback in the league. And we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing about Bo Nix, too. I mean, the dual surgery, and then I'm sure he'll be fine, but what percentage will he be at? Hey, before we let you go, it's great to have you back, number one. Number two,
always.
I like this version of Schefter. I like this T-shirt, hanging out in the office, nice hair doing your thing, kind of summertime hair going on there. How's your spring and summer been so far? Okay, you still busting your head every day, or what are you doing?
I've had a great May. June, so far so good. Look, in my world, there aren't two more slower, easier, peaceful months than May and June. Now, there are the occasional flare-ups, like there were Monday, when we got Myles Garrett and A.J. Brown and Odell Beckham Jr. and Russell Wilson. It's just Monday was crazy. But if you can't enjoy this time of the year, then you're just not going to enjoy it.
Yeah, but see, so like Vic and I, we went to Italy last year together.
Yeah.
And so we're hanging out at the Vatican. We give our Broncos training camp report. We're at Vatican City.
You went together? You went
well,
to Italy?
I mean, we didn't go together, but we met up there. Yeah, it's a long story. But we do our Broncos training camp update from Vatican City. We're right out there outside the Vatican, hanging out, doing our thing, blah, blah, blah. So so when are you traveling and you got to do stuff from the road? I mean, how does that work for you, man? Because it feels like you have to be on call all the time.
That's the job.
Yeah.
It's funny you bring that up, Italy. When I was turning 50, my birthday's in December. Could never go away at that time of the year to celebrate my birthday. So the summer before I turned 50, I took my family to Colorado. They had never been. That was what I wanted to do. I want to take them to Colorado. And this December, I'll turn 60.
Wow.
So this summer, at some point in time, going to take my family. We've never done this international trip. We're going to go to Italy for a week to celebrate my 60th birthday.
That's awesome.
So, yeah. So that'll be nice.
Hey, if a member of the Schefter family wants to go to the Game 3 of the NBA Finals, where entry-level tickets are $7,000, are you going to attend?
I was invited. Somebody invited me, and I think they only have one ticket, and I honestly don't want to go without my kids. I don't feel right doing that. And so I literally just emailed them back before here. Somebody that I do some work with, and I said, thank you very much for the offer. I think I'll just pass for now. Truly grateful that you asked.
You just passed on 7 Gs? Probably more than that, considering where that seat is.
Oh, I don't know where it was, but they were kind of there. But if I was going to be able to bring my son, I would have gone. But I don't want to go by myself. I don't know.
What if you just sent your son? What if you said, no, but I'm going to send my son? Enjoy.
Yeah, well, I could have done that. I actually thought about texting them back, like, hey, if you have an extra one and I can bring one of my kids, that'd be great. But whatever. I'm happy watching it at home on TV. No crowds, no traffic, no nothing. Refrigerator, bathroom. What comes when you get older, Vic, as you know, got to go to the bathroom very often. So I don't need any lines at Madison Square Garden.
Wear diapers.
You know what though, Adam? Very important question. If you did go to that game, my guess is you wouldn't run on the court and try and get a selfie with Victor Wembanyama. What is the proper punishment to you? Because Moser's, he wants to stick like Doberman pinchers on people.
I'm a big
like,
Doberman Rottweiler guy, yeah.
Hey, guys, I got to get going here.
Okay. All right. See you, Adam.
Thank you, guys.
We'll look,
Have a good weekend.
All right.
We'll look for
bye.
breaking news momentarily.
Yep, Adam Schefter of ESPN. There you go. As he is maybe breaking news here at the moment. I don't know. Turn his camera off there, Nelly. Turn his camera off. Turn his camera off. We don't need any secrets here. But I'm expecting a tweet here anytime soon from Adam Schefter. I think that he actually had a stiffer punishment than you for the people who run out in the court. Didn't feel like giving the answer publicly.
Well, I think it's Dobermans all the way.
So,
highly trained and highly sensitized.
We'll see. Keep our eyes glued to the phone here for Adam Schefter. So
Absolutely.
Always thanks, Adam, for joining the show. Adam Schefter, ESPN. We got Drunk Takes next. Well, here's what Schefter was taking the phone call for. Dallas Cowboys and first-round pick Malachi Lawrence reached an agreement, 4 years, fully guaranteed $20.22 million. So that's what he had to bail for. Cowboys' first-round pick is now signed. It's so funny to me. That used to be a huge thing. Do you remember when you would hear the news, 15, 20 years ago, something like that, before this rookie wage scale and all that, where these salaries were kind of put in place? When a first-round pick signed his deal, that was a big thing because a lot of them would hold out for weeks into camp. And you're like, dude, you're a rookie. You need to get acclimated to the NFL life.
Correct.
So it used to be a massive thing when a first-round pick would sign. And now it's just like, yeah, of course they signed.
We had one here in Denver, Colorado. Vic, if you recall.
A holdout?
Oh, yeah.
Who was it?
Marcus Nash. Marcus Nash was the 30th overall pick, first-round pick in the 1998 NFL Draft. In his rookie season, Brett, he only played in 8 games. He caught 4 passes for 76 yards.
Did he hold out into the season?
He held out.
Or just really late in the camp?
I remember being in Greeley and Shanahan was fuming. And what's crazy is that in September of 99, so that's 98, September of 99, the Broncos trade him to the Dolphins. And he's literally waived a week later, played with Baltimore a little bit, and that's it, dude.
Bro,
total waste of a first. And no offense to Shanny, that's one of his poorer moves.
This has to go down as one of the worst picks ever.
Who, Marcus Nash?
He had 4 catches his entire career.
Terrible. Yeah. Terrible.
First round pick, entire career, 4 catches.
Terrible. And who was the big defensive end that Shanny took from Florida State? Couldn't play.
He still lives in town.
Shane Ray?
No. This is like 99.
Jarvis Moss?
Jarvis Moss.
I thought it was Florida.
I guess it was Florida. What did I say? Florida State? Hang on a second here. Jarvis Moss. No offense to Jarvis either, but he didn't really play at all. Yeah, he was a Florida Gator. Yeah, didn't hardly play at all. He played through 2007 to 2011.
4 catches.
Didn't play a ton. Yeah. 6 career total sacks. No offense, but sometimes guys just don't pan out. And by the way, I never blame a guy where he's drafted. I blame the team. And that's that. There you go.
4 catches, though.
I know. Mike Shanahan did so many brilliant things in his career, had just a couple little foul-ups. Happens to everybody. Incidentally, who was the last quarterback that basically brought in the rookie wage scale? Who was the last guy?
Bradford, wasn't it?
It was Sam Bradford. Remember that?
Yeah.
He got paid big time, and the league finally said, man, we can't do this anymore. We can't do this on a guy who's got, there's nothing happening with this guy. That's the kind of thing. Plus, his knees were dust.
What are you typing? I just hear the keyboard pounding away.
Yeah, for like an hour.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
You researching?
Yeah.
Marcus Nash?
No.
I don't understand anything that you said.
He's basically fighting with a guy.
Oh.
He's in a fight.
So, few things here. Over the weekend, here's what we got. Tonight, it's the Eagles and the Chicago Wolves of the Western Conference Final Game 5 with their series tied 2-2. So if you want to hear the Eagles action, you can do that tonight at 6 and Sunday at 6 for Game 6. Also tomorrow, we are the home for the Stanley Cup Final, Game 3, series tied 1-1. Hurricanes Golden Knights going to be at 6 o'clock tomorrow. And at 12:30, the U.S. men's national team taking on Germany in a World Cup send-off. That's going to be at 12:30. So a whole bunch of stuff going on in the station over the weekend. Stay tuned for that.
I got an invite. In my, hang on a second here. I'll give you the specifics. I got an invite from a bar.
To watch the game?
To watch soccer. Yeah, I got an invite.
What do you want, a cupcake?
No, I'm just saying that I got an invite from a bar to come watch soccer, USA Soccer. Now, not tomorrow, but when the World Cup rolls around.
I'm telling you right now, one of my most enjoyable sports viewing experiences came when, I can't remember what year it was, maybe 2012 or something. It was the U.S. They played against Portugal after they won their first game in the World Cup. Then they played against Portugal. It was against like Ronaldo. They went up like 2-0. Every time they scored, people just took their beers, threw it in the air. You got soaked, but it was like cool. Everybody was down with it.
Listen.
It was amazing.
The first World Cup game for USA is against Paraguay. We'll probably lose, but that's Friday, June 12th at 7. But a week later, Friday, June 19th, we play Australia. That's at 1 p.m. our time.
Yeah.
Why don't we all go someplace and watch USA beat the living snot out of those Aussies?
What day of the week is that?
It's a Friday, June 19th. Let's go watch the USA beat the snot out of some Aussies.
I'm off that day. Playing golf.
Brett?
What day is this? You said Friday. Friday what?
Friday, June 19th. Nelly?
I have a gig in Aspen that day. Sorry, Moj.
Sorry, Moj. I'd rather go watch punters.
Yeah, I'm busy that day. Sorry.
No, see, Moj, now you know what it feels like.
I hate this
when
show.
You spill your soul.
I don't even know why I wake up.
You spill your soul
I don't know why
on
I
the
wake
air
up.
to praise something, and one of your co-hosts just checks out.
Why do I get up in the morning? Why do I do that? Why do I do stuff at night? Get all my little notes, read all my little articles.
Mm-hmm.
You know, get up in the morning, drag my ass here just to deal with people who don't want to hang with you.
For the amount of times I've tried to get you to play golf and you've refused to play golf, or you've
Bill's a
agreed to play
loser.
golf and then you've taken away from me last second, swept it right on the rug.
Because one game's at the preliminary, one's at 7 o'clock at night, one's at 8 o'clock at night. When the USA takes on Turkey, that's June 25th, and that is at 8 o'clock at night. This one's at 1 o'clock. We could all go have a couple of coldies, watch the USA and Australia, but oh no, Nelly's got his flute thing, and Vic's got to make bogeys, and I don't even know what you're doing.
Pass.
Here's a text from Patrick Jenkins, who writes in, "Hey Vic, let's watch the World Cup. When does Italy play?" You got me, Patrick.
Take a lap.
Got him.
It's a humorous text because Italy is not in the tournament. I find that funny.
Makes it funny.
Okay. Do you know how much money FIFA has lost not having Italy in this tournament? Do you know how much money American cities, the city of Toronto in Canada, do you know the amount of funds they have lost by not having them in the tournament?
It doesn't.
They got a $20 million trophy. They're okay.
Doesn't anybody want to watch soccer with me?
Nope. Drunk takes, please.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
You guys are brutal, man. You're brutal.
Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week with slowing down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
Steve Jones at WFAN New York. He's going to retire, at the end of September.
Yeah, here's somebody talking about
What?
I was talking to Nelly. I thought I had the button down.
You did not.
So Steve Jones is going to retire.
I want to hear what I said again. See if you can
What
make
did
out
you
what
say?
I said. One more time.
September.
Yeah, here's somebody talking about
This is so funny because it takes you guys behind the curtain. We have this button, all of us do, that you can talk to Nelly while you're him only, so it's not on the air. But if you forget to hit the button, it sounds like that. The funny thing is, I don't know why we all do this. We can just, I'll talk to Nelly right now. You can talk in a normal voice, but we all go, hey,
Well, because we don't want to interrupt. We don't want to interrupt our co-hosts.
I've been
That's
beaten
why.
down where people go, what are you saying, Moj? Wait, I'm trying to do my radio show, and Moser's having a damn conversation with the producer. You've said that to me numerous times.
well,
Vic.
you can be too loud, but
Yeah, the audio.
You sound like, what's his name with the big mustache? The big white mustache. What the Sam
Elliott.
Sam Elliott, yeah. All right, what's next?
And then in the span of 1 week, after 9 months of being in it, after 9 months of being pregnant,
turns out it was just a big fart. It is how it felt. All right, here comes the baby.
Jesus.
And that was the Avs season
Oh,
in a
my
nutshell.
goodness.
Yeah. What's next?
I go by my groin feel.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
And my groin says he's not a Hall of Famer.
I don't want you to go by your groin feel anymore, Moj. No more of that. What's next?
And once you yank one, Brett,
Yeah.
once you really yank it, you get afraid of yanking it again.
And then you compensate and you yank the other.
100%.
I'm glad I have you two to explain that to me.
We're talking golf with
Yeah,
you. You don't understand it.
Sure you were. By the way, that whole I found it thing, that's not true. I didn't find anything.
I
What's
knew
next?
it.
I was going to say,
knew
did you
it.
test that theory?
I
Didn't
knew
find
it.
Oh, I
anything.
found something yesterday, bro.
Nope, I didn't find anything.
I got it.
Actually, you were talking about Peyton Watson and his hamstring. Once you yank your hamstring
yeah.
once.
Oh, yeah.
What's next now?
All right, last thing.
You make it
we
really
done?
quick? Yeah, I mean, we're done.
You realize Vegas last
There's
night?
no washing machine in the condo.
Oh my God, that's Vic. Vic gets on his own island,
I know.
and no matter what we say,
I get on an island.
No, but we were having this final conversation, and you're still stuck on that smell in the condo in L.A. It's hysterical.
For 3 hours today, I've been talking on the side about backflow prevention.
You're kidding me. I didn't notice. All right, last one, Nelly. Go
How
ahead.
do you guys feel, though, about bugs landing in your mouth? I was riding my bike one day, and
You know
I
what,
had
Vic?
a
Love
bee
it.
enter my mouth.
Maybe don't ride your bike with your mouth wide open.
I'm supposed to breathe.
There's
That would be
Vic going
funny,
up,
though.
Look out.
If every cyclist went down the road like this.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
A giant Hoover up the mountain.
I just love, how do you guys feel about bugs being in your mouth? Like, oh, yeah. Me, personally,
Hey, these people
can't
that,
get enough.
these people that are now trying to get people to eat bugs. Like the people that are trying to get people to really eat bugs for like a meal.
Pass.
Dude, you can go to hell with that. No, I am not
you know
eating
what?
bugs.
That chick from Texas just won a national title because she eats ladybugs whenever she sees them.
Yeah,
Maybe she's
but-
onto something.
No, man, ladybugs are good, man. Don't eat them.
I want every city government in any city I live in to know I ain't pulling permits.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. See you.
He's going to retire, at the end of September.
Yeah, he is a somebody talking about
points, and now it's Gostisbehere. Carlson and Eichel, the penalty killers. Scores! Overtime winner! And Seth Jarvis evens the series at a game apiece.
What a series this has been so far between Carolina and Vegas in the Stanley Cup final. A multi-goal lead with under 10 minutes to go in the third period, and it looked as though it was going to be the same result that Avalanche fans has watched 8 days earlier, where you just bang your head against the wall constantly as the home team, and Vegas just simply doesn't break. And then all hell breaks loose in the final 10 minutes of regulation. Carolina gets goals from Logan Stankoven on a wraparound that goes off of a Vegas defender's foot and into the back of the net. Mark Jankowski, just 2 minutes after that, walks down the middle and rips one over the extended glove hand of Carter Hart, bar down to tie the game. And then Carolina's power play finally comes alive with 4 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Jordan Staal scores a power play goal. You think it's going to end in regulation there before Mark Stone, who does gets credited with the goal here at the end of regulation with 1:20. It looked as though Colorado native Jacob Slavin knocked that puck in, but it's tied with 1:20 to go. And then in overtime, Seth Jarvis on the power play ends it for Carolina. A sensational hockey game as we welcome you into the morning sprint here. Alex Ryan-Emy alongside KJ Granderson on his last day on the program. KJ, want to thank you for your 2 years here with the morning sprint and your time with Dempsey and Company as well. You've been a phenomenal asset to this show and this company as a whole, an award-winning producer. You did win a CBA last year for the best sports production in conjunction with Mark Bertinoli and Connor McGahey and Mark Rycroft on the return to play for Gabriel Landeskog in last year's first-round exit to the Dallas Stars. So, again, we'll give you your proper send-off at the end here, but we are going to miss you here on the morning sprint. I think we're going to have Mark Bertinoli at some point today coming in and hanging out with us, maybe. We'll see. But as of right now, it's just us. KJ, as I watched that hockey game last night, man, through the first 2 periods, I sent out a tweet. It felt like I was in the Twilight Zone.
I saw that tweet.
I was sitting there going, I'm watching the same exact series that I watched a week and a half ago, where Colorado simply forgot who they were. And they looked like a deer in the headlights for the first time all season long. And they just simply couldn't get it back. And you were in hockey games, right? Whether you were up or you were tied or you were down by 1, you were in hockey games the entirety of the series. But once Vegas found a way to get that goal, to get that break, much like they did last night, right? The back-to-back Brett Howden goals last night, I just go, Carolina's dominated the first period, dominated it. They had the puck the entire time, and what happens? One flip pass later, you just lose sight of Brett Howden, who is leading the National Hockey League in playoff goals, and like that, it's in the back of your net, and you're down 1-0, and you're looking to your left and your right going, how did that happen?
You know, it's so funny, like with the Golden Knights, like their ability to never panic. Like they just know that if they just stay the course, they'll be just fine. And it was the same thing against the Avs, like you said. Like, there was never a moment where they felt like the Avs could outstretch them. Like, no matter how much they, skated around them, no matter how much they got up and down the ice, the Golden Knights were like, we're going to stay to our game. We're going to stick to what works for us.
Never out of it.
Never out of it. And I think that is, look, I think we did as best we could facing them in regards to the credit we gave to John Tortorella. But, man, we got to give him even more credit because his ability to keep his team as cool as the ice that they're skating on is truly like a gift, man. Not many coaches can keep them that level-headed that long, man.
See, I agree with you for the first 2 periods of last night's game, and then we'll get into what happened with Tortorella in that third period.
Yeah.
The first 2 periods felt like the same thing where you're just bashing your head against the wall, and then Vegas gets one break, and it ends up in the back of your net. And then you can just feel the vice tightening around you where Every breakout for Vegas seems easy. Every breakout for you feels like it's impossible, and it gets to the neutral zone and the puck gets broken up, or even when you have a wide open shot, like Sebastian Aho is Marty Necas. And it's funny because they were teammates and line mates for such a long time. Aho can't score right now. And it felt like there were 4, 5, 6 times yesterday in the second and early parts of the third period where Aho was just wide open and he misses the net. Or he throws it right into the logo of Carter Hart. And I'm sitting there going, oh my God, they're going to do it again. Oh my goodness, Vegas is going to do it again, because I was actively watching Carolina break in front of my eyes. Like I watched the Avalanche. Those are the two best teams in hockey the entire season long. The Avalanche and the Hurricanes. Most consistent offensively, most consistent defensively the entire season long. And I go, it's just something about this Vegas Golden Knights team that causes you to go schizophrenic, that causes you to break as a hockey club. And then the third period happens. And Logan Stankoven wraps a puck home, and Mark Jankowski scores a couple of minutes later. We saw a couple of those bounce backs for the Avs. But where it changes, man, and it was this way the entire season, the power play finally came alive.
Sure did.
And it was an absolute godsend for Carolina to figure out how to score on the power play, how to shoot from the top. And that's the one thing that the Avs didn't do all season long, even though they had the best defenseman in the world, especially from an offensive standpoint. They didn't shoot the puck from the top of the power play the entire year, and they obviously didn't do it against Vegas. Now, Cale's shoulder was messed up against Vegas, but it was a problem the entire season long. What does Shane Gostisbehere do? Walks through the middle of the ice and shoots from the top, and Jordan Staal is right there on the doorstep to tip one home, and you go up 3-2. And that previews the overtime goal that they score on the power play. Because what happens with Shane Gostisbehere? He walks to the middle of the ice in Vegas, because you've now scored on that and you've proven this is a play that we're going to commit to. Shooting the puck from the top, shooting the puck from the middle. What does Vegas have to do in overtime? You have to sit in the middle of the ice. You have to commit bodies and manpower to the most dangerous part of the ice, because Carolina was willing to shoot pucks from the top. They shrink to the middle. Seth Jarvis then becomes wide open on the far side in the Nathan MacKinnon spot. And not only does Vegas sit there and put a bunch of bodies in the middle of the ice, Carter Hart has to stay there. The goaltender has to respect that shot's coming from the middle of the ice. And that half second, that quarter second, that it forces the goaltender to go, okay, I'm going to sit here. I'm going to wait for the shot to the middle. Once that puck gets moved out to the outside, that's all you need as an elite shooter in the National Hockey League. And it's something that Colorado was completely allergic to. Completely allergic to. Whether it was the coaching staff and Dave Haxtell or Jared Bednar, or it was the lack of a left-handed shot on the power play, or it was Nathan MacKinnon on the far side demanding that puck and not giving more leeway to Cale Makar, or if it was Cale just kind of passing the buck because he was reticent to shoot, dating all the way back last year to the postseason run against Dallas. Man, it was amazing to see it change in the blink of an eye for Carolina. And instead of going down 2-0 into Vegas, where the series would have been all but over, because you just felt that way. You go, we're just knocking our head against the wall and nothing's working. The dam isn't breaking. And when we need a big save from Freddie Anderson, we can't get it, but they get one from Carter Hart. That was the story in the Colorado series, man. Colorado wasn't dominant in that series. But for the first 3 games, and I don't want to be like the, hey, hang a banner for analytics guy. I'm not doing that. First 3 games, you did carry, statistically, puck possession. And you did carry scoring chances. While they were not drastic changes like they were in the Minnesota series and the LA series, you never found a way to get the right save. And you never found a way to get the goal, especially on the power play, that was going to change the tide. And that's the difference between Carolina and Colorado right now, was the special teams, man. It's been a phenomenal series. I tried so hard going into game 1 to be a curmudgeon and to be that type of person who didn't want to watch these two teams because I hate the Vegas franchise or because Carolina is an afterthought largely in the National Hockey League. There's no juice to it. It took me a period in game one to get into it, man. It's been phenomenal. Those two teams never stopped skating. And there was some decent hockey news yesterday, man, right? Like there are some things to talk about. We'll get into it a little bit later on in the program. Dylan Larkin, Olympic gold medalist, American, forces a trade out of Detroit. Will Steve Yzerman end up succumbing to that? We'll get into that in a little bit. Are the Avalanche a possible trade destination for Dylan Larkin? Is Joe Sakic calling his old buddy, his old nemesis from the Detroit and Colorado days in Steve Yzerman? That is now a very distinct possibility. But OTAs, the first little part, have come and gone. Not on the field today. They'll be back at it next week. We have so much to react to in terms of audio from Sean Payton. What is he like out of Davis Webb? Where is Bo Nix in his recovery process? What is he like about his running back room? His brand new toy on offense in Jalen Waddle. That and so much more coming up. I'm Alex Ryanemi. This is the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the soundtrack to the 2026 Broncos. You don't have to look any farther than, I think it was like 1999 or whenever Disney made Hercules. That is the team motto this year. GTG. GTD. Go the distance. So, you know what? And KJ's not going to be here when we do big play replay. And that it's going to hit real hard week one when you're not here. If you guys are just joining us here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and on the Morning Sprint, today is the last day of our phenomenal producer, KJ Granderson, as he moves on to a career in life in the ministry, a calling for you that you will be undoubtedly successful in. So we will miss you, my friend. It's going to hit hard, but when we do big play replay, typically we use like old NFL Films music or ESPN on NFL or the NFL on Fox, something like that to give it some gridiron blast. I think I got to go Disney. I think I have to go Disney now. If it is go the distance for the team motto this year, I'm crushing Hercules. I'm doing it. It's happening.
There's got to.
Rachel Vigil put out a Broncos bulletin yesterday after the final day of their first OTAs. They'll be back on, I believe, June 9 is when it...
Yep, June 9th through the 11th.
Resumes for OTAs. Bo Nix did not participate, but he was there. He was walking around and stretching. He was out in sweats. You heard that from Vic, and you heard that from DMac and our call-in from Mike Sanford yesterday as well. Jalen Waddle, while very short in comparison to the prototypical Sean Payton wide receiver, the 6'4", 220-pound Cortland Sutton type of build, he is not much taller than me. Now, he is wildly more athletic and far thicker than I am, but he's a short dude. And all of the reports, now we weren't able to be out there. The OTAs happened quite literally during this show, so we're talking about it as it unfolds. He does bring a wrinkle that this offense didn't have. And I think it's lost yards in easy situations for Bo Nix, not having to force the ball heavily down the field where he can rely upon a guy that's going to be creating separation within 5 to 7 yards. You do have your home run threat still, right? You've got your Franklin, your Mims home run threats. You have your red zone threat in Cortland Sutton. Sutton will continue to be a move the sticks 3rd and 6 safety blanket for him. Waddle's going to find these hidden yards that they didn't have in this offense the last couple of years. I'm really excited about this player in this offense. Evan Ingram, by all accounts, had heavy involvement in OTAs. And yeah, like, take it with a grain of salt, right? It's OTAs. You are in shorts and hardly any padding. There's no helmets on. You're not taking anybody to the ground. You're not even thudding, right? You're not even hitting hats. It's kind of fake football at this point. You're walking through installs, getting a few plays in there. Sean Payton did talk about how they're not going to have joint practices this year because he's very concerned about missing 2 or 3 days of installation and knowing that the first 6 games of the season, man, those things ain't easy. The first 6 games of the season are not great. Here's actually Sean Payton on the Broncos schedule.
It's really more about just the unique travel. When I look at the schedule, you just look at short weeks. It's the nuance games, and look, you know you're going to be playing in them if you're playing every weekend, Sunday at 2:30, or on the East Coast at 1. There's probably not a lot of interest, so it's good to be in some of those games. I think we have a couple Friday, a Thursday, a Sunday, a Monday, all good.
I think he's very, very cognizant of the fact that they go through the ringer right out of the bat. That there are no wasted days when it comes to training camp this year, where you're on the road, presumably against Patrick Mahomes. I know we talked about it a little bit yesterday where I go, is he really going to be back? Do you really want to rush that player back? Especially when you sign Justin Fields in the offseason. Like, that's not just some throwaway backup quarterback. That is a guy who is legitimately started and won games in this league. Is he a long-term, pay him $1 billion type of QB? Probably not. But he's more ready to win a football game than Jarrett Stidham is. don't mean to send ricochet shots at City, but one time we saw you, it wasn't so great. Now, half of that was fake football in a white squall. But the first 4 games of the season are insane. At Chiefs, home against the Jags, no easy ticket. Home against the Rams, which got exponentially tougher with Myles Garrett being traded there. On the road against the 49ers, I still don't know what the Niners are going to be this year. It's so wishy-washy with their injury. If they're healthy, they're a contender. If they're not, they could be a complete disaster. On the road at the Chargers, which is it's a house of horrors for you in the Harbaugh era. And then what your prize after that is to come back at home on a short week to face off against the defending Super Bowl champions? Yeah, I agree with Sean Payton, man. The schedule to start off is insane. And it was funny. He pissed the NFL off a long time ago. We got a chuckle out of that. You can't afford to miss a couple of days of installs with how quickly you need to be on the ball. You guys see this morning from TMZ.com? Broncos linebacker Jonathan Cooper arrested for domestic violence in custody at a local jail. This is coming directly from TMZ.com and TMZ Sports. Jonathan Cooper is behind bars in a Colorado jail after the standout Broncos linebacker was arrested Thursday night around 11 p.m., TMZ Sports has learned. It is unclear what led up to the arrest, but the 6th-year pro is being held on 2 counts of domestic violence as well as criminal mischief. The 28-year-old was booked into a detention facility at 2:38 a.m. on Friday morning. He is scheduled to go before a judge this morning on Friday, and he has another hearing set after the weekend on Monday.
Goodness gracious. Talk about worst case scenario.
Yeah, that doesn't fit hand in hand with no drama training camp like it was last year.
Golly, dude.
So we will continue to monitor that situation and see any news reports that come out. Again, if you are just joining us this morning here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Jonathan Cooper, Broncos linebacker, was arrested late on Thursday night around 11 p.m. and booked into a detention facility at 2:38 a.m. this Friday morning. Has a hearing this morning, also another hearing on Monday stemming from criminal mischief and domestic violence issues. That is as much as I know at this point. So we leave Broncos OTAs, and
it just goes back to what I talk about, man. It's that scary part of the year, man, where it's
you asked it a couple of days ago. What was your question?
Well, my question simply was, should the NFL create some parameters for this time of year for, I'm talking about serious penalties if you get in trouble, because you leave yourself open to where the NFL now has to find a way to defend you in this open period. And now you become a liability more than you become an asset. And how can we put a structure around you to make sure that you remain an asset? We shouldn't, like you said, Roger, we shouldn't have to monitor grown adults.
Yeah, at some point, a 28-year-old is an adult.
I'd hope so. But
you can't legislate every minute of these guys' lives and days. At some point, you got to find a way to stay out of trouble. So I don't know exactly what's happening here. Again, I just read you the full report from TMZ, man. We'll have to see how serious this is, how serious the Broncos or the NFL would have to take at any point if there is any sort of suspension or fine. It's still very early in this process. Brings us right back to what we were talking about last week.
Yep.
You know who probably doesn't hate this? Von Miller. That crowded linebacking core, that crowded edge rushing group.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what happens with Jonathan Cooper, depending on how serious this is.
And you know who got the star of the day yesterday if we're talking about outside linebackers? Well, pretty much the star of the week, Jonah Ellis.
Jonah Ellis, right? He got the stamp of approval from Sean Payton.
He sure did.
He told everybody, told the entire media, man, right now, edge rusher is where Jonah Ellis lives. Now, he's going to touch some other parts of the defense, but edge rusher is where Jonah Ellis lives. So if there are circumstances that go into the season stemming from, again, Jonathan Cooper arrested last night and in a detention facility at 2:38 this morning, hearings this morning and on Monday for domestic violence and criminal mischief. If there are complications going into the season for the Broncos, Jonah Ellis needs to step up. Nick Bonito obviously needs to step up. And it brings in that conversation about Von Miller. That becomes very real very quickly. And his headache, right? His old guard headache that Sean Payton very clearly wanted to get rid of when he came in and created the Broncos in his image. That headache goes away pretty quick if you don't have the services of Jonathan Cooper for a game, 2 games, 3 games, foreseeable future, because that's the in vogue term right now with the Avalanche and Joe Sakic and the GMs.
Right.
For foreseeable future, Vaughn then becomes enticing. You don't have to worry about taking away snaps from players like that. Developing situation, again, we will continue to monitor what is going on with Jonathan Cooper. Some more from Sean Payton about his new play caller, Davis Webb.
I think it's going well. I think the biggest change really is going to be more in season than this time of the year because, Joe would head up those meetings. And I think once you get into the season and we're all meeting collectively and then, he's calling the game. But I think it's going well.
All of the reports coming out from practice, high-paced, a lot of tempo, trying to force balls into the hands of Evan Ingram. And I heard Vic saying, maybe it was a little bit performative of showing, hey, this is what the offense is going to be. Don't you worry. There are changes when it comes to bringing in born in the air raid style offense, Davis Webb, to call your plays in his first year. Did you hear the comments from Cortland Sutton yesterday where he was going to bat for his tight end group? I was very upset about hearing all the crap about this tight end. We don't have a tight end. We don't have good guys. That's what a team captain should be doing.
That's exactly what he should be doing.
Going to bat for your boys.
Yes, sir.
But Cortland, we got to look in the mirror here, brother. Your position group looks way better than the tight end position group does. You alongside Jalen Waddle with the help of Pat Bryant and the help of Troy Franklin and the help of Marvin Mims, the versatility of Marvin Mims, the ability to use RJ Harvey out of the backfield, which was something, again, it's OTAs, grain of salt. It's not real football right now, but RJ Harvey used consistently out of the backfield over the past couple of days at OTAs. When you look at all of the skill position players on the Broncos offense, man, no one really talks about the tight ends.
Nope.
No one talks about the tight ends other than when we hear 3 years, $17 million for Adam Troutman. We kind of raise our eyebrows. For why? Yeah, he's a fine
trying to find a goddamn joker.
Still trying to find it. Still ain't there at the tight end position. And maybe it's unfair of us to only look at the joker as a tight end. True. Is there another guy on this roster? Is it Marvin Mims because he gets touches out of the backfield and you use him in situations where you have designed wide receiver screens that are kind of an extension of the run game, and he's so explosive in punt and kick return, and he can also be the guy that can blow the top off the defense every now and again. Maybe it's a Marvin Mims. Maybe it could be a Jalen Waddle type of guy. But it does feel like the one thing that you're lacking from a personnel standpoint to other elite teams, other elite offenses, it's that dynamic tight end, man. You figured out the quarterback. I know you're nervous about his ankle. I know we're nervous about the injury history with Bo, but the returns on Bo Nix have been great. Dude's a straight up winner. Is he putting up Matt Stafford numbers? No. Did you ever think he was going to put up Matt Stafford numbers?
I hope not.
No. When they drafted Bo, I went, if he's Derek Carr, you've done a pretty good job. done better than Derek Carr from a win-loss standpoint, man.
That's true.
And that's, at the end of the day, it's all that really matters. So you figured out the quarterback. Maybe he can continue to take steps and continue to get you closer and closer to Super Bowl glory. You have taken steps to figure out the running back room, although there are massive injury concerns there. If J.K. Dobbins is healthy, you got it. Running back room is set. That dude is a stud. That is a 1,200-yard back if he is healthy with 8 scores. Now, big if, monster asterisk there. But you've taken steps at least to try and fill that hole. Wide receiver, you've got talent 1 through 6. Wide receiver core is great. Offensive line, heavily invested in, has been remarkably healthy for 3 straight seasons. You got everything but the tight end. And I suppose you can look at it, you go, you've invested. You've spent money in the free agent market. You have tried to retain players on your roster that you think can do tight end things. And you have thrown some sort of draft capital into the tight end position. Now, I look at a 5th rounder and 2 7th-round picks, including Mr. Irrelevant. Wasn't Loner irrelevant? Either that or he was mega late in the 7th.
Yeah.
Right, so a
Super
5th
late.
and 2 7th-round picks, I look and I go, you haven't really put the assets toward that skill group. You just haven't. So while Cortland Sutton's going to bat for his boys, we do have to have a dose of reality here, is that tight end group it has to completely shock you this year. Evan Ingram having an awesome year, or Adam Troutman having an awesome year, or one of the 5th and multiple 7th-round draft picks that you've utilized over the past couple of years has to hit as like an everyday NFLer for that to change. It's a lot of hope, man. It's kind of like me with the Avalanche when I go, it wouldn't shock me if the Avs won a Stanley Cup next year, if they just run the whole thing back. It wouldn't shock me if they just ran it back. But you know what they need? They need the right path. I don't know, man, if that tight end group is going to do it. I really don't. That is a lot of hope on an aging Evan Ingram, on an Adam Troutman that is a fine blocker but doesn't give you the same offensive ability as the Kittles and the Warrens.
Could that be their number one target if they were looking for a midseason trade? We know this is not necessarily a midseason trade type of team, but could that be their number one target heading into midseason when that trade deadline comes around and they're trying to figure out what's the one thing that could potentially get us over the top?
I suppose, like, if Atlanta craters, man, and Kyle Pitts is in the middle of his $15 million franchise tag, you could look at him. Without a doubt, you could look at him. Is Cole Kmet possibly looking to get out of Chicago because Colston Loveland is very clearly the guy there for Caleb Williams? You could look at a couple of those players. Those could be trade deadline targets. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. You can watch us, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. You can also subscribe on YouTube today. Just search Altitude Sports Radio. The YouTube page is your video home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including updates from training camp. Those were up there as shorts and full videos yesterday. Once again, just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. A big trade request in the National Hockey League. Detroit Red Wings captain Dylan Larkin wants out. Could he possibly end up here in the Mile High City? We'll talk about it next. The Colorado Eagles are in the Western Conference Finals of the American Hockey League. The series is tied at 2-2. You can hear tonight's Game 5 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 starting at 6 p.m. And then Sunday's Game 6 and potentially a Monday Game 7 will also air on 92.5. So those of you who have been following the Colorado Eagles, the Avs AHL affiliate, as they search for a Calder Cup championship this year, we will have games 5, 6, and possibly 7 right here on Altitude 92.5. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup final will be tomorrow night at, I believe, 6 p.m. I'm pretty certain that's when it'll be. You can listen to that here on 92.5 worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. We've got the NBA Finals Game 2 coming up tonight. Can the Spurs bounce back? Is Jalen Brunson's knee going to be okay? It obviously looked just fine in the second half of their Game 1 win as he basically put the dagger in San Antonio with 37 seconds to go in that first quarter, or rather fourth quarter in that first game. I mentioned that there was a big trade request in the National Hockey League yesterday. Dylan Larkin, the current captain, the American-born captain of the Detroit Red Wings, who has only played 5 playoff games in his Red Wings career, and the Red Wings do currently own the current longest playoff drought in the National Hockey League, has asked Steve Yzerman, the GM of Detroit, that he wants out. Now, Larkin has a full no-trade clause. He's kind of a 70-point per season guy, 65 to 70 point per season guy, kind of what Gabriel Landeskog was when he was in his prime. Almost kind of like what Jonathan Taves was in his prime from a production standpoint. Now, Larkin is remarkably fast. Like one of the most skilled, beautiful skaters in the National Hockey League. He's very solid two-way player. He finished top 20 in the Selke once in his career, hasn't really gotten there. It's been very difficult sledding in Detroit. You're not going to finish high in the Selke when you give up that many goals. But in recent years, he has shown very well at the Four Nations tournament. He showed very well for Team USA in their gold medal victory in Italy this year. And he does have that two-way dogged mentality and edge to his game that I think would translate very well to what the Avs seemingly miss year in and year out. Now, again, Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic, for their part over the past couple of years, have done like a really admirable job of trying to bring in players that have that type of snarl. The Nick Waz, the Nazem Kadris, the Josh Mansons a few years ago, trying to bring in those type of players that don't back down when the games get difficult. That said, they have also brought in players like Marty Necas, where you're kind of forced into trading Mikko Rantanen because he holds your feet to the fire, says he's not going to sign your deal. He wants to test the open market. The NHL says, hey, screw you. And then he signs the same deal in Dallas after being traded one more time. So you're kind of forced into getting value back from Mikko Rantanen, future Hall of Famer. You get Drury, you get the ability to go out and sign some players, and you get a guy in Marty Necas who at that point in his career had not eclipsed 72 points in his Hurricanes lifespan. He comes to Colorado, 1 full season in, bang, 100-point season, scores 38 goals. He fits the mold. He fits the speed that the Avalanche love out of their top 6 forwards. But even though he put up good points, he did. I'm not going to take that away from Marty Necas this year. He played 13 games in the postseason. He had 13 points. I believe half of those 12 assists were primary assists. Most of them came in the first 2 rounds. But just 1 goal in 20 games across 2 postseasons as a member of the Avs. Just 1 goal. Sorry, 2 goals. He had 1 goal in the Dallas series and 1 goal this past year. At some point, when you pay a guy $11.5 million and that kicks in on July 1st, at some point, you're paying for your skill players to be goal scorers. And that's okay. If you're a goal scorer and you kind of shy away from physical play, and when games get tough and tighter checked and you don't have as much space, if you shy away from that, I'm okay so long as you produce. And Nate just going cold on the power play, going cold on 5-on-5, and becoming perimeter and not being able to score brought up what a lot of Hurricanes fans, when the trade was made, what a lot of Hurricanes fans said, watch out, because we worry that he wilts in the postseason. And I am very nervous about that right now. I think Nate just is an awesome player. Don't get me wrong. 100-point seasons. How many times have I said this on the show? 100-point seasons don't grow on trees.
You said that a lot.
All the time.
All the time.
So I am, when I put this out into the ether, I am very, very cognizant of that. I would start the conversation, if I'm Joe Sakic, with Steve Yzerman going, hey, what do you think about Marty Necas? What are your thoughts on this player? Because I know that Detroit, think about this, with all of those amazing Detroit Red Wings teams that won cups in the mid-2000s, that beat Sidney Crosby in 2006, that beat the Avs multiple times and had cup runs in the late 90s and early 2000s. The last 100-point player that the Detroit Red Wings franchise has had on their roster was in 1996-97 in Sergei Fedorov. So if I'm Joe Sakic, I call up Steve Yzerman and I go, what are your thoughts on him? Because I have a 100-point player for you. Now, if I'm Yzerman, my first retort is, who is he without Nathan MacKinnon? Because I look back at his Carolina years and I go, we're kind of surrounding him with the same things that Detroit has. No mega superstar players, Moritz Seider on the blue line notwithstanding. Who is he without Nathan MacKinnon? Because he's kind of a 70-point player without him. That's where the conversation starts. And if you can't get requisite value back for Necas in a Larkin trade, then what you do as Joe Sakic is you go, all right, let's look through the rest of the roster. What do you need, Detroit, to get Dylan Larkin here to Colorado? Detroit is devoid of goaltending talent. You have two. You also have a third in the pipeline. Detroit is devoid of puck-moving defensemen. You have one that you could trade. Sam Malinski's deal, which I don't want Sam Malinski gone whatsoever, but he was not good in the final two rounds of the postseason. Maybe he was injured. We'll learn next week when Joe Sakic meets the media. Malinski's $4.75 million deal doesn't kick in until July 1st, where he has full no-trade clause. So, if you called today or tomorrow, you could go, you like Sam Malinski? Depending on Nazem Kadri's trade protection, a 13-team no-trade list. Depending on Val Nichushkin's trade protection, a 12-team no-trade list. And Ross Colton's trade protection, a 12-team no-trade list. Those are four pieces that you could look at Steve Yzerman and go, hey, we don't have draft picks. We don't have prospects, but we have current NHL players that might be able to get you over the hump, that might be able to supplement your young core in DeBrincat, Raymond, those types of players. So there are a couple of ways that you could bring him here to Colorado. You could find it. Do I want to trade Necas for Larkin straight up? I don't know. I don't know if you would get the right value. I think at this point, Marty Necas is a better player than Dylan Larkin is. But Larkin plays a premium position. And I do believe that I see some of that playoff snarl, that never die mentality in him, just because of what I saw at the Olympics and the Four Nations tournament. I think that's there. It's a lot of hope again, right? You're kind of jumping off of a cliff at this point, but I really wouldn't hate kicking the tires. Steve's going to pick up that phone and listen to Joe. You should have a conversation. And if you can't come to an agreement, it's the way she goes. You go into next season. You try and nibble around the edges. Marty Necas is on the wing for Nathan MacKinnon again next year, and he probably puts up another 100-point season. As I've said a few times, like, it wouldn't shock me if they won a cup next year, but they have to have the right path. So I'm throwing things against the wall, and that is a trade that I believe would lead to a longer conversation. A lot of people are asking, could you trade Brock Nelson for Larson? Brock Nelson currently has a full no trade clause. So the answer on its head is no, not really. Nelson would have to waive his full no trade clause, and I don't know if he wants to do that. Part of the Brock Nelson thing, moving his family away from his longtime home in New York as a member of the Islanders, was a huge decision for him and his family. And he only wanted to come to Colorado to chase a cup, or wanted to go to Minnesota, where both he and his wife are from. So do I think Brock Nelson would say, yeah, I'm okay with going to Detroit? Now, it's in the same general area. I don't think he would say that. So a lot of people wanting to trade Brock Nelson. I don't know, man. I don't know if it could happen. So that's my thoughts on the Dylan Larkin situation. We'll roll into hour number 2. Again, if you're just joining us, Jonathan Cooper arrested late last night, booked into a detention facility at 2:38 this morning. TMZ was the first to report a hearing this morning and a hearing on Monday morning after being arrested for domestic violence and what was the other count, KJ? Criminal mischief, I believe, was the other thing. So we are monitoring that situation. Any news that comes through, we will get squarely to you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. KJ's final NFL notes are coming up in 15 minutes. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint, hour number 2 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm Alex Ryanemi. You guys know me better as Raj. No coach today. He'll be going off on a mission trip. I think he's in like Costa Rica or something beautiful at this point. Enjoy the surf out there, Coach. On the final day, if you guys are just joining us, on the final day of KJ Granderson here at Altitude Sports Radio. And I do want to say from the bottom of my heart, KJ, thank you so very much for all of your work, not only on my show, but on all of our game production through the Rapids and the Nuggets and your award-winning work on the Colorado Avalanche. Everyone here is a better broadcaster because of you. For those of you who don't, know what the producer does, it's so much more than potting up our microphones and making sure that we come in and out of break on times and getting guests and stuff like that. KJ is a sounding board for me. We have meetings before every single one of our shows. He is the guy that helps me when I'm having writer's block and don't know what to talk about that day. He comes in and jumps my creative juices and helps me formulate segments and not just talking about things on their face. So once again, thank you so very much for your 2+ years of work here at Kroenke Sports and Entertainment Radio and Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as you move into the ministry, a calling of yours. You're staying here in the Colorado area, which makes my heart happy, but you've been an invaluable piece to the Morning Sprint and then previously Dempsey and Company in your time here. So thank you, my friend.
Man, appreciate you always, Raj, man. Trust me when I say those words do not go misplaced, man. They will hold a special place in my heart forever and ever. The biggest thing I always will tell anybody is if I could do anything in life, it's to make sure that I let the people know that I enjoy what I do and that I have fun doing what I'm doing. And if I could relay that to the people, if I could let the people know wherever you are, I know sometimes it may feel as if times may get tough in what it is you may be doing, but I'd be the first to tell you that at the end of the day, it's only a season. And so you just got to keep pushing forward, whatever that looks like for you. Don't ever let the moment get too big or too small, because at the end of the day, it's all leading towards something. So just know it's a part of a bigger picture. And so that's ultimately what life is all about. And so it's just kind of time for me to kind of start doing the same thing, looking at life from a bigger picture. So
text line is blown up with thanks, and then a bunch of people on the Twitch chat, whether it's Guru or Care Bear or Meteoroa or Navigator, Beer Guy, like a whole bunch of people saying thank you to KJ. So from one thing that it's like happy tears of saying goodbye to KJ after today to something that is a very serious situation in Broncos country. We are now out of the first little phase of OTAs. It will then restart on June the 9th. But late last night, Jonathan Cooper, who is in year number 2 of a 4-year extension that he signed prior to last season, 4-year, $60 million deal with an average salary of $15 million and a $6 million signing bonus. Jonathan Cooper was arrested last night on criminal mischief charges with escalators of domestic violence. And KJ, there is a couple of other updates, right? The second party in this altercation also arrested under the same charges, which I believe is Jonathan's girlfriend. So it seems as though there was some sort of dispute.
That is correct. According to the affidavit, and I just want to make sure that we're bringing to everyone what the Broncos said earlier. They said, quote, "We are aware of the matter and are gathering more information," end quote. So they're still doing their investigation as well. But according to the affidavit, Cooper's girlfriend was also arrested on criminal mischief and domestic violence charges. The incident centered around his girlfriend trying to get Cooper's cell phone and Cooper wanting to keep it. So there's kind of a little bit of back and forth here that ensued that led to both of them ultimately having to get arrested here.
Until there are more facts about what happened last night, you won't really know what's going to happen. It can range from no suspension, no time missed whatsoever, to a game, 2 games, 3 games. We've seen far heavier suspensions for things that, again, on its face, for what we know right now, those heavier suspensions have been in far worse situations, but we don't know enough. So we will continue to monitor this situation. Once again, Jonathan Cooper did have a hearing today. He will have another one on Monday stemming from his Thursday night release. He was booked into a detention facility at 2:38 early this Friday morning. It does bring up the possibility of like, hey, do you bring Von Miller in now because of all this now off-season turmoil with your edge rusher group? That will rear its head one more time. So again, Jonathan Cooper arrested last night, and we will continue to monitor that situation. I was reading an article earlier today, KJ, on ESPN about worst to first candidates this year, and they had Detroit as their number one candidate to go from worst to first to possibly finish at the top of their division this year. They had New Orleans at number 2 after their hot end to the season last year. They were 6-11, but they do play in one of, if not the worst divisions in football. They've got the Giants there as well. So I was thinking about all of these, worst to first possibilities. The Raiders there's no chance that they do it in the AFC West. It got me thinking of the opposite direction. Can you go first to worst? Is that a possibility here in Denver this year where you go from a first round bye, an AFC championship appearance, and loss because you did not have your quarterback and his ankle is messed up? Is there a possibility that you could be one of these teams that has gone from win your division to being dead last in the cellar? And it happens more often than you think. The 49ers won the NFC West in 2023. They went 6-11 in 2024. Now, injury-riddled 49ers team. The Buccaneers won the NFC South in 2022. They fell to a tie for last the next season in 23. The Titans won the AFC South in 21. They fell to 7-10 in 2022, and they were tied for last. The Seahawks in 2020 won the NFC West, and they plummeted to 7-10 the following season, tied for last in their division. The only way that I think this can happen is if Bo's ankle is a disaster. If Bo is healthy for the season, man, there's no way that they tumble that far out.
Well, could I pose a potential number 2 reason this could happen?
Sure.
What happens if the air raid plus Sean Payton's West Coast offense doesn't match well under Davis Webb?
It's a great question. I think the leash is way shorter than we think.
I agree.
I think that if it's very clear, again, and you are tested as any team will be tested at the beginning part of this season, those 6 games at Kansas City, home against Jacksonville, home against the Rams, at San Francisco, at the Chargers, home against Seattle, is a murderer's row. If the offense is the main reason why you're losing those games and they're kind of close and you just go, if you had one more drive, you could have done it. Or if you had one fewer interception, you could have done it. Or one fewer 3 and out, you could have done it. And the offense is the reason why through 6 weeks you're like 2-4. I think Sean goes, thanks for trying. It's my team now again. Whether that comes out and says Sean has like taken play calling duties away from Webb, or if it is just internal, I don't think Sean, with where his defense is right now, with how close they were last year, with the weapon that they brought in Waddle, with the draft assets that they've utilized in the past couple of seasons in their running back room, I don't think Sean will let that go by the wayside just because, hey, we as an organization made a decision to give the reins to Davis Webb because we think he's a bright upcoming mind in this game and we don't want to lose him to another team this early because we might think that he's the next head coach of the Broncos whenever Sean decides to officially hang them up. I think he's in this win now mode that if it goes bad early, he's going to wrestle it away. I like the question, but I still think the only way that they could possibly go from first to worst within their own division is catastrophic injury to the quarterback after what we saw last year from Stidham. It's It's too good of a team. It's too good of a defense. There are too many players on the periphery that are coveted by other teams for them to fall below the Raiders. Like, is Mendoza and Cousins are going to be better than you?
They better not.
Like, I could see the Chargers being right there with you. I could see the Chiefs if they get a full bill of health and they get the final hurrah from Travis Kelce. I could see them being right there, and any one of those teams could win the division. I go, yeah, that makes sense.
Easily.
The Raiders, no. They're still a couple years away. I'm kind of in the Coach Sanford camp of like, I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be successful in this league, but I don't believe he walks in as a first-year rookie supernova and blows up the world order of the AFC West, which is, for a while, Chiefs, and then everyone else. And then after last year's injury and the past couple of years, the Chiefs being like, oh, are they really who they've been the past 7-8 years?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of any one of these three teams and then a chasm and the Raiders at the bottom. I think it's going to be the same thing.
You want to know what's funny? And we haven't really talked about it that much this offseason. The Raiders are actually taking the Chiefs approach because they're going to essentially let Kirk Cousins take the brunt of whatever this season is going to be. Let Fernando kind of just grow and kind of learn a little bit. And then when it's time to kind of put him out there, just give him the Patrick Mahomes treatment. Say, hey, fly, butterfly, fly. You know, because we knew you weren't going to stay in your cocoon for long. So maybe that was what the Raiders' plans were all along. Now, flipping from the Raiders back to the Broncos, let me ask you this. Do you think we're going to be walking on eggshells this season thinking about Bo Nix's ankle instead of just focusing on how the Broncos can win?
For some reason, on June the 5th right now, I'm far more concerned with J.K. Dobbins than I am with Bo Nix.
Okay.
I don't know why I haven't got into this panic mode about Bo's ankle that I kind of feel generally. And maybe it's just that we're in the offseason and it's the one thing that we can grab onto about football is like, hey, Bo's ankle, it's an issue. He had to have surgery and then go in and clean it up again. And it's a longer recovery process. Maybe that's just it. It's the one thing that we can grab onto and think about football with. But I don't find myself in that position of like, oh, this is a really, really big issue that's going to not only derail this season, but derail Bo's career. I'm not there yet. And I'm okay with being the last one to the party if I am. I'm fine with that. I'm more concerned over, like, can J.K. Dobbins stay healthy for 17 games? I'm way more concerned about that. I'm way more concerned about, can Jalen Waddle, while he is, Waddle while is a fun two-word phrase to say. Waddle stays on the field largely the whole season, but what we've seen in the last few years in Miami is like, yeah, he's on the field for 16, 17 games, but he's not 100%.
Right.
So I'm more concerned about those two players than I am Bo Nix's knee, or rather ankle right now. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, his final NFL notes as producer of this show, KJ Granderson's final day, and his NFL notes are next. Every single day here on the morning sprint with myself and Coach Mike Sanford. Sanford out today, out next week. So just me today, hanging alongside KJ Granderson on his final day on the airwaves here at Altitude Sports Radio before he pursues a career in the ministry and will eventually become a pastor one day. Without further ado, KJ, the biggest stories on the gridiron from around the NFL world, and it does start here in the Mile High City with Jonathan Cooper, KJ's NFL Notes.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, man. And I hate that we have to start off this version of NFL Notes this way.
We were hoping he was going to be way more happy-go-lucky today.
I was hoping, man, but
not so much.
We're going to get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on here because Denver Broncos outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper and his girlfriend were arrested on suspicion of 2 counts of domestic violence and 1 count of criminal mischief, according to the Douglas County Jail records. So let's kind of go through some of the details of the affidavit. So his girlfriend and Cooper and his girlfriend were arguing over alleged cheating allegations in the apartment. She goes to grab his phone and she threw it across the room and then picked it up to go through it. Cooper then got into a physical struggle with her, grabbed her arm and took his phone back. She then tried to take the phone back, and Cooper braced his neck against her neck to prevent from getting his phone. After the altercation was over, Cooper admitted that he told that he was going to break her phone if she did not leave the apartment, and that he bit her phone when she did not leave, causing disabling damage, end quote. So that's the latest on this situation. As Raj detailed earlier, in the show, obviously this will span as far as court is concerned between today and Monday. So, Raj, the only question I really have is, if you're Jonathan Cooper, what's the next step here in regards to trying to not only get yourself out of this situation, but making sure that you don't put yourself in this situation? Because I think with the Broncos having such a zero tolerance for this kind of stuff, you could put yourself in a position to lose a lot of money down the road. What could potentially be the next steps for Jonathan Cooper here?
Yeah, it's something I don't have, thankfully, experience in dealing with. I would have to say that maybe the relationship isn't exactly the one for you at this point. That might be the first step, is saying both parties go opposite directions. Now, we don't know the extent to what actually happened there. The affidavit is giving us as much insight as we can have at this point. Is there going to be a suspension? Is there going to be a fine? We don't know quite yet. I believe you allow your agent and you allow your team to come out with statements. The Broncos have already come out with a statement earlier this morning. I think, honestly, man, you lie low and you go through the legal process. And if you are innocent of what that affidavit had said that you've done, then you allow the legal process to try and work in your favor. At the very least, it's an ugly situation between two people that you do not want to escalate into any sort of physical or verbal abuse. Not a great look on like hours after your first OTA is over. Like, not a good look. From a coaching standpoint, from a front office standpoint, you're going, what is going on here, man? Like, we had you in the building for 3 days, and this is the first thing that happens. There were Broncos staffers that were probably still at Del Valle when this happened at 11:28 on a Thursday night. Not great. It will bring up the possibility of like, hey, should Von Miller be here for an on-field standpoint and for like an older dude in the room of like, hey, I've been in crappy situations. This is how you pull yourself out of it. This is how you grow as a man, as a human being, as a professional athlete. I think it brings in another wrinkle to the Von Miller situation too, without a doubt. KJ, what's next?
It's a number 2.
Well, as we head to our second story there, Sean, let's talk about his role for his new star wide receiver, Jalen Waddle. How will he fit in this offense? What is the long-term plans for him? Will he be at one position? Sean Payton kind of takes us through some of the things that he's thinking in regards to the long-term vision for Jalen Waddle at receiver.
No, absolutely. You could start slot to outside or go outside to slot. Just pick. But there's a crystal clear vision prior to the trade as to, all right, this is what we see, this is where he plays, and these are the things that we feel like he's exceptional at, and then let's apply him into what we're doing.
We still, are we talking outside?
That's where his home will be initially, and there may be some packages where we have some flex, but he's doing too well outside.
Improving on intermediate throws for Bo Nix is something that has to happen this year. And we know the well-documented numbers of how the Broncos dropped a lot of passes. And I'm not saying he's the most accurate quarterback in the world or he's on time every single time that he throws the ball, but Broncos wide receivers dropped a bunch of balls. I think that 10 to 19 intermediate range is something that they didn't really have at their disposal last year, that utilizing Jalen Waddle starting on the outside, his ability to gain separation immediately off the line of scrimmage, or at least forcing, because of his speed, forcing defensive backs to start a little bit farther off the line of scrimmage, not be as handsy and physical with him as others, I think can unlock a level of Bo Nix that we haven't seen this year. I am, as you guys know, I try and look at almost every season with the glass as full as possible. I grew up as a Met fan, and every single year I think they're going to win the World Series, and then they do stuff like this year where they're a debacle with a $400 million payroll. But you know what's going to happen next year on April 1st? I think they're going to win the World Series again. I think Bo Nix is going to be really good in the 10 to 19 yard range, where he hasn't statistically been great in his first couple of years in the NFL. And I think Jalen Waddle is going to be the main reason why. Glass is half full, if not damn full, KJ.
Hey, you know what? Can I talk about something that Sean didn't say but said in that answer there? Depending on his position, will all be surrounded by the emergence of either Troy or Pat this season. Because I think in a perfect world, he wants to keep Jalen Waddle outside, but also he wants to kind of mix and match and keep Jalen inside from time to time to kind of give the defense different looks. Pat is probably the better outside receiver, but Troy would probably create more mismatches inside. So depending on who elevates where will determine Jalen Waddle's ultimate long-term, plan, as far as, does he play the Y? Does he play the Z? Or will he eventually move to the X? Cortland Sutton will kind of always be, the big body receiver, of course.
Out of the 5 guys in the wide receiver room that are coming back that were legit players, like I know Michael Bandy, it's fine. Sutton, Lil Jordan Humphrey, Marvin Mims, Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin. Who gets screwed the most in terms of touches now that Jalen Waddle is here?
Let's take Lil Jordan out of the equation just because.
You can't take him out of the equation. Sean Payton just can't quit Lil Jordan Humphrey. Okay. I want to take him out of the equation, but he plays more than anybody.
Yeah, I agree.
It's insane. He plays more than Marvin Mims. I know that's hyperbolic, but you get my drift.
It's the truth. To answer your question a little bit more direct, I think it's going to be Marvin Mims because I think the emergence of Troy Franklin, it needs to happen. And it's something that I think the Broncos and Davis Webb are going to give Troy Franklin a myriad of opportunities to make it happen this year. And I could definitely easily see, just because of how much Jalen Waddle and Cortland Sutton will be taking away attention, I could easily see him having a 55-catch, 900-yard season this year as the number 3.
And Mims already gets screwed out of touches for reasons unknown, because every time the ball hits his hands, something cool happens.
Yeah.
So if he's the guy that gets screwed out of touches and targets because Jalen Waddle is here, and I'm not saying that you should prioritize Marvin Mims over Jalen Waddle. You should not. That you used a first-round pick to go out and get Jalen Waddle. That should be the dude that you focus on. This could have career-defining impacts on Marvin Mims. If he goes through this whole year and he gets a 20% reduction in snap count or targets, which again is already minuscule at this point, he's in the final year of his rookie deal. What's the one? He can't really bring much to the open market and go hey, I'm going to make a huge difference to your wide receiver room. It's going to cost him his second contract. Like when Marvin Mims makes his money in the NFL, if this all comes true, what you and I think is going to happen this season, it's going to be on his third deal when he's like 28, 29, 30 years old, man. It could really impact Marvin Mims in his years away from Denver. KJ, what's next?
It's a number 2.
Well, we got a significant step here in regards to the Bears situation and where the stadium will be. The Bears Board of Directors voted Thursday to advance their stadium development in Hammond, Indiana, with the exact site still to be determined. This is the first time the Bears Board has voted on any stadium site. Now, why is this important? Because earlier this week, Illinois ended its spring legislative session without a firm vote or plan to keep the Bears in Chicago or near the Chicago area. The Bears announced Friday that it is not necessarily a guarantee, and a very important league source, according to ESPN, told them while Indiana is, quote, in the lead to lure the Bears across the state lines to build a domed stadium, Illinois can still get back in the race, and quote. Let me ask you this, Raj. Like, if you're Chicago, how much of this is ploy and how much of this is real as far as getting Indiana involved in these negotiating tactics?
I think originally it was a ploy and a play to be like, hey, we're going to scare the crap out of you. We're going to go across state borders and go into Indiana. I think they've backed themselves into a corner right now where like they might have to build this stadium in Indiana. Now it's inches away from the Illinois border. Like Hammond, that area is quite literally on the border. Now, that area, depending on where the stadium would be built, it's like 30 to 45 minutes, depending on traffic, south of where Soldier Field is right now. And I would assume it would be off the water of, what is that, Lake Michigan? Yes, Lake Michigan. It's a bad look for them to be in Indiana. It feels like they're kind of hurtling in that direction. If they put a dome on that stadium, man, Bears fans will never live it down from Packers fans.
Absolutely.
Could you imagine that fodder, that arrow in your quiver as a cheesehead to look at the Bears fans and go, oh, you guys were cold and you wanted to put a dome on your stadium? Now, I am the guy that is totally fine with putting a retractable roof on the next Broncos stadium.
Same.
I'm fine with it. It's not really the same. While we have a beautiful stadium with an amazing view of the Continental Divide and the Rocky Mountains, I don't think there's the same pride in like, I'm going to freeze my butt off in Chicago in the middle of January going to a game, or I'm going to be at the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, and because the only thing in Green Bay is the Packers, you just deal with this and you wear it as a badge of honor and pride. Snow games are fun, but we can also see how they can completely derail your chance to get to a Super Bowl. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes?
All right. Yeah.
So I think it's a little different. I think geographically and as a fan base, it's slightly different to have the pride of an open stadium in Chicago than it is here in Denver. If you move to Indiana and put a dome on that thing, the Packers will always have something up on you.
It's another
if they don't already.
Agreed. It's another reason why the Packers already don't take the Lions and the Vikings
No doubt.
seriously.
You'd laugh at them. Now, have you ever been to the stadium in Minnesota?
I have not.
That thing is a spaceship.
Whew.
That thing's awesome. Holy crap, what a stadium.
I got to get up there. I also got to check out the Mall of America while I'm up there as well.
I've been to the Mall of America. It is overwhelming, but you only got to go once. We had something up in Syracuse. It was Destiny USA, which they branded as the second largest mall in America behind the Mall of America.
Uh-huh.
At some point, it's still just a mall.
Right.
Like there's a Cinnabon sitting next to a Lids and a PacSun.
True.
There's a Foot Locker 3 doors down. Like, is there a carousel in there? Sure. Is there a roller coaster? Yeah, but you're still eating at the food court. It's the same thing, man. Been to one, been to them all. I'll give you one more.
It's a number 2.
Well, listen, we're trying to put a bow on this A.J. Brown thing, but more just clips and stories keep coming out. Obviously, we detailed earlier this week about his trade to the Patriots, officially going through on June the 1st. But then he had a sit down with the cast of 7 p.m. in Brooklyn, which obviously is led by former Nugget Carmelo Anthony. And A.J. Brown talked about some of his motivation tactics and leaking things to the media intentionally.
It was done purposely to give us a push. I know if I say something in the media, I know it's going to propel us to work on it. If you say what you need to say in the media, which I won't do that anymore, it gives everything legs and legs to push and to push everybody to be better. Because pressure isn't always a bad thing. It can also be a good thing too. Honestly, I feel like it was okay to do because we had guys in the locker room who were men.
Is that guy going to work in New England?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
And this is coming from someone who is like standing on the table, oh, captain, my captaining, getting A.J. Brown to Denver because I was so enamored with the true number one. I think it's going to work for 1 year, and then I think it's going to be a disaster. Like, I think New England is really scary next year, and A.J. Brown's going to be on his best behavior. I heard Schefter talking about the morning guys. He was like, remember when Terrell Owens left a team and then went to a new one? The first year or two, like he was straight-laced and there were no problems with T.O. And then after the honeymoon period ended, T.O. went back to being diva and monster headache. Now, Terrell Owens is one of the greatest wide receivers to ever play the game. A.J. Brown, while very good, is not in the same stratosphere as T.O. I think the same thing's going to happen. I think it's going to be a year, maybe two, of like really good stuff, and then A.J. Brown's going to blow up a locker room again.
So I agree with you, and it's going to be interesting to see how the chemistry meshes in New England because according to rumors, these aren't necessarily reports, but according to rumors, Kayshon Boutte is going to request a trade because he sees himself as a number 2, not a number 3.
That's
because Romeo Doubs will be the number 2. So these are some things to kind of keep in mind. And with him already kind of talking about how he treated players with the Eagles, I think some of the Patriots guys are already starting to be like, hey, man, we're glad to have you here. But if any of that mess follows you here, like, we're going to have a real issue.
KJ's notes are brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store. That is Mountain High Appliance. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. The last of 2+ years of KJ's NFL notes, as always. Fantastic job, my friend. We'll get the latest on Jonathan Cooper coming up next. We will give you your proper send-off and farewell here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll pop some tops, tell you what we're watching and listening to this weekend. It's the morning sprint on Altitude 92.5. Wrapping things up here on a Friday morning on the Morning Sprint. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj hanging out with you guys solo. Coach Sanford will be out today and next week. I'll be joined by Mark Bertinoli all of next week. And we are saying goodbye to our stellar producer, our award-winning producer, KJ Granderson, who is moving on to a new gig and a career in the ministry, a calling at which you will be phenomenal at. So once again, thank you so much for all that you have done, whether it's been on this show or producing our games with the Nuggets and some stuff with the Rapids, but a lot of stuff with the Colorado Avalanche, certainly last season. Just a phenomenal job, KJ, and a sounding board for me, someone that I honestly text more than my wife. Because anytime that something happens in the world of sports, I have to talk about it with KJ and send him clippings and audio. It's something that I will sorely miss. This show has gotten better because of having you on it. We have had very good ratings because of having you on it and stewarding this show. So once again, thank you so very much for all of your work, brother.
Man, I appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate you, Coach. Appreciate Dempsey, man. Appreciate Kim Becker and the cast of thousands that have played a huge part into, the success that we've had in this time slot. Also, man, just want to say thanks to everybody that welcomed me here, man. When I came here in 2024, everybody in this building was open arms, man. Every station in this building, every person, every salesperson, every person on the air, behind the scenes, stuff that you guys don't see. And so I just appreciate it, man. It made being here seamless. Like, it felt like home, literally, man. Like, I'm beyond grateful that I was able to work at a place that I genuinely would call my dream station, bro. I don't know how many people in their career get a chance to actually say that out loud. So
this show will get significantly lamer without you. I don't know who's going to produce our show in the long term. I think in the interim we will have the golden pipes, the deep sultry baritone of Chris Mitchell, which is always wonderful to have Mitchie on the program. We'll have him in the interim at the very least, but we will get significantly lamer as the clock strikes 12 today. And I appreciate you making me a cooler person and opening up my ears and eyes to better music and different perspectives, my friend. Latest with Jonathan Cooper is basically what we told you during NFL Notes, is awaiting a hearing on Monday morning. Already had a hearing earlier today. Now, if you're just joining us and you don't know the news, Broncos edge rusher Jonathan Cooper, in the middle of a 4-year, $60 million contract, just hours after the Broncos finished their first phase of OTAs, was arrested late on Thursday night on charges of criminal mischief with escalators of domestic violence. His partner was also arrested at the same time for the same violations. He was then processed into a detention facility early Friday morning at 2:38. We'll await, again, a hearing on Monday. We'll have to see whether or not this brings in suspensions or fines, whether or not it opens up the conversation of, do you possibly bring Von Miller or open up those conversations with Von, because there's a possibility that with the cloud that's hanging overhead, and we don't know whether it's going to dissipate or turn into a rain cloud in terms of this Jonathan Cooper conversation, you might need an edge rusher outside of Nick Bonito and Jonah Ellis. And Sean Payton did say multiple times, like, Jonah Ellis lives at edge rusher now. That is where he is. And for the foreseeable future, whether it's in OTAs or if it extends into the regular season, Jonah Ellis will certainly have to step up. We've been talking a lot about Jalen Waddle and his role with the Broncos. He's going to be playing on the outside. Sean Payton had conversations about whether or not you use him in the middle as a slot wide receiver, but Jalen Waddle will be an outside threat. Now, I don't think that turns him into like Tyreek Hill. I don't think he is a run-a-go route, and if you happen to blow the top off the defense, that's going to be fine. He's going to start in the outside, and he's going to be able to utilize his ability to get away from corners. And that was the thing that I listened to Vic this morning, and I heard from DMac and other people who were reporting, whether it was Rachel Vigil or Cordy Rourke, those guys saying, like, the one thing that you can see from Jalen Waddle, and again, kind of fake football at OTAs, his ability to separate immediately from defenders is something that they really haven't had on this roster. You had an elite route runner with his feet, or at least what you thought in Jerry Jeudy. You didn't have the guy that could kind of set up defensive backs with, you think I'm going one direction and I'm just going to get this yard or two of separation, come back to the ball, and then I can utilize my size, right? Because he's an undersized receiver to create yards after catch by either getting underneath tackles or getting lost in space. He's going to be super exciting to watch on this team, man. Super exciting to watch Jalen Waddle. And that's the reason why when you ask me the question, like, are you more nervous about Bo Nix's ankle or other injury problems on this team? I'm more nervous about Jalen Waddle. I'm more nervous about him staying 100% through 17 games. He stays healthy. He's on the field, but he's at there's a lot of times he's at 70%, 80%, and he gets a few snaps, but he's not the same guy. I'm more nervous about the 17 games that we're going to end up getting out of J.K. Dobbins, right? Like, if you get 17 games, this team probably wins the AFC West. But if you only get 9, can you rely upon a second-year back in R.J. Harvey and a first-year back in Jonah Coleman? And then, do you have to tap into the free agency market or trade for another running back during the regular season? Because it ain't going to be Tyler Bidet.
No,
it ain't going to be Jaleel McLaughlin. It ain't going to be Deuce Vaughn. So I am more nervous about those two injuries than I am about the current health of Bo Nix. If it happens again, if the ankle thing happens again this season and it blows up and it costs you the year, then I'll be late to the party and I'll panic. But I'm not doing it right now. I'm just not there. It's just a feeling that I have. I had a decent conversation earlier today about is there a possibility that Dylan Larkin could be traded to Colorado? He wants out of Detroit. And could Joe Sakic bring in a very fast two-way centerman? What does he have to dangle out there to Steve Yzerman? A lot of people want to go Colton, Nichushkin, and Nelson. Now, you do have to worry about trade protections there. The reason why I brought up the Marty Necas idea is because I think Necas right now in his career is worth more than Dylan Larkin, and I think that would start the conversation from a position of power from Joe Sakic. And if you wanted a much larger conversation and package, you could then pair Necas with a couple of the players that we mentioned, and you could ask about some defensemen. You could ask about a couple of other players on the Detroit roster. There are possibilities that you could do that. So it is the offseason for speculation here in Denver, whether it's with the Nuggets, the Avalanche, or waiting to see what happens with Jonathan Cooper and the Denver Broncos. But as we do on all Fridays, time to pop some tops, KJ. Mr. Granderson, as you head into your Friday evening and your last day of work here at Altitude Sports Radio, what are you popping tops to this weekend? What you watching?
Well, if I had to pop a top to anything, it would be Game 2 of Knicks and Spurs tonight. The Knicks come back. They steal Game 1. How will Wemby respond? Wemby ran out of gas in the first quarter, and it was very apparent that they needed him down the stretch, but he could not find another gear. The number 2 thing that I am watching is one of the worst contracts in the NBA right now is De'Aaron Fox. It's not because of the player, it's the amount of money. How will they adjust that 3-guard rotation in regards to Dylan Harper, De'Aaron Fox, and why am I drawing?
Castle?
Yes, Castle, Stephon Castle. So I'll be intrigued to see how they intertwine all of that in Game 2. I got the Spurs winning, but that's definitely what I will be watching tonight as I pop a top.
All right. I'm not really an F1 guy, but I will never miss Monaco, and that is this coming weekend on Sunday morning. I think the Monaco race is just awesome. The feeling of affluence around that race is insane. So I'm going to be waking up early on Sunday morning at 7 a.m. and watching the F1 Grand Prix at Monaco. But for the last time, for KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryan, KJ. Thank you so much for all of your work on this program. I will miss you tremendously. You are going to be so successful in the ministry and your path towards becoming a pastor, man. You are the absolute best. And for one last time, let Glorilla take us out.
Well, we unfortunately start with the breaking news of the day, and that's about Jonathan Cooper's arrest. Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Parker, what should we know about this story?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a strange one, I guess. Jonathan Cooper and his girlfriend were both arrested late last night. He was booked into jail early this morning. And it stemmed from, according to police affidavit we obtained, it stemmed from an argument the two had over cheating allegations. She accused him of cheating, wanted to look through his phone, and an argument ensued that involved Cooper grabbing her by her upper arms and later sort of bracing his neck against hers. That's all according to the police affidavit. And then when Parker police showed up, they ended up both being arrested. Cooper was booked into jail at 2:38 a.m. He was before a judge this morning, and then will be again on Monday morning for sort of an initial hearing.
Is she facing the same consequences as he?
She is, yeah.
So she's being held now, booked, the whole thing. Her appearance will be on Monday as well. So they'll both spend the weekend in jail.
That's a little bit unclear at this point. Cooper, we don't have the exact records for the girlfriend yet. In the affidavit, it says the police officer says that she was arrested too and charged on suspicion of the same charges as him. When exactly her court date is, I don't know yet. And whether they each have to spend the weekend in jail is a little unclear. There's a $1,000 personal recognizance bond listed, but as of a few minutes ago, he was still in custody.
Well, what's the NFL precedent that we're looking at here? What could this potentially mean for him and his future with Broncos?
Well, I think there's a lot probably to play out there. The fact pattern as it's laid out in the affidavit isn't entirely dissimilar to what happened with Jerry Jeudy and his girlfriend a couple of years ago. They're just based on the affidavit. I mean, there's maybe a little bit more physical contact in this one. Jeudy was not suspended by the team. As I recall it was more of an internal thing. I think the charges were dropped eventually. I'm not obviously saying that's what's going to happen in this case. But I think it's probably too early and we maybe don't know quite enough about where exactly the fact pattern leads to say whether, a suspension or some sort of dismissal, release or anything like that. I think it's pretty premature to go down that road. And certainly it's a different, I'm not saying it's not serious, but it's certainly a different set of facts than what led to say Michael Wilhoit, the outside linebackers coach, being fired last year.
Will the Broncos address this next week sometime or today or?
Well, they put out a statement.
The obligatory, we're following the news and da-da-da.
Yeah, yep, exactly. There's nobody scheduled to talk until, Sean Payton would talk after an open OTA practice next Thursday. So maybe there'll be an update before then, but that's the next time they're actually sort of on the docket to talk.
All right, just to circle back to this, because maybe I'm not clear and maybe I wasn't listening carefully enough. Why was she also arrested?
That's a good question. That was the determination the police officer made. She grabbed Cooper's phone from him and threw it across the room and damaged it. The way that these things tend to work is the domestic violence element of it is just an enhancer to the charge. It's not a charge in and of itself. And so they were both charged with a misdemeanor criminal mischief, which is, as far as I understand it, essentially the damage to the phone. Cooper bit into his girlfriend's phone at some point during this argument and damaged it, cracked the screen.
Did you say bit?
Yeah, he bit into it and damaged it. So the criminal mischief misdemeanors are the charges, one for each of them. And then because it was an argument that was physical in some nature between the two of them, that's where the domestic violence enhancers are added to the charges. So that's where it stands right now. It's sort of like legalese, but that's the best I understand it at this point.
She grabbed his phone and threw it. He grabbed her phone and bit it.
Yeah, both
or it
were
was being
damaged.
jammed in his face and he bit it.
Right. Yeah. That part. That's not what the affidavit says. So but
Okay.
that's where it's sort of a hard. It's a fine delineation, but it's a criminal misdemeanor for each of them with the domestic violence enhancer because of the nature of the argument and the relationship between the two of them.
And he's still in custody in Douglas County in Castle Rock. Is that right?
Yep, correct.
Okay. All right. Wow. Talk about a story out of the blue on that one, Parker. We appreciate the report, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Parker.
Yep. We'll see you guys.
Okay, guys. How about that one?
Yeah, I don't. This is one of those deals that you certainly never want to wake up to. You never want to see with the with the Broncos, with your team. Broncos have been pretty quiet on the arrest front for a while now, which has been the good news for Jonathan Cooper. I don't know that. I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll find out quickly what kind of precedent ownership wants to have with this. Usually, the way it goes, right, wrong, or indifferent. When you're a star like Jonathan Cooper, you probably get a second chance. That's the way it goes.
I think it's way too early to even comment educationally on this situation. We've seen these all play out. Sometimes they turn into a whiff of smoke, and everybody got pissed off at 3:30 in the morning after a couple of cocktails and a gummy or two, and they goes away. Or he's a turd and he hit her. And if he's a turd and he hit her, goodbye, Jonathan Cooper. See you later. Don't need you.
Well, it doesn't sound like that's even an accusation.
I
right?
agree. And I'm not even trying to throw that out there, but it's one of those things. I mean, we're 12 hours into it, or not even that, 9 hours into it. So we'll let this play out and see what happens.
Well, see where it goes. Does this open a door for Von Miller coming back? Are you, not assuming anything, but if you're the Denver Broncos, are you a little bit more interested in Von?
I don't know. I mean, the specific allegations to me does not seem like it's going to be a long-term suspension. It does not seem like it's going to be something that's in all likelihood going to cause him 6 games or anything like that. It might not be a suspension at all. So, look, I'm not discounting anything, but, there are levels to a lot of things, and we've seen precedent with similar things. We've seen it with Jerry Jeudy. And it doesn't always turn into a suspension. So, no, I don't think it immediately opens up a door for Von.
Okay. Well, there's that story. Happy birthday, by the way. Glad to see you.
Last Wednesday. That's good. I'm done. Birthday's over. Enjoy some cupcakes.
Gosh, how long we got to celebrate your birthday? We've been doing this for days.
I take birthdays off because I don't want to celebrate it. I stay at home. I stayed at home. I was recouping.
But by doing that, I guess now we have been forced to celebrate it for 3 straight days.
Dummy wants to get the funny guys on the phone and all the I appreciate the cupcakes. Trying to lose weight, but no, let's go ahead and eat fatty food. I did have a piece of chocolate birthday cake with my coffee for breakfast. That was my coffee. So
nice.
That's
nothing
good.
better than
today's the last day. So
that sounds yummy as hell.
Hey, you put it in a little bowl, put some milk on it out of the fridge in the morning. That's the best way to enjoy some birthday cake in the morning.
Really? Is that good?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like eating cereal, man.
I didn't think about that. No, I just put it on a plate and use a fork and cup of coffee. And I will say this. Chocolate cake with coffee, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Red velvet with coffee is pretty good, too.
The lemon wasn't bad with the coffee. So.
Well, KJ's last day here today, huh?
How about that?
Our guy, KJ.
You know what he is?
Moving on.
You know what he is?
What's that?
He's dead to me.
Hey, at least you're consistent.
Now Moser, with his idiotic turn off his entire computer every time off, there'll be no one else that knows how to turn it on and get into the screen.
It is one of the mysteries of the world why Mark Moser, who sits there every day, turns the computer.
Everything off.
All he has to do is leave.
Just leave. Just get up and leave.
Just close. I mean, he can close whatever he needs to close.
But leave. But no, he said he turns the entire computer off.
For what reason? It makes no sense whatsoever.
I don't know. We could ask him next time.
It doesn't happen with that. It never happens with this.
Well, Vic's never in, so he can't turn that one off.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
You play-by-play guys, you understand.
There's no reason to turn it off.
You understand the game.
Yeah, but what's the difference between knowing if you know
because
somebody's...
you know what? You guys are in the SOP. And when you're in the SOP, you might need to roll in here quick. You might have breaking news.
You never know.
And you need to roll it. You don't have time to come in here and take 3 minutes to turn the computer on.
You never know.
And dial this up and dial that up. You're ready to go.
But whether you come in right away or 2 hours later, what is the difference? Somebody else is coming in. He's an odd duck, that Mark Moser. We love him, though.
You know what he is? He's an unthinking man.
What does that mean?
Because he's not dumb.
He's not dumb.
He's not a dumb guy.
He's not dumb.
But he sometimes unthinks. And when he unthinks, he's an unthinking thinking man.
Well, there you go. All right.
Well, had a good.
What?
Two good soccer docuseries that I'm going to be exploring this weekend.
Is that right?
99 and Pele.
Pele's a good one.
Have you seen it?
I have seen Pele. Yeah,
that looks good.
I don't know the other one you're talking about.
Learn how to juggle with mangoes.
So, like, I'm just asking for everyone, not myself. I'm just asking for everyone. When is this soccer thing going to be done? Well, like, at what point are we going to be done with talking about the soccer?
Certainly not this summer. We're about to get heavy into it.
June 12th, which is next Friday, a week from today. USA kicks off the first
against.
God, I just Uruguay.
All close. Super close.
I know
You're right there.
Their second game,
United Kingdom.
Their second game is against Australia. A week later.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and
I don't even know where they're playing. I just know who they're playing against.
Paraguay?
And Tanner gets a gold star.
Paraguay, yeah.
Man, come on in here and get a bun cake for yourself because of that answer.
I said Uruguay, Paraguay.
You were. I told you were
Paraguay,
close.
I was close. Paraguay.
I actually have no idea if Uruguay and Paraguay are even close to each other.
I don't even know. I thought Uruguay was in. I don't know.
I assume they're both in South
Paraguay's
America.
South America.
Isn't it like one of the stands, like Kyrgyzstan and
Pakistan? Isn't that like North and South Korea? There's a Uruguay, and we're not putting a P on our name, so we just
Paraguay.
Oh, Uruguay. Okay, boom.
The Euros and the Paras just can't stand each other.
The P's and U's, they can't stand each other.
No, they cannot take it.
Yeah, so you got Paraguay.
Where's the game
for today?
Is it a Giant Stadium? Is it in Jersey?
It's in L.A.
Oh, it is?
I think it's in SoFi.
Because I read that getting to the World Cup games at
New York is stupid.
It's like impossible.
Yeah.
It's absolutely positively ridiculous.
They're charging a $100 train ride for usually a $12 fare.
So is that not the USA game? That's something else?
I thought USA was opening up at SoFi.
Yeah, thank God we don't have computers to look this stuff up on.
This went the opposite direction of what I intended there by asking when it was going to end.
You brought it up.
I just was curious for everyone when the soccer obsession is going to end.
You know what? I've started to get into why I want to investigate. You talk about wormholes. I'm in the wormhole of why is the world so obsessed with football, and we're not?
Because everybody else is a bunch of pansies.
Is that the official reason?
I figured it out.
No, that's true.
They're playing Paraguay on June 12th in California.
In California, playing at SoFi, right?
They're playing at SoFi. 6 o'clock Friday night. Know where you'll be planted in front of your TV, as the rest of the world will.
I remembered it was L.A. because in that Pulisic, if you say it in his home country. He said, "Hey, what are we doing in L.A.? Where's the place to go?" And he goes, "Man, I don't know. I live in Hershey, Pennsylvania."
All right, we'll get back into the Broncos from training camp yesterday. Cortland Sutton sticking up for the tight ends of all things, and happy birthday undelayed a couple days later.
And I want to investigate this Jordan Humphrey. Is he building himself up into a tight end?
Okay, all right. Well, we'll put an eyeball to that coming up next. Hey, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel like it. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With the energy being low, sleep off, weight won't budge. I don't know, you just don't feel like yourself. Your sex drive just ain't what it used to be. It's time to switch things up. Guys, low T, it's coming on to men younger and younger. And maybe your game just isn't what it used to be. Where are you at? Well, at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there are advanced medical strategies, including TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. Treats low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, and increase your sex drive, and so much more. So don't be older. Take control. Stronger in the gym, sharper at work with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take that low T quiz. It's just a couple of minutes, just 10 questions, yes or no. If you go in for an appointment, it's only $99. Get a consult, a T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. Don't ignore the signs. Call today and take the first step towards feeling better again. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Road I've ever known.
Whitesnake.
One of the great videos of all time.
What's that?
The Whitesnake videos on the green Jaguar with
Tawny Katane.
I mean, those are good videos, man.
Of course.
Come
Good
on
videos.
Now. Come on now.
My Lord.
Those, it's like some movie comes on that you can't turn it off, so you just got to watch it.
Yeah.
When back in the MTV days when Whitesnake came in with the video.
Can you guys explain your closed door teenagehood a little bit less for me?
Oh my Lord! I mean,
You got to see this video.
Every video everything was so politically incorrect. It was ridiculous. As a burgeoning young person, you just were like, I guess
see if
every
you can find that video and put it up some.
I guess every car wash has Tawny Katane on the
right. And if they don't, they should.
Britney Spears music videos was my
Now
generation's
we're talking.
appointment television. That was appointment
Hit
television.
me, baby, one more time.
And Toxic, Tyler.
Go
and
watch
Toxic.
Whitesnake.
Now, do not watch her recent videos that she puts out on social media.
No,
Those are
those are
slightly
bad.
disturbing.
They
But
are something.
you know,
Yeah, those are like gummy bear dances.
That's not gummy bear dances. That's
I don't know what that is.
That's more like methamphetamine dances.
Well, she still got her teeth though.
Yeah, are you sure?
Who knows? You sort of get the custodialship there with Britney when you see the recent videos, but you know.
Yeah, you know, it took a while, but then they're like,
It was funny back in the
You
day.
don't want your mom to have all the money.
Like the heavy metal videos, the 80s videos, they just were about nothing. You know who ruined it? Like, even though I do like the music, Pearl Jam and Nirvana just ruined everything.
Yeah, they just went up there and played, didn't they?
I mean, I do like the music, that's for sure. But like the fun was over when that got popular.
Yeah, because you know, it kind of Rage Against the Machine too, right?
Oh my God, we're so serious.
Yeah,
my Lord.
we're artists. We ain't taking the money.
Yeah,
of course, Rage Against the Machine, all the guys are worth $100 million now.
And there's Tawny Katane with her soap-filled.
I don't even know if she was soaping it.
Well, right.
I'm sorry.
I'm saying she's like, where do I go for my next video? And you know, Eddie Vedder's like,
Then she goes to Celebrity House, right? She was. What was that show? That reality show where all these
she's
B
there.
celebrities live together in some house?
She's there with her bucket and her sponges, and she's like, "Where's the car?"
I don't think they had sponges and buckets in that. I think she just danced on the car.
Dan, you know what's been great about this actually? Everybody dreams about taking Fridays off. I've just taken like a segment and a half off. Like it actually works out great. I don't know anything. It's
those
like
were the
Fridays,
days.
off days. Let's go.
Those were the days. Those were the days. But this is today. Today is today, and the Broncos. You want to get on Little Jordan? How pumped up did Little Jordan look yesterday there, Tyler?
How pumped up? What do you mean?
Like you said, he looked bigger.
Oh, yeah, he did look bigger. I mean, I thought we were talking how excited he was. I don't know. I don't know. He was
Could you see where they could slot him over there and make him an offensive threat tight end?
Maybe. I mean, yeah, he definitely looks as big, if not bigger, than Evan Ingram. If
he's
we
taller
wanted,
than
yeah,
Evan
I mean,
Ingram.
Actually, you know what? He does look bigger than Evan Ingram. So, sure, if that's what you want to do, just create some mismatches. I mean, I wouldn't count on Evan Ingram, on Lil Jordan Humphrey blocking anybody inside the box.
Which you're telling everybody we're passing it if he's in there playing that spot,
right?
Yeah.
So he's honestly thicker than I remember him being. But I also was kind of like, is that just because he's standing next to teeny tiny little Jalen Waddle, and now all of a sudden he looks like a monster? I'm not sure, but he definitely looked bigger to me.
Yeah, here is Cortland Sutton. I guess have people really been ripping on the Broncos tight ends? Have there been a lot of that in the offseason?
Are you kidding
and
me?
like, do not listen to yourself speak.
Oh, okay. Well, here is
He's
Cortland.
talking about you.
Here is Cortland Sutton.
Can't leave out this group. The tight ends look really good. Trout looks really good. I don't like the bashing of our tight end room. I'm going to say that publicly. I think we have great tight ends. I think that they do their job really, really well. I think that they do what's asked of them to a high level, and I think that they have looked really, really good so far through OTAs.
I don't know if I've been bashing the group. I've sort of,
Every single Bronco media muggle leading in the draft say you got to address the tight end room. It's weak.
Okay.
And
so they did, sort of.
Ingram was a flop.
I'm sorry. When did they address the tight end? In
They
the
drafted-
sixth round? Is that what you're
they-
talking about when they addressed the tight end?
They drafted 2 tight ends, and Jolie went in the 4th round, I think. And then, I'm forgetting the other guy's name. What's his name? I got it right here. Dalton, is it Bentley? No. Yeah. Dallin Bentley, who went on his Mormon mission to Parker, Colorado. He was drafted in the 7th round. He was right before Red Murdoch, so he was the second to last guy drafted.
Right.
And then the star of rookie minicamp wasn't even a rookie. It was Sean Payton talking about Caleb Lohner, who was drafted. Who was drafted late as well.
I think Evan Ingram, I said this even before the draft, I think he'll have a bounce back year.
So you've added Evan Ingram, and you've drafted 3 tight ends in 2 years. I mean,
are you trying to sell us on something that you believe?
No. I'm telling you, the Broncos are concerned about their tight end room, and they've made.
And that's also, no. But I'm genuinely asking, like, do you actually think they've addressed it?
Well, I don't know if they've addressed it well, but they've added 4 different tight ends in the course of 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, they've added bodies, but they've not addressed the position. Not even remotely have they addressed the position. They made a decision to bring back Adam Troutman and pay him $6 million. And when we saw that, we knew what it was going to be. They were going to run it back with room. So they're running it back, and they drafted a couple of young guys to see what they'll turn into. Maybe Jolie will be a contributor this year. They say he can stretch the field. They say he's a weapon in the passing game, but a late round pick is unlikely to be playing a ton this year. So, that position, they made a choice in the offseason that they were good enough. So what Cortland is saying to me is not, hey, we went out and got better. He's saying we were good enough, just like the Broncos were telling us, hey, we were good enough.
2 in the history, and listen, I know we live now and football's changed from now to then, but 2 of your greatest receivers of the football were late draft picks or undrafted, and that's Rod Smith and Shannon Sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Shannon was a 7th round, I think, and Rod wasn't even drafted. They turned into your best wide receivers ever. And I think both of them, like you just mentioned, Tyler, were like practice squad guys that first year. But they got developed. They did something right with those 2 guys.
Well, okay. So is the criticism, as Cortland's like, I'm sick of hearing about it, is it unfair? Is the criticism of the tight end room and what's going on there unjustified?
Nope.
Okay, so what's Cortland talking about?
He disagrees with us.
He's just feeling defensive about it.
I think he put on his Garrett Bowles hat. I don't even know if you saw that
foxhole moment.
Well, yeah, he had his camo Garrett Bowles hat, and he was just taking care of boys.
Yeah,
all right. Well, that's cool. You can set up for your teammates,
and it just shows that Cortland probably listens to talk radio in this town and reads Blogger Boys and stuff like that.
I guess
podcasts because. Seriously, everybody in town going into the draft was talking about the tight end position.
Hey, and maybe there's some truth to this, that maybe if Sean Payton was more intentional about getting targets for Evan Ingram last year, maybe he could have had a better year. Maybe he could have been more explosive,
And maybe that's one thing that Miles Davis will bring to the group.
Oh, I hope so.
Peeing your pants is cool.
I mean, you got Evan Ingram had 50 catches for 461 yards, had 1 touchdown. I mean, what would you say? The whole tight end group had like 80 catches on the year?
He needs to be floating around 6 or 7 touchdowns, don't you think?
I'm sorry, Evan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, 6 or 7 touchdowns and probably double the catches, double the yards. And I think that'd be a spectacular
You didn't have a first-round pick this year because you have Jalen Waddle. Like, all right, that's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with that. And then last year, you didn't make a move for Colson Loveland or Tyler Warren, and you got Jahdae Barron. Okay, we'll see how that all works out. But I think the criticisms that the room is a little soft or weak is fair. We'll see. We'll see if you can turn it around.
Analytically, if you look at the numbers, you can't defend the room and the numbers they've put up since Sean Payton's been here, right? I mean, they've been average, right? The numbers have been average to below average numbers. So the criticism is fair. Now, are there other circumstances? Either you don't have the right guys or you haven't had the right system to use the guys.
Here's the deal, man. Your most talented tight end in the room, the one that you're counting on to be your playmaker, is going into, I believe, his 11th year, maybe his 10th year. He's 31 years old. We're talking about Evan Ingram. He's had plenty of injuries. He's been a very, very good football player over the course of his career, and I still think he can contribute. I still think he can. Like I was out there yesterday. The dude caught a lot of passes. he could definitely still play football in the NFL and help the Denver Broncos. But if you're banking on your 31-year-old tight end to be the playmaker in the group, you don't have a playmaker in the group.
Maybe so.
Do you think any of that was intentional yesterday to feature Evan Engram, or do you think that's just a coincidence?
No, they're not. They're not trying to feed the blogger boys conversations in practice.
That would be a stretch.
It probably means one of those guys is Cortland's guy. Like their boys off the field.
I guess, yeah, maybe. I mean, but Court's buddies with every. Court's a great guy, man. He's such a good dude. And he's a great captain and a great teammate. And like, I'm glad the team has been great with Cortland Sutton on it. You know, it'd be awful if Cortland went through his career with the Broncos and they were just terrible, but they're not. And he's one of the team leaders and he's great. He was, Davis Webb was getting praise from Cortland.
Yeah. I mean, if y'all got, I'm sure y'all got a chance to talk to him. The dude is a mad scientist when it comes to the offensive game. And he spent, the past 3 years now, been able to learn the game under Coach Payton, who we all know is an offensive genius, has one of the best offensive minds. And to be able to have that amount of time to be able to learn the game from someone as talented and as special as Coach Payton, it's ultimately allowed him to be able to master this, offense that he's been able to put together.
So, David, I got good news, boys. Good news. We've got a mad scientist and an offensive genius on the staff.
That's a pretty good combination.
We got them both. Now, if we could just combine those two, so the mad scientist, right? Now we're scheming up some cool looking stuff, right? We're scheming up the home run hitters. We're scheming up the double reverse passes back to the quarterback. Maybe get a triple option on the way in.
Tight end traps.
Yeah. Now you combine that with the offensive genius, the stability that comes with the genius side, and we're on to something.
Well, let me just say this.
Davis Webb, mad scientist. Yes? He's your guy.
No, I'm happy with him.
You got what you wanted.
I'm happy with him. I'm a little oversensitive to the phrase an offensive genius.
Well, that would be Sean Payton.
Yeah, I'm a little overstimulated when you hear it all the time.
Is Sean Payton not an offensive genius?
Well, what are we going to judge him on? We're going to judge him on Civil War literature, or we going to go back to Drew Brees and what they did in New Orleans?
I think you would.
Or how about since he's been here, would you call the offense genius? Over the last 3 years?
Nah, but he's got a resume. He's got a resume that is well earned. But no, we've not seen a genius offense here in the Broncos.
What's the knock? And I've heard people say this: Mike Shanahan ought to just come back to the league and Oh, well, that's so long ago. Well, we're saying with Sean Payton, past is a past, and you earned the genius. Mike Shanahan must still be a genius. I'm
looking at Tyler.
I'm looking at.
Are you asking a question?
I'm asking. Here's my first no dumb question, and someone can respond out there. Have you seen offensive genius in the 3 years Payton's run this team? No. The answer is no.
Well, we passed out the play calling, so
we'll see, right?
Yeah, we'll see if the mad scientist.
How many offensive geniuses given up on play calling?
What if he's an offensive genius, but he's slow in getting the play calling in because of age or whatever's going on? But it's not, it's just a matter of the process has slowed down, but the genius is still there.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know why, but that has tickled me. And listen, I've heard it in this room. I've heard it in all the shows above us and below us. I've heard it on other stations. I've heard it on Blogger Boys. Tom Payton, we got an offensive genius over there. I've heard it from dudes that are Charger fans and Chief fans.
Well, who is an offensive genius then?
Right now?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know who you got to look at.
Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to go to California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is Mike Shanahan still an offensive genius who's in consultation with Kyle?
Are you trying to get me to are you trying to get us to take a shot at Mike?
No, not at all. See, I would make the argument Mike is probably still an offensive genius. It's just things as you get a little bit older, slow down, whatever. I'm saying that there might be something in the process. That's why Sean gave up the play calling.
Maybe.
Not that his mind's not sharp enough to be a great skilled
All
football
I
guy, but
know-
he was just slow, too slow to process what needed to be processed.
We talked about it either yesterday or when did we do the Russ video?
Yesterday.
And we came to the conclusion, listen, Sean Payton, that wasn't his guy. He didn't like him from the start, right?
That's for sure.
But if you're an offensive genius, don't you try to make something work?
You don't think they were trying to make it work with Russ?
I don't know. I think he was out for Russ the whole time. It was after week 5, they told him he was going to bench him.
Well, they said they wanted to change his injury
I
guarantee.
I don't know about that, Scott. I mean, Sean McVay's an offensive genius, and he gave up on Jared Goff. You know,
well, he should. You watch him in the playoffs last year,
buddy. Have you watched the Rams win the Super Bowl? Have you watched Matthew Stafford become an MVP? Have you seen the?
So
odds
that's genius.
Yes.
Yeah. But I'm not. You talk about golf. I'm using
my
golf.
Point, but my
you said
point.
he gave up on golf.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because you were taking a shot at Sean for giving up on Russ.
No. I was taking a shot at golf. I'm a Sean McVay fan.
No. I'm going back to.
I like
what is
Sean
happening right now? Are you tracking me?
You mentioned Jared Goff. And
no,
you said he
the
gave
whole
up
thing
on
started when you taking a shot at Sean Payton for giving up on Russell Wilson.
I think he did.
And my point is, offensive geniuses can obviously see when something isn't going to work for them.
Here's where you give Sean McVay even more kudos.
Yeah.
He took Jared Goff and got to the Super Bowl.
Sure did.
I mean, come on now.
Well,
he makes $50 million a year with the Lions.
Exactly.
I have no idea.
Jared Goff
let's give a little bit of credit here.
Jared Goff is an older Bo Nix, I'm afraid.
I mean, let's give a little bit of credit here, and I'm not going to sit here and say that the offenses look genius, but we did just go to an AFC Championship with a dude in his with a quarterback in his second year.
I mean, they did go 12-3 in one-score games.
I agree. And what were they ranked offensively?
Oh,
23rd.
No idea.
21st, 23rd.
I don't know. Yeah, me.
Genius lives in the bottom third.
You know, listen, I thought you were buzzing with Sean.
No, I like Sean.
I thought you were good with Sean Payton.
I love him in his role now where he can coach the coaches.
Yeah.
He can be the general manager on the field
but he ain't
and
no
in the
genius.
locker room.
He ain't no genius.
No, everybody keeps telling me that.
And you don't want to hear
see
it. You don't want to hear it.
Hey, listen, Einstein came up with relativity. I ain't heard no relativity. Have you seen any relativity the last 3 years? I ain't seen no relativity. Somebody give me some relativity.
This is PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. They're turning up the heat. They've introduced a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets, and it's available across the NBA, MLB, and NHL. Here is the deal. You tap into Fanatic Sportsbook app. You build your squad from the sport you want and pick your market, points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, and finally set your target. So if you like hoops, you could pick 4 players to combine for 100 points, or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18. Then you sit back like the savvy GM you are and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. Here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack. So if your bet stays alive all the way to the very end, track it live and cash out whenever you want. Squad Bets, only on Fanatic Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. So the story with Jonathan Cooper, we had Parker Gabriel, the Denver Post, on with us earlier. He was arrested after a disturbance with his girlfriend, who was arrested as well. And Parker gave us all the details on that. We'll follow the story as it comes, and if there's new news, that's fine. But if you just want to go back, perhaps on our app or on YouTube, you can get that conversation with Parker Gabriel. We'll probably post that as well so you can hear more of the details, or at least what we have there. Did you guys follow any hockey last night? Did you watch any of that stuff? Do you care?
Just saw a dude get hit in the face with a puck.
It's actually a great game. And
It's fucking gnarly.
The Vegas did lose, so there is a way to beat them. They did show. The Hurricanes were, I mean, they made a pretty unbelievable comeback to make it. They were down 2-0 halfway through the third, and they come back, tie it up, and then Vegas goes ahead, and the Canes come back and eventually win it in overtime. And Vegas had to put the game into overtime first. They won off our guy from Colorado, Jacob Slavin's stick, unfortunately. It's kind of an own goal there to tie it up before the end of regulation. And then, they got the power play goal, and there you go. That's how you beat them. So, yeah, this is the guy getting in the face.
Goodness, man.
Yeah.
This is like top 3 most terrifying sports videos right here. He sees it coming from so far away, too.
Oh, and he kept
Oh, God. Oh, jeez.
That's why you wear a mouth guard right there.
That nose went immediately sideways.
It's fun. You realize you could just wear a shield, right? Like, on every level up until the NHL, every hockey player wears a protective mask in front of them.
I mean, as much as these dudes stand in front of the net, it's actually shocking that doesn't happen more
What's
often.
funny to me is you go your entire life as a high-level hockey player
nowadays
wearing it.
Yeah, with the
all
cage.
these players. Yeah. All these players on the ice wore a cage on their face growing up. And then you get to the NHL and you're just like, get rid of this thing that I've been wearing my entire life. Whew, thank goodness.
Wonder if they do that in Europe, though. Europe and
I guess I don't know. But I know at youth hockey and lower levels, everybody wears one. I have no idea. They all wear them. Why wouldn't you wear a full face shield? Why wouldn't you wear it?
Because having your front teeth knocked out is a moniker for.
It's a badge of honor.
Badge of honor for hockey players.
You don't look cool with teeth.
Do you think it slows you down or inhibits you in terms of your ability to play hockey?
I don't know, but I'm sure that they feel that there is a visual loss. Yeah, I'm sure that they feel that with all those bars in front of them, there's an impact.
Oh, but there's no bars though on these. They're clear. Do you remember the one that Brock Nelson wore during the Olympics? It's clear. There's no bars. There's a little place,
but that's still like it doesn't fully wrap, right?
It goes past your chin and around your neck and face. I don't know, Dan, if you could put up a picture of what it looks like.
Oh, I know the one you're talking. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You're
there's no bars. It's I don't get it. I don't understand it. I think it's just this code of hockeyness that, you wear as little as possible. It took them forever to mandate the shield itself around your eyes.
Well, it took them
they didn't want the helmet itself.
Mandate the helmet, yeah.
The helmet. There are some things with hockey guys that are just
took about 5 decades to get a goalie mask.
Yeah. I mean, look at what Brock wore. There's a little shield thing around his mouth, but that's not around his eyes or anything.
That keeps you from fogging up?
Sure. So how is his vision in any way impaired by that? And he's not going to get smashed in the mouth like that dude from Vegas did wearing that. It's just going to bounce right off his face mask. Oh, whatever. I don't get it, man. It's hockey stuff. By the way, Brett Kane was, he wasn't ripping just on me, but he was ripping on people that say, I want Vegas to win because it indicates to me that the Avs are closer than further away to winning. And his thing was, he's down on people that say you should root for the team that beats you to win it all.
Yeah, that's what I used to always be.
I actually almost always feel that way. Whoever knocks me out, I'm like, hey, go ahead and win the whole thing. Yeah. I'd rather you win the whole thing. That way I don't feel as bad about myself. But I don't feel that with the Avs. Like, I don't need any sort of affirmation that this team was good. I don't need any sort of affirmation that this team was capable of winning a cup. I don't need to see Vegas to win to know that. I know that. Like I can close my eyes right now and picture the Avs winning it. So I don't feel it. I actually feel a little bit differently on this one. Vegas is rivals. So I'm rooting against them.
Yeah, I'm still kind of cheering for Vegas, but I'm a Western Conference kind of guy more than an Eastern Conference kind of guy. So there's that. I've always put weight in if a team beats you, especially in the Western Conference Finals. You go, okay, well maybe you're the second best. But you're right there. But if you lose in the first round, a team who ends up losing the second round.
Well, I mean, like you lost to the Timberwolves, who lost to the Spurs, who may lose to the Knicks. You ain't close.
No.
But it would feel like you're a lot closer, in my opinion, if you lost to the Timberwolves and they won the championship.
Let's just go a year earlier, and you lost in Game 7 to Oklahoma City. Didn't everybody feel like,
I felt better about it?
If they're healthy, they may beat Oklahoma City.
What if I made the counter argument? What if I said it would be bad if Vegas won because the Avs would think that they're that close? What if I said that
there is that danger.
That would make them feel like they don't need to get bigger, more physical. They don't need to change things. Like there is something that is brutally broken here that if you look at it just as affirmation, we're good to go. Yeah, well, we're not doing our job.
Don't you feel by the Nuggets losing to Oklahoma City last year, Western Conference Finals, Game 7, that they said, hey, if we're healthy, we're close. Let's run it back. We're that close. Didn't make a little trade. I mean, they did add some depth, so they didn't stand just necessarily pat. But there was that talk. If our core gets healthy, we're good. We're good right now. And I think people are with that with the Avs right now.
By the way, Chris McFarland has made an addition to his staff. Rob Blake. Rob Blake joins Chris McFarland in terms of a management role there in Nashville.
Well, there you go.
There you go, Rob Blake. Apparently, according to Pierre LeBrun, there was talk about him joining the Avs next year. So,
well, that was probably McFarland doing and was talking with Blake about doing that.
It probably was.
He's in Nashville.
Yeah, so this is a small thing. Rob Blake was going to come back, or at least considering coming back with the Avalanche in some sort of role, and now he'll be out there in Nashville with McFarland.
Does this open the door for Adam Foote to jump upstairs with Joe Sakic?
I don't know. That's a good question. You know, I mean, Joe Sakic won a Stanley Cup with Rob Blake, too. But Chris McFarland has a closer relationship. Okay.
Well, because they've
interesting.
been more on the ice. Right? When you're the GM, you're still dealing with issues on the ice. You ain't dealing with season ticket holders and suite holders and blah, blah, blah that the president's got to play with.
I don't know. Oh, by the way, Adam Foote's son, Cal Foote, who's huge, is on the Chicago Wolves. Guess who was picking a fight with Cal Foote the other day?
Hey, Sean.
Yes. Unbelievable. The smallest hockey player I've ever seen was picking a fight with Cal Foote, who is a big dude. Now, there's something kind of awesome about that, right? There's something like Tanner from the Bad News Bears about Jack and Sean, like right there. That game, by the way, will be here on Altitude 92.5 tonight. We'll have
Game 6.
Game 5.
Oh, this is 5? I thought it was
Game
6.
5 in Chicago will be on our airwaves, and Game 6 will be on our airwaves too. That's Sunday night. And Game 7, if necessary, on Monday. But there'll definitely be Game 5 and Game 6 as that series is tied. So, I don't know, man. I saw a little guy sort of getting on, you know. I mean, it was a joke. Cal Foote would have destroyed him. It would have been ridiculous, but, you know.
Good point on the text line, by the way.
Yeah.
If the hockey guys wore full face shields, what's the code in a fight? Do you got to take your own helmet off?
Wow.
Before the fight begins? That's the code? You take the helmet off, put it on the ground, put it on the ice?
You're not allowed to take it. Well, you can drop your gloves, but you're not allowed to take off any other equipment.
Oh, yeah. So that's a problem.
I don't know.
Now we're fighting like football players. We're a bunch of dummies.
If you go back in the day, my guy Rob Ray, who I covered in Buffalo, he wouldn't even tie his stuff down. And he would do so as soon as you were to grab him, all of his equipment would come off. You go back and watch Rob Ray fights, 9 out of 10 of them are him bare-chested on purpose because you can't grab on anything. That was to his advantage. They created a rule. You have to have your equipment tied down. Rob Ray rule right there.
Wow.
Yeah, that's another one.
That is cool.
I don't know about your helmets, but they didn't have shields back in those days either. Every fight you see there, you got to punch around a shield.
Maybe we could create a custom shield that you could raise it on up.
I'd be fine.
Like a welder's mask.
Yeah.
Like if you like dropped gloves, I'd be okay if you take a second and take off your helmet and just sort of say, "We're doing this. Like, let's go." I mean, if you're going to allow fighting and all, allow them to fight.
Well, maybe it's not easy to get off, and that's why guys don't like to wear it, whether it's for the fight or not.
Well, I'm sure it's a pain in the ass. I'm sure it's like buckled in, right? Like it's got to be.
If you get fight, maybe you get strapped and a lower thing jams you in the neck.
I don't know. So you spend your whole career growing up in hockey,
So
just being pissed
or
off.
maybe what you put on there, non-fighters wear the full face
There you go.
because you're not getting anywhere anyway.
Code not to fight.
Yeah.
Fighters, your face is going to be ugly
Fighters,
anyways.
yeah,
We don't
but
really care
there you
about
go. You're going to
yours.
get hit in the mouth with a puck.
Anyway, who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Cost of doing business. When we come back, get to know your Broncos. Let's dig into Jalen Waddle, who everybody was talking about. That's next.
Hey, if you are out there in the market for a new vehicle this weekend, don't drive all over the state. Go to the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience there. Guys, I think relationships matter. That's why I've been buying cars from Phil Long for a very long time. I know them, love them, trust them. They're going to respect you, get you in, get you out, and you're going to get the best price on the vehicle of your dreams. Don't drive all over the state. There's already over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, make sure to keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and visit them online at phillongford.com.
All right, Broncos finishing up their first week of OTAs, and unfortunately, one of the notes is the arrest of Jonathan Cooper and his girlfriend. Following the story as it comes, but there was some sort of, according to reports, a disturbance about cheating, and then there was the grabbing of the phones, the throwing of Cooper's phone. He got her phone and bit it, according to reports. There were the arrest made at 2:45 in the morning, Douglas County. And hearings are set for Monday. So with more information as we get it, we'll pass it along. That's kind of the Reader's Digest on that right there. In terms of getting to know our Broncos.
It's a strong job, by the way.
Of what?
To be able to bite a phone. That's a very strong job.
Gotta admit,
these phones are getting tougher and tougher to crack.
It's a first that I've heard of retaliating by biting your phone. That one was...
To quote my good friend Tree Rollins, when he bit Danny Ainge's finger, he said, there was something in my mouth that didn't belong there, and I tried to bite it off.
That's a good quote.
I guess if you get a phone shoved into your mouth, the reaction would be to chomp down on it, I guess. Yeah, how hard do you have to bite into a phone to actually damage it? I gotta admit, that was
you can crack it pretty easy.
You think so?
Yeah, with your canines.
Oh my God! All right, I'll
Yeah,
take your word for it. Yeah, no, I believe you. I've never seen or heard of anything like that before, but the devil's always in the details.
Haven't you ever seen those little things where a cat will go up to a computer screen and just kind of crunch down in the corner, and all of a sudden it goes?
No.
Yeah.
Actually.
Look up video, a cat crunching computer screen.
That would be my cat's last day in my house if that were to happen.
No, he wouldn't.
No, probably not. I'd want it to be.
Yeah.
How much say do I have?
That's the day you come home with a Rottweiler puppy that night.
Say, hey, look what I got.
Boys, we got a new captain.
All right, Dan, let's get to know some Broncos. Let's go, Dan. Wow, what an intro from Connor McGahee. Dan, who are we getting to know?
Guys, we're getting to know one of your newest Denver Broncos, Jalen Waddle. He's played 5 NFL seasons,
we
all
haven't
with
talked much about him since he's come over.
the Miami Dolphins.
I don't even know who this guy is.
Well, let's get to know him.
I'm just trying to figure out who Jalen Waddle is.
What do we really know about Jalen Waddle?
Let's find out. They've stopped using Captain Obvious on those commercials.
Well,
Dan?
Scott, hopefully I've got some stuff here that you don't know about Jalen Waddle that maybe could pique your interest.
Know or care to know.
Okay, well, let's find out.
Well, according to reports, Jalen Waddle is an excellent juggler.
Ooh.
He's a juggling master.
Eye-hand coordination.
It is for hand-eye coordination. He took up juggling tennis balls as a training tool to improve his focus and catching skills. He reportedly learned how to juggle 3 balls in just 2 days, guys. Took him 2 days to master the art of juggling tennis balls after one of his college teammates challenged the group, the wide receiver group, I'm assuming is what they mean.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been spotted during practice and during OTAs and training camp juggling tennis balls. So that's something for fans who go to training camp and for you guys who are going to be out there to keep an eye on. Let's see if we see Jalen Waddle juggling tennis balls out the Dove Valley.
Juggling 3 balls, which I learned to do when I was 11 years old for baseball reasons, is a very basic eye-hand coordination thing that anybody with decent eye-hand coordination could learn how to do in a short period of time. It's not that complicated, and it's a great exercise just to sort of be able to do. I'm surprised more people are not more adept at it. Can you guys juggle 3 balls?
Yes.
You can juggle 3 balls.
I cannot juggle 3 balls, but I have done 2.
Last night?
Have you been shown how to juggle 3 balls? Have you ever tried to juggle 3 balls?
I've tried to juggle 3 balls. No, I've never juggled 3 balls.
Nobody's ever taught you how to do it. It's so simple.
Same thing as Waddle. When I went to a basketball camp when I was a kid, like in junior high or something like that, and JoJo White was the guest speaker, and he talked about hand-eye coordination.
Yeah.
And he talked about teach yourself how to juggle. And I was a tennis player, so I had plenty of tennis balls. I came home from that camp and taught myself how to juggle.
Yeah, how long did it take you?
I don't know. I was like 9 or 10, probably. I mean, at first you're doing the 2, and then I'm trying to do 3, and I hadn't learned to throw one in, throw them inside.
Yes.
And so I'm trying to do 3 on the outside.
Ooh, very hard.
Which
Way
is
harder.
Very hard.
Way harder to do.
And then someone said, no, start with 2 in the right hand, throw that up over the left, throw the left. You always got 2 balls in the air, basically.
You just start with 2. It's super simple. Just imagine 2 balls in your hand, Tyler.
Okay. And let me see your can of snuff.
Yeah.
And you throw, say you just move your left hand, you throw that up. And as you throw that up, you take the ball in your right hand, you throw that up, and you simply just catch the opposite ball. I mean, it's not that complicated. Well, that's not bad. I mean, you got the right idea.
Yeah.
But
you got what you got.
Here, let me show you. Yeah, well, I mean, if we're gonna do this, let's do it the right way.
So DMac's good at circus tricks.
Oh,
I'm good at sports.
Well, this is eye hand. So now these are hard. Those are hard.
Those are hard.
They're not just round balls. I mean,
Careful, you might get addicted.
You got the idea. But to teach it, you just take 1, up, down, boom. Up, down, boom. And the same the other way. I think anybody could teach themselves how to do it if you got decent eye hand in about 15 minutes.
So Jalen Waddle, DMac ain't impressed.
I think it's a good skill to have. I'm surprised more guys don't have it. And
I was so afraid. Here's why no one ever gave me that 1 up, 1.
That's how you do it. Yeah.
I tried to do 3 around.
That is almost impossible to do.
I spent many an hour in my bedroom trying to do that.
Yeah.
But I knew I was going to be tall. My dad was 6'7", 6'8", 6'7".
Mm.
And I thought there was nothing worse than tall guys that were uncoordinated. And so
it seems like every tall guy can't put it together.
Especially growing up, when I grew up,
Yeah.
all big guys, none of them had hands. They were all uncoordinated.
Bunch of klutzes.
And so I didn't want to be that guy. And so I always had great hands. But it helped me with everything. I think I was a good passer. I think it probably helped that. I had great hands. I could catch the ball real easy. Played wide receiver in varsity.
I would call it the juggling challenge this weekend. I think the vast majority of our listeners, Dan, you included, could learn how to juggle if you have halfway decent eye-hand coordination.
I can juggle.
You can juggle?
Yeah. I can juggle three tennis balls.
You know what I'm trying to teach myself? Basic juggling. Because my kid's away again for a couple weeks.
What's that?
Soccer ball juggling.
I just always thought it'd be weird if I added a third.
Okay. What's next about
That
Jalen
could be a
Waddle?
medical merit.
Jalen Waddle.
Damn.
All right, we've got a childhood crush that Waddle openly admitted to having a huge crush in high school on Miley Cyrus, guys, / Hannah Montana.
All right.
Apparently, fans still joke about whether he ever got to meet her. So Jalen Waddle back in 2017.
So basically, all you've told us in your 2 first stories.
These are
did you
great
know,
facts,
Fun
Scott.
facts, Scott.
We
We're
all
done
know that
with
Jalen
them.
Waddle's got 3,000-yard seasons. We all know he was just short last year with 914, and the year before that it was 700 and some change.
He's got a crush on Hannah Montana.
Everybody knows that.
All you're telling us is Jalen Waddle's a bit of a nerd.
Well, I mean, you got to be a nerd to have a little thing for Hannah Montana.
Yes. If you watched Hannah
I
Montana.
want to be partying in the USA. I like to party with
That was
in the
after she
USA.
got out and started getting to it. Now, you say you got a crush on her now.
Is she hotter now or then?
Now.
Yeah.
She's 12 then. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's a great point. That's you're absolutely 1,000% right
Thank
about
you.
that.
Definitely looks trashier now.
1,000%. I think she's smoking hot now.
Yeah, she is.
I got a little thing for the good old Miley Cyrus.
So childhood crush on Miley Cyrus, a huge crush in air quotes, a huge crush that he openly admitted to. So
yes,
there's
you
another
have one
fun
too?
fact. On Miley Cyrus? Nah, I wasn't into Miley Cyrus.
I think she's
The weed addiction started way early for you, didn't it?
ouch.
I don't know what that has to do with Hannah Montana, but
It
did.
watching Hannah Montana.
What else? What else you got on Jalen Waddle?
All right, we know about the nickname for Jalen Waddle, guys. He's the Penguin. He does the Penguin touchdown celebration. That actually started his rookie year in the NFL. He didn't do that in college, but it instantly became a fan favorite. So do you guys want to see him continue the Penguin touchdown celebration, or should he leave that in the past? Should he leave that in South Beach and come up with a new touchdown celebration for Jalen Waddle?
No, now he's just got to do a little penguin walk and then follow it up with a mile-high salute, and the crowd will love him.
Yeah, I got no problems with that. It sounds good. Keep going. Keep
I
with the
don't
Waddle.
care what he does as long as he has the availability and opportunity for celebrations.
And I hope we get to see Sean Payton doing the penguin walk again like he did with Kay Adams.
Does he only do the penguin walk when he scores a touchdown? He doesn't do the penguin thing like if he just catches a ball or something, does he?
Dan's teaching us. He should know the answer to this.
Dan, what's the
Dan,
verdict?
can you stand up and do the penguin walk for us?
Dan is now standing up, and he is waddling in his black T-shirt. He's spinning around. He looks, he's tucking his chin in. And that was an excellent waddle by Dan. I don't know. There's you go, play-by-play on the waddle. Did you just want to see if Dan would do that? At your beck and call?
Doesn't the Denver Zoo got to name a couple of their
penguins after Jalen?
After Jalen Waddle.
That is a great idea.
Be a good tie-in.
Dan, why not? Can you get a representative from the zoo on at some point during the show, and we can see if we can name a penguin Jalen? Is that a possibility?
I'll reach out.
How hard could it be to get somebody from the Denver Zoo on?
Well, they might be busy.
Can
right
I
now.
ask you a dumb question?
Beautiful day today.
I'm sure it's busy.
Yes, they do.
Is there anywhere besides the Denver Zoo that has penguins?
Oh, Elway's house.
Antarctica.
Let me rephrase. Is there anywhere in Colorado?
Well,
in the greater Denver Boulder metro that would
Colorado
have
Springs has got a great zoo too.
Sure do.
They do. They do have a great zoo there.
So I'm assuming they would have penguins.
Have you ever been? You've been to that zoo?
I have.
Up there?
I did.
That's fantastic. You can feed a giraffe there.
Yep. You can do that at Denver Zoo too, though.
Can you really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's been a minute since I've been to the zoos.
Yeah.
I used to be able to ride elephants when I was a kid at the Denver Zoo.
You can't do that anymore?
I don't know, but I remember that as a kid.
Feels like that's called a circus.
I'm going to say you're not allowed to do that anymore.
Dan, do you have any more facts on Jalen Waddle?
Well, I did just want to mention, guys, that he doesn't do this a whole lot in the NFL, but when he was in college at Alabama, he was a return game wizard. Beyond receiving, he was a punt returner, monster punt returner at Alabama, leading college football in both total punt return yards and average in 2019.
Wow.
He also had a highlight reel kickoff return, including a 98-yard punt return touchdown against Auburn. I know we've got a Pro Bowl returner in Marvin Mims here with the Broncos, but would you like to see Jalen Waddle dip his toe in the punt/kick return game for the Broncos at all?
No. Not as long as you have Mims on the team. I think that would be ridiculous.
Well, Mims is a Pro Bowler, and generally speaking, when you're making close to $20 million per year, you are too valuable to put back there.
Yeah, but it's, break glass in case of emergency. I mean, if there's some sort of
a
desperate
guy
situation.
that can do it, yeah, whatever.
I mean, sure. It's good to have somebody that's got that in their back pocket, but not on the regular for sure. We'll hear from Jalen Waddle coming up here in a little bit. There's a couple of updates with the Jonathan Cooper story, by the way. We'll give you those. So stick around. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments, so don't let ED get in the way. Truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore. You might be surprised how the right treatment can improve your love life. ED can ruin the moment. When you're getting intimate with your partner and you aren't able to perform the way you want to or used to be able to, it can be frustrating. But at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there's a wide range of advanced treatment options for every stage of ED that can help get you back performing again, even better than you have in years. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic delivers advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat erectile dysfunction. They use this science to help you and get you back to being the way you used to be, so call today and find out what is working. $99, that's the first visit. Get a consult, the T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. With 5 locations, there's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic near you, up and down I-25. So call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Because we're not that bright, and me specifically, I literally asked the question, besides the zoo, where else would there be penguins? And on the Sean Mazda text line, somebody wrote in the aquarium. Which makes a lot more sense. So, Dan, a representative perhaps from the aquarium. to see if they have any plans to name any of their penguins Waddle or the zoo. You know what? I guess
or do
I'm
they
just
like sports?
all right. No dumb question. Are there penguins in the Denver Zoo?
I've not been to the Denver Zoo in quite some time.
I believe the last time I was there, they had a little section you could walk through, and there were penguins.
Okay. It's been a minute for me too, man. It's been a long time. So I just figured that the only reason people go to the zoo is they have to burn up time with their kids.
You see animals.
Yeah, I know. But like, how else are you going to spend those, especially with like when you got 4 and 5-year-olds that don't do anything?
Yeah.
Zoo lights.
Yeah,
it's also a good one.
I think the zoo ones you go down, and it's like this little cave-like looking place. You go in there, and you get in there, especially going to summer. It's like chilled and cold. It feels wonderful.
I remember our good pal, our mutual friend Scott DeHuff, when his kids were really young, they seemed to be at the zoo every single weekend.
Oh yeah, Ellie and the warden were there too.
Because it's 4 hours.
Yeah.
And when you got a 5-year-old, once the kids sort of get into sports or whatever, you're kind of like, oh, well, that's going to occupy plenty of time. And then they get to be teenagers and they just ignore you and
hate your guts.
And they come back in their 20s because then they're broke.
Hey, Dak, we go to the zoo.
Well, or you just say we're going to the zoo, and they seem to be entertained by it. Kids, they're not that bright. They can see the same thing over and over and over again and seem to be entertained.
Well, but the Denver Zoo's got like a choo-choo train and stuff like that.
Sure,
merry-go-round.
They got to up their games, because they want the repeat customers.
Yeah, and a bar, the place you can buy a draft beer for parents.
But that's the best way to get through the zoo. But they got to have penguins at the old aquarium down there.
See, I don't know.
Come on, they got to have them
I
down
haven't
there.
been to the aquarium in forever, but I have been to the zoo.
Dan, how's the calls going to the aquarium? Are you calling right now? He's calling right now. Hello? Penguin person, please. Penguin department.
Are we trying to name one Jalen and another Waddle, or what's the plan?
I don't know. That's I don't know. What do you think we should do?
Well, whatever they've got available, right?
I mean, did they even name their penguins or not?
I'm going to say they have all got names, and they don't get new names until a new penguin is born.
Well, penguins mate.
That breaking news brought to you by Scott Hastings, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Waddle himself? How's Bo going to be? How do you think he thinks Bo's going to be?
Bo's going to be the best quarterback he's ever had.
Bo's a tremendous player. He's a playmaker. He makes a lot of plays. So when you got a guy like that slinging the ball, I don't think it's going to be, take that much time.
By the way, the Denver Aquarium has African penguins.
That is fantastic.
Really? Did either one of you knew that? Penguins in Africa?
That does not seem like a good place for a penguin to live. That seems very warm.
Yeah.
Well, Africa's a big country. I mean, a continent.
Do you see any place?
Sorry, is there ice in Africa?
If you go south far enough, you get towards Antarctica, sure.
Okay.
I mean, if you keep going, keep Cape Cod.
Or Cape Town or whatever.
Or South Africa.
Yeah,
I mean, you're heading towards Antarctica.
Well, we saw all those animals that lived on Madagascar.
Oh, and they can talk, those penguins.
Yeah.
They're unbelievable.
Yeah. And fly planes.
Bo Nix and Jalen Waddle were ranked 6th in terms of top new quarterback wide receiver duo entering 2026.
Who are the top 5? I'm curious.
I do not know. That's a good question.
Well, that would have been more fun.
Well, that's some good research.
Boy, that conversation went far.
What are your expectations?
How do we rank them?
What are your expectations of these two? What do you think is going to happen?
I would expect Jalen Waddle's going to look at a 1,200-yard type of season, and I bet he does end up having a few more yards than Cortland Sutton's when it's all said and done. But I don't know that you're going to feel like Jalen Waddle's necessarily your number one wide receiver.
All right, number 5, since you asked.
No, this is coach quarterback.
Oh, yeah, wrong thing.
Wrong, yeah.
Listen, Dan's got
quality research.
Dan's got like 10,000 things going
on. I'm on hold with the zoo.
It's the season of lists right now, boys.
Oh, There's
a lot of lists out there.
You're going zoo, not aquarium. Okay. Jalen Waddle and Bo Nix. How many touchdowns do you think Jalen Waddle will have this year?
They need a wide receiver
8
in double figures, and another one flirting with double figures, I think.
Wow. That would be phenomenal.
Well, I mean, if you've got a genius offense.
Or mad scientist.
Well, here is Waddle on Davis Webb.
Yeah, man, D Webb's been great. He still got that player type attitude. You can kind of see it in meetings. He's real competitive. And he gets after. He challenges on and off the field. So he's been great.
D Webb.
The most touchdowns Jalen Waddle's had in his entire career was in his second year with 8. He had 6 last year. Wow, that's kind of interesting. He's not had a ton of touchdowns over the course of his career. 6 one year, 2 another, 4, 8, 6.
Okay, so 8 would be phenomenal.
So he's a move the chain guy and not a touchdown guy.
Number 5 of combinations, if they've got Bo and Waddle at 6.
Oh, this one's, we should be above this one.
Purdy and Mike Evans.
I mean, come on. Mike Evans is 100 years old.
All right.
Oh, we are above it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but how many touchdowns he got compared to Waddle?
Number 4, Cam Ward and Carnell Tate. That's going to be the hot new thing. Keep going there, Dano. Josh Allen and DJ Moore at number 3. Number 2 is Kyler Murray and Justin Jefferson.
Kyler Murray's
got that
Kyler
job.
Murray got the job.
He got the gig.
Congratulations, pal.
Wow, way to go, Kyler Murray. And Drake May and A.J. Brown. Okay, well, right.
Well, that's interesting because, A.J. Brown was the other guy that we talked about all offseason long about a trade candidate for the Broncos.
Yep.
And he ends up number 1. So if A.J. Brown came to the Denver Broncos, would that be Bo Nix and A.J. Brown at number 1? Or are they just saying that Drake May is that much better than Bo Nix?
I think it's a combination. I think Drake May is he's the beauty pageant winner.
Well, as of right now, he's the best quarterback in the class. He is.
Yeah, and A.J. Brown's better than Waddle. But they're both really good. But
A.J. Brown's going to be a legitimate number 1 target without competition, whereas Jalen Waddle's got Cortland Sutton.
Seem to be getting along all right, the two of them. It was funny, that comparison that Waddle and Hort look like Schwarzenegger and DeVito from Twins. It is funny, just looking at them up on the podium and up on the field.
Listen, again, you don't play on paper, you play on the field. I'm having some dread about Waddle being this big time. Oh, look what he's going to do here. I don't know.
Well, he's never been a true number 1 in his career. That's not who he's been. He's been paired up with Tyreek Hill. He is not a possession guy. He's not going to be the guy that you're throwing to in traffic, right? So he's got that. That's what makes him more limited.
So he's a more acclaimed Marvin Mims.
Just say that one more time.
He's a more acclaimed Marvin Mims.
Yeah.
Here is Waddle. He's happy with the receiver room.
Man, it's a great group, honestly. And I'm not even talking about, everyone know they can, play and do all these amazing things on the field. I'm just talking about them as people, come in as the new guy, and then they welcome me with open arms, treat me like a brother since day one. And, I really got to look at Corden and see what he did with the young guys. And, yeah, man, it's great. They're great.
It's so funny, everything with the Broncos. This Jonathan Cooper news aside, but actually this is the first time with this Jonathan Cooper thing the Broncos getting in trouble or something. This actually catches me by surprise. It does.
Well, it's been a hot minute since we've had a Bronco arrested. I honestly can't even think who the last one was. Oh, it was Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
For a very similar thing. I think Jerry's involved a phone, didn't it?
Did it?
I'm pretty sure.
He grabbed and broke a phone.
Yeah, I'm reading more details about the Jonathan Cooper thing. By the way, he was released. He's not in jail.
Yeah,
and his lawyer, you want to take a guess?
Couldn't be Harvey.
It's Harvey.
He's on retainer with the Broncos, though.
I tell you what, man, Harvey's
good at his job.
He's really good at his job. Yeah, you got the right lawyer there, Jonathan, for sure. The biting of the phone, that is actually in the report, that he bit the phone to the degree that there was damage to the phone.
How's his tooth?
I don't know, man. That is something. I'll show you. Give me your phone, and you clamp down on it. But, yeah, well, there'll be more on this story on Monday when he has to show up in court again, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, look, it's definitely, you never want to speculate on things like this, but based off the accusations, this does not appear to me like it's going to be any form of long-term suspension deal. it might not even be a suspension at all, depending on how Harvey does his job.
It seems to me like reading this case, they got in a fight. It just went in a direction it shouldn't have gone in. I kind of agree with you.
It sounds like they got in a bit of a wrestling match over a phone.
Yes. Yep. Late at night, 2:45 in the morning.
I don't get that sound. I ain't even going to tell you what I'm speculating. I'll tell you in the break, but that's not what I think happened.
Oh.
Mm.
Well, I would love to know, right? We got.
Well, no, because it's not fair to either party.
Okay.
We always tend to, though our system of justice say innocent until proven guilty, we tend to assign guilt to one of the parties or the other, and I was just going to do that.
They were both arrested.
Yeah.
All right, we'll follow it as it comes. Other takeaways from yesterday, as we look back on it 24 hours, Tyler, what other observations did you have that were kind of interesting? What did you think of Jalen Waddle when you were looking at him out there?
Well, I had my eyes on him because that's the one new guy, right? So I think there's two players that Broncos fans are going to be paying a lot of attention to during training camp. That's going to be Jonah Coleman, the rookie running back, and Jalen Waddle, because they're the two most obvious things to be paying attention to. Jalen Waddle was in competition with Riley Moss, and look, Jalen Waddle looks legit. He looks very, very legit. But Riley Moss was hanging with him. He was, and they each got the best of one another at one point during practice, and they had a little battle going on. I mean, practice to me looked pretty crisp for the third OTA. It really did. There weren't a lot of mistakes. There weren't a whole lot of balls on the ground. There was one big collision with Red Murdoch, and I forget who he ran into there. But that caused a little bit of a thing that was like, all right, are we going to have a little bit of a scuffle going on? Who was it?
I think it was Bandy.
Oh, Michael Bandy?
Number 83.
Okay. Yeah. Evan Ingram caught a lot of footballs. It started out in 7-on-7, and it continued throughout the team periods.
Could you notice anything in particular about Davis Webb involvement with anything going on, or did it look all kind of the same?
No, you're not going to feel that until you get to a game. There's no way, because the way the practice is set up, it's so situational. You go to 7-on-7. Okay, we're going to throw the football here. We're going to go to team run. We're going to run the football here. We're going to third down period. We're going to throw the football here. Everything is situational. You got 2 periods in practice, in theory, that you might be able to get a little bit of a vibe of it, and that's the move the ball period and 2-minute drill. But I don't think you're going to get a feel for what Davis Webb looks like probably until week 1.
What kind of commitment do you think they'll have to running the ball?
It's going to be interesting. The genius offense the last 3 years really hasn't committed heavily to it, so we shall see.
Well, they do like JK. We know that. They think he's a really good football player, and he is a really good football player. And when J.K. Dobbins was healthy, he was the top 5 rusher in the NFL last year. So I think they do want to run the football. The question will be, as a first-time play caller, how much are you trying to impress people? Like how creative are you going to get?
Well, and how much, when your number 1 guy goes down, is your number 2 guy capable of carrying the load? Which last year R.J. Harvey wasn't
who will
able
that
to
be?
do. Well, we got to see.
I bet it'll end up being Jonah Coleman. If the one thing that R.J. Harvey, I'm not super down on R.J. A lot of people are down on R.J. I thought he was fine. He turned out to be a good red zone option. He was fantastic out of the backfield in the receiving game, and that's the one leg up that he's got on Jonah Coleman right now. If Jonah Coleman can prove to be a weapon in the receiving game, watch out, R.J.
Dan actually has another Get to Know Your Broncos, and it's about Jonah Coleman. I don't know if we have time for it right now, Dan, but or are you ready to go with Jonah Coleman facts, Dan?
By the way, can I just give you a quick zoo update?
Absolutely.
So I did get through to their customer care.
Yes.
They want you to buy season tickets?
They were very confused by my request, but I tried to lay it out as clearly as I could. And they asked me to send an email to their representatives.
Boo, no.
So
that's all right. That's okay.
No email.
You got to get the ball rolling.
No way.
Hey, you think anybody in the front office at the zoo's working today? You ain't gonna talk to nobody.
Well, you have days off at the zoo? How can you have the animals have days off?
They seem to.
We do not work
Just
at
take
the
a look
zoo.
around.
We do not work at the zoo.
Brandon Evans still work here?
Well, there are some animals here, but I'm saying there's not like zoo animals.
No, the animals are there, and you've got people who work in the park to maintain the park. The blue-collar guys that keep you on air are there.
Well, we
But
can't talk
guess
to
what? You think that the head of public relations is sitting there working today right now?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I guarantee he or she isn't.
Dan, we got to get somebody from the zoo on the phone. There's got to be somebody. What about
Does somebody know somebody at the zoo?
Can't you call?
Doesn't anybody know a penguin caretaker around here?
Call the penguin pen. Why are we
The
messing?
penguin wrangler?
Yeah, get a penguin wrangler on. For all we know, they might have already named one of the penguins Jalen or Waddle, which would seem to be redundant to name a penguin Waddle. But
Although
I mean,
that which makes you think that there's had to been in the history of the zoo. There's
Absolutely.
been a Waddle 1, a Waddle 2. And,
but like, would you name a human
course.
like Walk? Hey, Step, how you doing over there? Like, Waddle. It's just what they do.
My brother was named Walker.
Fair point.
He was a walker.
All right, Dan, do better. We got to get somebody on from the zoo. How hard could it possibly be?
Yeah, the person you talked to, male or female?
Female.
Yeah, the person you talked to is used to, they're trying to sell season tickets. They ain't trying to name zoo.
It was a bunch of corporate
we
jargon.
need a zoo administrator.
Yeah.
Well, we have to
Zoo
pass it along to our
administrator.
marketing team and get approval and, all that
I
kind
mean,
of stuff.
just go directly to the
Yeah,
penguin.
just call back and say, yeah, can I have the
Penguin department.
Whoever's in charge of the penguin
I asked
department.
for the penguin. I said, do you have a specific department I could talk to in regards to penguins? And the nice lady on the phone said, we don't have a specific penguin department. So the question
Aquatic.
was asked.
Well, listen, they name their polar bears, and they have a big deal every time they have a polar bear there. Why is the penguins getting shafted?
I'm just saying, this show today will be a complete disaster if we don't get somebody on from the damn zoo.
I'm trying.
I got it. By the way, somebody on the text line, how about this? There aren't penguins at the aquarium.
Ooh.
They're saying there aren't penguins at the aquarium.
Well, according to AI, it said there was.
There's got to be penguins at the aquarium, right?
Well, not necessarily, because it's not very big.
How big you got to be to get a penguin?
Well, you got
in
to
there?
have a freezer area.
All right, more investigation on this Friday to come. No dumb questions.
And we got to
next.
get Adam Sandler on. He was a zookeeper.
Hey, it's never too early to plan for retirement. Whether it's years away or right around the corner, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth can help you feel ready for what's next. Just start the conversation today. Call 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or check them out online at Trajan Wealth. If you want more peace of mind about your investments, just start with a second opinion from Trajan Wealth. Their fiduciary advisors make it simple. You're going to see what your plan could be doing better for you, how it could be working harder for you. Schedule your complimentary meeting at TrajanWealth.com. Guys, choosing the right financial advisor might be one of the smartest decisions you'll ever make. The fiduciary team at Trajan Wealth, they're going to help you craft reliable income plans so you can stay focused on what matters most to you, your family, your time, your priorities. Check them out online at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. We're getting multiple texts. In fact, somebody sent us a internet lookup thing. There are no penguins at the Denver Aquarium.
Yeah,
I do.
That would make sense.
I did do a little bit of research on the Denver Zoo penguins, if you guys would like to know.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Since we're wondering about names, right?
Yeah, Jalen, yeah.
Well, there are a plethora of penguins at the Denver Zoo.
Oh, cool.
Well, they got to have little baby eggs all the time.
Sure.
Actually, a 26 penguin roster.
That is, we could name one of them, Jalen.
Surely.
I mean, even a name change.
The public names that, Grok could verify.
Yeah.
We've got a Lucy, a Kenny, a roast beef.
Okay.
Empanada.
All right.
Gwen, and Sinclair.
Okay.
Out of 26, that's all the names. There's plenty of people.
Why don't we take roast beef and make him a star and change his name to Jalen?
Waddle.
I mean, the guys.
Roast beef and empanada are recent parents. So Sinclair is their baby penguin.
Okay, so easier to rename a baby before they really sink into that name. Is that where you're going?
No, we just need to wait for roast beef and empanada to do the.
Oh, I see what you're
sex
saying.
again.
Well, chickens have eggs
every
day.
Is that what they call it?
Can I ask a dumb
What's
question?
the gestation of penguins?
It's too long because the show's over in an hour and 12 minutes. Because there's no way we're going to have a baby penguin in an hour and 12 minutes.
Well, no, but you never know.
We are not going to care about this topic in an hour and 13 minutes.
Oh, check in on June 26th, though.
I'm taking that day off.
I know.
Oh, have fun.
I got a topic. Thank you.
All right. How is a penguin named roast beef?
He's probably a little chunky dude.
Yeah. Little fat penguin.
You think the penguins are more fat or skinnier than another penguin? Or
I think some penguins like to eat. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you roast beef is a big chunky penguin.
have you ever looked at you two and then me?
We're barely of the same species. I mean, they're all penguins. They're all fed the exact same food. They come from the exact same parents who are the exact same size.
Well, I don't think they come from the same parent.
Wait.
Well,
So if you come from the same parent, you can't have different eating preferences?
They just get fed the same exact thing.
Well,
I don't know.
True.
You could be right. I don't know. Maybe you're right. It looks like all the penguins are the same exact size to me, but I mean, there's one guy named Roast Beef. Dan, how's it going there with getting somebody from the penguin pen?
I'm calling the aquarium.
They don't have penguins.
I'm calling to confirm.
Okay. Oh, my Lord.
It does feel like the aquarium should have a penguin.
I know. I have a hard time believing
enough.
it. Follow up. Tyler, you brought up the parking situation.
Oh, man. Yeah.
You want to recap the story?
Why don't you recap that for me?
Tyler's neighbor is parking their Mini Cooper on the sidewalk in front of his yard to the degree that it would risk getting hit by Tyler as he backed out if he wasn't careful.
You're supposed to start the story with the very good people, very, very kind people that I want no beef with. So I just decided to talk about it in a public forum, because if I address them personally, we'd have beef. But if I do it publicly, it's all good.
You'll just have animosity.
Right. So very, very good people that, Well, actually, Scott, that is actually part of it that I didn't bring up. A lot of times there's a wheel on the curb. Yeah. So it is kind of like both, but
like on the sidewalk and the street.
The wheel's kind of on both. Yeah. Sometimes. So, anyways, after we did our show, what day was that? I don't know. Tuesday. Tuesday, I think so. Is when I brought this public. Yeah. Very good people, kind people. I went home and went on a little walk later in the evening. I sent you guys a photo. And,
I didn't see the photo.
And there was no Mini Cooper, and I was like, wow. Now I feel bad. Did they hear? I didn't.
And
no, they pulled the Cadillac up
later that night. Am I getting messed with or not? Am I getting messed with?
Okay.
Later that night, I see the Mini Cooper back.
Okay.
So tell the girlfriend, I'm like, I got to go take a photo so I can send it to the guys. Right. So I walk to the door. This is probably like 8:15.
Mm-hmm.
Walk to the door. I open the door. I pull up my camera, and right that second, my neighbor walks in front of the camera. And I'm like, oh my gosh, he's seeing me. He's gonna see me taking a photo.
Wow, that is bad timing right there.
So I quickly close the door and I run inside. And I'm like, he caught me. He saw me taking a photo. He knows.
Oh my
he
God.
knows. He knows I was taking a photo.
Oh my God.
So I'm like, I calm down.
Yeah.
Gather myself. Like, okay, we got to go try again. I got to go get the evidence to send to the boys.
Okay.
Right?
Why didn't, since he was out there, just walk up to him and say, hey, dog, could you back that up like 5 feet? I almost hit that the other day pulling out.
Yeah, we're not quite to that level.
Scott, just no.
Okay.
No.
I mean,
like it's
communication.
More fun.
Does suck.
Stop with being a grown up and logical.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
like,
Tyler. What'd
gosh,
you do?
This was so much more fun when I did it with DMac.
Yeah. What'd you do?
Yeah. So I went back to take a photo. Less than 10 minutes later, and the car was gone.
Oh, good.
I couldn't take a photo.
It's gone.
So he knew that I was trying to take a photo.
Okay.
But then the car got moved, so I couldn't take a photo.
Okay, so it passive aggressively worked.
Is he messing with me? Am I getting messed with now? Is he playing the game back?
Oh, he may have pulled up there and realized, oh, you know what? I pulled up in front of Tyler's drive again. Let me back this up.
If I saw somebody out of their house taking a photo of my car, the message would be clearly sent.
There's no way. There's no way. Like I'm still inside my door frame. There's no way. Like he actually saw me.
You realize you are a mammoth human being. Like you occupy a space kind of unlike most people.
You might have seen the first photos though. Did you send me the first photos? I never saw it.
It was in the group chat.
Yeah.
It was there.
Put it in the group chat.
It was in the group.
Yeah.
All right, so the car's not there anymore.
No, it's still there.
Oh, it's still there.
It
came back.
It's just when I was trying to take evidence.
She just didn't care and came back.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then that was just a pure coincidence then.
But it was an unbelievable coincidence.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
It was obviously a coincidence, but it was an unbelievable coincidence.
That's pretty funny.
Which one's your house?
The one on the left as you look at it?
That ain't in front of your house.
No,
oh, my God.
That's Scott. That's
I'm just looking at the picture you sent.
I know, but that's
Scott,
Tyler explained.
The whole point was that I took a photo that there was not a car there, and then later the car was back.
And that's
so
why
I
he took it.
Never mind.
Well, why didn't you take a picture before?
I hate you.
We'll
I
get to
hate
we'll
you.
get to the big story of the day coming up next. Hey, there you go. It is DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook turning up the heat and introducing a new way to parlay. It's called Squad Bets. Available across the NBA, MLB, and NHL. Here's the deal. You tap into the Fanatic Sportsbook app. You build your squad from the sport you want. Pick your market points, rebounds, assists, strikeouts, goals, whatever you need. And finally, set your target. So if you like the hoops, You can pick 4 players combined for 100 points, or in baseball, 3 pitchers to strike out 18. Then you sit back like a GM and watch your squad go to work with live tracking every step of the way. Here's the difference. If one player doesn't perform, the rest of your squad can pick up the slack. So your bet stays alive all the way to the very end. Track it live, cash out whenever you want. It's Squad Bets, only on Fanatics Sportsbook. Parlays hit different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. grade on whatever scale you want to use what you saw from the Broncos OTA yesterday.
Oh, boy.
And we can take it from there. But you were there. I was there for the beginning of it, but left early. You stayed for the entire thing. So I guess this is more directly related to you, Tyler. But grade what you saw in terms of what we can expect.
Grades. Well, Bo Nix was walking a 10 out of 10 straight line.
Bo Nix is a 10 out of 10.
Perfect A-plus walk, no gait, no limp. 10 out of 10. Davis Webb rocked that microphone like a 10-year vet. A-plus grade.
Okay.
What else are you looking for?
Offensive line. We can go through.
I don't know, man.
In
I
general,
don't know grades.
We have 100% attendance. I mean, the stuff with Jonathan Cooper today, and we're following the story. Obviously, that's off-the-field stuff.
I mean, here's what I'd say generally speaking. Look, it's one day of an OTA practice, but they looked crisp to me. They honestly did for the third day on the field. I thought that well, that's exactly what it should look like. You brought back the entire football team, right? So you brought back everybody. Nobody's learning anything. The only people that in theory are learning a few little nuances are on the offensive side with whatever changes Davis Webb's got going on there. But the team looked like it was crisp. There was no started over periods. There were no the obvious like disastrous periods. Jonah Coleman got a lot of reps with the ones because J.K. Dobbins didn't appear to be taking the majority of the team snaps. He was out there, but when it came to the team periods, he looked very limited for whatever reason. What else, man? Jalen Waddle is going to be fun to watch. He's also shockingly small in person. I know it's like, hey, breaking news, Jalen Waddle's a tiny dude. I'm telling you, when you see it in person, it's different.
Yeah, right.
Maybe it's almost even an advantage how tiny he is. I don't know. Maybe.
I love the Eddie Roll comparison you had yesterday.
Well, yeah, Eddie was small too. I didn't realize how close they were in listed size. I have actually
exact
thought,
same. They're both listed at 5'10".
I know. It's
no way Jalen Waddle's 5'10", by the way.
Yeah.
No chance.
Yeah, I think Eddie was probably 5'10". I think that's probably pretty fair. You think he's smaller than that? Maybe.
He might be 5'10" with the shoes on.
Were you still doing games back in that time?
Yeah.
So you probably talked to him.
Yeah, tons. He was great.
Yeah. He just had this crazy ability. Well, actually, I do have. Waddle was asked about that yesterday, about like how you get away with these routes. You know, how are you doing them?
Huff said that you have the ability to kind of disguise routes, whether it's a go route or you're going short. I mean, not to give away state secrets, but how do you do that?
I can't really give away the sauce like that, but it's definitely a trait, something that a lot of receivers have. I think it's just marrying up your routes, honestly, making everything look like a go, or making one route look like the other. So kind of game inside the game.
How much? Of course, that's the typical Dove Valley construction or airplane sounds that pervade.
Sometimes the leaf blower.
Yeah, the leaf blower, the lawnmower, construction, and airplanes. That's you can always count on it there. That's a pretty interesting ability, Tyler. Why is one guy better at that than another guy at this level? Why aren't they all kind of the same? What's so special about getting open?
Well, route running's a skill set, right? And the ability to identify defense is knowledge. Mm-hmm. So when you can combine really good knowledge with particularly good skill set, good things can happen.
That's the key for a great receiver, right? If you got the ability to run routes and you recognize defense.
Yeah. So there's a lot of really athletic dudes that just don't necessarily know how to take advantage of what the defense is putting in front of them.
Is that an innate ability? Is that study? Extraordinary athleticism?
I would say, not knowing, I would say you got to be intelligent. Because intelligence just isn't, I can study my playbook and I know exactly what's going to go. It's I can study the defense and know if I fake this way, this guy's going here. I know Bo likes to go to this window and not that window. I got to find a way to get over here. This guy has a trait of trying to jam me at the line. And if I can avoid that first jam, I'm going to have him by a step or two. And I think it's all that goes in. And I think, I don't know, have you ever seen a great wide receiver, Tyler, that just wasn't kind of brilliant?
No, I don't think so. Not a great one.
Yeah.
You know,
There've been good ones. They're just purely athletic compared to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean the all-time best, like no, he works across the street, but like, how do guys like Brandon Stokely stay in the league for 15 plus years? You know, like not particularly great athleticism, undersized, but dang, smart.
Have a Hall of Fame quarterback as your best friend.
That helps for sure. When you're willing to be turtle, those things help. But when you can combine like insane ability with knowledge, that's when you get like the rods. That's when you get guys
Justin
like that.
Jefferson, guys are just phenomenal. The St. Brown guy in Detroit. I mean, if you listen to these guys talk and they're talking football, you're like, ooh. I mean, it's a science class, right? A math class would be more accurate, maybe. It's phenomenal.
Well, I guess Waddle's got those traits, and Eddie Royal had those traits too.
Yep.
He was always open. There was always separation. Maybe Eddie Royal might have had like kind of a little bit of you kind of forget about him a little bit, right? Like a little bit of an underwhelming career, but boy, oh boy. I just remember when he was first here, how crazy it was.
Made some big plays, then he went to the Chargers, made big plays with Phillip Rivers too.
Yeah, not a bad career, But
Dude,
there's Jalen Waddle.
I think he got double
million.
digits.
What, double digits touchdowns?
No, career.
Oh, okay. He might have. Yeah. Well, we'll see if Waddle. All right, let me ask you this, Tyler. What's the difference between Waddle and like a typical slot receiver then? Because he's the same size, but that's not where he's going to play. Well, actually, Peyton said they were going to move him around. He did, but he said they have a more specific plan for him.
Most slot guys actually don't have the speed that Jalen Waddle's got. A lot of slot guys are like really good at creating 2 yards of space on a 5-yard route. Jalen Waddle's got top end speed to go on top of it. Matter of fact, I'm not even sure being on the slot is his best. It's not. It's not where he's usually played. He's usually played on the outside. I'm sure he can play in the slot, and he has done that as well. But that's not what he's known for.
So you can play on the outside if you're fast enough. It doesn't matter how tall you are. If you can get it done and you're fast enough, then there you go.
I suppose so.
Height doesn't matter, or maybe it does. I don't know. So it's interesting to hear that Riley Moss. What did you notice at all what Jahdae Barron was doing, if anything, yesterday? Where he was, what he was doing?
I'm not sure I noticed him a single time, to be honest.
Didn't stand out, huh?
I watched Riley Moss going one-on-one with Jalen Waddle quite a bit.
Hey, man, way too early hot take on this. It's going to be painful just to see Riley Moss walk out the door. Riley Moss is pretty damn good. He's very unassuming, but he has the right body type, mentality, abilities. Like, that dude can ball. And he gets a lot of attention, doesn't he? Mm-hmm. Because look what's on the other side, and people just sort of say, well, we'll go after that dude. I think Riley Moss is a heck of a player. I'm not rooting against Jahdae Barron at all, but like, what are you doing drafting a guy to be a developmental dude in the first round? I mean, that's something you do in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, something like that. And it would be pretty remarkable for Riley Moss, who was a drafted guy, 3rd round, I think, Riley, 3rd, 4th, something like that.
I don't remember.
It was kind of all right, like an all right spot. It wasn't super deep.
Good draft pick.
I think Riley Moss was a great draft pick.
Yeah. And if you don't think you're going to be able to keep him, then you don't need Jahdae Barron yet, to be honest with you.
Well, this is a big year to figure out what you've got in Barron. At the very least, you have to know if this guy's got the ability to replace Riley Moss, because now you got to make a decision on his contract.
Well, let's see how many snaps he gets in the preseason. Yeah, he had to get the majority of the snaps at the cornerback position.
Yeah, Riley Moss was a 3rd round draft pick. That's pretty good. That's a value guy right there, 3rd round. Man, they just screwed up that Jahdae Barron pick. Nothing against him. It's got nothing to do with him. It's just, it created this bizarre conflict where none needed to happen. You could have got better developmental corners deeper in the draft. You just didn't have to do it. It just sets up a weird situation. Like, you're gonna want Jahdae Barron to be better than Riley Moss, but good luck. Like, at what point is Riley Moss going to open that door for Jahdae Barron?
Yeah, he's not. But you're going to have to make an educated decision that will be a gamble either way in a year. At the end of this season, you're just going to have to make an educated decision. What do we think we've got in Barron? Because he's not going to look better than Riley Moss in this time period. But do we think he can develop into becoming Riley Moss over time?
I saw they were doing that home run derby. You know,
Who won it?
Cortland Sutton won it for the second year in a row. Cortland Sutton was just hitting. He hit a couple of tanks. Cortland Sutton is just
athlete.
Dude is an athlete. I'm sure he's good at everything. But that's pretty cool. I mean, he's a big, strong guy. So I am not surprised he can hit batting practice home runs. But I'll tell you, that's impressive. That is an impressive thing to do for a non-baseball player, to go there and be able to hit home runs on a major league field. That's just somebody who can do anything right there, man.
Yep.
So he did win that, and they raised a bunch of money for charity, so good for them. I saw our guys from DNVR were out there, and they had Jaleel McLaughlin on. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And he seems like a great guy. But I was like, how the hell does Jaleel McLaughlin fit into this team? Does he? Is he on the team? Is he somewhere?
I didn't even know so I guess he had another year on his
What
deal.
do you mean?
No,
they re-signed everyone.
They re-signed him.
They re-signed the whole team.
He got a new deal.
Well, is he the most unique guy of the running back?
Nah.
I don't know how saying, I don't know how he fits in.
He really he does have a unique skill set in theory, but what does he do that RJ Harvey couldn't do?
Find a hole.
Does he?
Better than RJ did last year.
I don't know. RJ wasn't that bad, boys.
No, he was horrible.
No, he wasn't.
He was horrible.
He was definitely not horrible.
He left 400 yards on the field last year.
I mean, listen, he was. I'm going to look this up because
he left 400 yards on the field last year on cutbacks.
Maybe. I mean, that very well might be true, especially early on in the season. I know it was really frustrating early on in the season how often he was trying to bounce the ball outside. I was seeing it. It was driving me insane. I did think that he got better as the season progressed, learning how to put one foot in the ground, make one read, and get downhill.
And you said a while ago, though, but he was great in the passing game.
He was great in the passing game. He had 540 yards on the ground. So let's cut it in the middle. Let's say he left 200 yards out there, right?
That'd been a pretty good rookie year.
Yeah. He also had 7 touchdowns.
That's crazy. That's bananas.
RJ Harvey had 7.
I know. You know what's funny? I mean, I know I called games a million years ago. And I called all TD's career and
1,000 rushing yards and 7 touchdowns.
I called Shannon Sharp a lot of his career. I called Rod Smith, and you're like 7 touchdowns. I go, "What, do you have a down year?"
7 touchdowns for anybody in the NFL now is like a heck of a year.
Yeah, that to me is just like.
Hey, I get it.
I mean, go look at what Terrell Davis did as a running back in his years rushing, touchdown wise.
I get it. I get it. Julius Thomas, dude, had 24 touchdowns in 2 years with Peyton Manning. You want your mind blown? Think about that fact. 24 touchdowns in 2 years. Huh? What would we be doing then if we had a tight end catching touchdowns
We'd be calling the head coach
a
freaking genius. Offensive genius.
All right, we got Dan Buds Quince Tanner for Let's Football Go. And thumbs up. Next. 5, okay. We're going to talk to somebody from the zoo about penguins.
Oh, thank God.
So we'll dial that into Let's Football Go coming up next. All right, thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Thank you to Brad and everybody there at mountainhighappliance.com. We will get to football news, but we are joined right now on the Ramos Law hotline by Jake Kubier, and I hope that's how you say your last name, who is a spokesperson for the Denver Zoo. Is that the correct pronunciation of your last name, Jake?
You nailed it. Thank you.
It's funny because it's so close to Kubiak, but it's
Kubier.
You get that all the time. All right.
Are you cheering for France in the World Cup?
It's actually Czech, believe it or not.
They got a good team, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's okay. It's looking at the Penguins, Scott. All right, Jake. This is first of all, we found out quite a bit about your Penguins, and we're calling about Jalen Waddle.
Here's what I know. You tell me what I know from AI if it's right. Here's what I know about your Penguins. I'm told that you have a 26 Penguin roster. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Wow, that's a lot of Penguins.
Yeah.
Now, how many of those Penguins know their name?
Well, actually, I think some of them, when they all have names, the keepers generally name them, and I think they're more intelligent than you might think. I do think a lot of them answer to their names.
Really?
Well, okay, but how many dumb ones do you have that if you just wanted to change their name, it wouldn't be a big deal?
That's possible. They all have, there's some stiff competition for the names. There's Empanada, Roast Beef, Matty, Chupacabra, Brutus, Sapphire. So I don't know if Waddle makes the cut, to be honest.
Oh, man.
Well, you know why we're calling
What?
you? Because the new Bronco wide receiver, you guys do a big thing with the polar bears all the time and everything, right? But the new wide receiver, he does a touchdown celebration dance called the Penguin, and he waddles like a penguin is his celebration dance. And so we thought, hey, what if the zoo got involved with this? A big PR thing.
Yeah.
And you could name a penguin after him, and you could do like promotions for the zoo and the Broncos and blah 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 blah. And
You know what? Here's the deal. I think if you guys can come out and get Jalen to come out here and do his dance in front of the Penguins, I think I might be able to make a strong case for naming one after him.
All right, Jake, we don't have that kind of power. What the hell?
Oh, yes, we do.
You think we could get Jalen
You've got
Waddle
the
out?
owner's phone number in your phone.
Oh, yeah, like that's going to be high on Greg Penner's priority
Greg.
list.
Hey, Greg, here's what.
Yo, Greg.
No, call the PR.
What up, dog?
You don't think the PR people would love? It's cute. It brings the kids in.
All right, hold on. That is who we're connected with. So are you saying right here, if I contact Patrick Smythe and somebody, and this goes down the line, maybe this is more of an Eric Schubert sort of deal. If Waddle comes out to the Denver Zoo, you will name one of the Penguins after him.
I will ask the animal care team. I will get him behind the scenes to meet the Penguins along with you guys. That I can commit to. The naming rights are kind of sacred for the animal care team, so I don't want to speak on their behalf. But I'm saying it gives us a better shot if you can get them out here.
Wow, it's really that big of a deal? The names are really that big of a deal, huh?
You're stepping on a trainer's toes.
It's like they're children, man. I'm telling you. I mean, the animal care staff here. These animals are as close to them as their own kids. So it's not just it's not a minor thing to name an animal out here.
All right. Well, there's no way I'm gonna. This is a stretch,
top
to bottom. But I'm not gonna bring him out there like he might get
This
named.
is an unbelievable opportunity, PR opportunity for the Denver Broncos and the Zoo to get this done, and it shouldn't be hard to do. I bet you Jalen would love to do something like that.
But Jake's not making any promises. He's saying, well, we might think about it.
You know what Jake's going to do? He's playing coy right now because he doesn't want to write a check that with his mouth can't cash.
Okay,
right?
all right.
So what he's going to do after this, he's going to go, hey, I got an idea with the PR firm. He's going to take credit for it.
Okay.
Was he still on?
He's still here.
He's going to talk to their PR people and say, hey, guys, there's a guy that does a penguin celebration dance for touchdowns to Broncos. I think we got a good affiliation.
But you got to listen to what Jake's saying. And, Jake, you are still here. It's in the caretakers. How many caretakers are there for the Penguins?
There's a group. There's 3 or 4 dedicated just to the Penguins, and then there's others that are on the birds team that rotate and take care of a lot of different birds. But I can make a strong case for it. Scott's right. I'm being a little coy because I can't commit to it. But what I said, what I can commit to is if Jalen comes out here with you guys and he does his touchdown dance in front of the Penguins, we will go behind the scenes, meet some of the Penguins. Maybe he doesn't want a penguin named after him until he meets them, you know?
I just want to know, how did roast beef get fat?
I don't know. It's a
Roast beef is a little fat, though. That's fair.
He's on a pescatarian diet.
That's true. They all are.
Yeah.
That's what I said. They all get fed the same food. All right, hold on. Is roast beef the penguin a little chunkier than the rest of the penguins?
I honestly don't know how he got that name.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Jake, you're doing a terrible job as a PR person.
He
doesn't know what roast beef is named after. He's saying maybe something can happen if.
But you know what? He might know about the tiger.
How long?
Or he may know about the polar bear. He may know about the giraffe.
Well, we don't care about those animals.
How long does it take for a penguin to go from pregnant to a baby outside?
36 to 42 days. 48 days. 36 to 48 days.
Yeah, we get that done before the season.
Well, I guess that's a fair question, Jake. Are there any expecting penguins in your flock?
That's I got to tell you, it's hard. You guys are putting me on the spot. We've got 3,000 animals here in 450 different species, and I do my best.
Jake,
to keep
listen,
tabs on
light
everything.
light a couple candles, set the mood, and let's make a waddle.
I'm the only guy on your side in this whole thing, Jake.
Yeah, man.
All right.
All right, Jake. It sounds good. You guys got anything special going on in the zoo this weekend?
Yeah, we got our 130th anniversary celebration. Been around since 1896. Got a lot of fun stuff going on at our campus all summer. So definitely encourage people to visit. It's a special time to be here right now.
All right, my man. How about this, Jake? You got Dan's number, right? Dan, has he got your number? All right.
You know what?
Talk to one of the Talk to one of the caretakers. If they are interested, then we can go back to the Broncos. How about that? Is that fair enough? And if they're not interested, fine. We'll let it be.
And maybe we come out there, do a remote from there, and have a PhD day at the zoo.
If they're sure, especially in the summertime. I'll tell you this, Jake.
By the beer tent.
If they are interested, we'll give it a whole thing. It'll be a whole big deal. But I don't think we can bring them out there just like maybe. So find out if somebody's interested.
Okay, all right. I can do that. I'll explore it. I know Patrick at the Broncos. We can check. It's a good opportunity. So I like the idea. Let me run it by a couple people.
Jake just said, "I don't need you."
Hey.
Oh, how about that? How about the bomb he just dropped? I know Patrick at the Broncos.
I don't need you.
I didn't say that.
You know what he is? He's Jake from State Farm.
Jake is Jake just dropped a mic drop right there. I don't need you guys. He doesn't need us at all.
No, hey Jake, I think you should run with this. I've said this on the show a million times. I'm an idea guy. I'm not an implementer.
That's for
so
sure.
You feel free to implement this.
That means he's
all right. Well, I think there's now a radio broadcast of you guys taking credit for the idea, so it might be hard to steal it from you. But we'll see what we can do.
Yeah. By the way, Patrick's got 2 little kids. He's got to kill time at the zoo.
So Jake, what's the Penguins' favorite radio show?
Altitude Radio, of course.
Close enough.
Nice.
Thank you, Jake. Talk to you later.
Boo.
We'll follow up with you later. Bye.
That ain't a promo.
Jake was good. DMac was a bully as usual.
Yeah.
DMac was getting things done.
No, you were being
like
I don't know what it is about you that you feel so superior to everybody that
my
calls us.
Lord. If we had the passive way of Scott Hastings, nothing would ever be accomplished.
It got done.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Pressure makes diamonds too.
Did I not call out exactly why I was doing it? Because Scott's absolutely right. Listen. I know, Mr. Hothead, you want to get in there and just start firing everybody up.
Jake had the last word when he drops, I know Patrick from the Broncos.
I'll call him and get this done.
Okay. Well, you clearly don't need us.
Well, they don't.
If he knows Patrick from the Broncos.
You know what we are? All we are is gear starters.
All right. We're trying to make Jalen Waddle feel comfortable.
We start the gears.
You know who's responsible for this? Dan Tanner. Because this is get to know your Broncos.
And
you guys.
It was a good bit.
What?
He put the info.
It all started with Dan.
And then we started the gears.
Dan, what's the first story and let's football go?
Jalen Waddle does a dance.
Jalen Waddle.
Jake was great, by the way. That was awesome. Go to the zoo this weekend.
Hey, real quick, I talked to Jake when we hung up with him. We got each other's cell, so we're going to communicate that way. He was very adamant about how serious he was. He's like, if you guys want to come out here behind the scenes, we'll get this going. We can do something for the show. So
yeah,
Jake
that would be
is
phenomenal.
all in.
Who wouldn't want to go behind the scenes of the zoo? That would be amazing.
We could both bring our youngest.
Let's go.
There you go.
Can I bring my youngest?
No, you can't.
24.
You wouldn't go anyways.
He wouldn't go. What do I say?
You can't even get him to walk 2 blocks to the bar to meet you. He's going to drive down to the zoo?
No, he's going to ask if there's a dispensary inside of the zoo. That's what my youngest would do. The oldest just wouldn't show up. All right, I'll be there without a kid, just like Dan. Dan, what's your first story?
All right, let's hear one other cut here from Sean Payton from yesterday, guys. The Broncos are officially out of the dead cap hell that they were left with when they released Russell Wilson, who just recently retired. Here's Sean Payton on how good it feels getting out of the dead cap situation they've been in for the last 2 years.
Feels good. Yeah, I mean, I look, it's important. You know, it's hard to do that with dead money, and when you do it with a record-setting amount, it's a credit to everyone, the young players, coaches, scouts, and so I don't know that anyone can physically or feel it or see it, but certainly it exists when it pertains to your budget, and yeah.
How surprised are you guys that how well the Broncos managed the past 2 years of the dead cap situation they were in? Like, how good of a job
It's
did
the
they
most
do?
impressive thing they've done in total. It's unbelievable.
You forget about it because of the success they've had.
It's really extraordinary.
So it all comes down to one thing, the reason they were able to do it. They drafted a quarterback that worked.
There you go.
Right?
Yep.
So, I mean, if you miss on Bo Nix, you're screwed. You didn't solve anything. You got problems.
Yep.
So who really gets the credit, right? Like
George Payton.
Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Sean Payton.
Yeah. Sean Payton.
It would never have happened without Sean.
Sean Payton picked Bo Nix.
There's no doubt.
Sean Payton also created the hole by saying, I hate Russell Wilson.
Okay, well, he solved it too.
I'll bet you dollars to donuts if it was up to George Payton.
No, hold on. I'm mad. I'm mad at Scott.
You're mad at Scott?
Yeah, I'm mad at Scott.
Why?
Because Scott's doing that thing.
What
He's
thing?
doing that thing where he's turning Russell Wilson into a victim.
No,
Sean Payton didn't create the problem.
He was horrible.
Sean did not create the problem with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson created the problem for Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos.
He did not play well, and the coach wanted him out before he even called the first snap.
Because Russell Wilson was a problem.
Well, because Russell Wilson wasn't the guy we saw 3 years earlier kicking Denver's butt by 38 points.
Mm-hmm. Russ is not a victim.
I don't think Russ is a victim.
You don't get paid $136 million and be called a victim.
I think the problem, and it's so funny because he gets so much praise, the problem was George Payton. Because George did not have a firm grasp about what to do with first-round picks. He never really has. His talent is in the mid-rounds and in free agency and other things, okay? Taking care of the pencil pushing and all the other details. George Payton is not a big dreamer. He's a medium sort of
Hold on, is that true?
mid-level management guy.
Is that true? I feel like people say that about him all the time. And
that is true.
What does the evidence say? That evidence says that before Sean Payton, he made the biggest trade in the history of the NFL without any owners, really, by the way. Lined that sucker up on his own.
On paper, everybody's excited it was supposed to work.
He traded a first-round draft pick to go get a coach. That was pretty dang aggressive. He seems like a pretty big dreamer to me.
Sean Payton was their third choice, but yes, they did give up the first
round.
What
does that matter? He swung. He dreamed. He put a first-round draft pick on a coach.
Hey man, I'm actually arguing your side here, Tyler.
No, but I just don't get how we argue that George Payton is this like safe, like secure guy when the evidence says he's actually done incredibly reckless things, if anything.
What's his quarterback philosophy?
I don't know. Go big. He went big for us. That was his philosophy. That was the only one that we know was his.
Yeah.
Go big.
Okay.
What would you argue on that?
It's a redundant conversation. It's so old and done. It doesn't even matter anymore.
The problem is you don't like him as much as you like Sean.
No, well, listen, Sean is responsible for Bo Nix. Okay, I think if George,
I agree with that.
I think if it wasn't Sean, George Payton would have drafted Brock Bowers because Brock Bowers would have been the highest rated falling player, and that's who George Payton has seemed to like: high value falling players. Okay, and not aggressively going to get them. You realize Pat Surtain was not even the first corner taken. It was J.C. Horn. Like, he just sat there and let Pat... If Pat Surtain was so great, why didn't you move up to get him? I mean, you let another team draft a corner. You know how lucky the Broncos are that the Panthers went and got J.C. Horn instead of Pat Surtain? It's kind of ridiculous. So if you loved him that much, why weren't you more aggressive with Pat Surtain? There's so much evidence that George Payton just lets guys fall to him and then gets excited by them. Nick Bonito's another example. Certainly, Jahdae Barron is an example. And yes, we would have had Brock Bowers, not Bo Nix, if it was up to George Payton. I firmly believe that.
Did they go in the draft? Had Russell already been traded?
What do you mean?
When they got Bo, yes, he was gone.
So he was already gone.
Yeah, they made a huge decision there.
See, I don't know if they would have gotten the Bowers. I thought he was a safe pick at that time.
He was by far the same. That's why half the people on this radio station wanted Brock Bowers, not Bo Nix.
But the question is, who would have been your quarterback?
In that particular case, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows who it would have been? Got me. I don't even remember who's Jarrett Stidham might have been. He was on the team, right?
Zach Wilson?
Zach Wilson might have been. I don't know. It would have been somebody like that. The answer is we would have had nobody. That's the real answer. We would have been back in the same mess all over again. We would not have been in the playoffs like we were with Bo Nix the first year. We would have been drafting again in a terrible draft class, by the way. Terrible draft class. Sean Payton saved this franchise with his love of Bo Nix. That is the truth, Ruth, on that one.
Yeah, but what if you got Bowers and still could have gotten Nix at like
that's
28?
Jeff Legwald's floated that idea, and I think he's widely wrong on that. I know that's a popular theory, but I think somebody would have stepped up and taken Bo Nix. I do not think he would have been there.
I agree with you. I do.
Yeah, I've heard that theory all the time.
The quarterback would have gone. I mean, they just go.
By the way, what are you saying to your organization if you're willing to allow that to happen? We think so little of you, we're willing to wait around. I mean, that's ridiculous. Either commit to a guy or don't commit to a guy, and thank God they did. Now we're in another world, though, because we're worried about his ankle and what the future holds, and it's a completely different conversation. But do you think the Broncos would be where they're at right now if it wasn't for Bo Nix?
No, I think that's how you solved the Russell Wilson cap problem.
And
you hit on a rookie quarterback.
That is correct.
And you hit on a guy, and I will stick by this forever. I don't know if there's any other quarterback that was in that draft that would have fit better with Sean Payton than Bo Nix. I'm not sure.
Well, they apparently
maybe McDaniels.
Well, they love Jaden Daniels.
Or Jaden Daniels.
They love Jaden Daniels
maybe,
too.
Maybe him. But I don't know if any other quarterback would have fit as well as Bo Nix.
Why do you think that is?
I just think personality, coach's son.
Yeah.
He's probably been coached hard before. I think Sean Payton can coach you hard, and I think he's demanding on quarterbacks.
Sean likes to be challenged.
Yeah,
he does.
And I think
which maybe he's not as big as of a narcissist as he gets blamed for.
Maybe
because he actually respects it
he
gets challenged.
No, I've known guys like that. I've been like that in my career. I usually beat the hell out of producers because if you can't stand the heat, why are you in my kitchen?
It does feel like, though, he does, but it does feel like a candle burning at both ends, doesn't it? Like, like at some point.
He wants control.
Yeah, at some point, let's.
But I'm telling you, I think Bo Nix, I don't listen, J.J. McCarthy, and I didn't like him going into the draft. I like the kid down in Atlanta and Nix better than I like McCarthy. I don't think he works out here at all.
He feels like a brat.
Yeah, he seems like a brat.
He does, man. And I don't think a brat would work out.
Yeah. May, I think he might be a little too much of a gunslinger for Sean.
May is a pretty, privileged dude. Like, he kind of is like royalty, and I don't know how he would take Sean either, to be honest with you. I think Jaden Daniels would have been fine. It's hard for me to believe Caleb Williams would have worked out with Sean Payton. I don't know. It just doesn't
feel like a vibe.
He's doing good. By the way, real quick, you realize the Bears are about to go to Indiana, Hammond, Indiana? Do you know how close that is to being like a done deal? I mean, it's not crazy. It's only 30 minutes from downtown Chicago.
Well,
so it's no different than Foxborough or like Orchard Park.
They've been clamoring for a new facility.
Yeah.
And then the mayor got on some podcast last week and said, yeah, the only thing about Bears is getting out of there. You can't get out of traffic. It's just horrible trying to get in and out of that place. That's what they've been saying.
If you've been following anything in that story, don't be mad at the Bears. They're not the problem here.
Who is the problem?
The city.
The city of Chicago.
Yes.
Well, I'm not surprised by that at all. Well, why do you think the Patriots aren't in Boston? And there was supposed to be a new stadium in South Boston, and politics and the city got in the way of that. It's so much. Again, I give the Walton Penner Group all the credit in the world, man. You people better appreciate when that stadium gets built in downtown Denver, how easier it would have been for them. They are definitely taking the hard way around it.
And for your access and parking, too. But that's another story.
Well, whatever. They're going to add a couple light rail stops and get used to public transportation. Yeah. But everybody said they wanted it in Denver. You see this story with the Bears. It's so much easier for these teams just to escape to the suburbs. It's way easier for them. And they'll make just as much money, if not more, being out there. To keep a stadium like the Walton Penner Group is in Denver is
silly.
It's not the easiest thing to do. I'll be fascinated after the Broncos, what stadium gets built in a downtown city next. I wonder if there'll be any stadiums ever built in downtown in a city.
Sacramento.
Santa Clara.
Santa Clara. Good old Santa Clara. All right, it's PhD here on 92.5. Well, I feel we got a lot of things done today very effectively. We had an interesting call with the zoo about Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
Feels like that's in the works. We got the cakes there. That's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah, we had some cakes.
Say goodbye to KJ. KJ's last day. Gonna miss him.
KJ's a good dude, man.
Oh, he's
good dude.
Best.
Tyler can only juggle 2 balls, not 3.
Juggle 2 balls.
I've never tried juggling more than 2 balls.
I bet you could learn how to juggle within 20 minutes if you just tried.
It should have been in college in the 70s.
I don't know. I've tried before.
You have?
Yeah, you've done this bit before,
all right.
And then you tried to teach me, and it didn't go great. You all right?
Yeah, I'm seeing some more stuff about Jonathan Cooper. It's not good.
Oh.
Reading from, hold on, let me just get it here. It's going to pop up in a second.
It got worse?
Yeah. Coming from Mike Kliss. Cooper's girlfriend's account of last night's incident had more serious allegations. According to the woman's affidavit, she told police Cooper grabbed her by the neck with one hand and lifted her off the ground and against the wall for about 1 minute. However, she told officers she did not lose consciousness or experience seeing spots, which are symptoms consistent with being strangled, the affidavit says. Officer Victoria Rodriguez, who wrote the women's affidavit, said she did observe a small mark on her neck where she said Cooper grabbed her, scratches on her arm, and a small cut on her hand, according to the affidavit. However, Rodriguez said the marking and scratches did not appear consistent with a larger male lifting her up into the air by her throat, as well as being repeatedly thrown to the ground. The small mark on her throat did not appear to be consistent with the claim that she had been held up in the air by her throat by another individual, the affidavit reads. So she's alleging something, and then the police are saying the injuries are not consistent with what you're alleging. Whew, okay, well, that we'll see where this one goes. But Jonathan Cooper's being represented by Harvey Steinberg. We'll see. This could be serious, or it could be nothing. I don't know. I mean, obviously, they got into an argument about cheating allegations, and then it got, contentious. And then at some point, Jonathan Cooper bit her phone after she threw his phone across the room. Okay. Well, we'll see how that goes. Monday, there's probably more details on that. We really have not had drama like this with the Broncos in
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
I think Jerry Jeudy was the last one, and it was a kind of similar deal that was involving cell phones, if I remember it correctly. And if I also remember that correctly, Jerry Jeudy did not involve any sort of suspension, did it?
My memory is so bad on that. I don't think so. I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't think it did.
All right. Well, we'll follow it up. We'll see where it goes. If there's more news on this afternoon, Nate and Andy will update you. There's no doubt about that. Knicks Spurs tonight. Scott, your interest level in this series is?
Well, it was a good first game. I think it'll be an even better second game.
How will it be better? Because that game was pretty damn good. Really close comebacks and the whole thing.
The way you make it better is you find a way for San Antonio to win it. So you go into New York 1-1. That way you know you got a series going a little bit.
So kind of pulling for San Antonio tonight, right? Make it interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to make it interesting. I don't want a 4-game sweep. Well, honestly, I don't care.
At this point.
I mean, yeah,
I'm kind of with you. I mean, here's what I did with the Stanley Cup game. Once I knew it was interesting in the third period, I turned over to it. But it just doesn't, and I'll do that with the basketball game too, if it's like that. The Rockies are on tonight. Cat Cave already said, hey, let's meet over at a local liquor store. They're doing a wine tasting, and let's have steaks tonight. I literally got that. So I got a note from my wife. Let's meet at the liquor store, do a wine testing. Let's go home. I'll make steaks, and we can watch the Eagles play hockey.
Sounds like a solid night.
Come on, man. On the score of cool wives, we're drinking, we're having steaks, and we're watching hockey? And that was her idea.
That's the caveat in the whole thing.
It's just like,
I mean, if you just said, "Hey, I suggest the wife we go get a nice bottle of red, pick up some steaks, cook them, and then watch a minor league hockey championship game."
yeah, how many wives are going to be down with that?
But people would have said, "You're a pig." Really?
Yeah.
You think that's what a woman wants to do?
It was her idea.
And instead, it's her idea.
I got to give Cat Cave some credit on that one.
I'm telling you.
I'll tell you.
You know, and the night can only end in one way to make it even better.
Her falling asleep, like,
on the couch, rubbing her feet.
Oh, yeah, I have no shot tonight. Red meat, liquor, hockey. She'll be out like a light at 9:30. No, they're not going to be. But whatever. Like, how is that not a good night for me, though? Seriously. I'm good with that. That's fine. It's more than fun. And I'll have my phone. I'll be like watching. There'll be, the Rockies and the basketball game. That'll be. Might get my laptop there.
Won't you have to get the wine, steak, come over, sit on the couch watching the 80 answer?
Yeah, 75.
75.
Yeah.
And then say, okay, lay back and let me rub your feet.
Yeah.
And those intermissions go 20 minutes.
That's 19 more than I need, brother. It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Don't forget the Eagles are on our airwaves tonight and Sunday, and if needed, Monday, for the Calder Cup AHL Western Conference Final. Up yours, Chicago Wolves.
Come on, Eagles.
Let's go, Eagles. Jack Ashawn is taking on Cal Foot. It's a fight. Guys interested in the Memorial this weekend?
I had forgot it was on until you mentioned it.
It's one of the better non-major tournaments in my book.
Yeah.
Why do you feel that way? Just out of curiosity.
I like the history of it because it's Arnold Palmer's thing. I think it's at a really, really great golf course.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
And I think I have great memories of Tiger Woods back in the day when I used to like Tiger Woods playing well there. In fact, do you remember when he was in the dark and he had to hit a shot from like 170 yards on 18 and it was like pitch black dark and you couldn't see? It was just like, hey, Tiger, it's 175 yards. Can you hit it? Okay, cool.
Is this at Bay Hill? Is this?
No, this is in Ohio. It's Arnold Palmer.
I thought that was Jack Nicklaus's, the one in Ohio.
I'm pretty sure. Boy, am I wrong on that? I thought it was Arnold Palmer.
Arnold Palmer's golf tournament was in Bay Hill.
Is that not the Memorial?
In Florida, and the one in Ohio was Jack Nicklaus.
This is Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Is the Memorial Jack Nicklaus's? Maybe you're right. Maybe is that Jack Nicklaus's?
I think it's Jack's, yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm getting that a little bit wrong, but it's the one in Ohio for sure.
I just watched a 5-minute long mic'd up with Peyton Manning as he was doing the practice round with who I forget who he was playing with, but it was nice to see Peyton Manning look like a human playing golf.
Yeah,
he's very human in golf.
He is a very human golf player.
One of us.
Yeah.
One of us. That was the chant when he teed off. One of us.
The swing's actually not that pretty. It's not. It's like he gets it done, but it's not what you would think.
Congratulations to the University of Texas. They beat Texas Tech. They beat the $1 million pitcher.
Well, they put a lot of innings on her in
how many runs they get on her?
2 days.
4. And it really was a 1-0 game. Runners on first and second. Ground ball to short to her right. And it's an awkward arm angle. There's no way she could have thrown out the runner at first, but she could have had the runner at third. And she made a bad throw. And not only, because there was already, actually, it was bases loaded. My bad. So not only did the run come in from third easily, but the runner from second was able to score on the bad throw.
So E6?
E6 on that one.
So only one earned run.
I could not believe how engaged I was watching the softball. It was awesome entertainment. And it does remind me that, playing for a national championship is just incredible in college. But then again, the cynical part of me is they did try to buy it. Texas Tech did try to buy a national championship.
Listen, you're just going one side. You don't think Texas got some players?
Yeah. They probably do. Probably do. And their pitcher was incredible too. You're probably right. You are probably right. And that's the state of college sports up and down the Are we okay with that? Are you all right knowing that that's the case?
Well, it's always been the case, except now it's in the open. I mean, it's always been the case. Notre Dame's always been paying people.
Ed Orgeron's the only one that's willing to admit it.
Tennessee, Florida, Alabama.
Right.
I I mean, Michigan, Ohio State. Come on, man. They've all been taking care of them cats.
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby Knight used to hate what was Lou Hudson? Henson. Lou Henson at Illinois, because Lou Henson was known as paying dudes back in the 70s and 80s.
So they're not wearing the black hat if they're making all that money. You don't root against her because she's making $1 million. I felt myself rooting for her, actually.
Yeah, she's pretty good though, isn't she?
Oh, she's phenomenal. But the pitcher for Texas, she's phenomenal as well. She's incredible. She's she won back-to-back most valuable players in a national championship. So back-to-back national championships and back-to-back MVP in those national championships.
Yeah, and now she can go play semi-pro ball down the beer league in Tuscaloosa.
They do have, as it turns out, there's a draft and there's a professional women's softball league that I knew nothing about.
Wow.
And that actually exists in America. And I guess she'll be the star of that. I have no idea where they play or anything about it except the fact that
they open up for the Bananaramas, guys.
Does Denver not have a team?
I have no idea about professional women's softball.
All right,
do you need a humidor in softball?
No, you do not.
Okay.
They barely can hit the ball out of the infield.
So here's my question.
You definitely do not.
I was thinking watching this yesterday. If you do the underhand pitch, why do they get to throw overhand in the field?
You don't have to. You can throw it underhand.
I think you should have to underhand everything.
Oh, you think they should have to? You think it should be?
If I'm underhanding the pitching, why are not the why is the underhand allowed at all?
You have to develop like a really good like outfield quiz and memory kind of technique.
Did you know in field hockey you cannot use both sides of the blade?
I was not aware.
You can only use one side. So if you watch a field hockey game, they're constantly turning it around to only use one side.
All right,
it's not like hockey.
It makes sense though, because the one side's like rounded and the other one's flat.
That's why it's round. You can
only
use
in
one
golf,
side.
you only use one side.
Well,
I would
you
imagine.
don't. But you don't have to.
Okay.
You don't have to.
No, you know.
I want to hijack crosstalk before we get out of here. Before you guys leave.
All right.
Hey,
what are we doing?
Come here. Come on.
What?
Let's go. You.
Why has Andy got dad voice?
I don't know.
What is happening?
Because he's like one of my kids. And he was one of my kids.
You're bringing KJ
So
in?
it's our guy KJ's last day, for those that don't know.
Yes.
And yes, it was. And so he was one of my students at the media school. I think I sent every one of you a text when you were across the street.
He did great.
To make sure you hired him.
And we did. We loved it.
And he's one of the – it bums me out because there's a lot of really talented people in this business that don't get to always make it because we don't pay a lot or enough in radio. And he's one of them.
Well, look at
but
you.
since he's worked with all of us, and remember – I don't think you were there yet, Scotty, but when he was at DMac, he helped you guys at one training camp when Ryan was still on the show, go and round up a bunch of the players that we ultimately got. He's done a hell of a job.
I thought that was Jeremiah
in radio.
and some other cat.
Is him.
Oh,
Andy just said it was him.
All right. You can go home. Anyway, I know the long. I just want to say, I know the run was not as long as he wanted it to be, but I think everyone in this room will attest you're a hardworking guy. And it just sucks that this business isn't in a better financial place for you guys like you to make it. Because you got everything you need to make it longer, but he's off to do the ministry. A higher calling is happening. And we all in this room wish you good luck.
Way better than Tanner.
Wow. Hey. Well, he's out of the room.
Tanner's gone.
Catching strays. All right.
So anyway,
you want KJ to say
congratulations
something
to
here?
Kamaj. Would you
or-
like to? Do you want a speech?
Would KJ have stayed longer if he had won the Cale McCarr lookalike contest?
What?
I probably
What
would have.
exactly what did you get for that?
That is a brand new.
What did they get? Did we ever find out what the prize was? Was it just entry to the game?
You know what it was? A sunburn. Anyway.
Wow. Was your shoulder okay?
Don't worry about me. SPF 50 over here. I'd wear
Thanks for the
heavier
bunt
stuff
cake.
if they made it. KJ, do you have any people you want to thank? Don't
Go
go long.
Academy Awards.
Yeah, this is like an Oscars, but we'll play music if you go too long.
Oh, well, listen, trust me when I say I definitely will not take too long. Man, I want to thank everybody. So, I mean, starting off with Andy and Nate, of course.
You can thank me.
But
I didn't do anything.
the guy who hosts 10 to 2 across the street that we compete against.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And so those two guys definitely were the ones that were the driving force behind getting me in the radio.
That Cecil Lammy's a great guy.
Boy, I tell you, that's exactly who I was talking about.
You can say the name. It's Josh Dover.
Josh,
We're allowed to
here
say
comes a
Josh's
text from
name.
Josh, USO. Yeah.
Yeah, we all. Josh Dover is our friend. Absolutely.
Yeah, man. And so I appreciate Andy and Josh, man, for really pushing me towards radio.
And I believe DMac got you back over here, didn't you?
He did.
Wow.
He did.
I said nice things.
It's just a few.
String
Just a few.
pullers all over the place.
So,
You better
man,
know some people.
Yeah.
So we can get you a job that doesn't pay enough.
It helps. Wait, KJ, where are you going now? What are you doing?
Well, as far
Are you at liberty to say?
Absolutely.
I just told you he's going in the ministry.
Well,
Is anybody listening? I'm going to come out and come back in. See
No.
if anybody can hear me next time.
Calm down, numbnuts. I'm looking for specifics, okay? Okay, what is he going like the ministry?
He's
That's a lot
Deacon
of things.
Granderson.
Is he going to be in an?
You know what? I think you could use going to maybe a service or two.
Is he going to be in an industrial rock band with Al Jurgensen? I don't know. What does that mean?
Ministry.
That is a good pull.
That's good ministry.
Thank you.
Wow,
That's
I'm
good.
impressed.
What a fool.
Jesus built
did
my
not
hot rod.
build his hot rod.
Thank
He
you.
does not have one.
Okay, so KJ, what are you going to do?
Well, first off, I mean, as far as a job,
Yeah.
I'll still be in sports. It'll be on the TV side doing something for Comcast. It's too much to explain. Just know I'll be working somewhere else doing
They
other
all go
things.
to
You're
But,
doing that
TV,
thing in
don't they?
there, probably, right?
something similar to that, but a little bit more complex.
Okay.
As far as like long term, man, I mean, the day has come where I got to kind of start thinking long term about ministry and what's all going to kind of come with that, because I do have to go back to school to be properly credentialed, and so there's a lot that goes into that, a lot of little stuff, and so I want to make sure I'm thinking about my future, thinking about that stuff.
Are you going to seminary?
At some point, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the plan here in about a year.
Man of the cloth.
That's what I'm saying, man. In a
Okay.
year or two, man, that's definitely the plan.
You going
So-
Joel Olstein? You gonna have some super church?
No,
That's where the
God,
money is,
God,
KJ.
no, because when you go that route, you just that's more trouble now than it ever has.
I was gonna say
So-
you're gonna get a tan, but we all know you can't. So
Oh man, so long term, man, that's where things are leading, man. And so I'm just trying to start and to put my ducks in the row to get there.
All right. Well, KJ, man, we're all massive fans, and dude, you know me. I'm
he's not sentimental.
Believe it or not,
And he doesn't even like touching.
Yeah,
so you're
no.
lucky you got the handshake.
I know.
Hey, you want to hug him?
So KJ,
I've already hugged KJ.
believe it or not,
I can hug him again if you want
I
me to.
sleep in on
Hey, you wanna hug
Sundays,
me?
but I will go to your service. Okay.
Thank you, man.
Yes.
I appreciate you, Nate.
Okay. The great KJ Granderson,
The great.
everybody.
Thank you.
The
Come
great.
on,
Granderson.
Yes. Very well done. We're all massive fans,
Springs
and
got nothing. Springs like, yeah.
He was great at this job.
KJ's really
Yeah.
good at this job.
Now I don't know that KJ got a shout out from the PD about the cartoon sound effects he's put into a certain bit. So you're still leading the thing, but
Well,
he's up there.
look, I've done this for 10 years. I know who's good. KJ's good.
Yeah.
Like, I can tell.
but,
who's
but
good.
Spring's responsible
Didn't
for
KJ,
the
you
bit of the
you
year.
got the host
Hey,
today?
The
Didn't
bit
KJ
of the
get the host today?
The bit of the year.
the bit of the year
Of the year.
Can I tell you
of
this
the
though?
year, maybe of the ever.
Of all of us in the room, including the ones that left, there's only one KSE Employee of the Month. We ain't talking radio Employee
Oh
of
yeah,
the
no
Month.
Spring.
The KSE.
Did he get it?
Oh yeah,
The
well,
radio
years
machine.
ago.
Well, KJ has my blessing, you know.
Now what was
From-
that? Was that
from
like
the
KJ?
producer,
You-
whatever,
yeah.
Hall of Fame?
I'll get
Can I
KJ
put
a
myself
pen.
Give
in
the
there?
nod.
Yeah.
Yeah, who is in the Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Producer Hall of Fame? Spring,
There's only been like 6 of them.
I mean, I was going to say your first ballot, obviously, but who else is
KJ's
going to
in
be
there
in there?
now.
KJ's in.
Okay.
KJ's absent. Mario's
Steve Nelson's
in.
making a strong case.
Mario is
Mario's
absolutely in.
Okay, is KJ is he first ballot or is he Russell Wilson? Is it going to take a while?
Wow. Does he need to go into? Is that why he's going to TV? He's going to TV.
He's going to TV.
So that he
That's
can,
what everybody does.
He can repair.
So they can get
some
into a
of the
Hall of
last
Fame.
Couple of months of his life. And they'll remember they liked him again, and that'll be that.
Yes, that's how you get into a Hall of Fame.
What do you get for being in the Producer Hall of Fame here at KSE? What
You're gonna
exactly
make
is that?
$18 an hour. Am I just outing too much of our industry?
And on that note, KJ
Hey, listen,
has left.
kids. Hey, quit coming to me to tell you there's not a lot of money in it. Please don't. We're just going to tell you on air. There's the general message.
Yeah, it's hey, who wasn't once 22 covering games so they could get
Not
free
a lot
dinner?
of Lewis and floor wax and salaries from the zoo going around anymore,
No.
but there was once upon a time.
So welcome to the show, everybody. It is Kreckman and Lindahl, and again, KJ, absolute. That guy's the best. We're all massive KJ fans, so we miss him already. We got a lot to do on this radio show today. Andy,
Now hold on.
Yes.
Before you really get going.
Uh-huh.
Am I spying the actual Dead
Oh,
Company
there you
shirt
go.
that the Sandman talked about yesterday?
I did. Yes.
Go ahead and let Twitch and YouTube get a good look at that. So it is
a
a nice shirt. I
well,
like that shirt.
So here's what's funny about this is.
Was this purpose or just
I did wear it on purpose.
Okay, all right.
I didn't realize, okay? So a couple of years ago, Sandman and I were in Vegas. And we were both there on work assignments, but
he did not as much work as you. Some people have a more full schedule when they're there, and you get the nights.
I have a lot of work.
You do. It
to
starts
do there.
very early.
Yes, I have a lot of work to do when I am there. He's just the mayor. Like that's how that guy is. He just walks around and everybody.
He had the scouting combine schedule going.
Exactly.
Right? Lot of coffees, a lot of.
So I hadn't realized until you relayed to me, because I didn't hear Sandman's appearance on PhD. You did. You relayed to me that he made a comment about my owning a Dead at the Sphere shirt, because when we were in Vegas a couple of years ago, and I didn't realize the impact that this made on him, but he's clearly still harboring the grudge that I ditched him to go see the Dead.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He didn't make mention of that, so that's a thing.
He's
upset. What were you supposed
Andy,
to go do?
If years later he's still bringing it up, clearly.
Now, was he mad he didn't get to go with you?
It touched a nerve.
Or was he mad that
let me make one thing clear.
What was the mandate you were going to go on?
I didn't invite him. Okay, so let's make that part of it very clear. Number one. Number two was, he and I, we went kind of hard, and then it was like, okay. Yeah, we had hit a few different spots. We went to the Pac-12 open bar.
Okay.
Like,
so you went to some of the free media drinking.
Oh, we were loose. It was loose. Okay,
you know what? Savvy by you.
It was getting pretty loose, and the last night there, it was like, Sandman's like, he's like, what are we doing tonight? And I was like, I'll tell you what I'm doing tonight. Like, I'm wrapping up work today, and then I'm
going to the Dead.
Skipping out on you chumps, and I'm going to see the Dead.
Okay.
I'm like, and I could tell in the fact that, again, he's bringing it up multiple years later.
It bothered him.
He's still hurt.
Well, look, I would say this to Sandman.
I chose John Mayer and Bob Weir
over
Mike Sanford, which I mean, obviously, R.I.P. the great Bob Weir, but I would still make that decision 100 times out of 100.
Okay, as you're a partner now of officially 7 years, because June 5th is the date we started.
Is it really?
It is.
Is today the anniversary?
Oh, I remember.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Isn't it kind of incredible that in our partnership, I'm the one that forgets the anniversary?
No, just because I lost. Look,
you are the more sentimental one.
The check was greater, and it went down when we started this thing. So it's hard for me to forget about it.
Hey. Hey, look, man.
No, look, I'm happy you saved me.
Hey.
I don't think I'd have been good at the insurance job. I'm not blaming you. But I'll just tell you, it is marked in my memory where the school I was teasing KJ at, that's why I had to go do that.
I just want something to be clear. Okay,
Please, by all
this
means.
is as long as hey, we're clearing the decks today. Okay, so obviously Sandman's
It's a summer Friday,
harboring resentment.
I got no resentment against you.
No, you don't. But this is where as long as we're all giving out credit for helping people in radio, 7 years ago, I was toiling along in Kreckman and Company. Our old friend.
And I was well on my way to selling corporate. I guess I wasn't going to be selling it. I was supposed to be good time guy, and then the real people came in to make sure corporate people bought insurance from them.
Our old friend.
I still don't even know what my job was going to be.
Dave Tepper.
Dave Tepp.
Our former program director.
Not the Carolina Panthers owner.
Definitely not. That would be odd if he was also moonlighting in local sports radio.
Yeah.
But Dave Tepper, he was, we were trying to find a good partnership for the show. And you can ask Spring, it wasn't going great. Okay? There was there was a lot of guys that didn't pass the audition. Some of them it was obvious, and other ones Dave was like, "What'd you think?" There's a lot of that going on. And then
your dad's like, "Did you like that sport?" I didn't.
No. And then one day I'd stop by Dave's office and I said, "Hey, Dave, Andy Lindahl is currently a radio free agent." And Dave said,
"Who?
Who's Andy Lindahl?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Hey, KOA, orange and blue.
Hey, the other guy who stations his ratings as low as ours right now."
Exactly. And so Dave, so then Dave at that time was like, "Well,
why not?
Let's call him up."
He goes, "I think I'm allowed one more phone call."
We had thrown everything at the wall.
Yeah.
And then Andy came in and we recorded an hour off air. And it was deemed acceptable.
It was, yeah.
And you started apparently June 5th, 2019.
We did the Friday thing, remember?
I don't.
Yeah, I do.
I don't remember our first show.
I don't think it was memorable.
Yeah. There was a lot in that.
Okay.
There was a lot
whole
in that
first year. There was a lot of feeling out.
Yeah.
You know what we were two longtime buddies who then moved in together.
Right.
And it's like, well, I don't want to be rude. I mean, if you really want to watch that Captain America movie, we only got one TV, and I kind of wanted to watch Cheers, but yeah, you can watch Captain America.
It was a lot of, he does it that way, huh?
There's a lot of long points being made to each other because we both had just been... We both had been on our own a lot. We both had a lot of time to fill in only ourselves to fill it.
It was a lot of, that's a choice that he makes. Okay.
Yeah, so it's 7 minutes you're going to talk, huh? And and again, this is both of us, where you were like, I think we had a 15-minute segment, and we each made a point.
Trade a monologue.
And Dave came in, he's like,
hit the break.
So here's the thing, guys.
Yeah.
I remember Dave in one meeting was like, you don't have to make the whole point right there. You can go ahead and stop and let the other react and then pick it up again, maybe later in the show.
And it was like, look, if I pass the ball, I don't trust I'm going to get it back. Okay?
Yes.
If I throw the rock to Iverson, I'm pretty sure I'm not seeing it again on this possession.
We both were the attackmen in lacrosse. As a midfielder, I played with a bunch of guys where I did all the work to get it down here, and the minute you get it, none of the rest of us get a shot.
Yeah, and see...
So I got to try to find my look.
And 7 years later...
begrudgingly giving it up to you, nothing's changed.
You're still going to lacrosse metaphors, and I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I know.
So here we go. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Year 8.
It is.
Maybe only be 2 weeks. You better tune in.
Hey, 12 months to month.
So yeah.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl at Altitude Sports Radio. Kreckman and Lindahl, 7-year anniversary. What is the gift, by the way, for the 7th anniversary?
We told you the porcelain
the porcelain horse head. Okay.
That's what we established as of yesterday.
Okay. The 7th anniversary gift is supposed to be copper?
Really?
Copper. Traditional copper representing warmth, luck, and durability. Or modern wool, evoking warmth and comfort.
Well, wool.
Copper and wool.
You giving out, since it's a June anniversary, you're not giving anybody wool. Here's something you can wear in the winter.
Here's a sweater and a penny.
Here's something to irritate your nipples.
Although pennies aren't even made of copper, aren't they?
Are they?
Aren't they made of like zinc or something like that?
Well, they're not made of anything anymore because they discontinued them.
Made of 97.5% zinc.
Really?
And are coated with a thin layer of 2.5% copper.
Boy, that copper's really getting a lot of credit for nothing.
It really is. Does that mean if I have a sore throat, I should just suck on a penny?
I guess.
Would that make me healthier?
Not sure.
Would that be good for me?
They sure seem to want to get it out of you when you swallowed one as a kid.
This is going to be a problem. All right, Andy. So yesterday, the Broncos had OTAs. And
all was fine.
Yes, and
everything was okay.
Jonathan Cooper, he did not participate in 11-on-11 reps, and apparently he was doing some rehab work because he had a cleanup procedure this off season. So that's what's going on. But he was out. He was at OTAs yesterday. I don't think he's at OTAs today if there is a practice because. You may have seen the news. Broncos linebacker Jonathan Cooper was arrested late Thursday night, that being last night, on suspicion of misdemeanor criminal mischief and domestic violence, according to jail records. This is according to Nick Kosmider's piece in The Athletic. Some more information coming out. Cooper was arrested just after 11 o'clock Mountain Time by the Parker Police Department, booked into the Douglas County Detention Center at 2:38 a.m. Friday, according to records. The 28-year-old still in custody as of late Friday morning and has a court appearance scheduled for Monday morning. The arrest stemmed from an incident between Cooper and his girlfriend of 4 years, who was also arrested, according to a police affidavit. Cooper's girlfriend accused Cooper of cheating and threw his phone against a wall of Cooper's apartment, according to the affidavit. A physical struggle ensued after Cooper's girlfriend retrieved the phone, the affidavit said. Cooper grabbed his girlfriend by the upper arm and got the phone back from her, the report states. Cooper admitted that when his girlfriend tried to regain possession of the phone, he braced his neck against hers to prevent her from getting the phone back. The affidavit said Cooper admitted to police that he told his girlfriend he would break her phone if she didn't leave his apartment, according to the affidavit. He then bit her phone, causing disabling damage.
Well, we've got updated information coming from Mike Kliss, and this just came from 40 minutes ago.
He bit the phone?
Bit the phone, and yeah.
Okay.
As in damaging the property.
Okay.
According to Mike Kliss, and this is 40 minutes ago, so this is about quarter till.
All right.
Cooper's girlfriend accounts of last night's incident had more serious allegations. According to the woman's affidavit, she told police Cooper grabbed her by the neck with one hand and lifted her off the ground and against the wall for about a minute. However, she told officers she did not lose consciousness or experience seeing spots, which are symptoms consistent with being strangled, the affidavit says. So she did not experience those, to be clear. Officer Victoria Rodriguez, who wrote the woman's affidavit, said she did observe a small mark on her neck where Cooper had grabbed her, scratches on her arm, and a small cut on her hand, according to the affidavit. However, Rodriguez said the marking and scratches did not appear consistent with a large male lifting her up into the air by the throat, as well as being repeatedly being thrown to the ground. And again, to repeat that statement, they did not appear consistent with that kind of action. The small mark on her throat did not appear to be consistent with the claim that she had been held up by the air, by the throat, or by another individual. So her affidavit, she has claims. The officer didn't seem to agree with the claims. We'll have to see where this goes. He has been since released. His attorney is Harvey Steinberg.
Harvey's on the case.
So he's on the case.
Yep.
So we've got to wait and see where this all goes. And again, to be clear, as Nate said, they were both arrested. I guess we have had no update as to whether she's been released as well. I imagine they both have to do the trial. And then there's another hearing, or at least a hearing this morning and another hearing coming up On Monday, I believe he was released on his own reconnaissance bond. So,
stupid. Don't do this. Yeah, this is just in general. Don't let domestic disagreements reach this point. But also, remember the part where you're a very well compensated professional football player, and when you do these sorts of things, it severely damages your reputation and the reputation of the organization and many other things. So you're very much in the public spotlight. You're very much in the public eye. It is a slow sports news day. This is on the front page of ESPN.com amongst the headlines that Jonathan Cooper was arrested in a domestic violence incident.
All the insiders are tweeting it now. Ian Rappaport's got it. Schefter's tweeted it.
Yep.
Pelissero's got it.
This is the first Google search now. When people look you up, Jonathan Cooper, this is now what shall follow you going forward. And this is, Andy, I'm not trying to be glib about this. You and I have both done this for a very long time. But it's like, all right, well, the offseason's officially here now.
Yeah, it is. And
we got a DV arrest. Okay.
They've not dealt with this since, I think, Jerry Jeudy, when he had the disagreement with his girlfriend. So it's been a minute. And this has basically largely been a behavior that the Broncos have not had. I guess the closest thing to this, and it wasn't even, you can have your opinion about where the player was, whatever. He was a young man able to go where he wanted to, but who the receiver that they got from the Lions a couple years ago that had the
Josh Reynolds.
Reynolds had the crazy case of whatever went on at that strip club, and then
terrifying, yeah.
The chase down the street and all that kind of stuff. But again, he was the victim in that. But the Broncos largely have stayed out of the headlines. And so it'll be interesting to see the reaction. The Penners haven't really dealt with too much of this under their watch, and nor is Sean Payton as far as this Bronco team goes. So I guess we'll see. And again, this is a case that's far been judged by anything, so we'll see how this ultimately all ends up.
This is all.
But whatever it was, the police felt that both needed to go cool off for a bit.
Yep, everything's allegations. Nothing is clearly a conviction as of yet. It doesn't change the part where Jonathan Cooper and his girlfriend were both arrested on domestic violence charges on Friday morning. Again, not a good look for Cooper. Not a good look for his girlfriend. Not a good look for any involved in this entire story. So, okay, now we are Sports Talk Radio. This is the moment where we have to make the awkward transition now into making a domestic violence about football. But that's what we talk about here on this radio show, okay? A domestic violence arrest, a domestic violence incident, in and of itself does not affect whether or not the Broncos will win or lose games. Now, there's obviously the potential that Cooper could, under the league's personal conduct policy, that he could potentially be suspended for this. The NFL typically does not take kindly to such things. I would expect under the policy probably at least a one-game suspension will be coming eventually for Jonathan Cooper. And again, guys, the NFL personal conduct policy is not the court of law. Okay? It is. They are not out to prove what Jonathan Cooper did or did not do. It is merely, did you besmirch the shield? And that is what the personal conduct policy is designed to do. Okay. But also, this is one of those areas that you look at and you're like, okay, Broncos were 14-3 last year and went to the AFC Championship game. What are the little bits of nonsense that can derail a team that very much has Super Bowl aspirations? And while this doesn't derail anything, it is a little bit of nonsense, Andy.
Well, it's a break from a trend. They've gone 3 straight seasons of improving, with Sean Payton. And they even improved when he had Russell Wilson as quarterback, right? And then there's been a nice steady climb since Sean Payton got here. This is the first time where it just feels like a little bit of, like you said, disruption. And now let's just hope this is the only thing that tends to waver from course, shall I say.
Right.
And that the rest of it just kind of goes smoothly. But again, we got a bunch of guys with injuries. It's already kind of just been a weird start to thing. It got weird. Let's be honest. It started the day after the season ended or whatever that was, 2 weeks after the season ended when they finally had the presser and we had dueling press conferences to what the status of Bo Nix's ankle would be. Then there was all the ankle's fine, and now there's a recheck. Now there's a bunch of other guys with rechecks, and they have a number of guys sitting out the first day of OTAs, which already started later than most teams.
Yeah.
And maybe we're finding out one of the reasons. I'm sure Sean Payton wanted to give them more time, but it sure looks to me like another reason why you decided to start OTAs a little bit later was because you had a few guys banged up that you're hoping, and not just Bo Nix, but there's a few guys banged up you maybe were hoping would be back by now. So no Jahdae Barron yesterday, no Jonathan Cooper because of injuries, you said yesterday. Who were some of the other guys that didn't go yesterday? I mean, there was like 4 or 5 guys that didn't practice.
Cortland didn't practice yesterday.
Although he did go win the home run derby, so whatever it was, I guess, couldn't have been too bad.
Hope he didn't tear an oblique while he did that. Let's see. Pat Surtain didn't do 11 on 11s yesterday. Ben Powers did not participate in 11 on 11s yesterday. And I will say, having watched it, like J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey were fully active during running back drills, during position drills. I didn't see much of those guys during 11 on 11. Jonah Coleman was getting Coleman and Bidet were getting a lot of the touches with the first team offense yesterday.
Okay,
so there's there's that situation, and again, it's okay. Let's just if anybody thinks we're being glib, the only reason anybody likes Jonathan Cooper is because he's a linebacker for the Denver Broncos. It's the only reason anybody cares about him or anything else like that. So like we don't have to act like this guy is some scion of the community or something like that. We can just merely say we hope this is an isolated incident and that this guy can play football this year.
Yeah, you don't. Again, you just don't want any of these. You don't want any of this popping up. You don't want a situation like they've had in the past with other players. And again, he's not had anything to this point that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
so
he's not Brandon Marshall yet.
Yeah. Well, and see, that's the name that pops into my head. You just don't want the success comes in now, because what happened with some of the Shanahan teams, to just be fair about it, is the success came and then some of this stuff. DJ Williams would have a thing, or then Brandon Marshall had a thing.
Young Von Miller.
Von Miller had some things.
Not taking care of his court dates and missing all that kind of, and getting
constantly getting speeding tickets.
And then potentially trying to, coerce a drug tester into helping him cheat on his drug tests.
Yeah, you've been out of the bad headlines for the most part when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah.
Let's not start this now with the success.
By the way, Andy, quick note from DenverBroncos.com, dateline January 2nd, 2025. Outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper has been named the 2024 Darrent Williams Good Guy Award winner as voted by the Pro Football Writers of America Denver chapter. He won the Good Guy Award.
Meaning he that's something they give in honor of Darrent Williams, because Darrent used to always make himself available. I remember
given annually to a player who exemplifies Williams' enthusiasm, honesty, and cooperation while working with the media.
I remember talking to Jeff about it because Jeff helped create the award.
Yeah.
And it was in honor of Darrent, not only because he passed untimely, but Darrent was always the guy that would come talk.
Yep.
So
Jonathan Cooper, there's
not
what's
the
going
fun
on with that
news you
story.
want to talk about the day after. Anyway, we need, you know what we need next
Jonah
week?
Ellis got a lot of work at outside linebacker yesterday. That was a little prescient, wasn't it?
That's good.
How about that?
That's what's, because this was a last night thing, right? Because, it's a little wild that Jonah Ellis, we find out, is not being moved from edge, and then just by pure coincidence, something like this pops up this morning. But, it'd be good. I hope we get to the point where they're running some great drills and everybody's back on the field and we can start talking about that, because for the most part, this has kind of just been a weird, I'm not even going to say a down off season, but a weird off season. You only made the one big acquisition, really. You signed most of your guys, but a lot of it's been around, will the health be good, specifically with your quarterback, and how are you going to make sure you continue to win one-score games, or maybe find a way to not get yourself in so many one-score games?
Hey, I'll tell you this. Jalen Waddle looked good yesterday.
Well, that's what everybody's saying. I mean, I've heard the guy can't be blocked off the line. Now, again, it's OTAs.
He looked quite fast. I will tell you that.
You ruined everything with your – well, it was the king of OTAs. It was Evan Ingram.
I didn't ruin anything.
The truth.
Did I throw cold water on OTAs? Did I?
Well, I was kind of like, you know what? I'm glad to hear they're trying to get Evan Ingram involved. Maybe we'll get the tight end. Maybe we'll get some return on their money this year. And then you're like, he was the MVP last year. It's like, oh, that's right. I remember. Because what in the offseason? Here's the good news, too, for Jonathan Cooper. If all this goes away and everybody just gets back on track and things go the way they've been, no one remembers the offseason. I remember last offseason. It took you saying that for me to remember Evan Ingram Ingram was the talk of camp and all that crap last year. Because camp mean it just really isn't real. So let's keep it there.
Right. I'm not here to get too excited about Evan Ingram yet, you know? Quite frankly, I'll tell you what I want Evan Ingram to do more than anything else. This is what I want Evan Ingram to do this year. I want Evan Ingram to run routes from the tight end spot or from the slot that are so good that either a safety or a linebacker bites on them, and then Jalen Waddle finds himself in a one-on-one and makes a catch and has yak and makes a play.
Hey,
That's what I want Evan Ingram to do.
I'll take it from Evan Ingram, and if he's too old to provide that, then I'll take it from Jonah Coleman or RJ Harvey or anybody. Because, again, I was talking with somebody today about all this, and it would be nice if there was someone to help take the attention away from either Cortland or Jalen Waddle.
Yes.
Because Jalen Waddle, I think, can do a lot of things. But if some other people don't show up to make defenses worry about it, and they can just go ahead, you know what, we're not giving you either Cortland or Jalen Waddle, then what? Then what? Someone has got – sooner or later, they've got to pay. Defenses – that's what this offense has to do this year. You've got to make the defense pay for getting way too dedicated to taking your top targets away. Period.
And that's on the quarterback, because Sean Payton got guys open last year, man. Sean gets dudes open. Sean Payton is very good at using dudes in routes that get attention from the defense that then open things up for other players. And sometimes it's Troy Franklin, and sometimes it's Marvin Mims, and sometimes it's Pat Bryant. It isn't always, in the past, Cortland Sutton. And this year it's not always just going to be Jalen Waddle. Sometimes those guys are going to run routes with the specific assignment of make them look at you, but just know you're probably not getting the ball. Because this is how I'm scheming this guy open, and can we take advantage of it? And that to me is where the brilliance lies in both what Sean Payton does and really what any good offensive coordinator and passing game designer is able to do. And that's what I need to see out of this offense this year is consistently taking advantage of the open windows when they are there, because the advanced metrics will tell you Bo Nix had open, and the eye test will tell you Bo Nix had open dudes last year.
Yeah, but the other thing I hope happens, and I think Jalen Waddle's one of them, and it'd be awesome if Coleman was another. You need a person or persons that if you miss a tackle, they're gone, and the defense is worried about it. Period.
Yep.
They don't have enough of that. They haven't had enough of that.
Well, Ingram did it.
should be one of those guys.
Ingram did it in the preseason.
Yeah, that one time. That one time. Feels like that. That feels like a Chris Farley bit. Hey, remember that one time you caught that pass on the run and you ran 80 yards?
There
that
was
awesome.
There was a great episode of King of the Hill where like a scrub former cowboy moves onto their block, and they're all like enamored with the guy because he blocked a kick
that one time.
It was legitimately that one time. It was one of those stories, and every football city has one. And every time they hang out with this guy, he tells the story of the kick he blocked, and they all just like they're just worshiping the guy. And then like after hearing the story a few times, they're like, "This guy's actually a terrible neighbor." Like they couldn't stand it. He was like like not taking care of his yard.
Yeah,
too many people parking on the street.
Too many weeds.
Staying up too late and making noise and everything else like that. They're like, we actually hate this guy. And he's like, no, what are you talking about? Come on over. Here's a picture of that kick I blocked.
We don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. Denver's got those guys. Absolutely. Is Will Parks one of those guys?
Gosh.
The return? Willie White Shoes Parks?
I liked Will Parks.
I know.
But yeah.
He was a likable fellow.
Yeah.
He had that one play.
That one time?
Yeah, he had that one play
That's
one
going to be
time.
a new thing, new Kreckman and Lindahl thing in year 8.
Yeah.
That one time.
Yeah. That one play that one time.
Boy, we should name, you know what? It is summer. We should name that one-time guys.
Oh, we can.
Stars of that one time.
Oh, we can do that.
You want to do that next segment?
Yeah, sure. That one play that one time.
Oh, any of them. Any of them. Remember that one time Linus Glazer went off for like 9 threes in a game?
Remember that Darren Helm goal? That one time?
That was that one time.
That one time.
That was a hell of a one time.
A hell of a one time.
That really was.
Yeah.
That got you out of that series.
That's all you got to do.
That was the one time I needed it.
You just got to do the one time. The one time. That's it.
Now you really got me going. There's got to be a few J.R. Smith that one times, right?
Wait, is Brett Kulak going to be at that one time?
Well,
That was a pretty good one time.
Hell of a one time.
Hell of a one time.
That was the only goal of the postseason. That might have been his only goal as an Av.
I was going to say it's the only goal I
They end up
remember
his
him
only goal
scoring
as
as
an
an
Av. I kind of
Avalanche.
would like him to hold on to Kulak, but I don't know if they will.
Yeah, there you go. So it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Mitch Unrein, that one time.
That one time.
There's another one. See, they keep popping up. Altitude Sports Radio.
Which one? Guys, Andy Lindahl for Wahoo's Fish Tacos just had some of that today. Matter of fact, got my cup to prove it here. If you're looking for a great change of pace when you're looking for something for lunch or maybe something for dinner, it's Wahoo's Fish Tacos. You got to get on over there. They've got 4 locations to serve you. My favorite one's out there. Matter of fact, again, just over here by work by the Park Meadows Mall. Go over there all the time. They've got kids that eat free coming up here on Thursday night. You just missed it, but next week, making note of it. They've also got happy hour every day. Happy hour is outstanding over there. My favorite thing is their enchiladas. I love their chips and queso. Very unique taste to the quesos, but it's fresh flavors, great flavors. They change their menu quite often, and you just want to go in there and see what's new. It's Wahoo Fish Tacos. Get on in there to one of their 4 metro area locations.
after the show, the Eagles are in Chicago to take on the Wolves. That's game 4 at 6 o'clock. Can I admit something, by the way? I grew up there. I never went to a Chicago Wolves game. They played at the Allstate Arena, which was also known as the Rosemont Horizon when I was a kid, where DePaul basketball also played. But I never went to a Wolves game. I saw like all the indoor soccer teams, like the Sting and the Power and all those teams low over the years play there. But I never went to a Chicago Wolves game. I went to many a Blackhawks game. Never had a Wolves game in my life.
You know, Denver used to have one of those indoor soccer teams. When it like Missile was the name of the league or something, like, the major indoor soccer league or something.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, not only was I not in the media, I was like a kid.
Oh yeah,
when that thing existed. But it looked kind of cool.
The North American Soccer League.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Which later became Major Indoor Soccer League.
Yeah, that's the one
That's
I
what
think
you're
they
talking
had,
about.
because I just remember it was called Missile.
Yes, there was Nassel and then there was Missile.
NASA got upset, so they changed it to Missile.
Yeah, you can't be Nassel. You got to be Missile.
None of the armies decided to argue Missile.
I guess not. I suppose not. Was there a team in that league from Denver?
Thought there was.
Let's check Missile really quick. I was on the Nassel page. Now I'm on Missile. The Denver Avalanche.
See, that was it, because I remember when the Avs wanted to make that their name.
Well, which
people
Avs?
were like the Colorado Avalanche. Wanted to make that the
Hockey
name.
Avs, not the soccer Avs.
The hockey Avs were basically saying, some people had wrote, is there still a copyright? Would they have to buy someone out of that thing? Which, of course, it hadn't. But anyway.
The Denver Avalanche played at McNichols from 80 to 82.
Yeah. Just kind of set it up.
Anybody out there, 303-504-0925, do you have a Denver Avalanche shirt? Any Denver, a pennant, a
shirt, a pennant, a hat,
giveaway ball,
a scarf,
anything else like that?
It is soccer, a scarf.
I remember from
pom-pom.
I had the Sting. We went to the game and they had a giveaway soccer ball. This thing was made out of like the same plastic that they make like Tupperware out of.
Yeah.
And then once you like filled it up with air, you kicked that thing and you were like, I just broke my foot. Thank you very much, Chicago Sting. The worst giveaway ever. I don't know how many kids got concussions from headering the soccer ball with that thing.
Were you aware with your Crush experience, because you and I both called Crush games.
We sure
not
did.
together, but at separate times, of the Denver Dynamite? I actually went to a Denver Dynamite game.
Did they play? They played the Coliseum, right?
They were the original. No, I want to say it was McNichols.
Okay.
But God, again, that's another one, Nate, where I barely remember it.
Okay.
But
the Denver Dynamite.
The Denver Dynamite were their original indoor football, the original AFL team here. And they actually won a couple of championships. And it was funny because when I went to it, I want to say it was like after Steve Atwater's rookie year.
Okay.
I was really jonesing for some football. We were in high school. We
You're
finally
right.
could drive ourselves.
Okay, so they played at McNichols.
Okay.
Founded in 87, folded in 91.
After they had back-to-back championships, I want to say.
Great logo.
Oh, it was cool.
Yeah.
It was very cool. But I got there, and that's when I first realized, indoor football is not real football. Because I went there as I was all hungry for some hits and all that, and it was just like, nah.
You know what it is? It's real indoor football.
It's real
That's what
indoor
it is.
football, that's for sure. Someone said they've got a Denver Zephyrs hat. I've got a Denver Grizzlies hat still. So Denver Grizzlies are real cool. The minor league team was here the year before the Avs got here. They had won the Calder Trophy, I believe it was, or the Calder Cup.
I recently had a conversation with somebody that told me for 3 summers when they were, I think, in junior high, Bat Boy for the Denver Zephyrs.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I go back far enough to the Denver Bears, your little farm league
Oh,
team.
it may have been the Bears. Yeah, yes, because I believe it was when they were the farm team for the Expos.
Yeah.
Yes, the Denver Bears.
The Bears are awesome, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the Zephyrs are fun, but the Bears, I just think the Bears are a better uniform all around.
That's one of those, if somebody tells you, like, I was a bat boy for a professional base, and he told me, he was like, I was paid $3 a game.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's not a lot.
But still, like, you were the envy of every kid.
Oh, yeah.
If you got to be the bat boy.
Vic was the ball boy for the Nuggets, I think.
That's pretty sick.
By the way, here's some great that one times.
Okay, give me some one times.
This from the texters.
Okay.
Here are the positive ones. That one time Rodney Rogers hit 3 3-pointers in 9.3 seconds. That's a great one.
That's good.
Let's see. That one time in band camp. That was an easy one. That one time the Rockies made the World Series, Ryan has a great one. That one time Deltha O'Neal had 4 picks in one game. And you know who that was against? Do you know who he had 4 interceptions against? I'm almost positive of this one.
Give it to me.
Tom Brady.
Oh, that's good.
Tom Brady. Like, he picked off, I think Tom had taken over for Drew Bledsoe. It was a season after where he was like the full-time starter and all that. There's still a little bit of controversy. And Tom Brady had gone like the first 5 games or something of his career without throwing a pick, and Deltha O'Neal got him 4 times of all things.
Remember that one time Ryan Spielborgs hit the walk-off grand slam?
Well, was it just one time for him?
Yes, because I think Charlie Blackmon also hit a walk-off grand slam. But I believe Spilly was the first walk-off granny in Rockies history.
Mike said our buddy Reggie Rivers that one time he blocked a kick.
Yeah.
It did happen.
Got a mid on the football.
What would be that one time for your guy, J.R. Smith?
Oh.
That one time Chris Anderson made the All-Star team? Did he? Or was it the dunk contest?
It was, the Chris Anderson dunk contest were you there that night?
No.
Dude.
And I like Chris. At least he was always cool when I saw him out there. But
Andy, it was the worst thing I've ever seen.
I can tell it kind of hurts you to say this.
It was like, because of it, they had to fix the dunk contest and put a time limit and like an attempt limit on it, because Birdman was trying to get these dunks, and it was when it was here in Denver. I'll always remember, because God, what was that guy's name? Was it Pat O'Brien? The guy that was the host of
yeah,
he hosted like Entertainment Tonight or whatever.
Yep, that's him.
And it was, remember the voicemail came out? Pat O'Brien, he had
some creepy stuff going on.
He did. Even me and Sanford didn't want to party with him. Okay? So Pat O'Brien, that's one thing I remember about that night. I was like, hey, there's Pat O'Brien.
Let's not go over there.
And hey, there's the cast of That 70s Show. Don't Google what Danny Masterson got into.
Yeah, you had a whole lot of people you didn't want to go hang out with that night.
But Birdman, the dunk contest, I was in the media seating, and is it like 17 or 18 attempts before he finally threw the thing down?
I remember that. Didn't he kept trying to?
It was, he couldn't get the bounce right, and it was one of those where it was like, there's 18,000 people at the Pepsi Center, and everyone's just like shifting in their seat of just like, oh God.
They wanted to,
because when he
cheer
came
the
out,
hometown guy
right? Exactly, it was the hometown guy, so everyone was excited about it, and then it was the worst thing anyone had ever seen, and it wasn't just like it was one failure; it was like over and over and over again, and everyone's like, oh God, make this end. It was one of the most like uncomfortable and awkward like sports moments I've ever seen in my life.
That one time Blake Uzor had a game for the Denver Broncos.
Blake Uzor.
Dude, he was this tiny white running back from Michigan State, and they were so injured that year they had to play him. They had no choice. But I want to say he was even against Detroit of all the teams. I think he did all right.
Didn't JR, you mentioned JR something, didn't JR go off in the game where they beat the Hornets by like 60 or whatever in the playoffs?
Yeah.
That game was awesome.
JR had more than that one time, but it felt like every 3 weeks he gave us one of those games.
Right,
and then it would go back to what the hell was that?
It was like he would mix in like one insane night, and then like the next one would be like a 2 for 9. You know?
At some point I want to get to good and bad ones. We got to get some bad ones. What would Bones Highland be? Because remember, there's been plenty of that one time Bones Highland was hitting heat checks and stuff, and then there's also the one time where he chose to just leave at halftime.
Yeah, Bones had some fun games. Bones Highland's a fun player.
Is he that one time, or is he more than that one time?
You just want him to be on the team. Well, in Denver, he's going to be more remembered for the ouster than
peace out.
Exactly, than the fun. Yes, you want your exit to be quiet. If you're just a guy, you want your exit to be quiet and not memorable for any reason. And then, like, there can be, like, a positive association with you.
Hey, how about that one time Brandon Allen won a game against Baker Mayfield and you grew a mustache?
Dude, that was – okay. That was the most fun Broncos game in, like, 8 years when it happened.
When it happened. And then that one time Drew Lock gave us a great game against Houston?
Well, that was a part of the 5 games at the end of the year where we thought Locke might be able to play.
Oh, yeah. That one time we thought he was the guy?
Yeah.
Well, this show anyway.
Exactly. But no, the Brandon Allen game.
Yeah.
That game was fun.
Yeah, because finally it didn't suck.
Yeah.
Finally.
That was a bunch of people dying of thirst that needed water, and Brandon Allen was water for a minute.
That game came after. Wasn't that after they lost in Minnesota and Joe Flacco's like, I mean, come on, come on, or no, it was the Colts. I think they lost to the Colts.
Brandon Allen was a Dixie cup full of water for somebody dying of thirst. It wasn't gonna satisfy you for long.
But I'm finally glad I got one.
That first sip was good though. It was real good. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on a Scott Friday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, this is Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Sign up for the email list, roller.bid/altitude. And I know you hear that and you're like, I'm on a lot of crappy email lists. I don't want to be on another email list. No, this is a good one because with Roller Auction, everything is time sensitive. So they will email you and let you know when the good auctions are opening up. That includes the government fleet vehicles and equipment auction, best place to buy a used car in Denver. You're going to want to know when that one is opening up. For their best auctions, you need to know this stuff. Right now, one of those auctions is available. That is the model home furniture auction, which is open for 3 more days. Guys, the prices that you can get on lightly used home furnishings that have been used as model home furniture are absolutely fantastic. I kid you not. Right now, I am looking at a wood armoire, floral carved accents. You're going to love those floral carved accents. Current bid, $5. $5 for an armoire. Okay? You don't even need Kramer to sit out front and watch it overnight. Go to roller.bid/altitude and get signed up. Check out this model home furniture auction. Unbelievable prices. Some great stuff available. Go to roller.bid
What are you
right
giggling
now.
about? Give me one of them.
I scrolled down from the armoire to the framed canvas wall art, and there's just a picture of some dogs. And it made me giggle.
It's some really good wall art.
It's some good wall art.
I'm not sure I'm bidding on the dogs, but some of those scenic views.
Yes, exactly. There's beautiful nature scenes that you can get your hands on right now, or you can get the dogs. They're not
I
even
got my own dog. Thank you.
They're not even playing poker. Go to roller.bid and check it out right now. Andy, listen to a great lead in a column by Mike Sando today on theathletic.com. No recent NFL star has needed the Pro Football Hall of Fame's mandatory 5-year waiting period more than Russell Wilson needs it right now.
Amen to that.
Seriously, huh?
Not wrong.
Okay, so listen to this. Sando points out the complicated case for Russell Wilson to get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The problems for Wilson, as laid out by Mike Sando. Number one, historic collapse. No top quarterback this century has fallen off as dramatically as Wilson did after leaving Seattle for Denver, Pittsburgh, and the Giants. Wilson is one of 14 quarterbacks since 2000 with at least 100 starts in his first 10 seasons and at least 30 starts over seasons 11 through 14. Of the 14 quarterbacks, Wilson suffered by far the largest statistical decline from seasons 1 through 10 to seasons 11 through 14 as measured by EPA per pass play. Listen to this, okay? This is a good illustrator. Russell Wilson went from averaging 0.12 EPA per pass play over his first 10 seasons, about the same as Matthew Stafford and Dak Prescott over the past decade, to averaging negative 0.05 across his final 4 seasons, about the same as Justin Fields for his career.
Wow.
From Stafford to Fields.
Not good.
Yes. Sando points out the inflated Pro Bowl resume. Yes, Russell Wilson went to 10 Pro Bowls. 5 of those were as a replacement. Since 2008, Wilson has more Pro Bowls as a replacement than any quarterback.
Wow.
Now, he went to 5. He was voted into 5,
Yeah,
which is
he was.
which is good. Other Hall of Fame quarterbacks with 5 Pro Bowls on their resume: Otto Graham, Sonny Jurgensen, Jim Kelly, Joe Namath. Guys with 4: Kurt Warner, Bart Starr, Kenny Stabler. But still, he was on a Pro Bowl team with Shedeur Sanders last year.
Wow, that really sums it up right there.
He also adds too few advocates. Listen to this. Former teammates, including Richard Sherman, thought Seahawks coach Pete Carroll coddled Wilson early in the quarterback's career, leading to resentment from members of a defense that led the league in points allowed across an NFL record 4 consecutive seasons. Wilson's tenure with the Seahawks ended on bad terms after he clashed with Carroll and GM John Schneider while seeking a bigger role in the offense. Some of these fissures are healing, but the relationship between Wilson and the organization, including key former teammates, is not helping his candidacy.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that you speak to there, and this goes back to, here's the problem when you don't have a city, okay? And I don't think Russell Wilson really has a city. Now, we did hear from one Seattle fan that was like, you guys are just bitter. He was awesome in Seattle. Fair enough, but you guys got rid of him, okay?
I think he absolutely has Seattle, but to your point, Andy, it's a weird fit because, like, he's at odds with so many other beloved former Seahawks.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The fans may love him. I won't argue that. The fans can feel however they want to about him. They want a Super Bowl with him. You should probably have some love for him,
Of
quite
course.
honestly.
Yeah, of course.
But I don't know if the Riders love him. I mean, when you talk to our boss, Kevin Shockey, who was there for basically Russ's whole run, he's not exactly glowing about Russell Wilson, okay? And again, when he got here, he was the one telling us, I don't know why how did you guys not know any of this? We all knew of this. We knew he was a phony. You knew he was this. You knew he was that. We knew he was declining. All that other kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So when you talk about advocates, that's where, like a Jeff Legwold. Jeff Legwold's the guy that goes and makes the arguments. He's had to go and actually present the case for a lot of the Broncos Hall of Famers. Who's going to be that guy for us? Who's going to be that guy for us?
Right.
And that's my point with Seattle. I don't know how many Seattle media allies he has left, which you may not think is a big deal, but it does matter. It does matter if you don't have that guy fighting your cause when it comes to some of these decisions, making the case in front of this Hall of Fame committee. And remember, and Jeff has kind of told this to me, the panel, the voters, the deciders of the Hall of Fame are getting younger and younger.
Listen to this.
And so my point with that is they're going to remember, a lot of them may remember more of the bad Russ than the good Russ.
Last 10 quarterbacks elected to the Hall of Fame as modern era candidates could be instructive for Wilson. Drew Brees, Peyton Manning, Brett Favre, Warren Moon, Dan Marino, John Elway, all top 3 in all-time passing yards when they retired. All but Warren Moon were top 3 in passing touchdowns. They were 4th. No one is suggesting passing yards and passing touchdowns are advanced metrics, but in the case of avowed top quarterbacks, it's one way to separate them. The other more recent inductees at the position, Jim Kelly, Steve Young, Troy Aikman, Kurt Warner, ranked 18th on average in passing yards. Kelly was the highest at 10th, 25th in passing touchdowns. Kelly was the highest at 13th when they retired. Russell Wilson, 16th in passing yards currently, 12th in passing touchdowns currently in NFL history. But also, like, think about those names, though. Jim Kelly went to 4 Super Bowls,
Yeah.
right? Steve Young, 2-time MVP, which is something Russ didn't have. Troy Aikman, 3 rings?
Yes.
Kurt Warner, 2-time MVP.
1 against Pittsburgh, 2 against the Bills.
Yes, and a Super Bowl MVP. So he's got all that going for him. So to that point, Russ is, I think, 2 things. I completely agree with the point. He needs the 5-year waiting period, and he's going to have to be really good on television to erase the memory of the last 4 years of his career.
He has to become a beloved TV personality.
Yeah. And then I think that's going to
Everybody
help
will lay
him.
off him.
Exactly. Game 2 of the NBA Finals is tonight, Andy. Did you happen to see, did this come across your internet, the tweet from the Twitter X account of Elmo?
Elmo?
Elmo.
Elmo. Sesame Street character Elmo?
The little red Muppet from Sesame Street, Elmo.
No, that didn't make it into my feed.
At Elmo on Twitter. Okay? So what's funny about this is this was from a couple of days ago. This is before Game 1. I actually saw the tweet at the time, and I was like, that's cute, but it might be a thing. It has definitively become a thing. So at Elmo tweeted on Wednesday afternoon before Game 1, Elmo hopes both teams have fun, with 4 basketball emojis. Elmo hopes both teams have fun. Do you want the responses?
Well,
it has, by the way, 1,200 comments, 5,000 retweets, 38,000 likes.
Give me some highlights.
Here we go. First response, this isn't the time for sportsmanship, Elmo. These streets ain't sesame.
Okay. That's good.
Nick's wall, pick a side, coward.
I like that one. So everybody hates Elmo.
From Connor. And Connor makes a good point. Elmo, you're from the city. Pick a side, man. Sesame Street's in Brooklyn.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, he's a New Yorker.
That's a good thing.
Maybe he's a Nets fan. I don't know.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why. Elmo's bitter.
Elmo, blink twice if Big Bird is holding you hostage to post wholesome content. We'll send the Cookie Monster extraction team. Elmo, you're from NYC, little buddy. It's okay to root for the Knicks. Okay. Now here's where the language gets a little more.
Here's where you got to not Ron Burgundy, that sucker.
Pick a side. Word for a part of the female anatomy.
Wow. Really got mad at Elmo. That really ratcheted up. This feels like the responses you and I got.
No, Elmo, let's go effing Knicks. You're from effing New York. Yeah, that's it's a lot of these responses. Elmo better hope the Knicks win or Elmo is going to find another street to live on.
I like that.
Yes. Again, many of these.
One you can't read.
There's
the funniest ones you can't read.
There's one as a white guy I'm not allowed to say.
Yeah, okay.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah, so.
There's also, I'm sure, some bodily threats towards Elmo.
Elmo
but let's be honest, it's not the first time he dealt with that. Tickle Me Elmo got a few of us a little enraged after the kids got it and we realized it won't shut up.
So Elmo has tweeted again.
Oh, really? He's responded.
He responded yesterday.
He got back on Twitter, huh?
He did. Elmo didn't stay away. Here was Elmo's response yesterday. Nix that last message. Elmo didn't mean to spur you on.
Oh?
Elmo's out there trolling with puns.
I would have liked if you would have just come back on and said, "Bring it. I'm not ducking any of you chumps."
And yes, and then there's again the response.
Look, Elmo's doing a good thing, man. Elmo's winning.
He is.
He's got to quit talking like Bob Dole from the election all those years ago. But he's all right.
Jeff Legwold coming up here in just a moment. Yes, Jeff Legwold has been digging through police reports for the last 24 hours. He is officially covering a Broncos offseason. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about your sexual health. It's that time. It's time to dig into your personal life. How's it going? How's the love life going? If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, then maybe it's not going so well. So if you've been thinking about changing this, here's the biggest thing. I mean, you've heard these commercials. We've been doing this long enough that I'm sure if you're dealing with it, you know you're dealing with it. And maybe you don't know where to turn. Or maybe I've told you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic before, but you're thinking, why go there? Well, I could tell you just how they've helped me simply on my weight loss journey and checking out my testosterone levels in the past. They've got a good staff. They're going to have real open conversations with you about what's going on and what they can do for you. And they do have options for you. They've got treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail, treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some that can have you ready to go an hour or more if you'd like. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So you go in. First visit is $99. That medical consult, that's the key. You get to talk to them about everything you're experiencing, and they'll figure out what's the best path for you. You'll have a T and a PSA test to make sure everything health-wise checks out. And if you're ready, they'll give you a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, the visit's free, so nothing to risk there. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you in Fort Collins and the Springs as well. Revamped location in Castle Rock. And again, it's staff that can really help you understand what's going on and how to get it solved. So go give them a call today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, Jeff Legwold time. Jeff, I know as a sports writer in the internet era, you guys are, always concerned with traffic and making sure that the stories are getting seen and getting read. And it just so happens that a Jeff Legwold byline is on the front page of ESPN.com right now under the top headlines section. Unfortunately, it's not one that I think any of the Penners or Paytons, for that matter, would like to be clicking on. What is the latest on the arrest of Jonathan Cooper, who has been accused of domestic violence?
Well, I mean, it's happened. Parker police reported to a domestic disturbance last night. He and his girlfriend were taken into custody. They were booked into the Douglas County jail. And Jonathan Cooper has been out on what they call a personal recognizance bond, and he has a court date Monday morning. Now, I think the affidavit's already sort of public in this. It's an argument, physical confrontation between the two. Both people were arrested at the scene, and I think it goes from there. But obviously not the kind of thing, he's in the bigger picture, he is immediately subject to the NFL's personal conduct policy.
Yeah, Jeff, real quick, what are the details on that? I believe he can face, a 1-game suspension, but you're going to know better, so expand on that.
Yeah, no, often it's a multiple game suspension, and then it is appealed down to a 1-game suspension if the player can present some evidence in his favor. So a lot of that stuff is down the road. But again, I think the Monday court appearance may tell more. There's just a lot unknown at this point. I mean, you have two people having been arrested for an emotional argument in the affidavit. There's mention of cell phones and, keeping cell phones, trying to get cell phones from each other. All of these things. So, and there is a line in the affidavit, the arrest report, about the officers on scene didn't see enough as evidence for an assault charge or anything like that. So I think that's why you saw what the arrest was for: criminal mischief with a domestic violence escalator, as it were, given that was the situation that the criminal mischief took place in. So, but, never what a team wants, obviously, and obviously not what Jonathan Cooper wants either. So I'll be intrigued to see, what comes from the court appearance Monday morning, and to see if there will be, additional charges or whatever additional information comes out from that.
All right. And we haven't had, you know what, Jeff?
Jeff, the offseason's here, man.
I was going to say, but we haven't really had to talk too much about this. There was a weird, as Nate reminded me of the name, the Josh Reynolds story a couple years ago. But again, he was the victim in that. There was nothing like this involved. And I think we have to go all the way back to Jerry Jeudy and whatever, dispute he had with his girlfriend years ago. And that, I think that even predated Sean Payton, or it was his first year or something to that effect of the timeline there. They just really haven't dealt with this. So as you said, that we don't really have a precedent of how the Penners will view this in particular, right?
We don't, Andy. And I think, plenty of ownership groups take the tactic that, basically it's in the judicial system, and that they'll wait and see what comes of that first. Before any decisions are made. I don't think we're talking about at this point, things can change always, but I don't think at this point you're talking about a roster move or anything like that. I think the team is trying to figure out what he's been charged with, what that entails, what happened. Every NFL team, Broncos included, have an entire security staff that this is what their job is to be the team's conduit between law enforcement and team officials. So I'm sure they've gotten a hold of any documents that they can and are looking over, and probably certainly have talked to Cooper in some fashion as well, or Cooper's attorney.
All right, fun day for Jeff Legwald, getting to dig through police reports. That's what every sports writer likes to do. Jeff Legwald is with us here on a Friday afternoon. As Jeff, we gotta look. We got to go see the Broncos participate in football drills. Some 11-on-11 work yesterday. Let's start with the guy that all eyes were on, and that was Jalen Waddle. Your first time to see him getting teamwork in a Broncos uniform. What did you come away thinking? And was it woo?
Yeah. No, that was I had gotten the early returns early in the week, but no, you can see I had seen him play against the Broncos even, but I had worked him up when he came out into the draft and all those things. So you can see those attributes that are needed in this offense. The guy wins consistently at the line of scrimmage, and once he has the ball, that some things can happen. So, but it's really hard to tell. Schematically, I didn't see anything that stuck out. And I didn't expect to. I didn't see like some radical schematic change he's going to push forward.
No, Jeff, it looked like I even made the comment to somebody, boy, that really is Sean Payton's offense, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think people should be surprised.
Yeah.
He changed the play caller. He didn't say anything about the playbook. And I think, honestly, when he changed the play caller, the biggest thing he was searching for was to pick up the pace of the offense, pick up the pace of the play calling, pick up the pace in between plays, pick up the pace overall, pre-snap, all of it. He, made the decision that he was the problem in that regard. So he didn't make the decision and say, okay, Davis Webb, I want your 47 best ideas on offense and let's put them in the playbook right now. He was saying, we need to pick up the pace on offense, need to be better at freeing up some of our, impact players, and that they need to be better in the run game. And I think the directive was given with the idea that this is the playbook you have to work with. So, yeah. And, when training camp rolls around, maybe we see something different when the formal installation's going on, but you're not really getting that this time of year.
What, if anything, I know because you're constantly asking people about this. I know Sean said Bo Nix should be ready to go, maybe tail into minicamp and do some and I shouldn't say ready to go, but able to participate in little bits and pieces of minicamp. What do you know as to the Bo Nix situation?
Mini parts of minicamp?
Yeah. A little mini participation in minicamp. What do you know about his situation today?
Well, he's throwing like in the walkthroughs and the there's even during the season, there's a sort of a period, multiple periods, practice periods where the team is on the field and they're not in the quote unquote formal part of practice, where they do calisthenics and warm up. It's the stuff they do before that. And he is throwing in those periods during OTAs. So that doesn't require a lot of movement, frankly, but it does show that they are at least trying to get him some work in, keep his arm loose and strong and all of those things. And he's, he's probably doing a long list of, pool conditioning with no weight bearing on the leg. They have all kinds of conditioning, apparatus that they can use where there's no weight bearing on the leg, but you're still getting the cardiovascular stuff. So he's doing all that stuff. And Sean Payton has said publicly and he said privately in the building that he's going to plan on during the 3-day mini camp in a couple weeks that Nix will throw during some of the periods. Now, does that mean 7-on-7? Does it mean individual stuff only? The just the pat and go or the one-on-ones, all of those things. We don't know that yet, but their plan is to still have him throw a little in mini camp and be ready on day one of training camp to be with the number one offense and practicing.
All right, I got to weaponize your own site against you, and I'm sorry, my friend, but I have to. So I clicked on an ESPN article yesterday that said trade deadline targets, because why not look for the NFL trade deadline in June? But we're all doing our thing, right, Leggy? But, hey, it got me to click on it, and it did. And it listed the Broncos as possibly interested in Spencer Rattler of the New Orleans Saints. Even though Zach Wilson is a quarterback that's there, I would think if they wanted to trade a quarterback from the Saints in this wild world, it might be the guy that already was here and knows the offense. But why Spencer Rattler? Why did your publication decide Spencer Rattler might be a guy they'd be interested in?
Well, I mean, I think Sean had some interest in him in the draft in some fashion, or at least they looked at him heavily coming into that draft. So it doesn't shock me. He was on, they liked him as a player before that draft. And I think some of it's residual from that. So you're just kind of looking around. That's not a name that's been given to me very forcefully of, like, hey, you got to go out and get that guy. I have not had any of that come my way. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm just saying it hasn't come my way. So, and they spent a little bit of money on Ellinger. So, that's one I would have to hear with my own ears along the way to put much horsepower to it. But they did like him before the draft, so it's not shocking that his name could pop up in something like that along the way.
Jeff, any personnel moves, players lining up in particular spots, depth chart things? I know when Sean Payton loves when we discuss depth chart things, especially in June. But anything that you saw during teamwork yesterday that kind of alerted you? You got your antenna up a little bit of something to maybe watch out for.
Not really. I mean, the Jonah Ellis, the inside linebacker, appears to be on hold.
Yeah.
Or we won't see it, and that's possible too. There's plenty of practice time, not during training camp, but there's plenty of practice time in the regular season we don't see. But I think this time of year, it's really hard to sort of make those rotational decisions because he is giving some veteran players some rest.
Yes.
Like you often see, like Ben Powers, for example, at guard. He's not going to take all the reps, even though he's healthy and could. There's just moments like that. You don't always see Surtain, in this time of year in everything that he would play during the regular season.
Yeah.
Because some of it is they want to see other people, because this is when they're making their plan. Who can we keep as the swing guard, as the swing tackle? Who's going to flourish at corner if something happens to Surtain? So they throw a guy in there and take a look. So that some of it's that. You're not really getting a real depth chart movement. It's really more about how they've decided to line up the workload, and the real stuff will be in August. Then we'll really see what they're really trying to look at.
Jeff, last thing we want to ask you about, and Jeff Legwold, as always, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. We were discussing some of Mike Sando's most recent column in The Athletic. I know Mike's a guy that you respect an awful lot, and he wrote about the Hall of Fame case for Russell Wilson. Jeff, you are Mr. Hall of Fame. We always lean into your expertise on this. We got about a minute right here, but take us through what this Hall of Fame process could look like with somebody of Russell Wilson's resume, or more specifically, Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I think Mike used the correct word, as in complicated.
Yeah,
because it is. It's if you like Pro Bowls, he's got more than enough. You know, he's got multiple Super Bowl appearances. He's got a Super Bowl win. He's got long periods of time with high level play. You've got all of those things. But I say right now in 2026, it's never been more difficult to get in the Hall of Fame than it is right now.
Yeah.
And players like Russell Wilson at every position are going to have a harder time because they're not slam dunks. And it's going to be a lot harder for guys who aren't slam dunks to break through. And all you got to do is look at the last two classes. And, I'm not sure a lot of people would have thought there's any bigger slam dunk than Bill Belichick, and he's not in the class. So I think some of it is the degree of difficulty moving forward if they don't move the rules back. And the other part is, he's a quarterback with a Super Bowl ring, so that always is a very loud thing in your favor. But at any point, the argument is always returns to were you like one of the top three players at your position over the long haul? Were you an all-pro? And that's when you start breaking ties and splitting hairs, how you ended your career can always impact things. So he's got all of that working. And I think he will be what I call an either-or player, that, the people for him will be vehemently for him and the people against him will be as equally entrenched in their view, and there won't be much middle ground.
Yeah, a lot of hairs to be split in that debate. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. Leggy, I'm sure you've had a wonderful day combing through police reports and legal filings. We appreciate it, as always. Thanks, man.
I always appreciate you guys. Take care, man.
All right. Yeah, Jeff Legwold with us on a Friday afternoon. The offseason is here. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. More OTAs next week. We'll be there. We'll be there to break it all down, give you the thoughts on what we saw. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, are the Vegas Golden Knights, now with the series tied 1-1, they in a little bit of trouble? Andy with an interesting theory when we return.
Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. And we told you, we're celebrating our anniversary. They've been with us most of the way, has Colorado Off-Road here on Kreckman and Lindahl. They've sponsored the show for a long time. We appreciate them doing that. But they're a great local business. That's what matters to you, the consumer. And if you've been thinking about getting truck or 4x4 accessories, anything for a truck or 4x4, they can even do stuff for your Mustang. Heck, one time Jerry even got me floor mats for my mom's car. And that's just a little Oldsmobile. Anything you need, you get on over there and talk to Jerry Jones and Wendy Jones, the owners of Colorado Off-Road. These are good folks. They're going to help you out. They're Colorado people. They understand what works in Colorado and what doesn't. They may even understand and help you with the decision that, like for me, it was the bed cover. It's why I always go to that one. I was going to make a bad decision on a bed cover, and I really look back on it now. I'm glad I dodged it. Talking to Jerry to decided on something different that fit me a little bit better, and I've got a bed cover I love so much that I had him take it off my old truck, put it on my new truck when I had to get the new truck here just a couple months ago. So get on over to Colorado Off-Road, get sound advice, and have a place that'll back what they sell to you, and that's the biggest key here. You order something off the internet, maybe a little bit cheaper, but where are they when it's time to maybe back that product up if you have something go wrong with it? It is Colorado Off-Road, again, a Colorado business. They're celebrating 20 years in business. Go and find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Give them a call at 303-761-1264. Colorado-owned, Colorado-grown. It's Colorado Off-Road.
All right, playing Denver ska. That is Sorry Sweetheart. It's Ska Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, last night, 2-0 after 2 periods, 2-0 midway through the third period, and it looked like the Vegas Golden Knights were going to do the chokehold thing on Carolina. They had packed it in, and it didn't look like the Hurricanes were going to be able to get anything going. However, started with a good forecheck from Logan Stankoven. He jams it in. Marek Jankowski gets a goal for Carolina. 2-2. Freddie Anderson makes an unreal save on Barbashev towards challenges. By the way, I think they got that call right.
Yeah.
I think they did. I thought Anderson got pushed into the goal. I think that's the right call. Torts was big mad about it after the game, and he was very demonstrably short with the media after the game about all of that. But they would take the lead on a Gottsesbear blast and Jordan Stahl tip. Mark Stone scores on a 6-on-5.
Again.
3-3. They go to overtime. Spring, let's hear the game winner last night. Tripping called on Tomas Hertl. Tripshing on Tomas. And that set up a power play for Carolina 4 minutes into the overtime period. And that's right. It's Cuthbert time. Sportsnet on the call last night.
Here's a pass back. Aho covering the right point. He gets it back along the half boards, and now it's Gottsesbear. Carlson and Eichel, the penalty goes. Scores! Overtime winner! And Seth Jarvis evens the series at a game apiece.
Jarvis!
Yes.
Hold on really quick before we get to Andy's Vegas theory. Spring, give me the Vegas tying goal. 6-on-5, under 2 minutes to go. And this was a stupid goal, let's be honest. This was a world-class stupid hockey goal. But give me the tying goal. Marner to Mark Stone.
Stahl's been the best on the face-offs and prevails again. Around for Martinick. Dorofeev trying to tie him up. Out of the box comes Blake. Here is Marner trying to sip the front, and they've scored! Mark Stone! And the game is tied with 81 seconds to go.
Ah, man, Cuthbert's a little off his game.
He went a little
North American. Not quite.
Yeah.
Not as Canadian as we are used to.
Although, did you hear the Martinick?
Yeah,
we got in there as well.
We got that one in.
Uh-huh. He went a little Sean McDonough voice crack too on that goal. All right, so the Vegas Golden Knights, Andy, they had a chance to put a stranglehold on this series. They did not. It is tied at a game apiece. Series now moves to Vegas. What do you think happens now?
All right, here's what I think it could be interesting. Now, this could all be shattered tomorrow night when they get together in Vegas, and it might be because I think Vegas is really good.
Nah, you're about to say it. It's going to happen.
The 2007 Rockies were cruising along.
Yeah?
Couldn't lose a game. No matter what they did, couldn't lose a game. Every break going their way. Things are good. No pitcher could solve them. The Dragon Slayer, Josh Fogg, kept beating aces. Nobody could figure it out.
Brandon Webb, sit down.
And all of a sudden, they lose a game. And all of a sudden, they never really back in the zone. They're never. Look, for most of that game,
Josh Beckett.
Man, if there's ever a sport where one stupid thing, and what's kind of funny is that Stankoven goal is a little akin of the Grubauer off the butt puck that changed that whole series.
Oh, that thing hit like 3 body parts before it went in the goal.
There's no reason that thing should have gone in the goal. And that's the thing that changed the momentum, tilted the ice, and everything got different after that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Vegas had Carolina playing like the Avalanche, quite honestly. That's all I kept thinking.
Nothing got through.
All Carolina was doing was whipping that thing around. They kept trying to do the cross-ice passes, as we know that the Avs like, getting down to that lower shot point. They couldn't get those through. Vegas is blocking everything. including Braden Shin, who took one off the face, and now God knows what's going to happen to him. That was part of the problem for Vegas last night. They were down to like 4D at one point.
Braden McNabb, too.
Is that, well, yeah, old Shin plays somebody else. Bottom line is
that
this.
looked like it hurt, by the way.
Yeah, that doesn't look like when you come back quickly from, but he's a hockey player, so they'll probably sew him up, shoot him up, and he'll be back out there. But I'm kind of curious. Is there a little of the magic spell being broken? And all of a sudden this thing goes back. Everybody kind of returns to what they were.
Andy, you can't help but wonder, man, because Vegas did it to the Avalanche.
And they were doing it to Carolina for basically 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Carter Hart saved and everything.
What was
Nobody
that,
could solve them.
3 years ago when that happened? 4 years ago, whenever
5.
it was?
Because Colorado won the next year. They won in 22.
Year. Yeah, Grubauer's buttocks. Yeah. Is this what finally breaks the Vegas Golden Knights voodoo?
Where everything's just not so magical. Now
right,
it gets a little bit tough.
Because everything was just
coming up Vegas.
It was all packed in, and then Stankoven scored just an ugly goal off a forecheck. The Jankowski goal, that was a turnover by Vegas. The Jankowski came away with the puck and went and scored.
Oh, most of that, the last 10 minutes of that period,
wild game.
It looked like what Vegas was doing to Colorado in Game 4, where
wild game.
Vegas could not get it out of their end all of a sudden.
No.
After dominating the game for 2.5 periods, they couldn't clear the puck. Carter Hart goes down low. They find the pipe over his shoulder, which everything seemed to be going over the net that Carter Hart gave him. Finally, one goes over his shoulder and under the crossbar. That scores.
Oh, Marner hit a crossbar last night, too.
Marner hits a crossbar.
Which, again, like that's the choke him out goal. That's 3-0 in the third. You're against Vegas, you're toast.
Oh, yeah.
You're finished. No, that wasn't the case. He hit the crossbar.
Torts is all big mad finally for the first time in, 8 games?
Yeah, give me Spring. Give me a little bit on the back end of Torts from last night. I believe in total it was like 6 questions. I saw a word count on it, 78 words uttered after the game by John Tortorella.
Not exactly a word salad.
No, this is what he sounded like after the game.
John, the penalty kill had obviously been great in the game. They get those 2 in a row at the end. Did you see anything different in the penalty kill?
I haven't looked at the clips yet.
Anything else? Right side, third row.
Every playoff run seems to have moments where you learn about your team, a different moment. What was the moment that you learned more about this team in these past 2 games?
We have a good team, a very good team.
Anything else?
Wow.
Left side, back row.
PR guys got a little sass to him, too.
What can you tell us about what you think changed and added to their momentum? I have my thoughts. I'm not discussing it here.
Other questions? Thanks, Sean.
You are aware, sir, this is the press conference.
Yeah.
Where we would like you to explain it to us, that being here.
This is the time we'd love you to discuss what changed.
Torts is like, I'm sorry, this is not the appropriate forum for me to discuss what's going on with my hockey team.
It's the only forum.
It actually, sir.
Yeah. This is why you lost that pick, maybe?
Right, exactly.
Just a reminder?
Yes. John Tortorella just here so he doesn't get fined. We've got the high five coming up next. 5 biggest stories of the day. We got a couple of big NFL stories. One local, the other one changing a locality. Plus, we've got basketball stories from all over the place, getting you set for Game 2 of the NBA Finals coming up tonight. Kreckman and Lindahl.
Guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Southern Steer Butcher was just over there yesterday picking up some meat for the weekend and went with more of a variety. Sometimes I go big and get the more high-dollar items, get some nice steaks to grill up for the weekend or something like that. Maybe a little tri-tip for you. If you like Wagyu steaks, they've got that. They've got, prime cuts of steak, prime rib. I shouldn't say prime rib, but they have some great New York strip steaks. There were some T-bones in-house a couple weeks ago. They didn't have any of those yesterday. Might have them today. They've got picanha if you're looking for it, Wagyu picanha. I know that was so popular over Memorial Day weekend, they ran out of them. So you want to make sure you get in there. One of the things I highlighted in my video on Instagram this week, if you'd like to go check it out, is all the daily specials. I'm always talking about the steak tips, both on Monday and Tuesdays, I believe it is. you can get 25% off the steak tips. A great time to get in there. They've got some great sides, great seasoning. Had my buddy Matty hit me up. He told me, man, everything you say about Southern Steer is true. He was glad he stopped by there. Why don't you do the same, especially if you got some grilling planned or maybe want to make some thoughts for Father's Day, some plans for Father's Day coming up. I know that right now Ben's hoping to have some tomahawk steaks in the house, so maybe make some plans for that. Or you could always get a great brisket. I know they've got a couple great flats in there, at least when I was in there yesterday. The chicken breasts, the wings, the thighs, they're all fantastic and great. Fresh made in-house sausage and brats. It's Southern Steer Butcher. You're going to find them in Greenwood Village. You can find them on the web at southernsteer.com. Specific location here that you want to go see is off Arapahoe Road, 2 streets east of I-25. They're in that nice little mini mall that's right across the street from the Shane Company and Faymeyers. But go on there. It's Dayton, Arapahoe and Dayton at southernsteer.com.
All right, Scott, Friday. Let's dive into it. Time for the high five. We've got football. We've got basketball. We even have hockey news today in the high five. We're going to hit the whole musical gamut. I guess this first story is a football story. It's about a football player. Go ahead, Spring.
Well, first, celebrate $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's. On Fridays only, get a large thin crust cheese, sausage, or pepperoni pizza for just $5. Order online now at papamurphys.com. Denver Broncos outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper was arrested earlier this morning on domestic violence charges. According to jail records, Cooper was held at Douglas County Jail on the suspicion of criminal mischief with a domestic violence enhancer.
Doesn't mischief make it kind of sound not all that serious?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of mischief.
Yeah, it's look, man, these can be complicated.
Yeah.
These are not cut and dried situations. We've got, and I'm not saying this flippantly, we've got dueling affidavits, though, where there's two descriptions as to what each described is going on.
Two claims.
Officers weren't fully ready to jump in on the claim of one of them. So we wait and see what happens. Bottom line is this, though, Nate. As you said, we're a football show. We like to talk football, and we all hate talking about stuff like this, especially means if one of your football players that you like is going to miss time on the field. But we'll wait and see how this plays out. Bottom line, this is just not the kind of stuff you need.
Yes.
In an offseason that's been full of a couple of things that you just don't need.
Yeah, if you've been arrested for domestic violence charges, misdemeanor felon conduct policy, and like Jeff Legwald talked about, multi-game suspension with appeal, you may be able to knock it down to one game, but there is a good chance that Jonathan Cooper could be missing time because he was arrested last night by Parker police on domestic violence charges. His girlfriend was arrested as well. The entire thing is messy, including at one point that allegedly Jonathan Cooper bit her cell phone.
Yeah, the cell phone bite is very weird.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened there, and both of them were apparently not psyched with each other's cell phones, and whatever. But look,
allegations of cheating going on.
Right. Just sounds like something where you wished everybody would have just maybe separated themselves from each other and talk about it after you've had a cooling off period, but that's not what happened. Yeah, here's the thing, though. To your point, if a suspension were issued, again, you're facing the Chiefs Monday night. You got a brutal opening 6-game stretch. You don't want this guy from football reasons.
Second on the team in sacks last year.
You don't want him missing any games because of whatever this could turn into being. And as you said, the NFL has a chance to talk. The NFL does not need to wait for legal rulings. They can decide we don't like the way this looks.
This is dumb stuff. Broncos don't need dumb stuff. Jonathan Cooper, quit doing dumb stuff.
Especially during the first 6 games of the season.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Chicago Bears Board of Directors voted yesterday to advance their stadium development in Hammond, Indiana, with the exact site still to be determined. This is the first time that the Bears Board has voted on any stadium site.
Yeah, so clearly the Bears Board is trying to make obvious their frustrations with both the state of Illinois, Cook County, Lake County, the city of Chicago, etc. Andy, this whole thing is so stupid.
It really is.
The Chicago Bears are still paying off renovations to Soldier Field.
Which isn't at the core. Don't they want that kind of waived?
That the city of Chicago paid for, and yes, they would like that waived.
So that they could go build a new one and keep it in Chicago.
Build the new one in Arlington Heights, which they already bought all of that property.
But they want these expenses waived before they start on that.
But now the state doesn't want to capitulate to the demands from the Bears, so now they want to build this thing out in Hammond, Indiana, which, while not terribly far, from the south side of Chicago, it's not. For those of you that are, may not be aware of the geography of the area, there's this big blue thing called Lake Michigan that goes down there, but the city of Chicago is directly connected to Northwest Indiana, which is right there. So it's not terribly far distance-wise. In fact, from the Loop to Hammond, Indiana is closer than from the Loop to Arlington Heights, which is in the state of Illinois. But the weird thing about all of this is, Andy, what do they like to do when they build new football stadiums? Entertainment district, restaurants, and blah, 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 and all this stuff, and the bars and restaurants, and they want people...
business things, all that stuff.
Exactly. Well, Lake County and Cook County, Illinois, where Arlington Heights is located close to, there's a massive population center. Hammond, Indiana does not have that. Yes, people live there, but there's 355 days of the year that you don't have a football game? Who the hell's going to all your restaurants? How is all of that going to be able to make an impact? I still, Andy, like my heart of hearts, and maybe the state of Illinois will not bend to the Bears' whims. I firmly believe that Northwest Indiana is still trying to be used as a leverage point against the state of Illinois. But the more that they don't give in, they might just call their bluff, and the Bears might have to go to Hammond, Indiana.
Do you think they would, though? Part of me, because of what you just described right there,
it would be so
I don't
dumb.
believe for a second they're going to do this.
Right.
Because
that said, though,
they might. If Vegas get involved.
Andy, if there is innovators in the field of doing dumb things, the Chicago Bears, first ballot Hall of Famers, man.
Well.
So,
yeah,
it very well could happen.
Cheaper land is why the Jets and Giants actually play in New Jersey and not in New York, despite using the New York moniker. At least that's where their stadiums are.
And Indiana is, they're rolling out the red carpet to get the Bears.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
But again, if you're the Bears, you got to be a little bit careful. I could see some people being so hacked off going, all right, fine, we're not going out there.
Right.
Now, and again, so everybody knows, not completely unprecedented. Again, you and I know that the San Francisco 49ers play in Santa Clara. They are not in San Fran, and it's a pretty good drive to get from one to the other.
I'll be honest with you. I don't see this impacting Bears fandom.
Yeah, you love football. You're going to go where the team is,
exactly.
Ultimately, especially if it's ingrained in what you do Sundays.
I really don't see this because here's the other thing. You've been to Soldier Field before, down by the lake in McCormick Place and all of that.
Multiple times.
It's also a pain in the ass to get to.
It is, and I get it.
Yes.
And look, it's not that stadium. If I get I'm not the most comfortable place to be. I'll just put it to you that way.
The place is awful.
The seats are just like, you're in a cold spot. First of all, it's always cold there.
Sure.
It is always cold there.
Yeah,
although it was wild. You want to know?
Stop people.
I went 2 trips in a row, and I always thought it was crazy. There was literally a 100-degree difference between my 2 trips there because I went there when Brock Osweiler won that game in 2015, and it was like 0 degrees and everything was freezing, and I couldn't wait for the game to end. And then my next trip was the preseason when Mark Sanchez got his first start, and it was like 100 degrees in summer and humid as hell.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, what a difference.
That sounds about right. Yes. They could be the Northwest Indiana Bears.
I still don't buy it. I think because of where the population is, I think they're looking, like you said, they're looking to plop something down and where there's already a bunch of people and serve their consumer needs.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Oh, here we go.
Hey,
NBA.
Game 2 of the NBA Finals is tonight. Knicks with a 1-0 lead over the Spurs. Spurs 6.5-point favorites here tonight in Game 2. Here's your injury report. Knicks forward Mitchell Robinson is probable with his fractured finger.
I thought he looked pretty good in Game 1. He had the one missed putback, but that was it. Other than that, I didn't really see it impact him all that much. His minutes, he didn't play much, but
he's got to be numbing that thing, right?
You know it. Absolutely. Here's another wild stat from Game 1 that I didn't even realize. Like, I looked at the box score, but I guess this one just, didn't catch my attention. The Spurs actually out-rebounded the Knicks in that game and had more offensive rebounds in that game, and yet second chance points, 23-14 in favor of the Knicks. I didn't even look at that count because I was just like, it felt like the Knicks got every big rebound. But apparently the Spurs won the battle on the board.
Well, you don't really remember the first half much, do you? You remember more what the Knicks did in the second half?
Absolutely. Yeah. The other part of that game that is kind of crazy is the Knicks shot 59% in the paint. That's against a Wemby team. Look for Mitch Johnson and the Spurs to make adjustments to get Victor Wembanyama planted closer to the basket because the Knicks did an excellent job of putting him in motion and making him really work to get back. The Knicks had great angles. They attacked the basket very, very well. I could see a big adjustment right there. Andy, I think the Spurs get Game 2 tonight. I think you're going to see a very different Spurs team. I think this series is tied 1-1 going back to New York.
Look, I'm all for both the Cup and the Finals going for 7 games.
Absolutely.
I'm not ready for just baseball.
This is good stuff.
Although we got the World Cup coming up. But
go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Kawhi Leonard has been interviewed by NBA investigators as part of the ongoing investigation into allegations that the Los Angeles Clippers circumvented the salary cap to compensate him. Leonard's uncle and business advisor Dennis Robertson has also been interviewed. Steve Ballmer and other executives from the Clippers have also been interviewed, as have executives from Aspiration.
What do you think happens here?
I have always, I think this part of the story is particularly interesting because what do you think Kawhi really knows? Does Kawhi Leonard give a crap where the many, many zeros come from that get put into his bank account?
No, and I think he's got people probably handling it.
Uncle Dennis, the same guy that forced his way out of San Antonio.
I'm just going to go ahead and look at my bank account. Money's there, cool. I'm going to keep living my life.
Right, exactly. I suppose the one piece of valuable information that Kawhi can give is what was your time commitment to this aspiration endorsement? And as Pablo Torre and others have reported, wasn't much.
Well, let's just say I've had some meetings with people, and I've had business meetings this week where folks were supposed to give time commitments that didn't. So athletes not fulfilling time commitments for endorsements, and not giving a darn about it. That's nothing new either.
And finally, Spring.
High five.
Hockey news.
We have some NHL awards still being given out. Brock Nelson was up for the Selke Award. He did not win it. That goes to Montreal Canadiens captain Nick Suzuki. He was the runaway winner for the Selke. That's the award for the NHL's best two-way forward. And the Lady Byng Trophy, the Gentleman Award, goes to Cole Caulfield, also of the Canadiens.
Yeah, is that the lamest, seriously, lamest thing in sports, isn't it? Who the hell cares if you win the Lady Byng? Seriously.
Joe Sakic was a Lady Byng winner.
I don't think he cared. I'm almost positive he didn't. Wasn't he a Conn Smythe winner? Pretty sure he's got the Conn Smythe somewhere you could see it. The Lady Bing's probably not as prevalent.
You don't think he puts his Lady Byng on display?
I'm a gentleman of the sport.
Let's say
in that sport.
Sportsmanship and gentlemanliness, Andy? There's no value for that in the game?
No. Don't think so. Seriously, are you telling everybody, hey, yeah, I got that Lady Byng. Let's go to old Chicago or something tonight?
Do you get a contract bonus for it?
That's a great question. The hell are you giving a buddy? No. I know that. Hey, listen, you think
it's a postseason award?
Do you think McDermott got a Lady Byng clauser?
No, I don't.
No, I expect you to fight people, not win the Lady Byng.
Sakic in the 2001 season. He is the the Avalanche. I'm sorry, I've had 2 Lady Byng winners. No, 3.
Didn't Nate win
McKinnon won 1.
Yeah.
Can you name the other?
Well, you told me Nate, Sakic.
Who's the third?
Tanguay.
Nope.
Who?
2013-14.
2013. God, I can't even remember who's on the team. It feels like a forgettable time in history.
Ryan O'Reilly.
Shut up. I never would have agreed. Never in my life would I have thought that he won the Lady Byng.
He was gentlemanly.
He's the most sandpapery guy of the bunch.
You can be gentlemanly while also being gritty, can't you?
You know what? Him winning the Lady Byng
what
is
does
like
that mean?
Kevin Durant thanking the media for doing their job and then hating them and creating burners 2 years later.
When you're trying to get position in front of the net, are you like, oh, excuse me? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, sir. This is actually my right to ice here, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry if you don't mind me budging in here.
Oh, did I get your way there, guy? I'm sorry about that. Sorry, you couldn't see that puck. My apologies.
Sorry, I'll buy you a pint after the game, eh?
Sorry, let's have a chewy one. We'll discuss where I was on that.
They're very gentlemanly.
Yeah.
That was really funny to me. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, we could have a massive upset in the race for the Conn Smythe. Now that Nathan McKinnon, former Lady Byng Trophy winner, is definitely not going to get it. I want to dive into what we could be looking at here over the next couple of weeks, because if Brett Howden wins the Conn Smythe, I think he joins a very interesting sports group, in my opinion. We'll dive into that when we return. We're having a wonderful Ska Friday here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
By the way, from Anne Marie, who's a longtime listener, one of the OGs.
All right.
Didn't know how much I needed to hear Nate and Andy do Canadian voices until that last segment. Now she's deceased.
They're pretty easy. Just hit some sorries and some A's, and you got it.
You know what's funny is I feel bad because I'm not even sure my Canadian comes from believe it or not, the couple Minnesota friends and Wisconsin friends I have. I just do theirs and then I put a little extra on it.
It's pretty much the same thing.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing.
I talked to my boy, my boy Jeremy, with Jersey Mike's owner, the cow that's no longer with us.
Your friend, the dairy farmer.
Yeah,
yes.
we talked to him. Our cow guy. He's our cow guy.
We got a cow guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the milkman too. Yeah, every time I talk to him, it's still just it pops out there. Oh, I don't know. It's funny, man. I got me a new truck. Got a new schedule. Got a new cow there at the dairy. It's kind of going away. We've lost it. It's easier to do when you're apologizing for standing in the crease. What are you staring at? Someone's got you intently.
I want to read the first 3 lines of a story from page 6 that I just saw.
How did you come across this?
I got a link to it from Twitter.
Okay.
I was looking at it in the break. And I just want to share this, okay? So here's the headline, Andy. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce to marry at NYC's iconic Madison Square Garden. Apparently, the wedding is going to be at the Garden. So listen to this. Here's the first 3 lines of the story, okay? Tell me which one of these doesn't fit. Here comes the bride in Midtown. Multiple sources tell Page 6 that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding will take place at Madison Square Garden, home of the Knicks, Rangers, and numerous concerts, including Swift's. Said one source, quote, "Everyone's been sworn to secrecy," close quote.
Yeah, it's in a paper.
How did that go? How's that swear to secrecy going for everybody right now?
Now somebody seems they know.
Is
this the Rossini photographer just finding stuff out again?
However, a rep for MSG did not respond to requests for comment.
Yeah, because he's sworn to secrecy. That's the problem. He's probably going, hey, I don't know who found out, but it wasn't me.
Even though multiple sources tell Page 6 that it's happening. And everyone's been sworn to secrecy.
At the Garden.
At the Garden. Yes.
Why? Is that how many people are going to attend this thing?
I guess. I don't know.
How many wedding gifts do the Kelce's need? My God. She had $1 billion tour last time. He's got $100 million podcast.
How much silverware do you people need?
What are you getting them, by the way? What possibly are you getting them? You can't get her own album.
A source tells us when it came to picking a place for the high-profile occasion, quote, privacy was of number one importance to them both, close quote.
So let's get the most famous arena in the world and hold our wedding there.
In the world.
Hey, they'll never guess this. They going to charge for this?
You got to buy tickets.
You buy tickets?
What are the service fees on Taylor and Travis's wedding?
I just saw it. Spring just sent us, what is it, $9,500 to get into the damn Knicks games at the Garden?
Game 3 ticks now are up to $9,500.
So are they going to insist it goes higher than that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Secondary market, $15,000 for the wedding.
Their secret wedding at Madison Square Garden, which the world now knows about. Good job, guys.
This is as secret as what is that? Area 50, Area 57, what is it?
Area 51 too.
Is that it?
Uh-huh.
I don't know the number.
It is.
Is there a 57, you think?
I remember
the
number.
Are there 50 others?
Because the minor league baseball team in Las Vegas was called the 51s.
Really?
Yes,
Good
they were.
for them.
Mm-hmm. Area 51.
They replaced
they had like alien logos and everything else like that.
the Humpback Chubs?
I think Vegas is in the PCL, a little higher than that, than the Humpback Chubs.
Oh, too good to face the Chubs.
They were. They're literally too good to face the Chubs. That's true.
The 51s refuse to play the Chubs.
Oh, just because you're AAA, you think you're better than our rookie league team?
Yeah, look, the Chubs are legit, pal.
So, Andy, Brett Howden scored 2 goals last night for Vegas. Spring, can I get a Brett Howden goal from Cuthbert? From last night. Set me up with something there, because Brett Howden Big number 21 got a couple of goals last night.
That shot blocked by Anderson as Aho couldn't get it through. Unbelievably, they don't get credit for a shot, but a wild power play. Here's Howden in. Howden scores. He has done it again.
I have noticed, by the way, from the Sportsnet highlights that I have seen, they crank those crowd mics up way louder. The games sound more energetic from Sportsnet than they do on ESPN. Have you noticed that?
Oh, yeah. It's been a complaint from going back way to the beginning of the playoffs when we still had TNT and ESPN
that it's too
training
sanitized,
broadcasts,
yeah.
that the TNT had better crowd mic. For some reason.
You get the energy a little bit better.
Okay, is our new friend Sean McDonough? Is
Tell
he
him to turn it down.
You don't be drowning me out with that crowd.
Hey, I'm a play-by-play guy that ever reaches over and turns down the crowd effects. I know what it's like.
Yeah?
I know where that dial is. Absolutely. Yeah, maybe. Could be.
Well, and to be fair, I'm sure they've got we don't need a whole deep dive on this thing, but I'm sure there's got to be a little bit of a trick to keeping your between the benches guy. Because remember, on TNT, it's easier to crank the crowd. They got two guys in the booth.
Yeah.
On ESPN, you just have you got Ferraro between the benches and McDonough trying to talk to him.
Ferraro. Carolina wins 4-3 last night in overtime, but Brett Howden did score the 2 goals. Brett Howden now, Andy, is up to 13 goals in the postseason. That's 3 more. That leads the entire playoffs. That's 3 more than both Dorofeev and Stankov, and they both have 10. They are in second. The 13 goals scored by Brett Howden, more than he scored in 58 regular season games. So that goes to show you the kind of heater that he has been on. In fact, it's more goals than he has scored in all but one of his regular seasons in the NHL. He scored 23 last year in 24-25 when he played 80 games. That was a career high. Other than that, his 12 goals this year, the second highest total of his career. So this is an outlier performance from Brett Howden. It's a part of the reason why Vegas is in this position currently, which then got me thinking about Brett Howden, who, when I looked it up earlier, Mitch Marner is still the favorite to win the Conn Smythe, but Brett Howden is third in the odds right now. If Brett Howden wins the Conn Smythe, where's he going to rank on the list of just cromulent hockey players that went out and won the damn Conn Smythe?
Oh my gosh!
Remember when Cam Ward won it? I think he was a rookie too for Carolina.
Yeah,
and Cam Ward was like a
pretty good goalie,
a fine goalie,
but not
maybe an all-star game or two along the way, but
not a guy you'd expect to have a Conn Smythe.
Yeah, not exactly Hasek, not exactly Marty Brodeur or Patrick Waugh.
Yeah.
Okay, so every now and then there's going to be those guys on the list. Okay, so I went digging into this.
I got one for you right here.
Yeah, okay, give it to me.
We've got such a big fan that's in Vegas. I'm sorry, my dude. Jonathan Marchessault. How's that grabbing you?
Marchessault.
2023. He won it. Does that fit into a little what you're talking about?
A little bit. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, probably. Probably a little bit.
Because again, for people that think we're being too mean, let me just read some of these names that have won it. Ron Hextall, Wayne Gretzky, Al McGinnis, Mario Lemieux, a number of times.
Hall of Famers
Brian
across
Leach,
the board. Yeah.
Joe Sakic, Steve Yzerman. That's easy for me to say.
Iverson, too.
No, Iverson wasn't. He wasn't. How about who's Brad Richards? There's one that may fit into what you're talking about. Brad Richards, 2004.
From Tampa? Former Blackhawk, I believe, wasn't he?
Evgeny Malkin, Tim Thomas is kind of a wild one, too, frankly.
He got
Sidney
real high.
Crosby. Sidney Cromulent.
I would say Crosby he'll be in the Hall of Fame.
But Ovechkin, yeah, I think he's got a pretty good shot.
Yeah.
Ovechkin. How about Ryan O'Reilly? Look, to be fair, we all like him, but Ryan O'Reilly?
Lady Bing winner and a Conn Smythe winner.
Well, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Vasilevsky makes sense. Marchessault I mentioned. Hedman.
Remember when Justin Williams won it for the Kings?
No.
Gotta
say
you
I don't.
Yeah, just a dude.
How about Joe Nieuwendyk in 99?
Nieuwendyk was pretty damn good.
Wait, was he a Devil? I think he played for both. Who won it in 99?
Nieuwendyk's a Hall of Famer, isn't he?
Stars did do it, yeah.
He did pretty good, yeah.
But I don't see him again after that,
Yeah, there's some randos in there. Henrik Zetterberg.
Yeah, I was just about to read that one as well.
Yeah, there's some randos in there. So Brett Howden can make that list. Okay. NBA Finals MVP. Let's get into rando.
Just MVP winners.
NBA Finals MVP. Here's the thing. There aren't many of them. This is the one.
They kind of.
It's pretty much all Hall of Famers.
Well, because it's usually the best dude on your team, right?
Right, exactly.
All right. How does Jaylen Brown grab you, though?
Jaylen Brown will be in the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Yeah, he will. He's now you would put him down the list a little bit but I think Jaylen Brown will be in the Hall of Fame. I can tell you this: Andre Iguodala will not be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's a good call.
And Andre Iguodala was the Finals MVP in 2015. The irony being, LeBron James was by far the best player in that series, but Iguodala got MVP because Golden State won it all. I mean, you go through this thing and it is all it's all Hall of Famers from 2011 on. 2012 was when LeBron started his run of back-to-back Finals MVPs. LeBron will be in the Hall of Fame, obviously. Kawhi will be in the Hall of Fame. KD will be in the Hall of Fame. Giannis Hall of Famer. Steph Hall of Famer. Joker Hall of Famer. Jaylen Brown will be in the Hall of Fame, although he will be down on the list. Shea will be a Hall of Famer. Okay, you got to go back to 1981. When Cedric Cornbread Maxwell won Finals MVP for the Boston Celtics to find a non-Hall of Famer on the list.
All right. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, I always kind of wondered if Chauncey was going to get in. Chauncey is a Hall of Famer. You can bet on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chauncey is a Hall of Famer, and he was the Finals MVP in 2004. That's one you don't find many scrubs.
All right. Let's go to football.
Super Bowl MVP.
I was about to say, this is the one where you kind of This is where you get the wild ones, right?
And let me tell you the first name that jumped out at me.
Recent history?
2018, Nick Foles.
All right. Nick Foles. That won't look good.
I mean, he was great in that game.
He was. He had a great
You just got to be great in that
finishing
game.
Stretch for Philly in that year. Because that was the 2017 season. Remember, did Carson Wentz get hurt against the Broncos?
Was it against Denver?
I can't remember. I don't know if it was for sure. I remember Wentz lit him up before he went out, if he did. I just remember them whooping the ever-living crap out of the 2017 Broncos.
He was maybe going to be the MVP. And then Foles took over and led that team to a Super Bowl. That was the Philly special. Malcolm Smith, Super Bowl 48 for Seattle.
Oh, that's wild, especially with all the names they could have chosen from.
Yeah.
Richard Sherman.
But he had the scoop and score, right?
He did.
Yeah. Smith had the scoop and score play.
Oh, my gosh, you and I got something wrong. What a shock.
What's that?
The Super Bowl MVP, I told you I thought it was Brad Johnson.
Oh, for the Bucks?
Yeah.
Dexter Jackson.
Yeah, how about that?
Safety.
You and I both thought it was
Rondé Barber. We knew it was someone
Dexter
from the secondary.
Jackson. My God, that's even more random. You know who's my go-to for that that's just so random? Larry Brown in Super Bowl 30 for the Cowboys.
Oh, the corner.
Against Pittsburgh. Remember him?
Yeah.
And I think Dion was on the other side. And of all the guys, Larry Brown, how much money could you, if the sports books had existed then, and let's be honest, people had their ways anyway, how much money are you making off Larry Brown for MVP?
Right. Otis Anderson in 91.
Yeah, that was like a very boring, almost faceless Giants team because Hostetler had to take over for the injured Phil Simms.
LT was on that team, right?
Yeah, but it was one of those games where Otis Anderson just ran the crap out of the ball. Remember, that was the first crack at that dynasty Buffalo had as far as getting to the Super Bowls. That's the first crack they had at it. That was the old Norwood shank.
What's so wild here is like Otis Anderson and Mark Rippon are like bookended by Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Steve Young.
You're absolutely right.
Like luminaries in the game, and there's Otis Anderson and Mark Rippon, who we've actually had on the show before and was very cool.
Dude, but that was that year he tore it up for Washington. They were so good.
Yep.
So good.
He was excellent. But again, not Hall of Fame worthy or anything else like that. Okay. Is Kenneth Walker going to end up on that list?
Yes.
Modern running backs?
Yes. He's not even with the same team again.
No. He's already on a different team.
And again, sort of a nondescript game, if you will. Wasn't a lot of excitement. There was a ton of defense. People were kind of bored with it. And then,
Walker was good.
Basically, the Seahawks choked him out and pulled away at the end.
There is some really rando World Series MVPs.
Oh.
I mean,
who won the technology and stuff?
That was Madison Bumgarner.
He's pretty good.
He was legitimately good.
He was pretty good.
Yes, exactly. But you can go digging through history. Here's a good one for you, okay? Going back to the 90s. Remember the early 90s Blue Jays? So 93 was Joe Carter in the walk-off. That was Paul Molitor as the MVP. 92, Pat Borders, World Series MVP. He had 3 RBIs in the series.
I had to give it to someone.
Scott Brocious for the Yankees in 98.
It's a great name, though.
Scott Brocious. Yeah. Troy Glaus won one for the Angels. Yeah,
Hey,
good
what
series.
was going on in 81? Are you seeing this? Ron Say, Pedro Guerrero, and Steve Yeager, they divided up against 3 people with 3 people.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that.
Ron Say.
The Penguin, Ron Say.
Yeah.
Steve Yeager and Pedro Guerrero.
Yeah, because again, Johnny Bench, Reggie Jackson, Bucky Dent, Willie Stargell, Mike Schmidt, Pete Rose, Raleigh Fingers, Reggie Jackson.
Luminaries.
Those are all people that are Roberto Clemente,
Right.
Brooks Robinson.
Legends.
Heard of you dudes. John Wetland for the Yankees. You know what I remember about John Wetland? His dirty hat.
He threw really hard.
You remember whatever he had on his hat? God, he had just a dirtbag hat.
86 Mets. Okay, 86 Mets, loaded with Hall of Famers.
Ray Knight.
Ray Knight.
Ray Knight's like that.
Ray Knight was a good player.
Yeah, but Ray Knight's like the 5th member of the Fab Five.
Exactly.
I forgot who you were.
Yeah.
And again, around Ray Knight, Alan Trammell, Brett Saberhagen, Frank Viola, Oral Hershiser, Dave Stewart, Jack Morris.
Yeah, great players.
Glavin, Molitor, Borders.
But you can get some real randos winning World Series MVP.
What do you feel about Levon Hernandez, man? He was so good.
He was great in that World Series.
Didn't he go back and he was good for the Giants later on, too? Because the Hernandez, this first one in 97, he was a Marlin.
Yeah, Levon Hernandez in 97 with the Marlins. Who won it in 03 for them? Oh, it was Josh Beckett in 03.
But
God,
he was
dominant in his time.
But didn't Hernandez go to a World Series with San Francisco? No?
He may have. David Eckstein in 06.
I got to tell you, Jermaine Dyes hit me a little weird, too. For
the White
05
Sox?
White Sox.
Yeah, exactly. That was a weird, that was a nondescript White Sox team,
Who's
though.
this Ben Zobrist loser? The guy you wanted to talk to, which I guess we never got a book. We tried.
Yeah, it's that, but that's another one. And Zobrist was an outstanding player, and they got him from Tampa because Madden loved him. But also, again, like Chris Bryant and Anthony Rizzo and John Lester and
when we were doing that one
Jake
time.
Arrieta.
Remember that one time?
Yeah.
That segment earlier,
Yeah.
someone said that one time Chris Bryant played for the Rockies.
That one time.
game.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
What about David Freese for the Cardinals? See, it's kind of weird.
He was it was because he was clutch. He was the hero in Game 6 in that series in 2011. But again, David Freese was just a dude. Just a dude.
How about Mike Lowell in 07? Help me out. It's kind of weird that this really
Giants? No, Red Sox.
Red Sox, yeah. But again, this list gets a little more interesting and a little more not such a who's who as we get more modern.
Yeah,
Jeremy Pena.
Shrink the sample size and whoever was hot that week. You know? Honestly, Bucky Dent, 78. Bucky freaking Dent. Go look at Bucky Dent's career. Not much there.
Good enough.
Yeah.
I trust you.
But a legend for what he did in that moment. So baseball and hockey are really good sports for being able to either win a Conn Smythe or a World Series MVP because you got hot for a week.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
So you mean to tell me Keegan Colasar's not ripping it up for Vegas still like he did? Huh? I guess that goal streak stopped.
It did. Yeah, he did not score last night.
Stupid hockey. I hate you.
So Brett Howden will go on the list of rando dudes to win.
He's got to win it first.
He's got to win it first.
I think things could have changed.
He's got to take that thing away from
who's the rando Carolina guy that could go win it?
Freddie Anderson.
Good
yeah, he's good, though.
Yeah, good Fred.
Yeah, Stankoven's good. Yeah. Martin Nuke.
Yeah, Martin Hook, too. Are they saying, is it not Hook? It's Nuke?
Martin Nuke.
It's spelled Martin Hook.
I don't know, man.
Was that Captain Hook's real first name, Martin?
Martin.
Captain Martin Hook.
Is he the captain?
I don't even think he is. No, isn't Stahl the captain?
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
Gotta check that out of bitterness. And then that damn game drug me in.
Jarvis.
Oh, there was one time where I told you I watched about this from the second period to the mid-third. I'm like, they're doing exactly to Carolina what they did to the Avs. Everything's outside, everything's being rimmed around, and all of a sudden it was like Carolina remembered, hey, we ought to shoot and chase it. Well, a few went in. Hurt. Didn't look quite the same.
I liked it when Nikola Jokic was the Finals MVP.
That was fun.
It was fun. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Keep it here. All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, winding things down here on a Friday afternoon. It is our copper anniversary today. It is the 7-year anniversary of the Kreckman and Lindahl show. I always count on Andy to remember this for me. June 5th, 2019 was the first ever edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 7 years later, we are still here. We've had Mark Springer with us
the whole time,
producing the show, on the ones and twos, keeping us going the entire way. I don't want to get sappy about this, but in all seriousness, like, Andy, you and I have both been in this business for a very long time. We joke about how many different partners we have had over the years.
Because we've had plenty.
Like, in all seriousness, like a massive thanks, initially to our original PD on this show, Dave Tepper, and what Kevin Shockey has continued. Dave Fleck kept re-signing us for all of those years, and we greatly appreciated that. Brenda took a chance initially on this show, but we don't take it lightly that we've hit the 7-year mark. Andy, I don't say this because I didn't think the show was going to work. I just know the business too well. If you would have told me on that day in 2019 you guys are going to do 7 years, I would have said you're out of your mind.
Yeah, you know what? I want to add to that because, again, people hear us, and we do joke. We joke about we could be gone next week, and we could be because
we've done this.
Look, it's this business.
Yeah.
And it's a joke that we deal with because we get it from people all the time, man. I know you hear it too. God, you guys are in a brutal business. We're not in a normal business where they have to decide,